I haven't been able to fall asleep lately, and that's because I haven't been able to find anything good on YouTube to fall asleep to. So that's why I made this 8-hour long video of random FNAF information to fall asleep to, with a bunch of random facts and information that not many FNAF fans know about, even if you are a veteran to the series. So make sure you got your cookies and milk, and let's fall asleep to this 8-hour long video. Ever since FNAF released over 10 years ago, the game franchise has garnered a wide and diverse audience of fans all across the world, and regardless of if you joined the fanbase in 2014 or recently, the love us fans have for the games is something most other gaming fanbases can't compare to. But with FNAF turning 11 years old in the next couple of weeks, a lot of things relating to the franchise, whether it be the games, books, teasers, trailers, or all the fan-made content, is now going to also be turning 11 years old too. So now is as good as a time as ever to reminisce on all the things that made us FNAF fans fall in love with the series, and take a look into many of the things that we might have forgotten about the games and the community over the past 11 years. So regardless of if you're brand new to the series, or a veteran to it, this is the FNAF Nostalgia Iceberg Explained, where me and a few other FNAF YouTubers go over some of the most nostalgic pieces of FNAF content from way back in the day, ranging from the OG songs, animations, fan games, theories, and so much more. So if you need something to listen to in the background while you work, or need something to go to sleep to while simultaneously educating yourself and reminiscing on everything there is to know about FNAF nostalgia, then this is the perfect video for you. Now, I don't think I need to explain what an iceberg is, since everyone should know what one is at this point, so I'm not going to bother to do so. But before I do get into the iceberg, I just want to thank all the YouTubers on screen right now who helped me research and collaborated with me on this project, as their help, along with their own memories and feelings of nostalgia, helped make this video be made and feel even more personal, and more nostalgic for me, and I'm sure it will with you too. Anyways, timestamps are available if you want to skip to certain segments or if you need to rewatch. But anyways, make sure to subscribe if you love Iceberg videos, and let's get into it. FNAF teasers. Now, to start off the iceberg, I don't think there's a more appropriate entry to talk about rather than the early FNAF teasers that were posted on the Scott Cawthon's website, scottgames.com, from 2014 to 2018. With there being over 200 teasers posted on the Scott's website from 2014 to when he retired, there is a lot to take in, but the most nostalgic ones are the ones that were posted for FNAF 2, 3, 4, World, and Sister Location, as these ones captured the mysterious and secretive vibe the best out of all teasers posted onto his website, with many of these ones needing to be brightened up to actually see what was featured in said teasers. Obviously, we have the classics, like the first FNAF 2 teaser with Withered Freddy, the FNAF 3 one with Springtrap hidden in the darkness, which people thought was another animatronic called Salvage or Fredtrap back in the day. Plus, we also got the FNAF 4 ones which featured the Nightmare animatronics. Then of course, we also got the Halloween update ones for FNAF 4, along with the awesome FNAF World ones, and after that, the Sister Location ones. I just remember when the FNAF 2 to FNAF 4 ones began releasing, because whenever one would drop, you'd have YouTubers like Dawko, Fusion Z Gamer, XX Pro Class Gamer XX, along with a few other people immediately dropping a 10-minute video explaining what this could mean for the game. Like, I remember some days when I would just come home from school and I would just see that one of them made a video theorizing on what was in these teasers, and honestly, it was just some of the best parts of my childhood. Looking forward to watching these videos about these teasers. Like this FNAF 2 Foxy one, I vividly remember when people thought that this was a screenshot of a free roam mode that would be in FNAF 2, and that this teaser took place in the back room of the pizzeria, where the night guard was hiding from Foxy. Of course, this wasn't true, but oh boy did 10-year-old me not care. All I cared about was hearing the theories of what could have been seen in the next games. I also remember the same thing happening for the FNAF 2 teaser of the prize counter area, where the puppet is seen coming out of the box, because when it released, people didn't know what it was, but we didn't even need to theorize on it because a couple hours later, Scott dropped FNAF 2 anyways. Then when the first FNAF 3 teaser dropped, well, don't even get me started. All of these teasers give me very fond memories of when FNAF was in its Wild West days, and honestly, I'll never forget these memories. But I'll also never forget the trailers, which are well in the next layer. FNAF trailers. Now, just like the teasers, I still remember where I was when they released, along with all the videos, theories, etc. that would come out right after one of these trailers would drop, and it was too some of the most nostalgic memories I have in my life. Personally, the only trailers I find nostalgic are the ones pre-Steel Wool era, so that includes the FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4, and Sister Location ones. Mainly because, again, the same with the teasers, they just have a special unique Scott Cawthon charm to them. I don't know how else to put it. They all just have that early Click Team Scott Cawthon aesthetic to them. They are dark, slow, suspenseful, and at times they even feel a little bit gritty in a way, mainly with the FNAF 1, 2, and 3 trailers. They aren't overproduced, and they help to build around 95% of the hype around these games each time a trailer released, with the 5% of the hype coming from the teasers and YouTube videos made about them. I don't think I really need to explain these trailers, as I am sure that everyone has seen them at least once or twice, and if not, you have at least seen clips of them, as some of these trailers, just like the teasers, sparked a lot of theories in the early days of FNAF's existence, like in the FNAF 2 trailer, where when Withered Foxy jump scares the player, people thought he was saying freedom, as if he was escaping the pizzeria by killing the night guard. Some of these trailers, primarily the FNAF 1 trailer, also sparked some rumors as well, with there being claims of an alternative FNAF 1 trailer that showed a different endoskeleton at the part where Bonnie takes his face off, which also helped fuel the popularity of the games, as the mystery along with the lore was also a big reason the game got so popular. But I have full entries for those later on in this iceberg, but let's look a little bit deeper into the game's popularity and how it got popular in the next entry. Markiplier. Obviously, I don't need to explain who this is or why he is here, because any FNAF fan from 2014 to 2017, hell, even to today, can probably blame Markiplier for the reason they are into FNAF, as is the reason I am into FNAF. His FNAF videos, especially the ones about FNAF 1 and 2, are a big reason the franchise got as big as it did, as his videos are some of the most popular about the game to ever be posted onto YouTube or just onto the internet ever, even 10 years later. From his thumbnails, video formats, and almost daily uploads, each of these videos were again another blessing for me to look forward to after a long day of elementary school, and if not for him and his videos about FNAF, I might not have even become a YouTuber, because if I was never introduced into FNAF, I don't know where I'd be right now, because I wouldn't know the amazing people I do now, along with having you guys as an audience, because simply I just don't think I would be a YouTuber. I still remember exactly where I was when I first saw Markiplier's first FNAF video come up on YouTube, and it's one of the most prominent memories I'll ever have about FNAF. I was at my sister's house, and after me and a couple of my family members stopped playing together or roughhousing or whatever we were doing, I can't remember. I remember sitting on her couch and I opened my terrible old Android phone and went onto YouTube, where I saw that Markiplier posted "Warning, scariest game in years, Five Nights at Freddy's Part 1, just an hour before, where upon seeing that title, I was instantly intrigued on what the game was, and ever since that day, I was hooked, and over the next 2 weeks, I would eagerly wait for his next FNAF videos to release, and this is when FNAF was born. So yeah, what I'm trying to say here is that Markiplier is the main reason a lot of people, including me, know about FNAF, and he is the reason it is popular as it is today. Looking through the comments of these videos, and even the trailers, you still see people even to this day commenting on these videos saying stuff about how nostalgic these videos are for them, and that they come back to them from time to time as they are comforting in a way, probably because of the nostalgia these videos bring them. But I think the same can also be said for the next entry. Oh yeah, and I also can't forget that Markiplier was one of the first people to beat 420 mode in FNAF 1, along with like the rest of the challenges in the FNAF series, you know, hence why he's the king of FNAF, and also kind of created Golden Freddy in a way by naming him, well, Golden Freddy. Anyways, yeah, next entry. FNAF songs. You can't mention FNAF nostalgia without mentioning the music, with FNAF songs being too one of the main reasons for the game's success, as many songs with the artists of said songs ranging from The Living Tombstone, Tryhard Ninja, Madame Macabre, Say Maxwell, Nate Wants a Battle, CG5, Groundbreaking, JT Music, and so many more being the main heavy hitters for the niche as a whole, creating some of the most popular and memorable songs about FNAF to ever exist. There is so much to say about these artists and the milestones they set with their songs, and even though it would take too long to go over each of these artists individually, there are some that will be brought up again later in later entries that will be, I'll be able to go over more information and talk about them there instead. I mean, geez, the more I think about FNAF songs and the people who created them, the more names just keep popping into my head. It's honestly so impressive how the community has used the music to shape itself and also express its creativity and love for the series in audio form. Again, I still have exact memories of me listening to some of these songs, and memories that still haven't faded, as I remember multiple occurrences in my mind of where I would just be listening to these songs while sitting on my couch or while rebuilding the FNAF pizzeria in Minecraft and stuff, and so many more situations like these. There are literally so many songs out there that it would need to be a completely separate video to go over each of them, along with the specific artist and so on. But let me say that Tryhard Ninja has got to be one of the most underrated artists to ever make FNAF music. Sure, The Living Tombstone is great, and there's no denying that, but if you were a FNAF fan from 2014 to 2017, you would know that bro was on a generational run with his songs, as each of them were absolute bangers, especially It's Me and Circus of the Dead. Say Maxwell also had a song that cooked extremely, and was extremely underrated, and still is, with that being their Five Nights at Freddy's 2 song, because even though I can't play it in the video for copyright reasons, it had to be one of the hardest beats out of any FNAF song to ever exist around that time, even in today's standards. I mean, I could just yap and yap and yap for hours about these songs, in the way that they tell the game's stories, and how they interpret things, and etc. But there are still a few more music related entries in this video, so I'll just wait until we get to some of those, or else this entry would be a couple hours long, just like how the next entry would have. FNAF Hoaxes. FNAF Hoaxes, one of the best things to ever exist in the world of gaming, and I don't even know where to begin. Ever since FNAF's inception, hoaxes and rumors plagued the franchise, with each hoax perfectly blending into the already mysterious nature of the games. But of course, the reason they are on this iceberg is because of how nostalgic many of them are, mainly because a majority of them, like Sparky the Dog and the Purple Guy animatronic, are some of the first and most popular ones to ever exist. Also, shout out to Roxo1987, the creator of the Purple Guy animatronic. I see you subscribed to my channel. Bro literally created a part of my childhood, and now he is like subscribed to me and follows me on Twitter and stuff. Absolute legend. It's awesome to see that. Now, obviously, there are way more hoaxes in the franchise, with some more being Fred Trap, as I mentioned earlier, Nightmare JJ, and just literally hundreds more. I can't go over all of them or even begin to say all of them. These hoaxes, like primarily the Purple Guy animatronic, scared me so bad as a kid, but also intrigued me, and is the reason I have over 50 plus hours on FNAF 2, because as a kid, I remember trying to find him in my game while I played on my mom's laptop, and I was just so intrigued by it. Every video that would come out about the Purple Guy or even any other FNAF 2 hoax, I would just watch immediately to afterwards then try to find it. Ah, good times. I miss those days. Also, I have a couple of other videos on my channel, like the FNAF Hoax Supercut, where I go over tons of FNAF hoaxes, from the most nostalgic ones to some of the newer ones. So if you want to see a more in-depth look into FNAF hoaxes, then I will link it at the end of this video. But anyways, next entry. The Living Tombstone. The Living Tombstone doesn't need an introduction, just like how Markiplier didn't, because every FNAF fan, and even the non-FNAF fans, know who this is, and know why they are on this iceberg. The Living Tombstone is the creator and basically is the pioneer for all FNAF fan songs that were ever made, as their music has quite literally revolutionized the FNAF genre as a whole, with their music being so iconic that their FNAF 1 song was obviously featured in the FNAF movie's credits, and well, I think they're probably, their FNAF 2 and 3 songs will also be featured in, well, the second and third movie. Honestly, there isn't much to say except that any FNAF fan has listened to at least one of their songs, whether it be in the background of a video, at a concert, or by actively listening to it on Spotify or YouTube or something. Everyone knows who they are, and the impact they had on the FNAF community, and even other gaming communities as well. These guys are legends in their own accord, and honestly, this entry doesn't even do them justice. FNAF fan games. Five Nights at Treasure Island, One Night at Flumpty's, Five Nights at Candy's, Five Nights at Fuckboys, Five Nights at Wario's, The Return of the Freddy's, The Joy of Creation, and so many more are some of the first FNAF fan games to come to mind when going over nostalgic FNAF fan games. And honestly, it's kinda crazy how many were made from 2014 to 2016. These games were staples and again, pioneers for almost all future FNAF fan games that would proceed to come out afterwards, as these games took the formula that made FNAF work and decided to give them their own twist, with Five Nights at Treasure Island being based off of a Disney creepypasta, Flumpty's taking place in one night, and being based on fairy tale characters, Fuckboys being a shitpost RPG game about FNAF, and literally all of these games are recreating FNAF in their own unique ways. FNAF's simplicity is what allowed all of these games to be made, and because of that, a lot of people were able to create fan games, especially right after the first game came out. And since they came out around the same time FNAF began to get popular, many YouTubers that played FNAF also played these fan games, which also helped many people get introduced into the franchise. Honestly, there are so many FNAF fan games from around 2015 that going over them would also need to be a separate video. But all that needs to be said about these games is that they led a giant movement in the community, and because of that, FNAF fan games are still being made to this day, with even some of them officially being licensed by Scott Cawthon, which is awesome. FNAF Easter eggs. Now personally, this entry is only applicable for the first 4 games in my opinion, as the rest of the Easter eggs in the FNAF franchise just aren't as nostalgic or even iconic as the ones from the first 4 games, and mainly it's just because of how many these games had. Each of these games had over 10 completely separate and unique Easter eggs in them, which is a lot considering the amount of gameplay these games had, with a majority of them just being rare camera screens, hidden animatronics, and unique objects that would be seen inside the pizzeria/building. Many people consider these Easter eggs, especially the rare screens and rare camera screens, the most nostalgic, as you would see these everywhere whenever you would go on YouTube, as so many people would make videos and theories about what these Easter eggs could mean and if there was more hidden lore about them. I know anyone who was a FNAF fan back in 2015 remembers the Smike videos that would be like the, I don't know, what was it, like the top 10 FNAF Easter eggs or something along these lines, as these videos would always feature a screenshot of an Easter egg for the thumbnail, and in the video he would always say incorrect information about the Easter eggs and stuff. I don't know, I just remember that. Fond memory for me. Don't worry though, he's in another segment in this video and we go over a little bit more, in depth with him, so don't worry guys, he's coming up soon. But yeah, these Easter eggs were a huge part of what made FNAF popular as well, and made me like it, as they helped me make the game feel even more mysterious, which combined with the lore, made the games just more intriguing to me. And speaking about lore, let's get to the next entry. FNAF lore. FNAF lore, I don't even, where do I begin here? Well, I guess I can start by saying that this is before it was completely destroyed, and before any major retcons existed, before the sci-fi elements existed, and before the Mimic came in, along with the books. FNAF 1 to FNAF 3, in my opinion, was perfect lore, and honestly it worked, and it felt a little bit more grounded compared to modern FNAF, and even though we had spooky ghost children, Springtrap, and just, well, obviously animatronics that moved on their own, it worked, and was honestly pretty spooky. This was a time when only the Bite of 87 existed, and when people thought the purple guy was named Vincent for some reason. Even though the lore was still flawed, it felt way more concise and was a bit more ambiguous on what the story was, and how certain things worked, like the animatronics moving, and how William Afton was still alive in Springtrap. This helped make the story feel a bit more personalized in a way, as any theory around this time could have been true until after FNAF 4, Sister Location, and the rest of the games came out, where they tried to solve all the questions about the lore, which made it lose its mystery and ambiguous nature, along with the retcons that destroyed all the previous lore. I may be biased, but I don't care. I liked what FNAF was originally about, and I liked the mystery of it from back in the day, because the FNAF 3 ending was peak, and sure, FNAF 6 was also a great ending, but FNAF 3 just felt better, it just felt more complete. The lore was still a mystery, and because of that, I feel like it helped with the horror. But that's not what we have, so all we can do is just reminisce on when FNAF was a little bit more simple, and not as complicated as it is today. FNAF animations.
Okay, do I really even need to say anything for this entry? FNAF animations are one of the main reasons for the popularity of FNAF today. I mean, we got 5 AM at Freddy's, Fortnite at Freddy's, Five Nights at Freddy's Troll Palace, and of course the thousands of other ones including 2D animations, SFM animations, and even Minecraft FNAF parodies, all within the span of 2 years since the first FNAF game was released. These animations include character personalities created by fans, such as Balloon Boy loving AA batteries from 5 AM at Freddy's, Chica's love for pizza, which even though it was originally shown in How to Make FNAF Not Scary, FNAF animations have pushed the meme further, to include Chica saying pizza in Security Breach and eating garbage. Yes, I wish I were joking. Looking up FNAF animations on Google, there are over 1.7 million results. Now, just let that sink in. Now, due to so many fan-made videos and animations of FNAF, it's pretty hard to keep track of them all and go over them, just due to the sheer amount of them on the internet. But they still need to be brought up, just like the other pieces of FNAF media were, because even though not many people think about it like this, FNAF became popular because of the amount of community content made about the games, and it's nice to give some of the OGs some recognition. As much as I'd love to talk about FNAF animations all day, I'd like to thank Gavin for having me in this video, and let's move on to Layer 2.
Fan-made models. Now, before we had good models of the FNAF animatronics for animations, fan games, and etc., we had models that were, well, to put it, I guess honestly, they were bad, but they were charming in their own right. Mainly, I am referring to the Splink models that came out in late 2014, which was seen primarily in Gary's Mod videos, animations, and basically anything that was related to SFM. We also had a couple more early models of FNAF animatronics, with some of those including the early versions of the FNAF 2 animatronics, FNAF 3 Springtrap, and even the FNAF 4 ones. Plus, you can't forget those weird anime ones that seemingly don't exist on the internet anymore, and oh yeah, also we had the draw kills. Unfortunately, I don't remember all the actual names of these ones, if they even had any, but if you know what I am talking about, then you know what I mean. Along with these fan models, we also had a lot of Roblox and Minecraft iterations of them too, which were all very different for each game, or the mod, or whatever it was, and etc. But these also existed very early on in FNAF's life, with some of these models existing just days after the first game was released. Because of this, we also got very early maps of the pizzeria for FNAF 1 and 2, which we will also be going over a little bit more in depth in another entry, but don't worry, I am not going to forget all the pizzeria maps and all that stuff that was, you know, in FNAF's early days. But anyways, let's get to the next entry. FNAF World Hate. Remember when FNAF World was universally hated by the FNAF community when it was announced and released? Well, I do, and no, it wasn't universally loved like how it is today, because even though it may seem like everyone loves the game now, it wasn't always like this, because when the game first came out, almost everyone in the community hated it, mainly because it was not a typical FNAF game, and was different. The hate got so bad to the point to where Scott actually released a teaser onto his website, where it features Toy Foxy from FNAF World hanging from what appears to be a noose, but that's until you look closer into the image, where you can see that they actually have a string in their mouth, with text on the bottom that says "See what you've done," which was directly targeted towards the people hating on the game. Even though as years passed, people began to look at the game in a more positive light due to rose-tinted glasses or whatever it was, I still will never forget y'all for hating on Scott's passion project like this, because even though it wasn't quote-unquote typical FNAF, it was still a part of FNAF regardless, and Scott clearly put a lot of time and effort into it, but at least things are different now. But still, I'm not forgiving y'all. If you hated FNAF World back in the day and made Scott all depressed and stuff, I hate you. FNAF creepypastas.
Many FNAF fans may not be aware that between 2014 and 2015, FNAF actually had a lot of creepypastas written about the game's lore and assortment of characters. One of the most popular FNAF creepypastas was the Hidden Lore series by Mr. Creepypasta. He and a few other YouTubers collaborated to tell a creepypasta story in a format similar to an audio drama. He also narrated a similar creepypasta titled The Real Chuck E. Cheese. The popularity of these creepypastas helped form the way for more FNAF creepypastas to be made. Even though the Hidden Lore series is one of the most popular to date, there were still multiple stories that came out around that time, with some now unlisted, deleted, privated, and even being lost media. But even now, some people are still making creepypasta stories about FNAF, and regardless of the quality, it's really nice to see that people are still making them.
Dr. Creepypasta.
This entry will likely resonate with many of you older FNAF fans out there. On March 4th, 2015, a YouTuber by the name of Dr. Creepypasta uploaded a video titled Real Freddy Fazbear. In this video, he showed off a real-life Freddy Fazbear animatronic. This was one of the first ever fan-made FNAF animatronics on YouTube. He then proceeded to upload more videos highlighting the animatronics movements while performing an assortment of songs and sound effects from the games. Then about a year later, on August 16th, 2015, he uploaded a video titled The Five Nights at Freddy's Band First Look. In this video, Dr. Creepypasta showed off real-life animatronic versions of Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Springtrap. He even had them in front of a stage resembling the one from the first FNAF game. These are likely the first FNAF animatronics ever made. He then made a separate video highlighting each of the newly created animatronics, showing off all their individual movements as they performed a variety of speaking parts. He continued to make videos up until November 24th, 2017, when he then seemingly disappeared from the face of YouTube. That is, until his recent return in February, when he uploaded a video explaining where he and his animatronics have been. He has now returned to making videos with the original animatronics, as well as other horror-themed videos in general. If you're interested in hearing more about Dr. Creepypasta and where I've been, oh yeah, by the way, I'm Dr. Creepypasta. I probably should have said that earlier. Anyways, you can check out the interview that I had with Gavin that will be featured at the end of this video.
XX Pro Class Gamer XX. This is a name I'm sure many of you haven't heard in a very long time, as XX Pro Class Gamer XX was one of the first original FNAF YouTubers to ever exist, alongside Dawko and Fusion Z Gamer. Pro Class was one of the couple of YouTubers who made the videos I was talking about in the teaser and trailer entries, as his videos were primarily about going over these things, along with going over the game's Easter eggs, theories, and so much more. He would also play many early fan games, along with playing FNAF Gmod with Dawko, which were some of my favorite videos from him. He even rescued a chicken which he named Chica, which would appear in some of his vlogs and YouTube videos. But in around 2016, if I'm correct, his house caught fire and Chica unfortunately passed away, and his channel kept getting demonetized, which all caused him to leave YouTube. But fortunately, he has made a small return and is still alive and doing well. Honestly, his videos were the best and were some of the most funny. He was straight to the point and his theories were always something I looked forward to watching after I got home from school. Honestly, I hope he is doing fine after everything that happened to him, and luckily for me, I was actually able to talk to Dawko during PAX West last year about how he is doing, and Dawko said that he is doing alright and that they talk occasionally, which makes me happy. FNAF fan theories. I think all I need to say for this entry is, well, game theory, because oh boy did MatPat opens Pandora's box with his first theory video. But he wasn't the only one making theories back in the day, because we also had theories such as Nazis made the animatronics theory, or the Mike kill all theory, or who could forget the Foxy is a good guy theory. The amount of theories back then was ridiculous, but were still better than the majority of the theories nowadays. Actually, I lied, both were equally as bad, but the older theories had more charm though in my opinion, except for a few like the Nazi one and the MatPat's first theory. Remember when he thought FNAF was based on a real shooting? I do, because who else but MatPat would think of something just so stupid? I mean, I guess if it was going to be anyone, of course it would be him. I don't even know what else to say for this entry, but yeah, FNAF had some wild theories back in the day, and a lot of them have helped actually formulate the story somehow and help develop it a bit by giving Scott ideas to further improve upon or actually add later down the line, which is pretty neat, I guess. You are a pirate. If the song used in every one of these videos wasn't copyrighted, I would have just played a video of this and that would have been it for this section. But since the song is from the Lazy Town show, of course it is. Now, You Are a Pirate is one of the first memes to come out about FNAF, where in these memes, you would see Foxy from either FNAF 1 or 2, where in these videos, whether it be an animation or a clip from his jump scare or anything relating to Foxy, these videos would play this song, where the first part of the song goes, You Are a Pirate, and that was it. Some of these videos would feature the full song, or other various memes or characters related to FNAF, but the idea was always the same. Show a video or clip of Foxy while playing this part of the song, and that was it. And now it's a piece of FNAF history as one of FNAF's most old, iconic, and best memes ever made. Gmod models / maps. Now this entry is very similar to the entry earlier about the fan-made models for the animatronics, except that this entry is more about the fan-made Gmod maps about the pizzerias rather than the models, because these maps also need to get recognition due to how iconic they are. As I mentioned in previous entries too, you'd see these maps being played by YouTubers like Pro Class Gamer, along with a few others who are also featured in this Iceberg later on, But what made these maps so important and special is the fact that these maps were some of the first maps to ever show a 3D fully explorable version of the pizzerias, which allowed for many people to actually get an idea for what the full pizzerias would look like. These maps also included various secrets, and some even allowed actual FNAF-like gameplay, where you could fend off against the animatronics and actually try to survive the night. Some of these maps also had multiplayer versions, where one person could control the animatronics, where another would try to survive against the onslaught of attacks. These maps were so fun to play on, especially as a kid, because when I was a kid, I remember asking my mom to buy me Gmod so I could just specifically play on these maps, and basically roleplay as the security guard trying to survive. Hell, I would even make up completely crazy and unique scenarios with the animatronics in these maps, like recreating the Bite of 87, the FNAF 1 death screen, and just so much more. These maps, along with the FNAF games themselves, are literally the reason I have Steam, because if not for these things, I would not have any other reason to play the game, especially playing it alone. But these things were some of the reasons I had a great childhood. Foxy running meme. Just like the "you are a pirate" meme, this one could have just sufficed with a video, but again, due to copyright, I can't show it. But this meme was about Foxy's running down the hall animation, where people absolutely memed the hell out of it, with the most popular version of it featuring this animation of Foxy running down the hall from FNAF 1, with the song "Break My Stride" by Matthew Wilder playing in the background, with some of the videos also featuring a caption about killing the night guard, or something along those lines. Yeah, that's about it for this one, but I mean, it's a simple meme, and was too one of the first to come out about FNAF, and its age definitely shows from a lot of these memes. But it's something that I think a lot of people have forgotten about since a lot more popular FNAF memes exist now. FNAF merch. Over the years, the one thing that has continuously been made, whether it be plushies, figures, clothes, or other accessories, have been all the pieces of FNAF merchandise, with some of the first pieces of FNAF merch coming out just months after the first game, with some of the first pieces of merch being the Sanchi plushies, Funko plushies, and the UCC keyring figures and plushies. Luckily, I was able to pick up the Sanchi plushies and the Funko ones last year at PAX and at Hot Topic due to each company re-releasing and selling some of the old stock they had of these plushies, which was amazing because I sold my only FNAF plushies I've ever owned, with those being the Funko ones at like a garage sale like 7 years ago when I was a kid, because just FNAF wasn't cool anymore and they had like stuff all over them and whatnot. These pieces of merch are highly nostalgic, as these are some of the best and most iconic pieces of FNAF merch ever made, and are way better than all the stupid reskins that are made now. The only part that sucks now is that almost every OG piece of FNAF merch is extremely overpriced now. Like the early Funko Pops now cost anywhere from $50 to $250, depending on the pop, which is just wild. But yeah, even though I don't know a lot about FNAF merchandise, I wish we could see more re-releases of early FNAF merchandise, because it's some of my favorites. But with that being said, let's move on to layer 3. Smike.
Smike is a FNAF YouTuber that has been forgotten by many due to time, but his impact on the community will never be forgotten. If you're not an OG FNAF fan or just don't know who Smike is, he was one of the most popular FNAF YouTubers in the early days, from like 2015 to 2017. His content was mostly top 10 videos, but he also had some extremely popular songs posted on his channel, like the original music video for It's Me by the Tryhard Ninja, which Smike actually had a hand in making. Not only that, but this dude was so well known in the FNAF community that there's actually a reference to him in Five Nights at Candy's 3 with a teddy bear dressed like his profile picture. With how popular this guy was, you may be wondering what happened to him and why he's pretty much forgotten now. This is because he has actually been through some controversy. Back in the day, he never actually played the FNAF games, but still posted videos about them, which led to pretty low effort content with a bunch of false information. He also stole a bunch of people's art without crediting them, and he eventually got cancelled because of this. It also led to his channel getting demonetized, so he eventually took down some of the content and re-uploaded it without the stolen art. After that, he kind of just disappeared from the internet, not really posting anything at all since then, and he's also changed his profile picture to a bowl of cereal. He did post a video about Poppy Playtime somewhat recently, But that's about it. His channel is pretty much dead now. However, his legacy will definitely live on. He had a huge impact on the FNAF community, and I will certainly never forget about him. Kinda sounds like I'm talking about a dead guy. He's very much still alive, I think.
FNAF OCs. FNAF OCs is something that doesn't really exist as much today, but back when FNAF was brand new, you would see a lot of these, with there being tons of different variants and designs people made regarding the animatronics, with the majority being forgotten due to time. There isn't really too much to say in this entry. I mainly just put it here as a reminder that yes, these were very prominent back in the day, and that instead of there being a lot of fan animatronics, there were actually more FNAF OCs rather than those. I can't remember if there were actually any good ones out there, because the majority of the ones my 10 to 12-year-old mind remembers are the really ugly and terrible drawings and stuff that were made, but regardless, I thought I'd have to fit it in here somewhere as they are still pretty nostalgic. FNAF demos / mobile. Now, if you were anything like me as a kid and didn't have a computer, or if your parents didn't want to spend money on buying FNAF for you, this is where you most likely ended up. Before I was able to convince my mom on having me use her computer to play games on, this is how I played FNAF, and whenever I wasn't with her and couldn't play the game, I would just instead either watch YouTube videos of FNAF or play the demos for the game on my phone. These versions were the exact same as the PC versions, except the mobile versions had what I felt was easier gameplay and obviously just touchscreen controls to play with. The demos, on the other hand, though, were a little bit different, because these versions had the same gameplay, but were missing features, such as the fact you couldn't progress past night 3, and that again, the gameplay felt different. These games were such a big part of my childhood, mainly because this was my first time ever playing a FNAF game on my phone, and because these versions just stick out in my memory because of the differences they had compared to the normal PC ports. Vanoss FNAF Gmod. Again, no introduction is needed, as everyone should know who Vanoss Gaming is, and if you don't, I am either getting super old or you live under a rock. This entry is about his couple of FNAF Gmod videos that showed him and his friends messing around on the maps, basically just being stupid and having fun. These videos are some of his most popular and arguably some of the best ever made, just because of how funny they are. Yes, I know he posted a few Left 4 Dead FNAF videos as well, along with a few other ones and stuff, but honestly, those videos can fall under this category as well, since the maps they played on were the same Gmod FNAF map for the most part. But yeah, not much to really say here except that these videos were absolutely amazing and were also a huge part of a lot of people's childhoods, and might also be some of people's first memories of FNAF. Who knows? Speed paint edits. Speed paint edits are something I never really watched back in the day, but I know it's something a lot of people did, and it was hard to avoid these because of how many people made videos regarding this around FNAF's early days. I remember a lot of people made videos about these, or just posted them speed painting various OCs, FNAF animatronics, hoaxes, and basically anything that was FNAF. Even nowadays, you can still see people post videos about these on YouTube, and post speed edits of actual renders and stuff now, which is honestly a big step up compared to the paint stuff, because even though that is still very cool, let's be real here, seeing people speedrun making FNAF games and renders and I don't know, just stuff like that is just way cooler than the paints and stuff. Anyways, next entry. PewDiePie.
I'm sure most of you know who PewDiePie is, but probably don't think of him as a FNAF YouTuber. However, he has actually made content about Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, back in the day, he played the first 4 FNAF games, but not many people really remember it because they weren't extremely popular. He was a few months late to the game, and they weren't really too iconic. I do remember watching them back in the day. I think I enjoyed them, but I don't really remember too much other than he didn't know the character's name, so he called I think Bonnie, he called Ruben or something like that. And his thumbnails were not FNAF. I think he had a white bunny with blood on his face as one of the thumbnails, which was interesting. In the videos though, he did not seem to enjoy the games. He talked about how he thought they weren't scary and he thought the concept was boring, so that's probably why he ended up stopping after the 5th game. And if you have watched these videos, you may be wondering, what do you mean the 5th game? He only made videos about the first 4 FNAF games. But what you may not know is he did actually make a video about Sister Location when it released. He had a Markiplier mustache on, and he basically just mimicked Markiplier throughout the video. It was pretty boring compared to his other playthroughs. Not the best, so he did actually end up deleting it and stopped making videos about FNAF after that. However, another thing is in Scared PewDiePie, a series he made basically going through haunted houses. Episode 6 was called The Ultimate Hang and featured a FNAF-style haunted house where he was in an arcade and these people in mascot costumes tried to kill him. There was also Matt Pat and I believe the Game Grumps there as well. So if you were a big FNAF fan back in the day, you may remember PewDiePie's old videos. I sure do, but if you've never seen them, there's some information.
Venturian Tale. Another relic from the past, Venturian Tale was a group of YouTubers that would post Gmod videos of them messing around, reenacting certain scenarios, showcasing mods, and so much more. I never really watched them, but I do remember seeing a couple of their videos back in the day, and honestly I don't know why I never really got into their content, because looking back on it now, it looks like something I would have really enjoyed. Alongside their extremely popular Gmod videos, they also posted Let's Plays of the FNAF games all the way up until about FNAF 6, where around that time, they eventually stopped posting FNAF videos and videos altogether. I see why many people find them nostalgic though. They captured early FNAF along with early YouTube really well, and watching their videos almost feels like watching a time capsule in a way. Unfortunately, I don't really have anything else to say, but I do know that, well, you guys probably do. So if you guys have any experiences or any of your favorite videos you want to talk about in the comments, feel free to, because just honestly, I never really watched them, so I can't really, say too much about them except for, well, everything I just did. Madame Macabre. Now, there is only one reason Madame Macabre is on this list, and it's because of her insanely underrated FNAF songs that I feel like no one remembers, which is honestly super depressing because her songs like Welcome to Freddy's are some of the best FNAF songs ever made. Even though she never really made FNAF videos except for these songs, her impact and legacy for her couple of FNAF songs will never be forgotten, and will always hold a special place in my heart. Unfortunately, there isn't really a lot of information about her online regarding FNAF as well. She's still posting nowadays and actually posted a video a couple days ago talking about, coming back to YouTube and stuff, but she was never really a FNAF YouTuber, same like with Vanoss and all those guys. So she doesn't really have much to really, talk about regarding FNAF, but she's still doing fine, which is good to see. FNAF Fright Dome.
Fright Dome is something that's been talked about a lot on the internet, especially on this channel, but it's for a good reason, as the FNAF Fright Dome was the first officially licensed FNAF themed haunted house to ever exist, and was available to visit for 1 year before inevitably being shut down. There's a lot to go over about it, like the fact that this attraction is now technically lost media, the fact that there isn't really any online footage of it in operation, along with so many more things. This whole attraction is honestly a huge rabbit hole to go down, just because of how mysteriously it vanished and because of how little footage of it exists online. But even though there isn't a lot of information about it online, there are a few videos posted on this channel that go over everything that is, which will be linked at the end of this video. When I went to the Fright Dome when I was 11 years old, the line for the FNAF attraction was over an hour long, being the longest line in that hotel by far. As we entered the haunted house, we were greeted by an attendant dressed as a guard who walked us through the maze. When I first entered, I got an aroma of something rotten or burnt, which was added on purpose. The rest of my experience is exactly what you can see on the internet. However, something that I saw that no one else has ever captured or talked about is that Spring Bonnie himself was in the maze. And no, not Springtrap, I do mean Spring Bonnie. He was bright yellow and he popped out of the covered curtain to jumpscare the audience. The only evidence I have of Spring Bonnie being there is this mascot costume that is being sold of him, that is made by the same people that made the Fright Dome suits. The Fright Dome experience was cool, especially for its time. However, I just know Halloween Horror Nights is going to top it in every way possible.
SMG4.
Now, you may be asking yourself, what is an SMG4? And safe to say, SMG4 is someone who's gonna be a bit hard to explain, especially if you have no idea who they are. But just like the previous entries, if you do know who they are, you definitely know why. For those who don't know, SMG4 is a YouTuber who mainly posts animations and skits, usually evolving around the character of Mario and the original character SMG4 and the rest of the gang, and is also a member of Glitch Production, who makes the viral YouTube series The Amazing Digital Circus. But back around 10 years ago, they were a very different channel, like very different. And around this time, they also made a couple of Five Nights at Freddy's related videos, where Myuu and the gang were put into various situations related to FNAF 1, 2, and 3, where in these videos, well, basically all hell breaks loose. And honestly, if you've never watched them, you just have to in order to understand what I'm talking about. These videos were practically some of the earliest forms of brain rot imaginable, featuring characters such as Chica being a bit too obsessed with pizza, and Freddy being, interesting, to say the least. And this combined with all the swearing and other inappropriate activities that can be seen in said videos, probably weren't good for any of us viewers at the time. But let's be real here, we were all probably way too young to be watching these videos anyways. But safe to say, nothing was funnier as a kid than watching Myuu fight off the animatronics, which, safe to say, weren't possessed by the missing children. SMG4 really showed off FNAF Gmod in my opinion, and was definitely a massive influence on the FNAF animations and skits that came in the later years, and it's definitely something that you will never forget once you see it. But with that being said, let's move on to Layer 4.
Riskrim. Riskrim is another YouTuber who has unfortunately fallen into obscurity, but during FNAF 1 and 2, his videos were everywhere, and you could easily spot them because of his unique thumbnail style, which were unlike any others around that time. His channel primarily consisted of horror gaming videos, but when FNAF came out, he also integrated a lot of FNAF videos into his content, and he was one of the first people to actually play a majority of FNAF fan games on his channel, as a lot of his videos on his channel consist of FNAF fan games. He was a super down-to-earth guy, and he was pretty funny, which is one of the reasons I liked him and subscribed to him at the time. He was also one of the other YouTubers I would look forward to watching as a kid after school, but due to his inconsistent posting schedule after 2016, he began to fall into obscurity and is now forgotten by many. Honestly, looking back on him, he was just like any other normal Let's Player, hence why he probably kind of, fell into obscurity now, but still, his videos were really good, and he put a lot of time and effort into them, and his thumbnails are, well, they were really good and also always caught my attention, hence why I, watched him. But anyways, next entry. Chuck E. Cheese.
Now you may be asking why Chuck E. Cheese is on this iceberg, and honestly, if I were a new fan, I'd kinda be asking the same question. But if you're a FNAF fan from around 2014, you probably know why it's on this list. During FNAF 1 and 2, many people, especially younger people, correlated FNAF to Chuck E. Cheese in one way or another, whether it be because of the animatronics, pizzeria setting, or quite literally any other similar reason. When people thought of FNAF, they didn't think about William Afton, the missing children, or anything like that. They would think of Chuck E. Cheese and the influences around it, with it being so prominent. Many kids were afraid to go to the pizzeria because of the FNAF games, or were more intrigued to go because of it. When I first found out about FNAF, I got a huge interest to go check out my local Chuck E. Cheese, and I always thought the animatronics were super cool. The original FNAF game theory actually based the lore of FNAF around a real Chuck E. Cheese murder, which I find to be an interesting choice, MatPat. The idea that Chuck E. Cheese animatronics were creepy had definitely been around long before FNAF, but FNAF definitely popularized the idea. The original FNAF animatronics were all heavily inspired by places like Chuck E. Cheese and Showbiz Pizza, but Chuck E. Cheese would just never embrace the idea of FNAF. They would block people on Twitter who mentioned it, and they gave their employees specific instructions on what to say if anyone brought it up to them. But even after all this, they tried to cash in on the franchise when the movie released by doing a Five Nights of Fun event. It was just a cheap knockoff. Either way, even though there definitely are similarities, they've tried their best to keep it all separate. But we can all remember a simpler time when it felt like Five Nights at Freddy's wasn't so different from a real-life restaurant.
FNAF books. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and please don't burn me on a stake for saying this, but I never read a FNAF book in my entire life. Now, let me preface by saying that this entry isn't to hate on newer FNAF books or the books at all, or say anything bad about them, especially since I'm a little bit more ignorant to things compared to like a normal FNAF book reader, but it's on this iceberg because of the original books, like the Silver Eyes, Twisted Ones, and the Fourth Closet. These books came out when I was in elementary school, and I remember wanting them really bad, but never being able to get a chance to read it due to me never being able to buy it. Even though I never read these books, they are still super nostalgic to me due to me remembering them as a kid and seeing them in like the Scholastic book fairs and stuff. Luckily though, at PAX West last year, some of the Steel Wool employees were extremely nice to me and actually gifted me the Five Nights at Freddy's collection, which includes the 3 books in a trilogy along with a poster and a few other things, which I have yet to actually read and or open, just because of how sentimental it is to me. But I will open it one of these days and finally give these books a chance. Scrapped modes. Now this entry is probably going to be one of the shortest in this iceberg, mainly because there isn't really any scrapped modes for the FNAF games except for FNAF 6, where there is actually planned to be an endless tycoon mode for the game, where you wouldn't fight against the animatronics at the end of the night, or anything like that, but instead you would just build pizzerias, make money, and play it like a typical Roblox tycoon game. Unfortunately, it was scrapped though, and nothing like this was ever officially made, and just everything kind of went silent on it. Simplicity. This entry is about when FNAF was more simplistic than what it is today, and how many people find FNAF's original simplicity nostalgic. What do I mean by this? Well, I mainly mean the gameplay for the games, but I guess this entry can also be referring to the lore and premise as a whole. Many people miss the point and click days, and many people miss when FNAF's lore was easy to understand and wasn't super convoluted. I'm sure there are more factors and reasons for people finding FNAF's original simplicity nostalgic, whether it be because early FNAF was simplistic already, or because of other reasons, but regardless of what it actually is, the main concept is the same, with that being because of its simplicity. I too also find FNAF's simplicity nostalgic, but I don't think it's because the games were more simple. Sure, that could be a reason why, but personally I think it's just because when FNAF was simple, it was during, well, like FNAF 1, 2, and 3, when it was like, you know, nostalgic, so I think that's why people correlate the two, but who knows, I could be wrong. FNAF Roblox. Around FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 4, and hell, even Sister Location, hell, I lied, even right now, a lot of different Roblox games about FNAF were released, with many of them being very unique and different from one another. These games all had different models, textures, maps, and gameplay due to there not really being any good looking and or official models or anything related to FNAF being released at this time, which gave us a bunch of different games. One of the first FNAF Roblox games I ever remember playing came out literally days after FNAF 1 released, and I think the name of it was something like The Pizzeria or something along those lines. Actually, I just checked, it was released the same day FNAF 1 released. Somehow. I don't even know how that's possible. But yeah, looking back on it, the game's now called Animatronics Awakened. But luckily, when looking it up, this game does come up, so thank God it's still here. It is completely different from what it was back when it first came out, and half of the time the game doesn't even load, but it's nice to see that it still exists, as this is the technically first FNAF Roblox game, FNAF fan game, FNAF anything like that ever made. The game was literally just a remake of FNAF 1 and was honestly not that bad for how quick it was made, even if the map and character models were kind of ugly. I also remember the game having a main menu with music that was like really good. It was like techno, it went like dun 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 dun. I don't know, it was like really good, and I can't find it anywhere on the internet, and it kind of like pisses me off to this day, but yeah, I can't find any videos of it or footage of it anywhere online. So if you guys know what I'm talking about, please like let me know what the song is, or like if you've played the game or have any footage of it, because it's like kind of lost media. There's like not really any videos of it online, and it was like the first ever FNAF fan game, Roblox game, whatever. But anyways, yeah, the game was peak, so if you know anything about it, please let me know. FNAF 3 End of Series. Remember when FNAF 3 was supposed to be the last FNAF game? I do, and we see where that ended up. Yeah, FNAF 3 was originally supposed to be the final game in the series, concluding it as a trilogy, and concluding the main storyline, leaving some mysteries unanswered to keep the story ambiguous until Scott folded and made another game, which ultimately spoiled the semi-perfect ending the franchise had. It was very bittersweet seeing all these souls of the missing children finally being laid to rest, and that ending screen along with the somber music really felt like a perfect ending to the franchise. Yes, I know I'm blinded by nostalgia, but again, I don't care. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, and this is mine. This ending was great, and it has a sweet spot deep within my heart, and it's my favorite. It's one of my favorite endings in the series. Actually, I lied. It is my favorite ending in the series, especially since the series has a couple ones. This one is my favorite, and I don't know. I still think about it sometimes. FNAF Flash games. Now, if you decide to take a different route from playing the demos, mobile edition, or full games for FNAF, there was another way to play them, and that was by looking them up on Flash websites, because back in 2014 and 2015, many of these Flash websites actually had versions of FNAF that you could just play in the browser that were like exactly one-to-one. There would be no differences, no issues, and the game would be 100% free. The only issues were these small bugs that would happen, and the fact your progress wouldn't save due to it being run on Flash, and not through Steam. I don't remember ever playing any Flash versions of FNAF, but I am sure many people have, especially during school, since these games would be all over the unblocked websites. Personally for me, what I would play on the unblocked websites was Happy Wheels, but everyone's got their own, choice. So anyways, next entry. Lost Media. FNAF has a lot of content, especially nowadays, but due to the almost endless amounts of content made about FNAF, it is almost impossible not to mention some of the franchise's lost media, and as each year passes, it becomes easier and easier for FNAF to have new pieces of lost media. But the main piece of lost media I want to specifically mention is the supposedly lost FNAF 1 trailer that was posted on the Scott Cotton's YouTube channel, because the FNAF 1 trailer that is posted onto his channel now isn't the first one to have been posted. Originally, there was another one that came out one day before the one now seen on his channel was posted, but was shortly deleted and then replaced with the new trailer. It is said that the old trailer had different endoskeleton eyes for the scene where Bonnie takes off his mask, but this can't necessarily be confirmed due to the video, not being archived anywhere online before it was unlisted. It is honestly still a mystery even to this day, with no one really knowing if this trailer was different or even really kind of existed, but I did include a bit more information about it in another video on this channel, which, like the rest, will be included at the end of this video. Scott Games. I lied earlier, this entry is actually going to be the shortest, and that's because I kind of already went over this with the first entry in this iceberg, but anyways, Scott Games is Scott Cawthon's website, where he posted all of his FNAF teasers and updates to it. Yeah, honestly, there isn't really a reason to yap about this anymore, because this is kind of all that needs to be said, so let's get to the next entry. FNAF Troll Games. FNAF troll games were some of my most favorite parts of FNAF back in the day. I always hated when Scott would release one of these, even though it happened only twice, because I remember being so excited to see a new game, and then when one of these released, I thought it was actually going to be something good, like a new game, but then it would turn out to be one of these. I mainly felt this pain when Scott released the FNAF 3 troll game, but at the end of the day, who still played it to death? Me. I did, because I didn't, what else was I gonna do? Wait for the actual game to come out? No, I was 11 years old, so I didn't have the patience for that. So I played it anyways, and I still enjoyed and have fond memories of it. I miss when Scott wasn't retired, because even though Steel Wool is great, and they do an amazing job for the franchise, you just don't get stuff like this with them, unfortunately. Nitro Glitch. Now, Nitro Glitch is a name I don't really know if anyone knows except for me or a few other people, but they made a lot of FNAF mix-ups and remixes back in the day. And no, I don't mean remixes of popular FNAF songs like The Living Tombstone or anything like that. I mean completely original made music that also would incorporate FNAF into it, whether it be with sound effects or with the game's ambience. They found a way to insert it in. These songs were very different compared to any other FNAF songs seen in this iceberg or just kind of ever made, but they were actually pretty good, mainly because each song was just an EDM song, and then they would just combine sound effects and stuff into their music. It was honestly just pretty cool. This, combined with the fact that their thumbnails were also really unique and strange, helped them stand out a lot from other FNAF songs. If you know who I'm talking about, then please comment down below, because it feels like ever since 2017 or even 2016, everyone has just forgotten about Nitro Glitch. I mean, they were never really that popular, but they made a lot of really good songs. I mean, he even made other songs based on other popular games around 2015, and they did pretty decent as well. Anyways, yeah, please let me know if you know who this is, or if I'm the only one who remembers them, because I don't see anyone talk about them anymore. Cut content. FNAF has had a lot of cut content over the years, but a lot of FNAF's cut content was later revealed to actually have been from the earlier FNAF games, with some of the most nostalgic and popular pieces of cut content being the main stage stair scream, the live system, the toxic meter, along with a ton other. Even though these pieces of early FNAF cut content might not be the most nostalgic thing, it's still a bit interesting to look back on, as a lot of these things, if implemented, could have changed FNAF as we know it, shaping the series into something completely different. Unfortunately, just like some of the early entries, this would take way too long to go over all the cut entries and cut content from way back in the earlier FNAF games, so unfortunately I can't really go over too much, but there's a bunch of videos online about, you know, all the cut content and stuff. Mandela Effect. Now this entry is the same concept as the last, just kind of, basically going over some of FNAF's Mandela effects that have happened as years passed, with the most popular one being the main stage stare from FNAF 1. Many people claim that this was in the game, but it was actually never in the code apparently, which is hard to believe because I swear I thought I have seen this happen before during gameplay. Another Mandela effect that has popped up recently is this FNAF 2 camera screen with Toy Chica, where people say that this was never in the game, but was instead just in the game's files, which I know is wrong because I have definitely seen this in game. These are the main ones and most popular ones out there about FNAF, but I'm sure that there will be a couple more to come out in the future, which will probably be lies because there is no way any more could come out about a game like FNAF, especially its early titles. Ever since FNAF released, there has been hundreds of hoaxes which has sparked many theories, ideas, and tons of speculation throughout the FNAF community, with all of that stemming from these said hoaxes. But what even are they even real, and how did we get here? Well, if you're brand new to the series, or a veteran to it, I have compiled all of my previous hoax videos into this video for one seamless and easy to watch supercut. So if you just need something to listen to in the background while you work, or need something to go to sleep to while simultaneously educating yourself on everything there is to know about FNAF hoaxes, then this is the perfect video for you. And if you've already seen all my previous hoax videos, then no worries either, as at the end of this one, I have collaborated with some other FNAF creators to look at and discuss some of FNAF's newest hoaxes ever made. Also, timestamps are available if you want to skip to certain segments, or if you need to rewatch certain ones. But anyways, let's get into the FNAF hoax supercut. Five Nights at Freddy's is filled with hoaxes, and I bet you don't know most of them. I mean, you probably know the common ones, like Sparky the Dog, Toy Golden Freddy, the Purple Guy animatronic, Red Trap, and Phantom Bonnie, and probably a bunch more. But instead of me talking about the well-known ones, we're going to be talking about the ones that you guys probably don't know about. We're going to be talking about the ones that fell into obscurity and were overall forgotten due to time. So maybe you OG fans will remember these fake Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes, but I can't blame you if you don't remember. These hoaxes are very forgotten and aren't nearly as known as the popular ones, and we're not going to just be talking about hoax animatronics in this video. We're going to be talking about every single hoax in Five Nights at Freddy's that has been forgotten. And some of those hoaxes are hidden gameplay mechanics that never existed, creepy secrets and Easter eggs, and etc. that were never in the game. But we're also going to be talking about way more than just that. As the game started to become more popular and as more games released, the hoaxes started to die down, I'd say after the 4th game. So we're only going to be talking about hoaxes from the first couple of Five Nights at Freddy's games. But before we talk about the most forgotten hoaxes, we got to talk about some of the most popular ones. And we're just doing this as a quick recap so we know which ones are popular and which ones aren't, and while all these ones are extremely popular, you should know about these ones. The most popular Five Nights at Freddy's hoax was probably Sparky the Dog, and that was probably one of the first ones too. I believe Sparky the Dog when I was younger, and I actually remember playing the game non-stop for hours at a time to try and find this hidden character, and little did I know it never existed. Over time, these characters and hoaxes started to become more and more prevalent through the games. For an example, in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, this game had the most hoaxes out of any other in the series, and as mentioned earlier, some of those included the Purple Guy animatronic, Shadow Balloon Boy, and so much more. And then there was also a bunch of hidden features that were supposedly in the game that were also hoaxes. But we'll get into those in a little bit here, so hold your horses. And then also, as I said earlier, the hoaxes started to die down after the 3rd game. There was a couple for Five Nights at Freddy's 4 and even FNAF World, but after that, they kind of didn't exist anymore. But even after the hoaxes stopped, after the first couple of games, the impact that they left behind was insane. A bunch of fans grew up on these hoaxes and did believe them for a certain amount of time before they were proven to be fake, and made the game scarier than they were. For example, if you were playing FNAF 2 and you thought the Purple Guy animatronic was real, you would be fearing to not see that animatronic because of how terrifying it was, especially if you were a younger child like me. These hoaxes helped shape the games into what they were, and helped add a very mysterious element to these games and to the franchise in total. Now don't get me wrong, some of these hoaxes were very bad, like the Chrome Freddy one in FNAF 3 if you guys remember that. But a lot of these hoaxes helped shape the game to be what it is today. And even though they're not very prevalent and most of these hoaxes are forgotten now, I would say they have a very big part in the history of Five Nights at Freddy's and the whole franchise. And I'm sure some of you guys can agree with me, but that's why we're going to be talking about some of the most forgotten hoaxes that, well, you guys probably heard about a very long time ago. But who knows, maybe you'll learn about a new one or two in this video. But before we get into it, make sure to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's. And with that recap out of the way, let's get right into these hoaxes. 666 kitchen camera. Now this urban legend slash hoax is about what would happen if you type 666 in the custom night menu of Five Nights at Freddy's 1. People speculated that if you typed 666 and left Foxy at 0 or vice versa and left Freddy at 0, you would be able to start the night and see the kitchen camera. Now, as we all know, the kitchen camera in FNAF 1 is blocked off and you can only hear audio. Now, the reason this hoax is so forgotten is because after a bunch of tests and, well, ever since the 1987 Easter egg with Golden Freddy, people realized that it just doesn't work. It's a very easy thing to check out. You type 666 in and guess what? It doesn't work. And since the 1987 Easter egg was more popular, it kind of took the popularity away from this one and made it die very quickly. The cupcake can blink on rare occasions. This one's exactly what it says it is. People claim that they saw the cupcake blink on rare occasions after closing or after opening the camera, or even while idling in the office. Now, there isn't an animation or anything for the cupcake in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, but this is a very creepy and disturbing hoax, as people thought the cupcake had some sort of secret significance hidden behind it, even though it was just there for decoration. And I'm surprised this hoax didn't get that popular because this is kind of disturbing. The Bite of 87 cutscene. Now, before Scott put the Easter egg in, where if you put 1987 in the custom night, you'll get the jump scare, people originally thought that if you put that same code in, that you would get a cutscene of the Bite of 87.
Was that the Bite of 87? Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Now, obviously, this one wasn't true either, and that's another reason why Scott made the Golden Freddy Easter egg for this code. But don't worry, this isn't the last hoax that is related to a Bite of 87 cutscene, because for some strange reason, the fans for Five Nights at Freddy's were very adamant at there being a Bite of 87 cutscene. I don't know why, but apparently they just really wanted a cutscene for it. Now, Five Nights at Freddy's has a bunch of very forgotten hoaxes and a bunch of hoaxes that were in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, but most of them are very well known, and it was very difficult for me to find some very obscure ones like these three that I just mentioned. But as I mentioned, the Bite of 87 hoax actually transferred over to FNAF 2. And I know, you might be asking, what do you mean by that? Well, I'll tell you here in a second. So let's start talking about FNAF 2, because this is where the hoaxes really started to come in. And even though there's a bunch of popular ones, there's also a bunch of forgotten ones. And for the people that don't know, FNAF 2 is one of my favorite FNAF games, if not my most favorite. And now that I look back at it, I think the main reason I like this game so much is because of all the hoaxes that were involved with it. I don't know, it just made the game feel more mysterious and more creepy, especially to a younger me. Jesus, I think I was like, what, 10, 11 years old? But I'll tell you, 10-year-old me was terrified of these. But anyways, let's get into the FNAF 2 hoaxes. The Bite of 87 cutscene. Now, this hoax doesn't have a lot of information regarding it, but people said that if you did a secret Easter egg in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, you would be able to see who caused the Bite of 87. People speculated that there was some weird Easter egg, or if you completed the 1020 mode in FNAF 2, that the cutscene would begin to play. It would play in the same format that you would play as the minigames, and you would control your 8-bit character and see what happened. This one is also kind of an urban legend because no one knows where it originated from or how it became popular. And while obviously it didn't become that popular because there's not a bunch of information on it, I still would say that it's pretty prevalent when FNAF 2 released, even though I've never heard of it. Puppet TV screens and possessed plushies. Now, I put both of these entries in the same thing because these are interchangeable. It was said that if you got all the plushies in the mobile version of FNAF 2 and booted up a game, the eyes on the plushies would be possessed. And while obviously that isn't true because that just doesn't happen, a very infamous picture leaked online of it happening. As you can see in this picture, the eyes are blacked out with the white dots, and you can see the marionette or puppet on the TV screens behind them. And that brings me into the puppet screens part of this hoax. People also mentioned sometimes the puppet would appear on the TV screen or in static, kind of like how the puppet flashes in the one camera. There's not much information on these hoaxes, but it was pretty popular when the FNAF 2 mobile version released, because I remember seeing this picture float around the internet for quite some time, and then eventually die out. Endo 2 and BB can kill you in FNAF 2. Now, this one's very self-explanatory as well. The hoax states that on rare occasions, if you saw these animatronics, that there was a slight chance that they could actually jump scare you and kill you. For example, if you saw Endo 2 in the vent next to you, on rare occasion, once you would close your monitor, he would jump scare you. And same with Balloon Boy. On rare occasions, people said that they saw or got jump scared by Balloon Boy. Now, obviously, none of these are true, but when the game first came out, people said that this was happening to them, and people did believe this to be true. Toy Chica taking the paper pal off the wall. Now, this one's also very self-explanatory. People say that on rare occasion, you could see Toy Chica taking the paper pal off the wall and having it being placed in your office after. So supposedly there was a very rare camera sighting where you can see her doing so. And then after you would close the monitor, the paper pal would be in your office. Now, obviously this isn't true as well, but this was a very popular hoax when it first came out. Shadow Prize Corner Cat. This one is very reminiscent of the Sparky the Dog hoax from FNAF 1. People claim that you could see a cat-like animatronic silhouette hidden behind the puppet's box in FNAF 2. The hoax image is on screen right now, and it was very believable at the time, and some people actually started to speculate that it was some sort of cat or foxy-like animatronic. And you might actually remember this one because people debated on if it was a cat or a foxy-like animatronic, but it was none of them, as this picture isn't real. Gray puppet. Now this one's kind of popular, but maybe some people forgot this one, but I feel like this one was pretty popular at the time. I don't know how this one would have been triggered, but there is a video online showing the gray puppet, and in the video you can hear the 8-bit sound from the FNAF minigame saying save them. Then after that audio would play, the puppet would jump scare you, but it wouldn't be the normal puppet. The puppet would actually be gray as it jump scared you. As I said, I'm pretty sure this one's fairly popular, but the video online on YouTube of this hoax doesn't have that many views on it, so maybe not. I really don't know. Now I'm sure FNAF 2 had a bunch of more forgotten hoaxes that I couldn't find online anywhere, but as I said, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was where the peak of these hoaxes started to come out. Everyone was making their own theories, hoaxes, videos, and etc. about these fake animatronics and features in the game, and a bunch of them got super popular. And even if they're not popular now, they were super popular during the time of the game being released. But out of all the Five Nights at Freddy's games, this is the one that had the most hoaxes ever. But we don't just stop there. FNAF 3 had a bunch of strange and pretty interesting hoaxes that you guys probably never heard of either, as I never heard of these, and I'm sure a bunch of you guys haven't either. So let's get right into it. Salvage/Fred Trap. I'm going to do a quick plug right now, but I actually made a full video on this FNAF hoax. Here it is right here on screen if you guys are interested. You guys can check it out after. It's a very good video, and I believe it's actually very well informative for this topic. But I'll give you a quick synopsis on what this hoax is. Salvage/Fred Trap, as it's called, is a hoax where people thought that Springtrap was a completely different animatronic. And that's all I'm gonna say. You guys have to go check out my other video because I go in more depth and, you know, more detail about this animatronic. New Freddy. Now this one's actually pretty popular. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen this teaser image on screen right now before. And if you haven't, well, be kind of shocked. But this teaser image circulated around the internet for a long time before FNAF 3 got released. This fan render of Freddy was used in a bunch of fan artwork for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Or well, fake teasers for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. And this piece of artwork was stolen from multiple times to be used in these fake FNAF 3 teasers. Hence why it's probably so popular. But who knows, maybe some of you guys don't remember this. Five Nights at Freddy's Free Roam. There was a leaked image online of a picture that showed what it looked like to be free roam for FNAF 3. It wasn't real, but this image on screen was very believable at the time, and people thought that this was a real picture of FNAF 3, as the fans really wanted a free roam game at the time. Now there was a bunch of hoaxes for FNAF 3, especially when it came to teasers, but I feel like this image got kind of lost in the internet and just was forgotten about. But oh well. Bonnie in FNAF 3. Now we all know that Bonnie never appeared in FNAF 3, but on one of the cameras you can see an arcade machine that is themed as Bonnie. A bunch of people speculated that the body wasn't a decal on the arcade machine, but it was a real animatronic that would move on the later nights. And since Bonnie's the only character missing in FNAF 3, people thought that it wasn't a phantom animatronic and was actually a real animatronic like Springtrap was. But I've never even heard of this hoax. When I played the game, I could obviously tell that it was a decal on the arcade machine and not a real animatronic. But I guess some people believed it when the game first came out because they just really wanted Bonnie in the game. I don't really know. Custom night in Five Nights at Freddy's 3. People claim that you could get a custom night for FNAF 3 if you didn't die throughout your playthrough of the game. Now, in my personal opinion, I think that's probably one of the hardest FNAF games for me. I was never able to actually beat it. Maybe I should go back and try that. But I just don't think, especially when the game first came out, there's no possible way for people to accomplish that. Because at least for me, there's no way I could play the game without dying at least once. So I can understand how some people thought this was real when the game first came out. FNAF hoaxes, there's a lot of them, and due to the sheer amount of ones that were made during FNAF's prime, and with many still being made today, it's no wonder that some of them are forgotten about or never got popular enough to actually be remembered or known about. So as the title of this video would suggest, we are going to be looking at some of the most forgotten FNAF hoaxes ever made. So before I start yapping about them, make sure to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, if you do love Five Nights at Freddy's, you'll probably know about a lot of hoaxes, with the main ones not needing to be explained, as I'm sure a couple pop into your head the second you hear the words FNAF hoax. But there's a couple of hoaxes that I bet a slight amount of you may know already, or that come to mind when you hear those words, with those being the demon animatronics. The demon animatronics are going to be the first hoaxes I look at in this video, and they're comprised of Demon Springtrap, Demon Freddy, and Demon Funtime Chica, and are infamous in the community for various reasons which I'll get into in a minute here. But getting more into this hoax, these three animatronics were claimed to be seen in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and would be spotted in the game after you set every animatronic to 6 in the menu. Then after playing a couple of nights with these settings, less animatronics would appear as time went on, and if you died during one of these nights, an upside down cross would appear on the game over screen, signifying that the demon animatronics would soon spawn. Then after playing through another night or two, it would appear. Technically, every animatronic would have a demon version, because depending on the animatronic you set the 6 to first, that would be the demon animatronic you would see. So for these 3 different demon animatronics that we know of, the reason we don't know of more is because the other 47 animatronics weren't documented online showing off the demon versions. Now all this would be how you spawn in these animatronics if they were real, which they aren't. YouTuber Community Gaming is the creator of these animatronics, with him making 3 videos showing off these hoaxes, with them being highly clickbait in nature. And I mean, if you don't believe me, just let me show you some parts of the videos with the audio included, and I think you'll, you know, realize it's clickbait.
Comes from the vents here, and we can vent, look. Here we can see him. Yo! That's not a normal looking spring trap. Come. Visit me. Hello? Oh my god. What the hell? Dude, did you see that? But we had Funtime Chica, right? That was her. And she was all demoned up. So I think she flashes on the screen, right? She flashes up on the screen, and then I don't know. I don't even know. She went away. Dude, that's crazy to see that so soon. That means it's working. Dude, 666. I guess it started.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really need to explain much on why these are fake. You can just obviously tell from the video and everything else, but yeah. Now, even though some of you may know about one of these variants of the demon animatronic hoax, with the most popular one of the trio being Demon Freddy, just know that this was just the appetizer, because now we move on to hoaxes that I've never even heard about, and some that I may be certain no one has ever heard of as well. So getting onto the real forgotten animatronic hoaxes, we start off with the Nightmare Purple Guy animatronic. Yes, it's as ridiculous as it sounds, and just wait till I show you the picture of this hoax, because oh boy, it is something. Alright, well, prepare yourself. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I told you it's bad. Now, while you guys go bleach your eyes, I hope your ears still work, because time to go into the lore of this animatronic. Now, this hoax is claimed to be seen in FNAF 4, and the description of this hoax states that in FNAF 4, during gameplay, the phone guy can be heard rarely in the background, but is speaking backwards and is all distorted, and on even rare occasions, something that resembles a red eye might appear when the light is shined down the right hallway. Now, the image clearly shows that the animatronic has purple eyes, so wouldn't red eyes be more akin to nightmare or something? Anyways, let's look at the image closer. Why is there a purple version of Golden Freddy's FNAF 2 jump scare in the background? Oh, that's because this image actually has very little to do with the hoax and is actually from the FNAF fan game FNAF Ultimate Edition. But even though this image isn't actually related to this hoax, the hoax in of itself is still accurate, I think. I'm not really too sure. But it's in the hoax wiki, so I guess it still existed as a hoax sometime in, you know, FNAF's lifespan. There's actually way better art featuring this hoax animatronic that was made by FNAF GYFR. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. I'm just gonna say it as it is, on Reddit. And it was actually included in the fan game until it was replaced with the worst version of it that we, you know, just looked at, unfortunately. Anyways, enough purple guy talk. Let's talk about another purple silly little fella instead, with that being Nightmare Shadow Freddy. This is exactly what it sounds like, just a hoax about a nightmare version of Shadow Freddy. Even though the image provided for this hoax is just a recolor of the Nightmare Fredbear skin, it's 100 times better than the last abomination we just looked at, so I really can't complain. Now, the description of this hoax basically is just a quick summary of everything I said, but looking back at one of the older descriptions, we get something more unique, and this is how it goes. The first time I saw this, I thought it was a nightmare, but then I saw that it had different colored eyes. They were pinkish purple, Nightmare eyes were red. It was so odd. I looked up pictures of Nightmare and saw that his eyes are red. Maybe it was just a glitch, I thought to myself. I played the game again and noticed that Nightmare still had the pinkish purple eyes. I just stared at it for a while, then my game crashed. I couldn't stop thinking about it in bed. The next morning I woke up at 6 and looked it up. The results I found were an animatronic named Nightmare Shadow Freddy. It showed a picture of Nightmare with purple fur and the exact same colored eyes. Now, this just reads like a creepypasta, and to be honest, I think it might have been an attempt at one. Regardless if that is the case or not, it's still on the hoax wiki and is classified as a hoax, so I guess it is one. But instead of talking about more nightmare animatronics, let's get back to the fun times one last time, where there is actually another fairly forgotten hoax that includes a made-up animatronic known as the Funtime Blood Puppet. This hoax is actually very different in the way it came to existence. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, this hoax was actually hinted by Dawko and Scott Cawthon himself to appear in the now cancelled Update 3 for FNAF World. During one of Dawko's charity streams, they made mention of this character, but as time passed, no Update 3 released, which made this hoax fade into obscurity. So technically, if a third update was released, this hoax could have actually been real, which is pretty interesting to say the least. We would have also gotten an official appearance from this animatronic, as there is no mention or hints towards what this animatronic hoax would look like, but a fan-made model of it is actually used in the very popular FNAF fan game Ultra Custom Night, where they appear as a bloodied version of the adventure puppet from FNAF World, while also having funtime face plates and red accents. Yeah, not really much on this one, but that is kind of just the basic synopsis, but yeah. But staying on the theme of the puppet, or at least staying somewhat on the theme of it, we move over to the Possessed Plushies hoax. This hoax is actually very well known, as I'm sure many of you have seen this image of the hoax. But this isn't the actual image I am talking about, because there is actually another image with these possessed plushies that got overshadowed by this very popular image. There is a low quality image of what looks like to be plushies which are seen in the prize corner area of the pizzeria in FNAF 2. Now I understand why this is forgotten, because this isn't even a picture from the game. This looks like to be an image taken from a source filmmaker film or video, and unfortunately the hoax wiki doesn't have credit to who made this, so I cannot credit the actual creator of the hoax image. But after all of those hoaxes, there is still one more which I am sure no one knows about, or even considers a hoax because of how absurd it is, and because it's from a FNAF game that doesn't even exist yet, with that being FNAF Into the Pit. Now you might be asking, how does FNAF Into the Pit have any hoaxes? The game doesn't even come out until another 2 weeks. Well, just let me explain for a second. This hoax actually comes from one of its trailers, and even with the absurdness of this hoax, it still counts as a hoax because it is on the hoax wiki, and that is BBL Spring Bonnie. Yeah, you heard me right, and oh boy, where do I even start? This hoax started with this fan-made image created by Minty Sherber on Twitter, which depicts FNAF's Into the Pit Spring Bonnie caked up. Literally, the only reason this hoax is still on the wiki is because Johnny the Night Guard made a video on it, which caused it to become an actual hoax in a way. But Salvage, also known as Fred Trap, is a character that was introduced into Five Nights at Freddy's 3 through one of Scott Cawthon's teasers. Now, most of you guys that are new to the franchise might not know about this character, but he was very popular when Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was announced. Now, you guys might be asking, I've never heard of this character, or you might not know about him. But well, yeah, that's because Fred Trapper, also known as Salvage, doesn't exist. Was that a funny meme? Yeah, okay, let's get into it. Now, let me back up a second. On screen right now is a FNAF 3 teaser, and I'm pretty sure it's one of the first. Now, in this teaser, it's very noticeable that, well, Springtrap is in it. The teaser says, I am still here, with Springtrap next to it. But, well, something looks off, doesn't it? Do you notice it? Well, if you don't, I can't really blame you, but this doesn't really look like Springtrap. Now, Scott was known for changing things up in his teasers. As you can see in this FNAF 2 teaser, here is Foxy and Mangle, but Foxy is the FNAF 1 version of Foxy, and Mangle doesn't look all destroyed or anything. Sometimes Scott uses placeholders of older assets instead of the new ones because he may not have them finished or all polished or done yet. And that seems to be the case with this teaser because this doesn't really look like Springtrap. It doesn't look as rounded or just anything like that. And this is where the myth of Salvage came in. Now, before it was introduced to us that Springtrap was the main antagonist for Five Nights at Freddy's 3, people started to speculate who this animatronic could be. And well, a couple of the theories were that this was Salvage. But this was one of FNAF's most popular animatronics that never existed. So in this video, we're just going to be going over what Salvage is, how he came to be, and a couple theories, and just basically overall interest and information about this character. Now, there's actually a couple interpretations of the character Salvage, and we're going to go over some of those. Now, the most popular version of this hoax is the original Fred Trap design. Now, it's basically just a reiteration of Fredbear, but it just being withered and having Afton in the suit. So it's literally just Springtrap, except just with a different suit, which is Fredbear. Or kind of an older model Freddy Fazbear, but preferably Fredbear model. And well, when you mirror the teaser image, it does kind of look like that, but it's really too hard to tell. Now, the second iteration of Salvage is, well, this picture on screen right here. This is some fan art for the character, and basically what this fan art shows is everything that was in the box put together. So a big theory for Salvage or Fred Trap, or just the entire Five Nights at Freddy's 3 game premise, was that the animatronic would come into your office and he would just be a basic endoskeleton that was stuffed, and he would come into your office while you aren't looking and he would steal a piece from the box. And after he stole all the pieces from your box when you weren't looking, that's when he would jump scare you and attack you. So the main premise was theorized that you would have to keep an eye on the box and keep your eyes on where the endoskeleton that is stuffed is at, which is a pretty cool theory, but we all know that isn't true. And that's what this fan art shows. It shows him after stealing all of the animatronic parts and what he would look like after he's finished, which is a very cool concept, but I think the Fred Trap design is better. I really wish Scott would have used this design instead of Burn Trap or Scrap Trap. It's a little bit more creepy and it looks very scary. But now we're gonna get into some of the crazy theories about this character that you guys probably don't know about. Now, this is probably one of the more crazier theories about this character, but maybe it's not. I don't really know. Now, instead of people theorizing theorizing that this was Freddy or Fred Trap or anything like that. People actually thought this was Foxy. Now, yeah, that doesn't really make sense, but if you look at the image without mirroring it or anything, some people speculated that this was a withered or destroyed version of Foxy with a dead person in it, or basically just a stuffed version of a withered Foxy. And this sparked a bunch of debate online. Unfortunately, I can't find any of the forums that had these debates, but a bunch of fans were complaining to each other that there is no way that could even happen.
Fox Trap is real, or might have proof.
Shut the fuck up and take the beat down of 87 noob.
Or that it resembles nothing of Foxy. Some people also thought that this was a different version of Bonnie, which I mean, it kind of is. It's basically a spring Bonnie suit, but some people thought that this was just a normal withered version with a face, or just, you know, something of the sorts like that, which is a little bit more believable since, you know, Bonnie kind of has the same facial structure compared to Foxy. Now, who knows what the case was with this teaser? Now, Scott has done changes before in the past with other teasers, as I mentioned earlier with the FNAF 2 teaser. But with all these theories coming out pretty early during the FNAF 3 life cycle, or not even during it, way before it, maybe this could have influenced Scott to make some new terrifying animatronic, which would eventually lead out to be Springtrap. Now, as I said, these are all just some crazy theories that definitely aren't true because, well, we are way further into the game cycle than FNAF 3, but they're just really weird and kind of crazy to think about. Like, these theories could have really made Scott change up his design and mechanics for FNAF 3 because it does look very different. But without further ado, we're at where we're at now. We have Springtrap and it's all been debunked. Now, for some of the OG fans out there that experienced this hoax and knew about it when the game was coming out, what do you guys think about these theories, and what did your guys' initial reactions turn out to be? Were you guys kind of along board with these theories, or did you guys think that these were kind of stupid? Now, I mean, it doesn't really matter what we think now. As I said, we already know who the animatronic is, but back then things were very different, I guess. We didn't know much about who the next animatronic was going to be, and it was all up in the air for speculation. Now, FNAF has a lot of hoaxes, so much so to the point where there is a dedicated wiki to them. Iceberg's made about them, and who can forget that Sparky the dog was featured in the FNAF movie. Now, I'm sure many of you guys know the most popular hoaxes, with some of those being Sparky, the purple guy animatronic, and so on. But over time, as the years pass, those hoaxes have lost its creepiness. You see, what made some of the earlier hoaxes so disturbing and creepy is the mystery behind them. The looming fear deep within you as you play throughout the many FNAF games, wondering if they could be real and if you could see them at any second while playing. Because let's be honest, many of us have felt that before, but nowadays many of the FNAF hoaxes, old and new, just fall flat compared to how they used to be. And why is that? Well, it's probably because we have hoaxes like this nowadays.
I'd be crying if I look like that too, bro. That's fucked up what they be doing to y'all.
Well, personally, I think it's mainly for the reasons I just stated, but that's why we're going to be taking a look at some hoaxes which are new, obscure, and so on that give me that feeling I once had as I played FNAF. So if you love FNAF and FNAF hoaxes, make sure to subscribe. Anyways, let's take a look at some of the scariest FNAF hoaxes ever. So we are going to be taking a look at a couple of FNAF hoaxes that I find personally creepy, along with some that I think you will too. And as we go down the list, they get more creepy and scary. Anyways, the first one is Emerald Freddy. Now, Emerald Freddy is one of the newest FNAF hoaxes made at the time of recording, and it's also fairly popular. Emerald Freddy is a hoax made by My Name is a B team on Twitter. This hoax shows off a lime green version of what looks to be Freddy or Golden Freddy due to the positioning. In this screenshot of the animatronic, we see Emerald Freddy sitting in the office, but looking around, we also begin to see very weird anomalies throughout the image, with the whole office looking completely different, and even seeing some strange text at the top right. Now, in my opinion, this looks AI, but apparently the creator said it wasn't. But I mean, if it's not, I'd say they did a very good job at giving this image a very uncanny feel to it because it looks like it was AI generated. There is also an image of what Emerald Freddy's jump scare looks like as well, but personally, it looks like something seen in a FNAF animation video rather than the actual FNAF games. But don't worry, there is still more to show. There is also a FNAF 2 version of this hoax made by the same user, where we can see a withered version of Emerald Freddy, seen sitting on the right side of the office instead of the left like how Golden Freddy does. The image also has a very weird, uncanny feel to it as well, as the AI imagery really shows in this image, but yet again, apparently these weren't made in AI, but I mean, that's just hard to believe because it looks so accurate to how AI would make it. There is also another image of this hoax with Emerald Freddy standing similarly to how Withered Freddy does in FNAF 2. Now, Emerald Freddy isn't that scary in my opinion, with the bright colors and whatnot, but due to how uncanny the images are, along with how out of place it looks, I'd say it's fairly decent for a new FNAF hoax. But staying in the same game as Emerald Freddy kind of, we move over to the Nightmare Purple Man hoax. Now, this isn't really much of a hoax, but rather an image which was made off of a hoax, dubbed, as I said, the Nightmare Purple Man. Not to be confused with any hoaxes or fan-made art about the purple guy animatronic being in nightmare form. No, I simply mean just the purple guy. This image was originally made by LDR Warlock on Reddit, and originally wasn't intended to be a hoax, but instead was just a cool piece of artwork made of Purple Guy. But due to the sharp teeth and weird texture of him, apparently he was turned into a FNAF hoax due to these features. There isn't much information about him or really the hoax itself, but it was clearly just another attempt to turn the Purple Guy into something creepier, while also trying to claim him as something which could be seen as a nightmare in FNAF 4. Yeah, not much really to say about that. It is kind of creepy at first glance, but after staring at it for a while, it kind of just looks like a clay model or something like that. I don't know, nothing really beats the OG Purple Guy animatronic for me. But talking about the Purple Guy animatronic, let's take a look at another hoax featured in FNAF 2, that being Red Eyes. Red Eyes is a hoax image that shows a obviously fake black creature with red eyes, along with it appearing on the monitors and even in the hallway. But that's not the scary part about this hoax. This one actually has some interesting lore behind it, because I don't actually know where these images came from. When I started researching for this video, I came across this image on the FNAF hoax wiki, and it was not found under any specific hoax, as I only found it by looking through the wiki's images. To try and find the source, I reverse searched the image, and a lot of things came up. Some pictures from the Roblox game It Lurks, where a character also looks similar to the one seen in the image. There was also another image of the character from the abandoned Discovery Island wiki, which is a fan-made remake of Five Nights at Treasure Island, and in the wiki, a character named Kilos can be seen that looks very similar to this hoax. There's a couple of more images that popped up after I reverse searched the image, but these ones looked the closest to the hoax. But it gets even weirder though. When I tried to find the source, nothing came up. So where did this image come from? Was it inspired by the other games, or is it the opposite? Frankly, I don't know, and it's very creepy. And as I continue my search, I found another image on the hoax wiki, discovered the same way, with a poorly cropped image of what looks to be the FNAF 2 office, with red glowing eyes in the darkness. Now, what is this? Where did this come from, and what came first? Well, to be honest, I don't know, and I couldn't find anything about this hoax or even these images because they don't have a name attached to them. I just named them Red Eyes for this video, but yeah, creepy, cause like, where did these come from? Well, we still have a couple of more on this list, with the next one being Dark Springtrap in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. This hoax is exactly what it sounds like, but due to the disturbing imagery and forgotten nature of this hoax, I'd have to say it's pretty disturbing. Around the time of Ultimate Custom Night's release, a edited image of Springtrap's jump scare started to spread online, and I'd have to say it looks really good. Not much information is known about this hoax as well, but I'd assume that this hoax started off as a hidden character that can be seen during the night of Ultimate Custom Night, like how Fredbear is or how any of the animatronics DD spawns are. Taking a look at the image, the first thing that catches my eye are the white cloudy eyes that Springtrap has, which look to either have red pupils or splots of blood on them. The excessive use of blood on this animatronic helps it appear more unnerving compared to others seen in the franchise, because we usually don't see this level of blood on the characters. Other than those main things, the only other major feature is the fact that the suit is more of a less saturated green. I never knew about this one until making this video, and personally now it's one of my favorites due to just how eerie it is. Now this is the one I've been waiting for, as this one is the reason I made this entire video. The Entity. This hoax is pretty forgotten about, as the only mention of this hoax was on a Reddit post made 3 years ago, in which the user shows off a supposedly real image of this hoax, along with a render made by Ram Chupi of this animatronic. The OP said, quote, "An old hoax back when Glitch Trap wasn't discovered and was only mentioned by Tape Girl. So someone made a hoax which was the Nightmare Foxy costume behind presumably the FNAF 1 window. It is not that known since the creator revealed it was a hoax a few days later." Well, that kind of explains it for me. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a better image of this hoax, but the image provided is really disturbing. If I didn't know that was a mask, I wouldn't have even been able to begin what that possibly could be. I think the creepiest thing about this hoax is just the eyes. They are just staring into my soul. Mixing that with the fact it looks like it has a bottom row of human teeth just really unsettles me. Even though this is a really low quality image, it's just really creepy for some reason. I don't know if it's just because of how uncanny it is or what it is, but I don't like this. Anyways, we do have an honorable mention before we get to the last one, and that is the FNAF 2 Stingray virus. As a quick summary, this is a virus that when activated will hack your phone, allowing a random hacker to steal all of your personal information and so on. This hoax has started to get very popular within recent time due to the creepy things that will happen while you're playing the game, along with the whole hacking part as well. I'd also like to note that apparently this might not be a hoax after all, as some people have claimed to play this game before and have seen it before. FNAF ransomware, the newest subgenre of FNAF horror. However, unlike FNAF VHS, FNAF analog horror and whatever else the internet has made, FNAF ransomware is actually scary. So what is FNAF ransomware and why is it starting to become very popular? Well, I will be answering all of your questions in this video, so before I start, make sure to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's. So before we can explain what FNAF ransomware is, we need to understand what ransomware means and what it is in general. Ransomware, described by Google, is a type of malware that prevents a user from accessing their device or the data stored on it. It does this by encrypting the user's files, locking the computer, or stealing the data from it. Usually all this is caused by a group or individual, which will then demand a ransom to fix your device. Ransomware attacks are typically carried out using a Trojan disguised as a legitimate file. The user is tricked into downloading or opening the file when it arrives as an email or etc. So yeah, it's basically a virus that takes control of your computer, and the only way to fix it is to pay the ransom. There was also another very popular ransomware virus that was super popular a couple years ago, and it was the Jigsaw ransomware. I'm sure probably some of you guys have seen this before. It features an image of Billy the Puppet from the Saw franchise, and gradually will delete your files until either everything is deleted or until the ransom is paid. It got very popular due to the creepy imagery and because of the way it was spread online. And with that example, you guys should now know a basic understanding of what ransomware is. Very simple to understand, right? Well, it should be, because another very popular horror subgenre came out from a very similar concept, those being the creepy anti-piracy videos. Now, if you don't know what those are, I'll quickly explain, as this and FNAF ransomware share a lot of characteristics that make them almost seem the same. Anti-piracy, or an anti-piracy screen, is a bug that appears when someone pirates or steals a video game. The purpose of these screens is to protect digital content from unauthorized copying or use. A very popular example is in the Super Mario 64 game, where if you pirated it, this screen will appear, where it says, "It is a serious crime to copy video games according to copyright law." And there's some more unimportant stuff at the bottom, but yeah. Now these started to become very popular due to how unnerving it was to experience one of these screens as yourself, hence why many people started to make their own disturbing and creepy versions of these anti-piracy screens. So how is FNAF ransomware similar to anti-piracy? Well, because it's basically the same formula, just used as a different concept. All of the FNAF ransomware videos follow the same pattern, and we'll use the most popular FNAF ransomware video as an example, which is Five Nights at Freddy's. The video starts off with the user telling the audience that they found a free version of FNAF 1. As the user goes to open the game, for a split second a creepy version of Freddy can be seen. Then we are given a warning that isn't at all what it looks like in FNAF 1. After the warning, we get put into the main menu screen, which looks very distorted and obviously bootlegged. As the user clicks on play, instead of it saying Night 1, it says Is Sin. Then we are brought to the main office, where do I really need to explain that bro shouldn't be playing this game? I mean, just look at how bad it is. Like, you're obviously gonna get screwed if you play this. But anyways, the office can be seen getting visibly darker, but that's when the user opens the camera to see a really uncanny version of Freddy staring at them. And none of the other cameras work either, so you're forced to stare at this nightmarish Freddy. As they close the cameras, the office is almost pitch black until the user gets jump scared by Freddy, but he has glowing eyes instead of the normal ones and just looks completely different. Shortly after that, a message pops up saying this: "Hey now, the game has a paid version. Now we show you free download link Bitcoin." Then after that, more strange text appears along with a Bible quote, and then their computer shuts off. Shortly after, the computer reboots, and then this is seen. This is the ransomware screen, very similar to the anti-piracy screens. And then that's the whole video. Pretty creepy, right? Yeah, I think so at least. This video is one of the most popular FNAF ransomware videos on YouTube right now, and to my knowledge is one of the first. It got a lot of backlash for the use of AI images, because that's what created all those very unnerving and uncanny images of Freddy. Many people complained about the use of it, but to be honest, I think it really made the images look more creepy and uncanny than if it was just edited images. AI has that very specific look, where it tends to make things look very unsettling and just unnatural, which I think it did an amazing job at in this video. Another YouTuber by the name of Genesis already made a full in-depth video explaining this ransomware video in particular, so if you want more info on this specific video, feel free to check it out after this one. But yeah, now these are basically how all these ransomware videos go. The user shows a pirated version of a FNAF game, creepy stuff happens, and then they get the ransomware virus. There is a lot of these videos coming out as of recent, and they are all fairly creepy. This one I'm about to show you genuinely gave me goosebumps and is the whole reason I made this video, because I don't ever get scared and this video made me have goosebumps, so that is saying something. Now this comes from the ransomware video FNAF 2 Free Edition, and I won't show the full video, only the part that scared me, but the video link is in the description if you want to watch it afterwards. Also, you might want to turn your volume down for this part. yeah, I don't know, man. When I first saw this, I literally got goosebumps all over my body, and like I've never been that creeped out before. I don't know like why it scared me, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure you guys get the point, and I don't think I need to show any more examples. So that brings me to ask the question that I'm sure all of you guys are wondering right now. Is FNAF ransomware real? Where did it start? And so on. Well, I do have the answers, so just let me explain. FNAF ransomware isn't real. Just like how the custom anti-piracy screens aren't, FNAF VHS and FNAF Analog Horror isn't, and so on. It's all just a series of creepy videos made to look real, which I'd say some do a very good job at. But these videos are based on something that is also very similar, which I won't get into right now because I already made another video about it last week. But I will give a quick explanation in a minute here. But there is one more thing more important than that we need to talk about when it comes to these videos. I did find very sketchy websites that had some very sketchy download links to apps with names similar to the ones these videos have. Now, did I click them? Nah, I ain't even gonna go anywhere near them. So did these links have the actual games? Well, I don't know. All I know is to please be careful when looking online for these videos. If you can, please just stay on YouTube and watch them there. This should be obvious, but please don't go clicking random links to look for said videos, because who knows what it can do. You might stumble upon one of these links that are very sketchy and God knows what it'll take you to or what it'll download onto your computer. Obviously, these ransomware videos aren't real, but that doesn't mean a copycat isn't going to come along and make their own ransomware out of these. So, as I said, please be safe. That's how you'll accidentally download the FNAF 2 Stingray virus. And talking about that, let me explain more about how that relates to these FNAF ransomware videos. FNAF 2 Stingray is a virus that acts the same as these ransomware viruses do, where when you download it, it will supposedly act like the normal FNAF 2. But then when you complete the game, it will do something deadly. This is FNAF 2 Stingray, one of FNAF's most infamous and terrifying lost media viruses ever made. And this is me playing it. But what is it? Is it even real, and how did we get here? Well, if you're not careful enough, you may end up in the same situation as me and thousands of other FNAF players. So that's why I'm going to explain and answer all of your questions in this video. My name is Gavin Gone, and let's dive deep into the truth of one of FNAF's biggest unsolved mysteries ever. FNAF needs no introduction, as it has recently just celebrated its 10-year anniversary, but over the past 10 years, the series has evolved and changed for better and for worse. But as of recent, a new phenomenon has started to plague the community, and that is FNAF virus content. If you are as big as a fan as me of the franchise, especially within recent months, you cannot escape these fan-made videos depicting bootlegged FNAF games that have viruses in them such as malware, trojans, and most importantly, ransomware. These fan-made videos and even fan-made games have made waves in the community, with many big creators making videos talking about them, playing them, and even more. But this content didn't just start and become popular out of nowhere. There's actually a catalyst to this trend, and that is FNAF 2 Stingray. Before I explain to you how FNAF 2 is relevant to all of these other FNAF virus videos, we first need to take a look at when Stingray became popular, and most importantly, take a deep dive into what it is so we are all on the right page. Around 2022 to 2023, TikTok became flooded with videos showing off a supposedly real and very disturbing virus for FNAF 2 that would damage your phone beyond repair and hack into it. Around this time frame, more and more videos kept being made to spread its existence, and by early 2024, it was all over the internet. Around this time, that's when the FNAF ransomware videos began popping up, meaning this supposed FNAF 2 virus indirectly or directly caused this trend in the community. So with a basic timeline established for where we are in this story, we need to take a step back and explain in depth where I became involved and why I involved myself in finding this virus. Simply put, no one knows that this virus is real, and for right now, it is only an urban legend, and that's where I come in. After hearing rumors about this urban legend, it instantly intrigued me, and I immediately began taking a look into it. And a couple months ago, after a short and rather misunderstood, misleading investigation, I made this video, where I explained my very surface level evidence on what I believed at the time was conclusive evidence regarding the Stingray virus. But after reopening the case a month ago, I realized my evidence didn't match with these new claims, and was completely wrong. But then I also realized that so was everyone else on the internet who talked about or made videos about this virus. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Before I begin explaining my investigation and how I believe myself to be the only person on the internet to know the full truth of the virus, I must explain in depth what Stingray is. With that being said, I must mention that to truly understand what the FNAF 2 virus is, you need to understand all of the falsehoods, misinformation, hoaxes, and so forth that it's shrouded by. So if you've heard of this mysterious urban legend before, I want you to forget everything you know about it, because after a month of research into this topic, I was finally able to find all the right answers and lies regarding Stingray. So as I said, forget everything you know because it's all wrong. FNAF 2 Stingray is a supposed virus for Android, which was released in 2015 or 2014, some reports claim, on an app similar to the Google Play Store and App Store called Aptoide. This store was very similar to those official stores, but because of its unofficial nature, many pirated games, bootlegs, free versions, and much more could be found on it, meaning that since the developers didn't need to be verified, some of those games also could have had many trojans, malware, and much more hidden in its code, designed to target young and potentially vulnerable or gullible users to download the games. These reports and claims were also attributed to Stingray, where supposedly there was a developer in Aptoide that re-released FNAF 2 for free, and when played, you would be jump scared by a girl or Chica without eyes, and then your phone was given a virus and it would appear as if it was factory reset. Unfortunately, no one has been able to confirm the validity on if you got jump scared by Chica or a girl, and because of that, there has been no definitive answer on what it actually was, but most people believe it was Chica. This was the first ever official story regarding Stingray, and this is what it was for around 2 to 3 years, until last year, where another version of this urban legend started circulating around the internet. This second version of Stingray is also very popular, if not more, due to people thinking this is the truth behind Stingray, and it goes as follows. Once downloading the APK for the game, before you can play it, the game makes you accept all permissions before being allowed to start the application, and once you do that, the game will delete itself or appear as a black screen, even though it's still installed on your phone. Then a program called Android.elite.1.origin begins to run and collect all your phone's data. During all of this, all of your contacts are getting sent messages every 5 seconds saying, "Hey, at contact name, Elite has hacked you. Obey or be hacked." And if you attempt to open any apps, or in some cases immediately after being hacked, this image will appear on screen. This version got way more popular for a multitude of reasons, with the main reasons being that it's just, well, way more grounded in reality, and the Elite virus is actually real and affected old Android phones back in the early 2010s. There was even an APK on Aptoide during that time called Angry Birds Transformers, where it was actually hiding this virus in it for any unsuspecting victim to download it, and it was prominently featured and documented on websites, Reddit threads, and more, talking about how to avoid the Elite virus and so on. These are the two main stories and versions of this urban legend, and with these being the two legit versions of the stories, it was finally time for me to begin my investigation. So now I finally had 2 leads to follow, which was to find an APK that matched the description of either of these claims. I wanted to take a different approach compared to other internet theorists and investigators, as most if not all of them were strictly reciting already well-known information that may or may not be true, but then there were some that were also looking for supposed APKs of either of these versions of this virus, and were seeing if they fit the description of these claims. But I wanted to test the APKs and play them while also data mining the files to see if they were from 2014 to 2015, so that's what I set off to do. I began by googling FNAF 2 Stingray and immediately started to look through various Reddit threads discussing the virus. Many threads had a lot of mixed information, along with various APK downloads and links to different versions of the supposedly real virus, but I kept looking through them and the files to confirm that many of them were just recreations or blatant fakes. But that was until I stumbled upon a very intriguing Reddit post. When translated from Portuguese to English, is titled "I actually found FNAF 2 Stingray," and with it being from 2 months ago and having little engagement, I was intrigued. The thread goes as so. Hello everyone. First of all, I'm sorry if my Portuguese sounds wrong. I'm using a translator to type. I know this topic is apparently already saturated in your community, but I had a real experience with Stingray when I was a kid, and was looking for a download for FNAF 2 for Android, and I'm desperate for someone to listen to me about this. At the time, I didn't have a computer, and had just become fascinated with FNAF after the release of the second game. I had a tablet and thought, why not look for a way to download the game? It was paid on Google Play. Until I searched for something like FNAF 2 APK on Google. The first link that appeared to me was a Russian website that contained some phrases in English saying it was the game's download. I promptly downloaded it and installed it. But when it was time to install it was with the name Stingray and Russian letters. I installed it because I was a poor child, but the game seemed unfinished and had demo in the menu. I was already tired of playing the demo because it was the only free source that was on Google Play. The only thing I vividly remember is Chica's jump scare that appeared for 0.1 second and was already overlaid by a website that opened by itself. The website contained several ads and pop-ups and seemed to be made to infect whoever accessed it. Where am I going with this? Well, I recently saw in the FNAF community talking about this, and I promptly went to look for my tablet from that time. I really hoped that it was working and that I still had the APK downloaded. I didn't delete absolutely anything from the this tablet, and very lucky it was alive. Well, it took forever for me to access the file and finally send it via Bluetooth to my phone because obviously the system was already too slow and the screen was kind of destroyed. The file was in my downloads folder, and incredibly I had kept it installed directly on the tablet too. Anyway, I uploaded the file to MediaFire, and I hope I am contributing to unraveling this line. For those curious, download at your own risk. After reading this, I was extremely curious, enough to the point to where I actually downloaded it on my old Samsung phone to play it for myself. And let me say, it did not disappoint. So here is the first ever video of me playing the supposed Stingray virus. Okay, so right here is my old phone, the one that I'm going to be playing the, Stingray virus on. So, basically, I don't have anything done on this video yet, so I'm sure I said in the video that this came from the Reddit thread, the APK download. So, basically, I did a factory reset almost. I didn't do an actual factory reset because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to sign back in, but I deleted almost everything I can think of that could go back to my name. The SIM card doesn't work and everything, but basically there's no internet on this thing. I have it on Bluetooth mode just to be safe, no Wi-Fi, no nothing. So the only thing I really have left on this is a couple useless files that if I do get hacked won't really matter too much, and an APK download, which this is it. Okay, so we have the audio down and we're clicking install. So we're just gonna see what happens. Okay, add to the home screen. That's it right there. It literally says Stingray. So, oh my god, it's doing the permissions. No. This design was asked for an... I'm gonna deny. I'm gonna just deny everything. And we'll see if we can play. If we... Oh no, dude, I'm terrified. Okay. This app was built for an older version. Oh my god, it needs a GPS. You need to activate GPS. No. Oh. Okay. This app is using the full screen. The home, back, and recent buttons are hidden to minimize. Oh, this is just for my phone. Okay. Next. Okay. We have the audio turned up a little bit. So this is Five Nights at Freddy's 2 demo. It says Elite Stingray. Doesn't do anything if you click on it. So, I guess we'll just play. This is legit, guys. So, new game. So I'm standing up while I'm doing this because I have a tripod right up here, which is holding my phone. So this might be a little weird. I'm going to try to keep this as steady as possible. Yeah, so I don't really... Okay, so if it's going to be anything like the virus, at the end of the night, we're going to get jump scared. Which means this is probably just a knockoff. This might not be... I don't think this is real. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. That's it, guys. This might be real. I don't know, but that's it. That's it, dude. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna turn my camera around. Hold on. Dude, I don't know if you guys can see me. Hold on. Hold on for a second. I'm putting my other phone down. Dude. Oh, you can't see. You can't see. You can't see. There's tears, bro. That's... Dude. So, yeah, there's one thing I have to admit to you. It's not real. I mean, obviously, it doesn't match any of the descriptions about the virus, and it's just poorly put together. Hell, after data mining it, all the files were from 1979. I mean, come on, why would it be in Russian text when the urban legend comes from the Spanish and Portuguese speaking community? After this little hiccup in my search, I realized that finding the truth of this virus was going to need some thinking outside of the box. So with my first day of research over, I began thinking of where to go from here. The next day, I had a plan, and that was to start looking where no one else has looked before, and that's for the source of these claims. You see, as I mentioned, people are only looking for the APKs, or they are just spitting surface level information from the internet out into their videos to either debunk or prove Stingray. But I decided to take my investigation even deeper than anyone else's, and that's by looking for the source. This second search was very much so the same as the first, but with me instead focusing on finding the earliest mentions of something similar to the two descriptions for Stingray. I searched older Reddit threads, archives, links, and much more, and that was until I noticed a pattern on a lot of these Reddit posts. There was a commenter named Swapper SwapperFishy12 on almost every post I saw regarding Stingray. So with me potentially finding another lead, I clicked on his profile and searched through it a bit, and then I realized that I found something groundbreaking. They own a Discord server specifically made for investigating the Stingray virus. So I immediately joined, and after joining, I was flooded with tons of information and help regarding my research. But unfortunately, a lot of the chats weren't really relevant to what I was searching for at the time, as many people were just looking for the APKs and playing them to see if they were legit or not. Shortly after I joined, I let everyone know who I was and why I joined the server. And funnily enough, someone actually noticed who I was and actually bumped me up to be a moderator in the server, which I thought was kind of funny. But regardless of that, I continued my search and began looking towards Aptoide, since both stories mentioned that they were from Aptoide. And since the Reddit post made by Swapper mentioned two Aptoide store pages under the names of Myla UPV and Edgar Array or something like that reposted FNAF 2, that's where I continued to look. Yeah, I'm terrible with names. It's gonna be butchered for the rest of this video. I apologize. Anyways, after doing a couple more searches into those names, along with Aptoide and FNAF 2, I miraculously found two videos posted in 2015 of people downloading FNAF 2 from the Myla UPV store, meaning it was a real store. After they downloaded the APKs, the game appeared as normal on their home screen, and the videos ended without showing gameplay. But I noticed something odd. Do you notice it? The apostrophe in Freddy's is missing, meaning that something is off about these APKs. Looking at one of the video's comment sections, we find our first major discovery. Many comments say that the video helped them a lot when it came to downloading the APK, but some say their screen went black, ads appeared, and that it had a virus, but no one mentions anything about a Chica jump scare, which makes it seem like this could all just be a version that had FNAF 2 with the Elite virus in it, but we can't know for sure, as we don't have enough information. That's why I decided to look at the Myla UPV store's comment section for the game, which I had found through the Wayback Machine, and there was nothing mentioning what the YouTube video's comments said. So I then shifted focus to the other store, Egare or however you say it, and I found the same thing. I found some videos of people downloading it and some of people even playing it, and apart from the missing apostrophe in Freddy's, it runs fine, except for this one video where the kid keeps getting ads in the middle of it. But the thing is, no one said anything about there being a virus in these videos comment sections, or even in the store's comment section. So unless we get a verified APK download from either of these stores, then we won't know if these are viruses or not. But since I had to use the Wayback Machine to go to a 2015 version of Aptoide, the APK download wasn't available or working, meaning I couldn't fact check it the way I was doing with the rest. So with this being said, I chalked up the one YouTube video's comments to be a coincidence and continued moving forward. With these two leads being dead ends for now, I started searching around more, and this is where my memory gets a little bit blurry regarding what I was looking for exactly and looking at. But eventually I was led to a popular Spanish YouTube channel called Prophecy X. This channel posts a lot of FNAF related videos and made a video over 2 years ago talking about the virus, so with the possibility of another lead, I took a look at the video. Due to it all being in Spanish, I will just explain the main points of interest throughout the video. During it, he explains the basic backstory behind the virus and just talks about it in length, but around the middle of the video, Prophecy shows us this screenshot. When translated, says this. Here's another fact: the FNAF 2 port to Android that pretended to be the official one and stole your data. This comes from 2015, when FNAF was at its peak, but several children believing that the game was already on free Android downloaded that APK, and once installed, only a photo of a girl without eyes was seen and the app closed by itself. Then you realize that all of your data on your phone was stolen and the phone literally appeared as factory reset. Keep this screenshot in the back of your mind, as it'll come up later and is actually one of the most important pieces of evidence for this case. Continuing to watch the video, Prophecy explains how they were able to find an Iceberg video where it talked about the virus, and shows a screenshot of it. Again, another lead, which will be very important for later, but the video wasn't done yet. As I continued to watch the video until the end, nothing else of notable interest seemed to appear, so I watched it 2 more times for safe measure, and still, nothing else to note. So I decided to check out his channel some more afterwards, and that is when I saw that Prophecy made a part 2 video just 9 months ago. Praying for some more leads and information, I watched part 2. This video had notably way more information than the last, showing off emails he got regarding people's testimonies, talking about the Iceberg again, and giving another in-depth explanation into the virus. But that was until the end of the video. You see, in the beginning of his video, he mentions that the real Stingray virus has been found, and at the end of the video, he starts to talk about some new evidence that came out recently that proves this. He talks about another YouTube channel called Neroni Hollow, and a video made by him regarding Stingray. So again, I watched another video and blah blah blah, you get the point. Neroni's video was very interesting to say the least, and talked a lot about what the virus was and etc. But then he began talking about another YouTube channel called Jonah, and how they posted real proof of the virus. The video Jonah posted shows them using an emulator called called BlueStacks to look at the app's configuration settings, and when doing so, the infamous image seen after being hacked by the Elite virus is seen. Now, I was stunned, as this was some of the most convincing proof of the virus we've seen yet. I mean, we have two major YouTubers talking about Jonah's video, and Jonah literally showing proof for the most part. So after this, I knew I had to get in contact with Jonah to see if the files were still available, so I commented on their video and waited. 10 hours later, and I got a response, and a friend request on Discord. It was Jonah. After some short introductions, I got down to business, and immediately began asking for their side of the story and how they found the APK, and if they had the files for it. Luckily, they had all the information we needed. Alright, so I'm gonna start with my story. First of all, everything started in May 2021, when Spanish FNAF YouTuber Prophecy X uploaded a video about FNAF Stingray. This started the whole trend in the Spanish community, and I would say a bit in the English one. This video was about the APK, which in the time was lost media, and how it worked along with many stories about it. This got my attention. Actually, it got the attention of a whole community who tried to contact the OP of the comment to get more information and a screenshot. This never happened, and the OP never sent the screenshot, so the APK started to be seen as a creepypasta until 2024. In 2023, supposed gameplay of FNAF Stingray got uploaded on YouTube. This gameplay got a lot of attention in this year, where the Spanish community started talking about it, but like a lot. People started to make videos, edits, and shorts about it. Basically, it was started to be seen as real again and not just a creepypasta. When I noticed this, it was weird for me, since the gameplay didn't match what the description was given to us for the APK from 2021. So I started to investigate about it. This is where my part starts. So when searching information for this, I talked with a lot of people in the Spanish community. That's when I found an English user who said that he knows the creator of the app. Thanks to him, I got the link to a Reddit post that had the APK, and also a lot of information that helped me to prove that Stingray is completely fake. First of all, I tested the Stingray app. Nothing happened. There was a black screen. I got a bit disappointed because I was thinking that there was going to be real gameplay. I kept trying, with hope that something would happen, but nothing. I was about to give up until I got the idea to start playing with the app configuration, because I noticed some weird stuff, like I couldn't close the app, or the configuration app was kind of not working well. I had to restart BlueStacks to use the configuration app properly. So I started to play with the configuration, and that's when I found the first piece of this big puzzle. When I tried to delete the cache of the app, this image appeared. With all of this information, we now see a way clearer picture on the situation, and everything regarding Jonah's video. But that's not all. Shortly after this conversation, Jonah was able to find the link to the APK. This was it. This might actually be it. After all of this time, I was finally able to see if it was real. But before I did that, I needed to verify with Jonah what Reddit post originally had the APK. Luckily, I was able to find it after Jonah described some details of it, and now it was showtime. The Reddit post still existed, and the same link was found on it, and Jonah confirmed that everything was correct. So all I had to do was look through the files. So I sent all my findings to the Discord server, and then downloaded the APK on my old phone.
So I downloaded the same virus I was talking about and that I shown, and to prove that it is my phone, it's a phone, so it doesn't really matter whose phone it is. But as you can see, look at TikTok is literally burned into the screen. But as you can see, all the same files, I opened it with WinRAR. You can even see you can see all the stuff right there. So download. Alright, there's the APK. This is the extracted version, or the zipped version, as you can see. I downloaded it on September 16th, 2024. We click that, and it opens all the files. And as you see, we got a 2014 file in there, but we also have a 2022 and a 2022. And then the 2024 files are from when I downloaded it. Unfortunately, meaning this isn't the original. This has been tampered with in some way to include new files, and you don't need to play the game to know that this is fake, because the files show you it's fake.
Yep, unfortunately, this was also fake, meaning many people's videos are now outdated and filled with misinformation. I'm just surprised it took us this long to debunk this, as all I did was zip the APK and then extract the files to find this out. I didn't even have to play it or anything. So after showing Jonah the proof, they sincerely apologized and said they didn't know, and that they were lied to by the Reddit post. But with Jonah's in-depth testimony on where the urban legend became popular from, them thinking it's fake, and also mentioning the screenshot from Prophecy X's video, we weren't at a complete dead end just yet. Again, thank you, Jonah, for everything you helped me with in this investigation, and if not for you, we wouldn't have been able to debunk this fake version of Stingray. Plus, with your testimony, it gave me way more insight on where to continue my investigation. But with all this out of the way, we had to keep moving forward. Again, back at square one. I needed to find the source of this virus and the claims of it. Fortunately, I still had the iceberg and the screenshot to look into from Prophecy's video, so I immediately got to work on that. I started at the screenshot as it was more promising and easy to reverse image search compared to the very low quality iceberg thumbnail featured in Prophecy's video, and when I did that, it took me to the source of this image. The source came from a Twitter post made on May 2nd of 2021 by a user named FNAF Lost, with the post saying this when translated. There's been a lot of talk about some sort of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 APK that contained a malicious virus that could delete all of your data and steal it, back in 2015. There are a lot of rumors about it, testimonies from people, but not much evidence. Have you heard about this APK? Then underneath the post is the same screenshot from Prophecy's video. Then, looking at the comments, people mentioned an iceberg chart that had the same description, or screenshot, I'm not really too sure and I can't really remember. But I knew we were heading in the right direction, so I went back to Prophecy's video for more clues until I noticed something odd. His first video was posted one day after this Twitter account made their post with the screenshot. This immediately began to raise some questions on Prophecy X's validity, because was Prophecy already making the video beforehand and then somehow got the image after it was posted on Twitter, or was it floating around prior to the Twitter post? After all, to make a full edited video like he did in less than a day is almost impossible, especially with the majority of the information being about the screenshotted comment. It just makes it all very hard to believe if you catch my drift. All of this, along with him talking about Neroni's video that is now outdated due to the debunked APK from Jonah, made me start to think that this was all some elaborate scheme to get views. But before I made any significant accusations, I had to just keep looking into this. Now, since there wasn't any more leads regarding the screenshot, but since there seemed to be connections to it and the iceberg, I knew that this screenshot and iceberg was the key to solving this mystery once and for all. So after some time of reverse image searching, I was able to find a re-upload of the iceberg video. The iceberg video was about Android viruses, games, and media, and in the part 2 version of this re-upload, we finally found the elusive iceberg once and for all. In the video description, it says that the original one was uploaded in December of 2020, making this video the first ever mention of the virus ever, at least the first ever mention that is still actively available on the internet. But then after the small victory in the investigation, I was absolutely blindsided by the contents of what was in this video. The FNAF 2 segment is word for word the exact same as what the screenshot said, and with this revelation, I was completely confused and lost, as yes, both of these were connected and related, but what came first, the screenshot or the video? Hell, everything led back to these two things, and none of them even mentioned the name Stingray, so where did that come from? So with more questions than answers, I knew there was one last-ditch effort attempt to get these pieces to connect, and the only way I knew how I'd be able to get that to happen was by getting in contact with Prophecy, because doing so would allow us to figure out how he was able to make his video a day after his screenshot got posted, and much more. So I commented on his video and waited for a response. As I waited for him to respond back to me, I found something else very interesting on his part 1 video that I have previously missed. He had pinned a comment from 3 years ago that had 1.7k likes, which when translated said this: "Hello, how are you? I'm the creator of the comment about the app that steals data. The truth is that it is not fake. The application was real in 2014 in the Aptoid store. There was a time it was in that store. Now the user has also been unsubscribed. I remember that its name was Stingray with Arabic numbers and letters. I have a very blurry screenshot that I rescued. It looks too pixelated. But I have an image that can recreate what it looked like in Aptoid and the interface of what I saw and how it was. It was my mistake to download the game since I agreed to accept that it could access all my photos and data on my phone. It was a Samsung, I remember it well. Warning, I can recreate a screenshot since the one I have is too blurry." Supposedly, this user was the same person who made the screenshotted comment, and to my knowledge, this pinned comment is the first ever mention of the name Stingray, like ever. They also mentioned how they were going to recreate a screenshot of the app since the one they had was too blurry. So scrolling through the replies of this comment, I also found that they made a reply comment 9 months ago, where they say that they sent a screenshot to Prophecy and that the jump scare that they saw was of a Splink model Chica, which was prominently featured in a lot of early SFM animations back in the day. With all this new information, I was still skeptical as this reply comment was made 1 month before his part 2 video, so why didn't Prophecy show the recreation screenshot if he got it sent by this user? Also, modding FNAF 2 Mobile Edition to have a completely new asset wasn't even possible back then because of the game's coding. On PC it might have been, but even then it was still terrible and very hard to do. Then also, in the pinned comment, they mentioned that the game was from 2014, when in the original screenshotted comment they said that it was from 2015. Along with all of this, how how would they have a screenshot if the app factory reset your phone? They specifically said screenshot, not that they recorded with an external device or phone or anything like that. But instead they said screenshot. Then them saying that the screenshot they had was too blurry made me ask, well, how? If it somehow got corrupted and it was somehow still saved on your phone, then it's most likely not going to end up becoming blurry, but not even viewable in the first place. And then that's after your phone got factory reset. So with taking all this into account, their story was just highly skeptical. But then that's when I got a message on Discord, and it was prophecy. So with all these questions needing to be answered, I proceeded to do the same thing I did with Jonah and started interrogating him for the truth. I knew we were close to finding the truth out, so I asked him these 3 main questions that were essential for the case. Where did you get the screenshot? Do you know if the pinned comment posted on your Stingray video is a legitimate claim / source? And lastly, did you get a screenshot / recreation photo sent to you by the commenter? And this was his response to my questions, and it's a lot, so just be ready for this info dump. Okay, I believe this comment comes from a post made in my community section a long time ago. However, I can't quite remember if it's coming from a post or a comment made on a video. The guy says he's the one who made that comment, either way, but I can't find the comment. If I can find it, I'll pass you the evidence, since the YouTube comment search engine is pretty bad. Also, to clarify why I didn't put his name in the first screenshot, well, I don't really remember it, but I cut the image wrong and then had a hard time finding the comment, so I had to use only the comment without the user. Posts like these where they talk about genuinely fictional stuff in the case of Stingray, there are many, not just this one, but I can tell you that there is a serious case of Mandela effect or mass hysteria. What do I mean by this? Well, basically, I believe that many of the testimonies are not entirely true and come from experiences told by other friends or that they saw from somewhere else, ended up being not real. To this date, there is no evidence of the existence of a ghost girl or a girl with no eyes that appeared in a pirated phone part of FNAF. Actually, in fact, this is factually impossible, and I will explain this in another message. I don't think I received that recreation. Anyways, I could search my mail to try and see if I have it. I admit that many emails related to the Stingray case I didn't open as I was afraid of the whole virus thing. Yes, I was afraid that a cell phone virus would hit my computer. Now, with these 3 questions thoroughly answered, we then proceeded to talk about this mystery some more, and I showed him all of my findings and evidence up until where we are right now in this case. We also talked about how modding FNAF 2 Mobile is basically impossible to have a girl with no eyes jump scare, due to it being a closed source game, meaning that the source code is not publicly available and can only be changed by Scott Cawthon himself. After these conversations, I began thinking and realized I still had one more major question for him. Okay, so I need something clarified for my video. You took this screenshot and then used it in your first FNAF Stingray video, correct? Also, can you confirm that this user from this screenshot is the same that you pinned in your first video's pinned comment? After asking him this question, he shows me a screenshot of him actually owning the FNAF Lost Twitter page, meaning it would make sense that he did take the screenshot and was able to use it in his part 1 video. So after hours of him looking for the source of where he took the screenshot from, we finally were able to confirm that the pinned commenter was the same person in the first screenshot, as he sent over this image, which is the exact same comment as the pinned comment. The username, profile picture, and everything aligns. So now we know they weren't lying about being the same commenter, but we still had to find the source of it, which Prophecy didn't have. And during all this, I also mentioned and showed Prophecy the reply comment where they claimed to have sent a screenshot to him, where he confirmed that he couldn't find it anywhere on any of his emails, DMs, and etc. He said that if the commenter wanted him to see it, they would have said where they sent it, but they were being vague, so we probably think that they were just lying. With all these other questions answered, we were still at a roadblock. Who made what first? Where did they get their information from? And how do we get in contact with them? Both of us were beginning to think that Stingray was a hoax, but even after that, we discovered that there was still more that made us think we found our answer. And that was when we took another look at the Iceberg creator's channel. He made a community post where he said this, and to think that this individual indirectly started the FNAF 2 Stingray mess. It's me, with a picture of him. This was not a good look, and it only got worse as we found a comment from him that said this. I talked about the FNAF data stealer, and some YouTubers talked about the topic too, and then they changed the name on TikTok to Stingray. Remember what I said earlier about how the Iceberg and screenshotted comment never mentioned anything about Stingray, and that the first mention of it was from the pinned comment left on Prophecy's first video? Well, even he somewhat acknowledges this, meaning that the name came from a very untrustworthy source, and due to Prophecy pinning that comment, it's actually all Prophecy's fault. Just kidding, but you get my point. If it weren't for that pinned comment, this Stingray thing might not have even existed. After we unraveled all this, we realized we were looking the beast right in its eyes, but we just weren't 100% sure on our evidence since we couldn't get in contact with those two. And just like what Jonas said to me in their testimony, the whole community tried to get in contact with the commenter for more information and the screenshot, which no one was able to. So with all this being said, this is Prophecy's theory on what he thinks actually happened. A random guy creates a video of an iceberg making up a fake story about a FNAF mobile port with a virus. people believe it. Someone makes a comment confirming this story with absolutely no proof at all. They send it to me and take a screenshot of this comment. They send it to me and I take a screenshot of this comment. They send it to me or I take a screenshot of this comment. I make the video sharing the misinformation from the iceberg and the comment. I pin the comment of the author and he creates a random name for this virus, which was Stingray. Someone recreates the virus in 2023. Supposedly the case is solved, but it was just a recreation made up in 2023. And with this, it all started to make sense. If true, this is the greatest gaslight, urban legend, hoax, or whatever you want to call it in FNAF history. Even bigger than the Talbot Files situation, and we were at ground zero of it. But then, just like that, with all this information and all these leads, we couldn't move any further in our case. These two leads are our best bets at finding the truth of this virus. But even with all this evidence, we still can't be 100% sure on anything unless we get them to tell us the truth. Even Google searching before 2021 shows absolutely nothing regarding a FNAF 2 virus anywhere on the internet. So unless I missed something throughout my investigation, or just completely ignored something or something like that, then these two people are our best bets at fully knowing the truth behind Stingray. Even with all this evidence, and with how solid and conclusive it all looks, we will never be 100% sure on if this is the true end of the story, and I believe that this investigation is far from over. There's still many questions left unanswered, like where did all these new claims come from? Is this all just a Mandela effect? Maybe mass hysteria? I mean, there's so many theories about this that who knows, there's so much. So with all that being said, if you want to help this investigation or look into it yourself, all of the links for everything is in the description, along with the Discord server link if you want to join and help them, because without Swapperfishy12 and his server, this video wouldn't be possible. Same goes with Prophecy, Jonah, and everyone else. Icebergs, one of YouTube's latest content phenomenons. Now, unless you've been living under a rock like Patrick the Star does in SpongeBob, you should know what an iceberg chart or iceberg explained video is. And by reading the title, you should know what the iceberg video is about. Today, I compiled some of the most obscure and random Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes and rumors that I could find online. And for the people that don't know how an iceberg chart works, well, here is a 10-second rundown. The top of the chart is very well-known information, and going down, it becomes more and more obscure. But in this case, I also gauged the chart on how scary some of these entries are. So once we start getting to the bottom of them, some of them start to become more obscure and more disturbing. You know, when I see people do icebergs videos, like they take like 2 minutes to explain it, even though it is literally a 5-second thing to explain. I don't understand why people do that, but anyways. Now, I know I said a bunch of this stuff on this iceberg is supposed to be obscure hoaxes and rumors, but for the people that aren't really into FNAF, we're gonna be going over some of the most common and super popular hoaxes and rumors that were very prevalent during the first couple of Five Nights at Freddy's games, just so, you know, some people that aren't that into the know about Five Nights at Freddy's could, well, get some basic hoax information and get a nice base plate. But for the OG fans, these first couple of layers might be very nostalgic for you guys. So let's get into the first layer. Sparky the Dog. Sparky the Dog is a hoax created for Five Nights at Freddy's 1, and it was said that this was the very first Five Nights at Freddy's hoax ever made. People said that there was a very rare chance that you would see this animatronic in the backstage camera, and it would function like a bunch of the other Easter eggs in this game, where there would be a rare chance to see a Easter egg on screen, kind of just like how you would see the Golden Freddy poster on your camera. It would have a very rare chance to appear. Sparky the Dog is the most known and most notably one of the most popular Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes ever made, as even people that never played the Five Nights at Freddy's games probably know about this. And quick little fun fact too, Scott Cawthon, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, was originally going to implement a wolf-like animatronic in place of Foxy, so this hoax actually kind of pays homage to that wolf character. Main stage all stare. Now this is referencing this image, and no, this image isn't a hoax. It does exist, but well, it's kind of a rumor. Let me explain. So the people that know about this image knows what this image is and has probably seen it multiple times before, as it was featured in the first Five Nights at Freddy's 1 teaser trailer. And people just thought that this was in the actual game, but guess what? It never was. In the Five Nights at Freddy's community, this is speculated to be one of the main and only Mandela effects in the entire franchise, as people vividly remember seeing the screen during their playthrough of the game, but it was actually never in any of the games. So some people started to speculate that it was only in the mobile ports of the game and that's where they saw it from, but guess what? It wasn't there either. The picture can be found in the files in the game, but was actually never used. It was only seen in the trailer. But anyways, it's a very big rumor and hoax that this was actually in the game when it never was. Phantom Bonnie. Phantom Bonnie is a hoax animatronic that first appeared in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, and people thought that this animatronic was actually in the game since there was no Bonnie Bonnie in Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Now, I mean, Springtrap is based off of the Spring Bonnie suit in FNAF, so technically there was Bonnie in the game, it just wasn't the one that we were all used to. But as I said, Phantom Bonnie was never in the game, but it was a very popular hoax for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Shadow Man Cam. This is based off of a popular hoax video for Five Nights at Freddy's 2 when the game first released. It was said that if you looked in the main hallway character for quite some time that you would actually see a silhouette of a Shadow Man on the camera. But the video was just a hoax and garnered a bunch of attention, which made a lot of people think it was real. But in all actuality, this hoax was based off of the puppet screen that you can see. If you let the music box run all the way down till the music starts playing and the puppet leaves the box, you can actually see the puppet hallucination on this camera. So I mean, this hoax is kind of based off a real thing, but the Shadow Man version of it isn't real. Purple Man jump scare. This hoax is referencing another YouTube video that got very popular for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The video was about a reported jump scare of the purple guy that you could get in the game, and this was also a very popular hoax at the time that a bunch of people probably know. Now, since people didn't know the importance of purple guy in the series yet, except that he exploited some children, this character is very ominous and creepy, and people began to make a bunch of hoaxes about him. And this was one, if not the most popular hoax about the purple guy. But in my personal opinion, I think the next hoax on this list was the most popular purple guy hoax ever. So let's get into that one. Purple guy animatronic. Everyone should know what this picture is. Even if you don't know what Five Nights at Freddy's is or never even played the game series, you guys should have seen or well at least know this picture. This is the purple guy animatronic. This is one, if not the most popular Five Nights at Freddy's hoax other than Sparky the dog in all of Five Nights at Freddy's existence. Everyone was making videos about this strange animatronic that would appear in your office in the same spot that Golden Freddy or Balloon Boy did. Now obviously it was never true, but this actually started a bunch of mods where you would replace Golden Freddy for the purple guy animatronic, which also helped fuel the myth and legend of this character even more. And I just want to say this hoax terrified me when I was younger. I was so afraid to see this thing in my playthrough that I almost stopped playing the game after I heard about it. I don't know why, I guess it was just very unsettling for me, and it's actually still kind of creepy to this day. Gray Puppet. The Gray Puppet is a hoax from Five Nights at Freddy's 2 that was also based off of another YouTube video. Dang, we got 3 hoaxes in a row that were based off of a YouTube video. I gotta go buy like a lottery ticket or something. Anyways, instead, a very weird phenomenon happened in this video about this hoax. In the video, the audio cue that played during one of the FNAF 2 minigames that say save them plays throughout this video. As the guy is surviving throughout the night, this audio is playing in the background. And after the audio cue was over, the puppet jump scared him, but it was great. Now in the video, it made this whole occurrence very mysterious and very unsettling, as if it were normal to gameplay. And since it seemed like a very real hoax, people believed it. It actually seemed like something that could happen during normal gameplay of FNAF 2. But other than that, there's not much more information about this hoax. It's just a fake YouTube video that got very popular. Freedom. Freedom isn't a hoax, and it's not really that much of a rumor. I mean, I guess you can consider it a rumor, but it was debunked fairly quick. Now what this is referencing is when the FNAF 2 trailer came out and the jump scare from Foxy at the end of it was played, people thought that it actually sounded like Foxy was screaming freedom during the jump scare. Here, I'll play it for you guys. Did you guys hear it? I mean, if you really think about it and really tried to listen for it, maybe you can hear a hint of it, but in my opinion, it's a stretch. People thought these animatronics were trying to escape the pizzeria, and in actuality, that's not the case. People just thought that's what they said, even though it doesn't sound like that one bit. Plus, that's just reaching pretty far, especially when the trailer first came out and like people didn't know much about the game. But talking about reaching far when it comes to something in the FNAF 2 trailer, the next entry we're about to get into is also about something that was, well, a very far stretch in the FNAF 2 trailer. So let's get into it. Mike Kill All. And as I said, this is one of those things that were in the FNAF 2 trailer that people reached very far for. Mike Kill All is referencing the FNAF 2 trailer, and when this trailer came out, as I mentioned, people really started to theorize and think of a bunch of different things for the next Five Nights at Freddy's game. The hype was real, and to try and get some answers behind the Five Nights at Freddy's lore, this rumor was based off of the beginning of the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 trailer, where if you reverse the London Bridge part of the song, you can actually hear the children saying Mike Kill All reversed. And for the people that don't know, you play as Mike Schmidt in the first FNAF game, and people thought that Mike killed all the children and stuffed them into the suits, and that's why they were attacking him in the first game. But as more games released, we realized that wasn't the case and that William Afton acted or those kids. So as more games came out, this hoax and rumor was laid to rest. FNAF 3 canceled. Now for a short bit here, people thought that FNAF 3 was actually going to be canceled, and that was because of a fake leak that was made online about the game. And well, there was also a very bad fake Five Nights at Freddy's 3 fan game that used a bunch of stolen assets from other games, including previous FNAF games. So because of all of that, it was said that the game was going to be cancelled by Scott and that it wasn't going to come out. Now this isn't actually really a rumor and a hoax, at least this part isn't, because this was officially announced by Scott Cawthon that the game wasn't going to be released and it was going to be cancelled. But I guess we couldn't consider it a hoax if that was the case, because while it was never cancelled, we did get a fake FNAF 3 game, but I guess it really wasn't a hoax back then. Nowadays we obviously know it wasn't a hoax because the game did come out. But no, Five Nights at Freddy's 3 wasn't cancelled. Withered Toys. The Withered Toys was a hoax for FNAF 3, in which people saw the first teaser for the box of animatronic parts. People thought that we would be seeing the withered versions of those animatronics. I mean, the toy animatronics weren't withered, but I mean, the withered ones were withered, but that's not what I meant. I also remember hearing a hoax about the toy animatronics slowly degrading over the course of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and they would eventually become like Mangle and become withered and destroyed, but that was short-lived because it was obviously not true. Just play the game and you'll see that they don't get withered over time. Shadow BB. Shadow Balloon Boy is a hoax in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Mobile Edition, and it's pretty obvious what this hoax is about. People said that there was a shadow version of Balloon Boy that could be found in this mobile version of the game, and this very popular hoax image came out online of the supposed Shadow Balloon Boy. Now, we should all know that this isn't true, but some people actually believe that Shadow Balloon Boy is actually hidden in the files of FNAF 2, or at least the mobile version, and is still there to this day. Fake teasers. Now, I put this one here because it's a very broad subject for Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes, and even if you haven't seen all of them, you've probably at least seen one of these fake Five Nights at Freddy's teasers. And this one is actually one of the most popular ones. This one includes a fake Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic, also known as New Freddy, and people would copy and paste this animatronic into a bunch of their fake teasers. And well, there's also another very popular one that we can't forget about that we're going to talk about in the next entry. Freddyland. Now, one of those said fake teasers was a Freddyland, and this teaser was originally for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. This fake image surfaced online sometime before FNAF 3 had its own official trailer, and people thought this was the real official trailer for FNAF 3. There was multiple theories of where this game was going to be located at, and well, this theory made people believe that it was going to take place in a whole amusement park, or well, maybe a carnival, but something along the lines of that. This was a very popular hoax image, and I bet people that never even played the game have probably seen this teaser before. Now, all of those hoaxes and rumors were fairly well known, especially among the FNAF community. Just like how I said earlier, even if you guys aren't that much involved in the FNAF community, you guys have probably seen these. Even if you're brand new fans, you guys should know about these. And I mean, I remember these also very vividly. I mean, I was an OG FNAF fan. I was a fan ever since the first Markiplier video came out about the games. But regardless of that, we're going to start to get into Layer 2. These ones are pretty popular, but aren't as popular as the ones in Layer 1 are. These ones are fairly well known, but also some people might not know of these, so let's get right into Layer 2. Cupcake can blink. Now, as I said earlier, I was searching through a bunch of forum pages and Reddit pages for all of these FNAF hoaxes and rumors about Five Nights at Freddy's. And well, this Five Nights at Freddy's hoax actually has two variants of it. The first variant of this hoax was encountered in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, where people said you could occasionally see the cupcake blink, and you would most likely see this when you just put your camera down, and only people with a very keen and fast eye could catch it. But obviously this wasn't true. And in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the other variant of this hoax was that you could also see the cupcake blink in that game. There was a YouTube video that surfaced online of someone seeing the cupcake blink. Now, this video was obviously fake, but a bunch of people did believe it at the time. Other than that, there's not much more information to go on about this. Freddy handprint in Five Nights at Freddy's 1. In one of the Five Nights at Freddy's images, I'm not too sure which one it was. I think it might have been a mobile icon for Five Nights at Freddy's 1, or maybe something else. There was this image of Freddy Fazbear, and as you can see on this image, there's actually a slight handprint, or at least that's kind of what it looks like, on front of Freddy Fazbear's face. And now, I mean, this isn't really a hoax or rumor because you can clearly see that it's right there. But the hoax and rumor that came out about this image was that Freddy Fazbear caused the bite of 87. Now, as most FNAF fans know, no one actually 100% knows who caused the bite of 87. Most people theorize that it was one of the toy animatronics like Toy Bonnie or Mangle, but people at the very beginning of Five Nights at Freddy's believed that Freddy Fazbear was the reason or the perpetrator behind the bite of 87. FNAF 3 Free Roam. Now, this one is obviously pretty easy to determine what's fake about it. As you can see in this image above, this fake image came out when Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was about to get released, and in this image you can actually see what looks like to be free roam for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Now, this one is actually very easy to determine if it's fake or not. I mean, it just looked really bad. It doesn't look good, and I mean, it's one of the first images to showcase something that looks like free roam. And this image was actually part of a very big Five Nights at Freddy's 3 leak that wasn't real. And in this leak, there was a bunch of supposed images that were gonna be in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, like animatronics, teasers, and etc. And even the Freddyland teaser that I mentioned earlier was in this big leak. So people thought that this was actually a real thing that was gonna be in Five Nights at Freddy's 3. And it looked like it was actually gonna take place in the first Five Nights at Freddy's 1 game pizzeria. Now we all know this isn't true, but before the game came out, this was a very popular hoax and rumor. Chica moved the paper pal. Now this one isn't necessarily a hoax, as no one is 100% sure about why this happens in the game. But in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, you can see Withered Chica or Toy Chica standing right next to the paper pal in one of the party rooms. And people began to theorize that these animatronics were responsible for moving the paper pal. I mean, they stand right next to it, so I mean, I can believe why people thought this. And as I was doing more research about this topic, people said that most of the time after seeing these animatronics right next to the paper pal, once they put their camera down, the paper pal would actually be in their office. Now, I mean, I don't know if these accounts are true or not, but it is something to think about. Sugar the cat. Now, most OG FNAF fans know who this is. Now, there's a bunch of pieces of media that this character was in, especially like its main franchise. But most importantly, this character was used in the fake Five Nights at Freddy's 3 fan game. But the main hoax about this character came about in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. In the prize corner area where you crank the music box, you can actually see a silhouette that looks like a cat. Now, no, there's not an actual hidden animatronic there, it's just a silhouette. But people did think this was homage or reference to the games. Now, I don't know if that game came out before Five Nights at Freddy's 2 or reverse, but who knows? People just thought that this was a homage or an actual Easter egg or an actual hidden character in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Salvage / Fred Shop animatronic. Now, people that watch my videos, yeah, we're gonna be talking about this animatronic again. This is like the third video that this animatronic has been featured in, but I mean, oh well, that's just how it goes. But before I tell you guys some information about it, I did make a full-length video about this animatronic that you guys should go check out. I'm not gonna go into as much detail as I did in that video, so after this video is over, go check it out. And I also featured him in a little segment in this video, so you guys should both go check out those videos after this one's over. But I will go over a quick synopsis for right now for the people that want the information on this character. But I won't go into full detail, so you guys will have to watch my other video. But Salvage / Fred Trap is the name of a supposed animatronic in FNAF 3 that people thought was gonna be in the game. Now, the first ever FNAF 3 teaser kinda shows an animatronic that doesn't necessarily look like Springtrap, at least in my eyes it doesn't. So who knows, maybe Scott redesigned the character. But anyways, people thought that the animatronic in the teaser was actually different than the one in the main game, which created the hoax of Fred Trap. But if you guys want more information, go check out my main video about it, you'll get a ton there. Yeah, I know that last entry was kind of a low ball, but oh well, I gotta get that watch time in, baby. Anyways, I'm assuming most of you guys knew a decent amount of those entries in the last layer, as most of them were fairly well known. But now, as we move on to layer 3, we start to go into some of the more forgotten hoaxes and rumors about FNAF. But if you're an OG fan, you guys should still know most of these anyways, so let's get into it. Puppet TV screen / possessed plushies. Now this one's actually kind of popular. Well, I mean, I guess it's a tad bit forgotten, but this image leaked online shortly after FNAF 2 was released. And as you can see, all the plushies on the desk have white dotted eyes as if they were possessed, and the screens behind them have static on them with the puppet on screen. Now I can't originally find where this image was posted at, but I'm assuming that the post caption or something along the lines of it was that this was a rare Easter egg that this person encountered. Because I don't know where else you would find something like this other than if it was an Easter egg. But no, this isn't true, but it would be kind of cool if it was. Cupcake is a camera. Now this one's pretty obvious. It was speculated that in FNAF 1 that the cupcake was actually a camera to spy on you. Now, I mean, who would be watching you though? The theory probably didn't get along that far because, I mean, like, it just doesn't really make sense. I mean, maybe, like, you know, it's a hive mind and all the animatronics can see, you know, blah, 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 blah. I don't really know. But, you know, that's probably because it's a far-fetched and kind of obscure theory. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe it really is a camera. Also, I guess this theory also kind of goes along for every FNAF game that has a cupcake in it. But, I mean, this one was particularly for the first one, but, you know, it could be included into every other game. So, I really don't know what else to say about this one. Bite of 87 cutscene custom night. Now I also actually featured this hoax in another one of my videos, and that video is the most forgotten FNAF hoax video. But I will also give you guys a quick synopsis, just like how I did for the Fred Trap entry. But anyways, this hoax started in FNAF 1 and existed actually before the Golden Freddy Easter egg, in which you would put 1987 into the custom night menu and you would get the Golden Freddy cutscene. So people speculated that if you put this code in that you would actually get a cutscene of the Bite of 87. But Scott actually caught wind of this rumor and then proceeded to put the Golden Freddy Easter egg afterwards. People also thought that this was an Easter egg in FNAF 2, but I won't go into detail about that here. You guys will just have to watch my forgotten hoax video after this one. Golden Freddy poster in FNAF 2. This one's very self-explanatory. People speculated that in the prize counter corner that one of the posters on rare occasion would change into Golden Freddy and will work the same way as it did in the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, where you would see it on rare occasion once you open the camera. Now obviously this one isn't true because I'm pretty sure a bunch of people would see it, especially with how many times we have to open and close the camera throughout the nights to do the music box. But who knows, maybe it's actually in the game somewhere. It's not. Withered Bonnie with a face in FNAF 3. This one is also very self-explanatory. People thought that Withered Bonnie would be in FNAF 3 somewhere, or at least a phantom version of it would be. And people speculated that he would be in the game and would have his face, unlike how he is in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And there was a leaked image of Withered Bonnie with his face in the fake FNAF 3 image leak. But I don't know why people would have believed it, because the image looked really bad and low quality and just didn't look realistic. But I mean, I guess those FNAF fans were really desperate character back in the old days. Nightmare JJ Easter egg in FNAF 4. Just like how JJ shows up in FNAF 2, people speculate that since there was a Nightmare Balloon Boy variant, that there would also be a Nightmare JJ. Now this one was actually a very believable hoax, as the images that were online of this hoax looked very realistic. And for the first time in this video, I would say if you believe that this hoax was real, you weren't the only person. I mean, I guess, you know, the Sparky the Dog hoax was very believable too, but that's not the point. As hoaxes started to become worse and worse throughout the game franchise, it was very rare for a hoax, especially from FNAF 4, to be so believable. I mean, just look at these images. They're actually really good, especially for a hoax that was all the way in FNAF 4. Pair of eyes in Balloon Boy. In FNAF 2, when Balloon Boy enters your office, people looked very closely into his mouth and saw, well, what looked like to be a pair of eyes. Now, while looking at it, you can actually kind of see eyeballs. And while people believe that Balloon Boy was stuffed with a child because of this, but I mean, look at how thin his neck is. I just don't think that'd be possible. Plus, bro is too short and stubby for a child to be stuck in there. But this isn't really necessarily a hoax. I would say this is more of a rumor, because we've actually never got a confirmed reason of what was inside of Balloon Boy to make this weird shadow, or, well, whatever this is. Chrome Freddy. Chrome Freddy was a hoax for FNAF 3, created by the very popular YouTuber Jimbathy. And well, I'm not gonna go into detail, I'm just gonna show you the video.
After a while, if you just dick around with the cameras, eventually Chrome Freddy will come and put you in his mouth. It's totally
FNAF 3 troll game Springlock music. Yeah, this title's a little bit confusing, I know, I made the Iceberg, but I'll explain it. So since FNAF 3 was supposedly leaked and cancelled, Scott made this troll game, and in typical Scott fashion as well. And as his FNAF fans believed, it was gonna be the real game, and it wasn't. But anyways, that's not the point. The main menu music for this troll game was actually originally the music that was supposed to be used in FNAF 3. And well, this music is actually very disturbing. Now, one of the rumors that revolved around this strange, disturbing menu music was that the game was actually going to take place in a sewer, because it sounded like dripping water and something that you would hear in a sewer. But my own personal opinion and theory on this topic is that it's the sound of William Afton after being springlocked and dying alone in the safe room. Here, take a listen and tell me what you think. Does it sound like a sewer or a spring lock? I mean, it could sound like both. In my personal opinion, I'd like to believe that this is what it sounded like after William Afton was spring locked. Now, as we move further down the iceberg, I hope that you guys didn't know most of the entries on that last layer, because some of those were actually kind of obscure and, well, weren't that very well known. I mean, some were, but most of them weren't. I kind of tried to go in the middle there, where some were obscure and some were also really well known. But now, as we move down, we're going to start to get into some of the more obscure ones and some of the kind of disturbing ones. I had to look pretty hard for these ones, so I hope you guys don't know these ones that much. Puppet TV screen / possessed plushies. Wait, didn't I just do this one? Oh, I guess I put it in twice. Whoops, my bad. Here's a cookie instead, my bad. Baz Bunker Theory in Sister Location. Now this rumor / hoax / theory came in 5 Nights at Freddy's Sister Location. After people found out where the game was taking place at in an underground facility, people thought that the game would actually take place in a post-apocalyptic world. And people thought that Freddy Fazbear Entertainment actually started to make bunkers, kind of like how Vault-Tec does in the Fallout games, if you know what that is. Obviously, that was kind of a stretch, but some people did believe that this game was going to take place in one of those Freddy Fazbear bunkers during the apocalypse. Now, other than that, I can't find any more information on it now, since every single piece of information I find is just about people clowning on this theory. But I do remember this hoax / theory being very popular when FNAF Sister Location was announced. 6666 Custom Night Kitchen Camera. It was rumored that if you put 666 in the custom night menu and start the night, you would actually be able to see the kitchen camera. And while since in FNAF 1 you can't see the camera, people always wondered what was in there. People wondered if the Golden Freddy was in there, or who knows. But no, this one obviously isn't true. Funtime Chica. Now this hoax isn't actually based off of the real Funtime Chica. This hoax is about a fake Sister Location teaser that included a Funtime Chica design. The image on screen, as you can see, is what this hoax was. But when the first couple of teasers started to come out for Sister Location, this teaser was very believable at the time. But who knows, maybe it's the reason we have the Funtime Chica that we have today. Nightmare Spring Bonnie. In 5 Nights at Freddy's 4, people thought that Nightmare Spring Bonnie or Nightmare Spring Trap was in the game. This hoax and rumor became popular after the Halloween update came out and introduced a bunch more Nightmare characters, which people thought that this hoax was one of them. There's some hoax images online, but they're not really that good, and I don't know what made this hoax become a thing or just why people believed it in general, but yeah. Flip Trap. Now this one's actually kind of interesting, and this is one of FNAF's most recent hoaxes. And well, it's one that actually a bunch of people kind of believe, despite of how recent it is. Now before I get into it, I tried to find a bunch of information on this, and I really couldn't. I couldn't even find any pictures of this hoax online except this one. But from all that I could gather, Flip Trap is a fake animatronic that was based around Burn Trap, or maybe it was Glitch Trap, I'm not really too 100% sure. But anyways, this hoax was based off of one of the these animatronics and was a cut version or alternative version of it. Now I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I do not know if this is true or not because I couldn't find that much information online about this, so if I got any information wrong, which I'm pretty sure I did, please tell me in the comment section below as I want to know more about this hoax. Shadow animatronics are night guards. This is a theory for FNAF 2, and it's about the shadow animatronics, obviously. This is one of my personal favorite theories as this one could be plausible. This rumor just states that the shadow animatronics are hallucinations brought on from dead night guards that worked previous shifts and died, or are just souls of dead night guards and etc. Now looking back, this could be true, which makes this theory slash rumor way more interesting, and it's still pretty cool to think about, and was way more popular when the game first came out. Real life Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Now everyone should know about this hoax, and I don't know why I put it so far down, but oh well, I guess I did. Just ignore that. But this hoax is very easy to explain, as an image surfaced online shortly after the first FNAF game came out. And well, this is it. I bet all of you guys have seen this image at least once. People thought that this was a real image, and well, I mean, who can blame them? Springtrap is Golden Foxy. Now this hoax slash rumor is talking about the first Five Nights at Freddy's 3 teaser. As I mentioned in the earlier entry, Fredtrap was a hoax revolving around the first Five Nights at Freddy's 3 teaser, as no one knew who Springtrap was or what animatronic it was based off of. So some people actually believed that this was a version of Foxy that was golden. Now this hoax died out pretty quickly, especially after the Fredtrap theory started to come around. But I would say that some people did believe this for quite a very long time, and there's even a little bit of fan art about this character, which means it did get a tiny bit popular even if I've never heard about it until I did research for this video. Well, I hope you guys learned about some new hoaxes and rumors in that layer because, well, I know I did. Now some of those entries are pretty creepy and honestly kind of unsettling and disturbing. I know the first couple of layers didn't have that many creepy hoaxes involved in them, but now we're going to start to get into some of the more weird, strange, and kind of disturbing entries on this list. So let's get into them. FNAF 4 took place in a museum slash auction house. This entry brought back some serious memories. This rumor slash theory was about where the FNAF 4 game was going to be taking place at. And after the first Five Nights at Freddy's 4 trailer came out, people started to think that these animatronics were in an auction house or auctioned off to the player's house. I mean, in the first trailer, you can see a house and the animatronics are roaming around in it. So people believe that some people bought these animatronics either as memorabilia or etc. And well, they were still possessed and were still coming to kill you. Another popular version of this hoax is that the game was going to take place in a museum. Now this version of the hoax came out before the trailer came out, because as we can see, the game took place in a house from the trailer and it just wouldn't make sense. But when the first couple of teasers were posted on Scott's website, people were really into that idea that after the third game when Fazbear's Frights got burned down, a bunch of memorabilia was getting auctioned off and sold, which is why the game took place in a museum. Now imagine that, like a night at the museum game, but instead of it being related to the movie franchise, it was all Five Nights at Freddy's. The idea is very unique and I feel like would run pretty well with the storyline or for its own unique side storyline. I don't know, but this is one of my favorite theories slash rumors that I kind of wish was experimented on in more fan games or in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise in general. Screw security breach, put that stuff in a museum, make the story around it being auctioned off and it still being haunted, and boom, that would be a terrifying game. Mic Trap. Before Springtrap was confirmed to be William Afton, people actually thought that the corpse inside was Michael Afton, and people called this hoax version of Springtrap Mic Trap. Well, there's actually another version of this hoax that is more popular and well known than that version, and that version of the hoax is when you get stuffed in Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Some people named this animatronic Mic Trap, especially after FNAF 3 came out. People thought that this was almost like the same thing as Springtrap, except just a different animatronic suit. And it would have been the same thing basically, puppet reflection in window. Now this one doesn't have that much information around it except a simple image. In Five Nights at Freddy's 4, you could see on the right hallway there's a window, and while looking out the door to see the hallway, once you flash your flashlight on, people thought that you could actually see the puppet outside of the window. And well, let me just show you the screenshot. I mean, you can kind of see an eyeball, you can't really see anything else, but I guess I do understand where these people are coming from. Maybe it's true, I don't know, it's a bit far-fetched, but you never know. It could have been foreshadowing Nightmare Yon in the Halloween update, but honestly, I think that's stretching pretty far too, so I don't know. You'd have to escape after every night in FNAF 3. Now this is an awesome hoax, and I really wish this was implemented into one of the games somehow. Now I don't know why people thought this was a thing, especially since this hoax was only just for Five Nights at Freddy's 3, but before the game came out, people speculated that you would actually have to escape Fazbear Frights every night to beat the night. So you would do your shift, and then afterwards you would have to escape. I mean, I guess this rumor and hoax could go for any Five Nights at Freddy's game, but apparently this one got super popular for FNAF 3, and while I think people just wanted to have a free roam game at that point, it's still a very unique hoax, and I wish this was implemented onto one of the games. Freddy goes through doors. Do you hate when you're playing Five Nights at Freddy's 1 and Freddy jump scares you from seemingly out of nowhere? Well, what if I told you that he is actually an omnipotent being that can teleport through doors? Well, that's what some people thought for Five Nights at Freddy's 1. People thought he could just simply teleport through the door. Yeah, I kind of put this one as a joke entry. Some people did actually believe it for a short amount of time, until it was just, you know, obviously debunked immediately after because he can't teleport. Now, you know who can teleport? Golden Freddy. But no, it wasn't about Golden Freddy. It was just about normal Freddy. So yeah, I don't really know. Owner of restaurant named Freddy. Okay, now we're getting to some OG theories for the first FNAF game. Before any major lore was set into place, people speculated that the owner of the restaurant was just named Freddy and named Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria after himself. It's a very simple rumor slash theory, but we all know it isn't true anymore. But yeah, it's just something that people thought of. Withered Bonnie had a skull inside his head. This one is just what it says. People said that you could see a skull inside of Withered Bonnie, but I mean, I just can't see it. Maybe you guys can. I don't really know, but yeah, I don't see anything, so I don't know. Freddy is advanced AI. This one's an interesting one. In Five Nights at Freddy's 1, people thought that Freddy Fazbear was actually a very advanced AI, and the reason people believed that is because he wouldn't move until the later nights. So some people said that he was actually analyzing how the other animatronics move and how the player played the game, and after he analyzed all that, he would begin to strike and attack during the later nights. Now this is a really good theory actually, and for the first couple of games this is actually kind of plausible, especially when Five Nights at Freddy's 2 came out and the phone guy mentioned that the animatronics had a criminal database built inside of them. So I mean, it isn't that far-fetched, but lore-wise, yes, these animatronics are very ahead of their time for what they are capable of. But gameplay-wise, no, Freddy cannot actually track what the player does throughout the previous nights and does not plan his attacks accordingly, but it would be very terrifying if he could. The Living Tombstone songs are canon. No, they're not. It'd be pretty cool if they were, but no, they're just not. People believe that they were because Scott did acknowledge these songs and said what his favorite one was a very long time ago, but for some reason people thought that this meant they were canon, but no, they're not. Now, I hope most of you guys didn't know about those previous entries, as those ones are super obscure and aren't known about at all. But now, we're getting into the final layer. A lot of these were based off of actual hoaxes and theories about the games, but 2 of these entries I actually made myself, so you'll never see these hoaxes anywhere else on the internet, until well after you see this video posted and then boom, you'll see these ones on the internet, but you know what I mean. So throughout this layer, I want you guys to try and determine which ones I made up and which ones I didn't. You know, let's have a little fun with this last layer. But anyways, let's get right into it. They hide your body and never tell anyone. Now this one's kind of getting in the creepypasta territory. This hoax is about a supposed minigame of the crying child and how what was inside of the locked box at the end of FNAF 4 was the body of the crying child. Now the main premise of this supposed minigame was to play as a character carrying the crying child's corpse to the box and hiding it away forever. Supposedly this minigame was supposed to be very brutal and very bloody, but well, it was never in the game, but some people believe that that was what was hiding inside of the box. Based on real life, this entry is talking about the first ever game theories video about Five Nights at Freddy's 1 and how MatPat related the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 1 to an actual real life at a Chuck E. Cheese. Now to not talk in bad spirit about the victims or about the whole situation in general, just note the theory is not true. It was quickly debunked, and especially looking back on it, it just doesn't make any plausible sense. I guess it could kind of correlate and make sense to the first game, but after all the new lore, we obviously know this isn't true. And this one's so far down not because of how obscure it is, but because of how disturbing it is. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just watch the first Five Nights at Freddy's game theories video and you'll understand. Freddy Fazbear's has a basement. Have you ever played the first ever Five Nights at Freddy's map in Gary's mod? Now the reason I'm asking this is because this map has a basement in it, which made people speculate that there was actually a basement in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria in the first game, and it was located somewhere in the back room off camera. Now if you don't know what I'm talking about, I have footage on screen of it, so don't worry about it. People speculated that this is where William Afton would lead the children to game end them, and that he would hide their corpses in the basement before he could stuff them. Which I mean, if the basement was just connected to the back room and hidden off a camera, no one would ever suspect anything or see anything happen. Just lock that door and boom. And some people actually speculate that Golden Freddy, instead of being in the kitchen, was hidden in this hidden basement area. In the Gary's mod map, this is where the generator for the power supply is at. So a bunch of people actually correlated these things and thought the basement was actually canon in the real Five Nights at Freddy's 1 game, but we'll never know because it was never denied or confirmed. Scott Cawthon sold his soul. Would you do whatever it takes to become successful? Do you want to become a famous singer, actress, musician, model, or etc.? Well, some people might want to choose a different career path, and that goes without saying that Scott Cawthon might have been one of those people. After developing games for many years of his life and having all of them fail tremendously, Chipper & Sons Lumber Co. was Scott's final game before he retired, as all of his other games failed, including this one. And after getting a bunch of hate and bad reviews on this final game, Scott finally snapped. He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to retire but knew that he couldn't. He wanted to go out with a bang. So Scott made a deal with the devil and sold his soul to become the most popular indie game developer ever. And getting into a depressive state, he finally went with it, and feeling inspired by one of the hate comments telling him the characters in Chipper and Son's Lumber Code looked like animatronics, he used that inspiration to make Five Nights at Freddy's. And with little to no support or any money coming in to fund the game, he went all in. And immediately after the release of the game, it became one of the most popular indie games and games in general. Now, why do you think this happened? Well, because Scott Cawthon sold his soul. Or well, at least that's what some people think. How do you get overnight success like that from developing a stupid little video game? Did he get successful because his game was innovative, terrifying, and unique, or was there something else going on behind the scenes? Some people say that he did sell his soul, but I guess we'll never know. FNAF 4 based on Scott Cawthon's house. While developing Five Nights at Freddy's 4, people speculate that Scott actually used real floor plans of his house. I mean, not exact replicas, because what room has two doorways that lead to a hallway, but some people believe that he used a real life inspiration in his own house to actually develop the rooms, hallways, and etc. And same with the minigames. People said that he used the same floor plans for the FNAF 4 minigames, including the Crying Child, who actually developed the layout. I mean, I guess we'll never know, but this is a very plausible theory, and it would explain why the pictures in the hallway are of his real life family. Finally, we have reached the final segment of this video, where me and a few other FNAF YouTubers go over and make fun of some of FNAF's newest hoaxes made by Mr. Cheese 1147 on TikTok. If you watched this far into the video, I just want to say thank you. And anyways, without further ado, let's get into the final and best segment of this video. Alright, so finally, after that long supercut video, we are finally at the last segment. And, well, we gotta introduce a few people here that, well, are here to, help me react to these epic hoaxes. So, Jerikai, you're up first. Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Jerikai Games. I'm from Australia, and I'm a crippling alcoholic.
Alright, there's Jerikai Games, everybody. And then, the next and final person, Springlock Films.
Hi, I'm Springlock Films. I'm an animator from New Zealand.
Boo!
I'm not an alcoholic like Jerikai.
Alright. So, as I have briefed you guys earlier and the audience, this is Mr. Cheese 1147, also known as Mr. Cheese. And he or she or whatever has made all of these, well, pretty interesting and pretty cool hoaxes, and we're going to go through them and react to all of them. So, we're going to start at the very beginning. So, this is FNAF 1 beta.
What? I just noticed there's no eyebrows. What the? Okay, no, that I don't think these are hoaxes.
The lack of eyebrows. Oh god. Oh.
Chipper.
What is
Chipper? What is that?
Oh, that's the wolf thing. I think that was the. I remember Scott was gonna do that.
Yeah, it was like before he chose Foxy. Yeah.
This just makes me look at the Endo Mouth and the FNAF 1 models and just think they look really fucking stupid.
They do. But like you never really see them.
Oh my god.
Is that golden? Oh whoa.
Okay, that one that was actually creepy. That one was actually creepy. This one,
Freddy looks like he's gained a bit of weight.
Yeah, this is what happens when Toy Freddy
gets
fat.
He's a little bit more than Toy Freddy.
He's a little chunky.
Maybe Toy Freddy did a workout. Maybe before FNAF 2 he did a workout. That was some.
This is the Giga Chat.
We may never know.
This one's got a kick to it. This one's kind of creepy, I can't even lie.
The human teeth. Super spooky. I always forget that the puppet is actually meant to be a robot. I always just imagine it to be like a puppet.
I'm curious now. What would the puppet's endoskeleton actually look like though, if it did have an endoskeleton?
Because it doesn't have an endoskeleton? It seems way too flexible to have an endoskeleton.
Oh, okay, this is my specialty.
Pig
my specialty. FNAF 2 Stingray.
FNAF 2 Stingray.
What does this even say?
All I see is hey Sigma me CP.
What? CP? Oh hell no! Someone says
why does it say CP? Why does it say CP? It's over. CP has multiple meanings, my friend. Oh, from Myuu. Oh god. The comments are the real horror.
Oh.
Nightmare
yes.
Golden Freddy found.
Isn't that just Nightmare Fredbear?
I thought that was just normal Fredbear. They look like normal Fredbear with just some Nightmare's Eve. That's all I'm saying.
Just Nightmare Fredbear? Like why?
Whatever it is, it's got a little kick to it. This one's a little spooky. I can't even lie. This one's a little. This would have left me in a vegetative state in 2015.
Oh, like that one's actually.
I can't. These are. This one's pretty good. I think this one's my favorite so far.
Boo! Fan games. Boo!
Boo! Nightmare Spring Bonnie teaser.
I don't even remember.
It's believable until you look at the
Like, I know-
eyes. Dude, this looks just like the guy from Dormitoverse. I'm not even kidding.
Chrome Freddy in FNAF 3. Only OGs know.
All
Only
I was
OGs
thinking
know
was
Chrome
Shamrock Freddy. Was the
Ooh,
Shamrock Freddy folks that?
Yeah.
OGs know Shamrock Freddy. Fun Time Bonnie.
Oh, what the fuck am I looking at? This is disgusting.
This is
Why
so
the
peak.
fuck is his forearms blue? Why? What's the point? I don't get
Why is he
it.
blue?
Why? Oh,
He's got blue
ew.
toes.
Ah,
Are you looking at his toes, Kevin? What the
Hey, hey.
the most important part. This one's just gross though. There's nothing good about this one. This one deserves to burn for all eternity.
Salvage.
Like that's drip it. That's what I'm saying. Drip
Oh,
it.
this was like when FNAF 3 first came out. They were
Oh,
like, trying to
yeah,
figure
and
out
they
who
thought that it was
Springtrap
like-
was. They thought it was this like if you flipped the original teaser, it looked like this, and then ended salvage.
It looks like a skinny Dreadbear, kind of. This was- I
There were
like this
worms
song.
under your skin. You know what? This is like every single like modern FNAF like ransomware game now. To be fair, it's just like
Literally.
distorted FNAF 1 Freddy with like random text that's like meant to be creepy but like isn't. Oh my
Ooh, this
god!
one's good.
Ah!
This one's good. Fun Time Balloon.
You know what? Funtime Bonnie, I'm sorry that I ever said anything bad about you. This is worse. Also, why are his balloons attached to his wrist?
Yeah. I just seen that.
He's not even holding them.
Bro
He's
can't
not
move
holding
his
it, just
hands.
like-
Man's just like, he's been forced to hold the balloon. It's like, okay, child, don't run off. I'm gonna tie these balloons onto you for your own safety. In case you get lost. God damn. Okay, FNAF movie 5 revealed. This is what it's gonna be.
FNAF 3 body fixed. I don't think this is FNAF 3, Mr. Cheese, but alright.
I was gonna say, but
I mean, FNAF 2 Bonnie fixed, but
yeah, I don't know why.
I mean-
FNAF like fixed withered Bonnie is just. I've never thought it looked good.
I mean, it's okay, but it's kind of just.
It's honestly scarier than withered Bonnie. The original Fredbear model found. Actually, you know what? It is. Look at how. See how the hat's clipping into the top of his head? That's how you know it's a Scott model. That's how you know it's a Scott Cawthon model.
True. Withered toys found. Okay. Hold
I
on,
have
stop
seen these
skipping.
images so many times that it's just these are obviously fake. This is just bad.
No, this is so real. What do you mean?
I didn't
This
even
is so
match
real.
it.
No, not at all.
No, it's
It doesn't look right.
no. If I turn the quality down enough, they won't notice that it's clear.
Well,
See, look
compare,
at-
well,
the
compare,
lighting
like
looks super
compared
good,
to
doesn't
Toy
it?
Bonnie, compared to like Toy Bonnie compared to Toy Freddy. Toy Freddy looked way in the light than this one. This one just looks straight out, like it was just a PNG dropped onto it. Add a bit of rain
the
and
puppet
it's
in the
perfect.
background. What the fuck am I looking at, bro?
He's at
That's,
least in color.
Wow,
Yeah.
super scary, super spooky. Yes.
It's like the FNAF I wanted to.
The scariest part of this image is that the night 4 and 5 a.m. texts are not aligned.
That's so true.
It's real. Look how it's clipping into the vent. That's how you know it's real.
Oh, bro,
God.
standing.
It just gets worse as you go down. Like his torso is like normal. You go to his feet and it's just like burns and
They're
charred.
like clipping
Oh.
him to the ground. I think. I can't tell.
Oh, it's real.
Maybe it's real.
clipping.
It's real.
It's real. It's
real.
clipping.
It is
It's
real.
clipping.
Oh, we're not going back to this.
This is some FNAF in real time shit right here, honestly.
Foxy's a good guy, as the caption says.
Okay, this isn't even a hoax. This is just like
This is just a recreation of that, like, really popular.
yeah,
Wallpaper that every kid had, like, in 2018.
exact. Not even 2014.
Yeah.
Literally 2014, 2015. Fun time
Oh.
Golden
What is
Freddy.
this? They just look like they put a shell on Yindo. I was like, oh, yes.
What? Okay, my question is, why does he have a hole in his foot? Look at his leg. He's got a hole in his leg. It's not even golden. It's white Freddy with just a bit of yellow. This sucks.
Oh my god, it's Springlock. It's Springlock Films.
It's Springlock Films. Oh my god. Okay, like that is like, isn't that like the actual Spring Bonnie model though? What is?
Isn't that the fan made one, though? Like,
What
this
is
is
with
not an
Fred
official
Bear's-
one, is it?
What's his with Fredbear's face? Why
He's
does
got
he
a very
look like
big
that?
snout.
Like, is it the eyes? Is it the eyes being so small? Is that what it is?
No, it's no
No,
eyebrows.
it's his snout and no
Oh,
eyebrows. It's so
he's-
big.
Dude, he looks like a pug. It's like, you know how like pugs look like dogs that you got a frying pan and smash their fucking face in? That's what you've done to this.
FNAF
Oh my god! Oh my god! They're back! I gotta say though, why is he so buff? Look at his shoulders; they're fucking huge. Freddy's been hitting the gym. This one doesn't actually look that bad. Although, again, I don't know. The shoulders are
arms
just too big? Yeah, the arms are just too big.
The arms are bigger. Yeah.
This one actually looks okay though. This isn't even bad. This is just like FNAF 1 Chica.
Oh,
It's
not too bad.
Boo. I mean, it's okay, but like, I don't know. Why is Toy Freddy just sitting there? Don't forget about me, please.
He just wanted to photo shoot it. He just wanted to be a bomb in it.
Oh, what the hell is this? Is this supposed to be Phantom Foxy?
Oh my god, Phantom Sparks.
What happened to his hip?
Yeah,
his hip's just gone. He doesn't have one anymore.
Yeah, no, he's completely levitating on one side. It totally makes sense.
You know,
Phantom body.
I almost liked it until I realized that he's just like too skinny. Like, it's literally his body. His head is way too big for his body, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, I'm not gonna lie. That image goes insanely hard.
What happened? What happened to the hips? Like,
Well, wait, this actually looks like the puppet is an animatronic now. It doesn't just look like a puppet.
Yeah, it does.
What the fuck am I looking at?
FNAF sister location Night Force Springlock suit. Okay, so this is what it looks like.
I don't think that's it.
That's not. That is definitely not what it is. But you know what? I respect it. You know, this is kind of cool. But then I looked at the foot and how it's just like not. It's just not at all rendered him. Probably so fucking stupid. Funtime blood puppet. Blood puppet. What is this meant to be?
What's a blood puppet?
These just all look like fan game models.
This one is, I don't know, I really like this one a lot. This one has, the fact that it has no feet and weird ass fingers and, I don't know. I don't even know, this one's
Man's got toilet paper rolls for fingers.
I don't know what this is. Is
Why
this
are all
purple
the
guy Freddy?
That's purple guy mixed with Freddy. Like...
I think this is Shadow Freddy.
No, but it's got the security badge on it.
Oh yeah, true, you're right. Why do they make every hoax Freddy just super fat? I don't understand. Is that like what the fuck is this? That is why does
that
it
reminds
have
me
toy...
of that
it has
that
toy body's
animation like ages ago.
It's got toy body's arm and face.
Oh yeah, it does have his arm. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, he
does.
His
arm too.
If this doesn't happen in the FNAF 2 movie, where Withered Bonnie rips off Toy Bonnie's face and puts it on his own, then the movie's not good. I'm just saying, guys. This has to happen. My captain in FNAF 2. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Mike Afton in FNAF 2.
I don't know about that one though.
I'm not gonna lie. Mike Afton in FNAF 2 sounds like a Gavin Gone short, if you know what I'm saying. Springlock.
What is this? What is this?
This is just
it's like the bottom half. The bottom half looks like it's a beak. It's still a beak, and it's just like the top half.
It's with the Chica's jump scare. It's with the Chica's jump scare.
Yeah.
But they've put like Bonnie over the top.
No, because it's got eyebrows.
Oh
It's
yeah,
got eyebrow on the.
It's Freddy.
There's no way. I don't know.
But like the bottom. The bottom still looks like it has.
It's Withered
has a
Freddy's
beak.
snout. It's Withered Freddy's snout. You can tell.
Yeah. But like the beak. There's still like a beak down there. Am I not the only one seeing that? Like they just recolored it.
It's Withered Chica's jump scare from FNAF 2. They've just redone it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks like I don't know. It looks like it's got whiskers with the wires. I have no clue. Oh, this one's fire.
Oh my god! You know what? This actually is real because Mangle is not rendered into the camera system properly, just like Mangle in FNAF 2. It's perfect.
There's something off about it. I don't know what it is.
I think it's because there's no shadow or the light isn't reflecting off of it correctly.
Yeah. Kitchen camera. Why does Chica look like that? What are they doing in the kitchen?
And why is Chica taller than Freddy by so much?
Her eyes, man. Chica's been taking some of that Faz pizza, if you know him. Look at the fucking eyes, bro. Chica keeps going back to the kitchen for a very specific reason. I think we've uncovered it.
Golden Freddy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Nightmare salvage found.
Okay, this one's just like not even interesting.
What is that?
This looks like an Endertrap kosher right here.
It's the FNAF 3 salvage like hoax character made into a night. So it's a hoax of a hoax.
But it doesn't even look like salvage. That's what I mean.
It says that though, Joe.
It's hoax squared.
What is
this character. This was like one of the OG ones.
I don't even know what this is.
Theora, the kindest animatronic, is found. The fuck you mean the kindest animatronic?
Oh no, that's just her.
It's oh my god, it's tie-dye. It's tie-dye Freddy.
It's emo. Got the emo haircut.
God fucking damn it. Okay, this one's actually freaky. Shadow Foxy.
Okay.
It's gonna be Shadow Chica. Get ready.
Oh,
Shadow
you got it.
God damn.
Nightmare Chica. There'll be a Shadow normal Chica.
Well, there's a Shadow Puppet coming up. There's a Shadow Puppet coming up, you can see.
Nope, Shadow Balloon Boy. Shadow Balloon Boy.
That's kind of creepy.
You know, that one's actually kind of good. I like it. This is nice. Very epic. It's very cool. How Spring Trap should have looked. Oh, God.
In FNAF 2, mind you.
Golden.
Jericho, where's your
Golden
cameo at, pal? Where's your cameo at?
Oh, what the hell?
The Balloon Boy is the only thing that I'm looking at right now.
Okay, I have to admit, the way the Foxy is kind of tough, but the Balloon Boy is...
What's with his nose?
It's
just so big.
I don't like it. This makes me uncomfortable. Golden Knight
Gavin,
would be
next
tough.
slide, Gavin.
This is the
Next
comment
slide,
section.
Gavin.
Golden Chica?
Golden Chica.
Oh my god, it's Chicken Jockey.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Get out Nightmare Chicken Jockey.
Gavin, I gave you all of the 5-year-olds retention. You're welcome.
Now all your comment section is just gonna be Chicken Jockey.
Phantom toy animatronics found.
Why?
What am I looking at?
Oh, this is from a day ago. God damn.
This one's pretty bad. I can't even lie.
No, I think Mr. Cheese fell off. Now you've got my attention back. I'm not gonna lie.
FNAF 2 power outage event. Okay, this one's pretty fire actually.
Why is he jaw clipping his fucking face? It's real. It's clipping.
Was that all? That's all of them. That is it.
If you want to see more FNAF hoax videos like this one, be sure to click on any other channel because Gavin Gone is becoming a Fallout 4 channel from now on.
With a game series as big as FNAF, it's no wonder that over its 11 years of existence, some parts of the FNAF IP have become lost media, with that including, but not limited to, merch, games, attractions, fan-made creations, and so much more. But what are some of these pieces of FNAF lost media, and how did we get here? Well, in this video, I have compiled almost all of my previous FNAF lost media videos into this one seamless and easy to watch supercut that you can play while falling asleep, studying, working, or just as background noise, all while simultaneously learning about everything there is to know about some of FNAF's most infamous pieces of lost media, regardless of if you're a fan or not. Also, since some of the videos featured in the supercut are kind of old, at the end of this video I have included updates on new information found on these pieces of lost media, along with a personal story on how I went and found the FNAF Fright Dome location after all of these years, along with an interview with Dr. Creepypasta, the creator of the first original FNAF animatronics that were thought to have been lost media. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Anyways, timestamps are available if you want to skip through certain segments in this video, but without further ado, make sure to subscribe if you love lost media, and let's get into the video. This is the first and only officially licensed FNAF themed haunted house ever made, which was open to the public back in 2016. But after the Halloween season wrapped up that year, no other official Five Nights at Freddy's themed haunted houses were made ever again, meaning the props and decorations used in this haunted house were never used again. So that brings me to ask the question, what happened to everything after this Five Nights at Freddy's themed haunted house closed down? Do all the props still exist, and why does no one know what happened to everything after its permanent closure in 2016? Well, luckily for you, I was able to find out all of those answers, and even more. So with that being said, my name is Gavin Gone, and let's find the lost media behind FNAF's only haunted house ever. Now, lost media is a term used to describe media that is no longer in existence or for which no copies can be found. If you're as chronically online as I am, you've probably heard of lost media or seen various videos talking about it. Usually, lost media can include visual, audio, or audio-visual media, such as movies, television, music, and most popularly, video games. But in the case of FNAF, there is various lost media regarding the franchise, such as lost trailers, characters, merchandise, and so much more, with one of the most popular instances instances of FNAF lost media being about a supposedly real trailer for FNAF 1 that was shortly deleted after being posted on Scott Cawthon's YouTube channel. This trailer supposedly included a very unique version of Endo 01 that instead had red eyes and slightly different features compared to the version we know today. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole for another video, because there's an even more interesting piece of lost media than that, and well, that is the lost FNAF haunted house that has slowly become lost media over the past 8 years. Now, I'm sure many of you might be asking, well, where was it located and what company produced it? Well, it was produced by a man named Jason Egan, who was the owner of the Fright Dome, which was a very popular Halloween themed event held at the Adventure Dome, which was an indoor amusement park at the Circus Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. The event ran annually from 2003 up until 2017, and it completely transformed the Adventure Dome into a massive haunted attraction during the Halloween season. Fright Dome was known for extremely intense and immersive haunted houses, scare zones, performances, and much more. Due to Fright Dome's popularity and reputation for being one of the scariest haunted attractions in the US, they would often partner with very well-known horror franchises, such as Friday the 13th, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Saw. So with FNAF being extremely popular around that time, Jason Egan and his team reached out to Scott Cawthon to see if they can get permission to use the IP for a haunted house, and well, the rest is history. Late September 2016, Fright Dome opened, and for the opening of the FNAF haunted house, Scott Cawthon himself invited Corey X Kenshin, 8-Bit Ryan, 8-Bit Other Ryan, and Rizbowski to visit the haunted house for themselves, after which they all posted videos of them experiencing the haunt together, and included some of the most iconic photos of Scott Cawthon ever taken in these said videos. Around this time, the haunted house started getting an insane amount of traction due to these videos, and because of that, many people from around the world went to visit this attraction, making it one of Fright Dome's most successful haunts ever made before its closure. Because of how many people visited the attraction, there's multiple mentions of it online, and someone, presumably a worker, even snuck in a camera and took a full walkthrough video of the haunt, which was posted around this time on YouTube. That video absolutely blew up almost immediately, as the video shows off the full haunted house and everything that's in it, apart from the scare actors and a few small things which we'll get into in a second here. But with that basic introduction into what Fright Dome is and why it partnered with FNAF and became such a big deal, we must look into what was featured inside of the haunt to show you everything that has now most likely unfortunately become lost media. So let's take a look at the official summary for the event, which will help us understand what exactly was expected for visitors to experience and see in the haunted house. Fright Dome owner Jason Egan has teamed up with the creator of one of the most popular horror game franchises ever, Five Nights at Freddy's, to bring it to life this year. The infamous Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is closed for the night, so guests can tour the unsuspecting eatery. But beware, characters like Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy have a tendency to wander the hallway and stalk visitors. Hopefully you'll make it out before morning. So clearly the attraction is based off of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and since it's based off of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, we obviously see many things from the franchise, such as the animatronics, arcade games, tables, party props, and basically everything that was featured in the first 2 games, with a few exceptions. A lot of this can be seen in that same walkthrough video that was posted online, but since I never actually went to the event myself, I obviously can't explain what everything was in that video, But luckily enough though, there's a full wiki page dedicated to the event, and they even have a giant section of it dedicated to describing what was seen at the event, and it goes as follows. Before entering the attraction, visitors would be greeted by an actor playing a security guard, who would make various quips about things such as safety, or lack thereof, in the establishment, or the murders that happened in the building. This security guard would then serve as a guide to the visitors throughout the attraction, making various comments about things such as power loss during the night, the various surroundings, and etc. At the entrance, a relatively rundown scene can be seen. Moss staining on walls, vines creeping down from the ceiling, and grunge-stained bricked walls. In the first room, this location/pizzeria is a vague representation of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza from the first Five Nights at Freddy's game. A seemingly deactivated Freddy is standing on the stage between 2 signs that say Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and Grand Reopening. Under the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza sign, there is a door, in the front and to the left. There is also a curtain left of the main door in the middle. Through the curtain is an office that vaguely represents the original first game's office. Though it has the monitors and drawings that the first game's office has, there are some noticeable differences. This office has the Freddy mask next to the door frame that leads to another hallway. If turning right at the intersection, there is a camera system, which does not function. Turning left, there is another curtain. Behind this curtain is the room mixed with the show stage and the dining area location, consisting of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica on the stage. They all seem to be deactivated, except for Chica. since she is standing upright unlike the other two. To the left, there is a happy birthday banner, then to the right, there is a banner that says let's play, and under that there is a door. To the left of the door, there is another curtain. Behind the curtain, there is another hallway. Upon going through the curtain, there is a rules sign from the first game. Down the corridor, there are camera systems. After the hallway, there is another office. Then there is another curtain. Past that is what seems to be a backstage room. The mask of all the first game animatronic game can be found, along with a seemingly deactivated Chica suit and a headless pink animatronic that mildly resembles Bonnet standing up. After the room, there is another completely normal hallway, but it has a ball pit to the left. Moving ahead, there is a row of arcade machines, then a claw machine, and then another row of arcade machines. After that hallway, and passing through another curtain, there is a prize corner room. This prize corner has all of the first game's animatronic gang plushies, both small and big. Below, there are smaller merchandise products like key hangers, t-shirts, hats, and even a cupcake plushie. After another hallway, there is an empty pirate cove that leads to another hallway. After the corridor maze, there is a lit room, which is red. And when going down the hall, there are windows on the left side. Various actors portraying the grayed out and crying children seen in the games would bang on the windows and honk air horns at the visitors. At the end of this corridor would be a final actor portraying the puppet who would deliver the final scare. Moving forward, there is an office that bears a more accurate resemblance to the one in the first game. Then a black room with a huge 6 a.m. sign, and at the end after the curtain is the exit. The guard would then congratulate the visitors on surviving the night and send them on their way. Now that was a lot to take in, and even in the walkthrough video it doesn't show half of that stuff because a lot of it involves scare actors. But with that whole description of what was featured in the haunted house, well, that's a lot of stuff featured inside of it, meaning that there is a high chance that a lot of the props and decorations used for it are now missing or destroyed. According to Jason Egan himself, he said that the tile flooring for the attraction alone was 10 grand. So like, what would you do with that afterwards? I can't imagine you would just, throw it away. Then apparently there was a marionette at the attraction, even though no one has any footage of that. Apparently the outfit just consisted of an actor wearing a latex suit and mask. However, this may not be true though. Then apparently a Mr. Cupcake prop was also stolen from the set, meaning someone might still have it, but I doubt we'll know who that actually is. So with all of this being said, with the amount of time and effort and money put into this project, it's no wonder it was a complete success. They literally had billboards for the attraction in Vegas promoting the FNAF haunted house, and it was all over the internet at the time because the fans absolutely loved it. So it would make sense for them to do it again, right? Well, as I mentioned previously, a year after this event, Fright Dome unexpectedly closed after 15 years of operation. The official reason for its closure was not explicitly stated by Circus or the Adventure Dome management, but most likely it was probably due to something like, contract expirations, personal business decisions, or maybe just like operational challenges. To be honest, no one knows, but that's what I would expect. So after Fright Dome closed down, this legendary Five Nights at Freddy's haunted house unfortunately began to slowly fade into obscurity as the years went on, and most fans completely forgot about its existence. But that was until 2022, when the very popular Five Nights at Freddy's cosplayer and YouTuber The Regular Sauce made a video regarding it. In his video, he talks about basically everything I've talked about in this video so far, like the origins of Fright Dome, how they partnered with FNAF, and what was in the haunted house and so on. But that was until the end of his video, where Sauce begins to talk about how there was an interview with Jason Egan back in 2016, where Jason mentions that he still has some of the props from the attraction. But then Sauce mentions that most of the other props that Jason didn't have in his possession were probably just sitting in a warehouse somewhere.
But we do know where a couple of the suits are though. In an interview with Jason from around the time period of Fright Dome 2016, we can see an original Freddy and Bonnie suit still intact in his house. So we can only assume the whereabouts of the remnants of the attraction are still either intact somewhere with Jason or in a warehouse somewhere.
And unfortunately, due to the size of the haunted house, Jason definitely does not have everything from it, meaning that a lot of it is still missing. Is it? Well, fortunately, Sauce actually has a replica of the Freddy suit from the same company that made the rest of the animatronic suits for the event, meaning he owns one of the rarest pieces of Five Nights at Freddy's merch ever made. Even more shocking is as years have passed, this suit has become even more rare as the company's SoCan Land has gone out of business, meaning you can't even get these suits anymore. But if that wasn't exciting enough, Sauce was actually able to interview Jason regarding the haunted house. And during his interview with Jason, Jason mentioned that he would give away some merchandise from Fright Dome to Sauce to keep and collect. So I looked through some of his socials and couldn't find any posts or mentions of any of the merchandise he was supposed to get from Jason. So I knew that I had to get in contact with him about it, as he may be in possession of some more extremely rare merchandise that is considered lost media. So that's exactly what I did. Luckily, I had his contact information already, so all I did was shoot him a text asking if he could send me photos of the merchandise he received from Jason, and then I waited. But unfortunately, he never actually received any merchandise from Fright Dome, as Jason never sent anything. Unfortunately, Jason was probably just super busy and forgot to send him anything, but luckily Sauce still has that official replica of the Freddy suit, which he's taking very good care of. So with all of this being said, we still don't really know where any of the Fright Dome props are. Sure, Jason has some things from the event, but what about everything else? For all we know, it could literally be in a warehouse somewhere, just like what Sauce said in his video. Since we hit a dead end, I attempted to reach out to Jason himself to see if he could help answer some questions regarding the haunted house and what happened to everything, but so far he hasn't responded back to me. So since we were at a dead end, I knew I had to get some help. So that's when I started asking around, and that's when I had a light bulb pop in my head. I actually knew a few content creators from the Las Vegas area, and since that's where Fright Dome was held, I decided to start asking them for help, and to see if they knew anything about Fright Dome. And after a very long search, I luckily found someone who knew all the answers regarding what happened to the Five Nights at Freddy's Fright Dome haunted house 8 years after its closure.
Right, it's me, Foxy. Nope, it's me, Huggo's Pizzeria. And I was lucky enough to see Five Nights at Freddy's Fright Dome, not when it was open, back in 2016. I never saw it in person. I never got the walkthrough. I was not one of the lucky people who got to see the real working animatronics, but I was lucky enough to see basically the entire location all dismantled and destroyed and taken down, but I still got to see it back like 2 years ago. So basically how it happened is my parents took me to this really cool small business that just opened, which this guy opened. It was a horror-themed pizza restaurant, which was really cool. And I was like, oh, horror-themed pizza restaurant, it's gonna be FNAF. It wasn't FNAF. And they had a little arcade set up, a couple like old scary arcade machines, and they just had a claw machine sitting there. And I'm like, oh, claw machines are cool. I'll go play the claw machine. And I look in the claw machine, and the year is like 2022, maybe 2023, and literally the entire claw machine is completely full of sealed, untouched 2016 FNAF merch. Like literally sealed Funko plushies, a ton of sealed Just Toys merch, the ugly ass keychain danglers. They had all the cards in there. They had all of even the Mymoji heads. They had all the good stuff plushies full of everything with tags and everything. So I'm like, oh my god, I need this. So I put probably like $100 into this claw machine. Like I was sitting at that claw machine for nearly like 2 hours, clearing out every single piece of old 2016 FNAF merch because it was sitting there in a claw machine, and it wasn't rigged too. Like I was picking up stuff every try, and it was just a small locally owned pizza shop. So the owner comes out, and he was really nice. His name is and he was really nice, and he comes over, and he was kind of like an older dude, you know. He seemed nice. He came over like, hey kid, couldn't help but notice you over here. You seem to be a big Five Nights at Freddy's fan. And I go, oh yeah, I am, and I'm wearing my dumbass little Freddy Fazbear shirt, and I go, oh, I am, and I was like 16 probably, and I was standing there like arms full of Five Nights at Freddy's merch, and I was enjoying myself, and like he probably knows because I was there for like well over an hour just sitting there getting FNAF items from a claw machine, and he's like, got a little surprise in the back if you want to just follow me back here, huh? And I go, oh, little FNAF related surprise where I follow the owner of a pizza restaurant into the back room of a horror themed pizza attraction. Where have I heard that before, huh? So he takes me back there, and it's really cool. There was like this tiny little pizza restaurant and this giant warehouse right behind it. Like I didn't know if he also owned the giant warehouse. I guess he did, and it was massive. It was like right next to the. And this giant warehouse was literally massive. But this was better than any FNAF item I could have been given. Like this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. Like he flicked on the lights in this warehouse, and the entire thing was just like the dismantled FNAF Fright Dome attraction. And I was like, how the fuck did you get this? Because this, like, up until this point, there's been maybe like 2 photos that existed online, and I asked him about this. I'm like, where did this photo come from? Because that's what I was seeing. Like, this was the exact thing that I was seeing. The FNAF costumes were in these giant clear trash bags. You can see them hung up on the wall. Some were just sitting there dismantled, like this Freddy was missing his eye. And I was like, where did you get, like, this photo, this is what I'm seeing, where's this from? And that photo was taken by the guy's son. Because the son was also like part-time employed at the pizza restaurant because it was just a family-owned business. So he just thought it'd be cool to go back there and like take a photo. And of course, right when I get back there, I'm like, oh my god! And I whip my phone out. He's like, oh no, God, son, put that away. And I was like, oh, it's like he like yelled at me, and I was like, oh, sorry. And he did not want me taking any photos. Like didn't even want anyone to know about it. That's why it has to be secretive. I can't tell you the name of the place or the name of the guy because he was the guy who basically built the entire location. But this guy who owned the horror-themed pizza restaurant, he was like the main kind of designer of stuff and the main construction guy who helped build and make everything. And he told me that when Jason Egan's like, we're doing FNAF, like he's a little bit of an old-timer, and he had no idea what the hell a Freddy Faz, a FNAF bear was. He didn't know what that was. That's why some of the stuff just doesn't make sense in the FNAF location. That's why there's an outside of the location and Freddy Fazbear is standing on the outside of the pizzeria. And that's why there's a ball pit when there is no FNAF ball pit. And that's why there's a FNAF rows of arcade machines when that doesn't really exist. And that's why at the end of the FNAF 1 location, you walk into the FNAF 2 office. And just a lot of the stuff doesn't make sense because this guy was just kind of looking up like Markiplier videos and images on the internet. And he was just kind of thinking of Chuck E. Cheese's because Jason Egan's like, oh, it's just kind of a scary Chuck E. Cheese. He's like, they have ball pits and arcades. And he probably just looked up FNAF office. And that's why he has the FNAF 1 office and the FNAF 2 office in there because he was just building it. From what he told me is he was the main kind of designer construction guy on it. And the reason why he kind of had everything in that back warehouse is because when it was over, they obviously have to take everything down and scrap it. And obviously Scott Cawthon didn't want it because the suits are shitty and he doesn't want to keep that. Jason didn't want it because he probably keeps a lot of sets and that's just, he doesn't need another one. He doesn't need the whole FNAF location. So because was kind of like the third guy in the line, he's like, yeah, sure. Give it to me, you know, because he just kind of put so much work into it, and that's why that's why the suits are kind of crappy, because he just kind of found the first cheap costume maker who could just kind of pump them out quickly. That's why they're not really accurate or look good, because the images he sent them, which I asked him about the images he sent them, is they're all based off those ugly Splinks models. They're not based off those crappy like 2014 ones. That's why they look weird. That's why Bonnie is like a pinkish. That's why Freddy looks fat. And that's why Foxy's like bright orange and has a giant eye and he's like gleaming orange, is because they were kind of based off those, because the guy kind of constructing them, which I think is kind of funny, he just didn't know much. And it was really cool because back there he had everything was just kind of in sections. Like in this little photo, that's really the only photo of what currently that photo and one random Foxy that's on a mannequin that like you may have the photo of. So basically everything he had back there was so cool because there was literally like some things that you can't see in that one walkthrough video, because that's basically it. They didn't let you record anything in 2016, so there was like no footage of the Foxy costume besides that one photo of him just in a corner, and there's like no footage of like if there was a Golden Freddy or if there was a puppet. It's rumored that there was, and I have to say I'm like 50% sure that I saw a Golden Freddy back there. It was hard to tell because it was just a giant golden costume in a sack hanging on a wall. So there's 50% chance it could have been Chica because they used like the exact same golden material. But there is also this photo of Golden Freddy dressed up like Fredbear. So it literally could have been that. I have no idea. But I know Foxy was real because there was just a Foxy suit just back there. It looks like it was the decayed one that was in the little like weird parts and service area. But there was things back there that I didn't even know were in the location, like in the walkthrough. Like there was so much more merch that was back there that wasn't in that one walkthrough because they ended up decking out the prize counter more and putting up more merch. So that's why all that merch was in the claw machine, because that was all the Just Toys and Good Stuff plushies and Funko stuff. They bought all that to put in the location, and when the location was done, took it because it's perfectly good FNAF merch, and he just sat on it for years until he opened up his horror-themed pizza restaurant, and then he just put it all in the claw machine. Now, the majority of the actual location is not there. It's not like he has in a warehouse the perfectly completed walkthrough of everything. Like, that doesn't exist, and it won't exist ever again, because he had some of the cool stuff. He had some of the walls. None of the arcade machines, they were all taken down. The claw machine in his horror-themed pizza restaurant might have been the claw machine they had inside the location. I don't know, I didn't ask, but it kind of looked the same. He kept some things, like he kept some props. He obviously kept a majority of the costumes. He kept all the merch. He kept some ball pit balls. Basically, the things he could take, he kept, which was really cool. But the actual location isn't coming back, and I got to ask him a lot about this, and it's never coming back, especially since he was the main builder and designer. It's like, hey, because he showed me all of it like the year before the FNAF movie came out. So I'm like, hey, you know, FNAF movie's coming out. Why don't you do it again? And basically, he's, at least himself, he's never gonna be a part of it ever again. He's never even gonna do anything Five Nights at Freddy's. He literally has a horror-themed pizza restaurant, and he said that he's not like, he has the costumes in the back of it. He doesn't even want to put them in mannequins, doesn't want anything to do with Five Nights at Freddy's at all, because he said when building it and designing it and other things like that, like the legal issues were so, like, such a pain in the ass, like such a hell to go through, that he said, because he's designed a bunch of other haunted houses, that the Five Nights at Freddy's, just the legal issues alone with the Five Nights at Freddy's haunted houses and getting licenses and talking to Scott Cawthon and getting the merchandise for it and making the costumes, making sure it's all done correctly and all this other stuff, was, he said it was like 10 times harder, if not more, than any other haunted house he's ever made, where he never wants to be a part of anything Five Nights at Freddy's again. That's why he won't even let me take a photo. He's been so traumatized by the legal issues of Five Nights at Freddy's, he doesn't even want a photo back there. So he could have taken multiple FNAF fans back there and shown them that awesome back room, and no one's allowed to take a photo besides his son, who took a sneaky photo probably because he works there, ever, of this, because the legal issues were so horrible. So he's never gonna make it again. So this FNAF Fright Dome location is gonna sit to rot in the back of that room forever, never gonna see the light of day. He doesn't even want to auction them off, because selling those suits for profit would definitely mess with something legal. So they're gonna sit there literally forever. No one is ever gonna have, unless Jason himself asks for the items, which he probably won't because it was like 8 years ago. They're gonna sit there forever, and unless you're a lucky fan who he takes back there and you get to rip a glued Freddy Fazbear out of a cardboard box, you're never gonna get anything ever again.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Pieces of the Five Nights at Freddy's Fright Dome still exist, but will unfortunately most likely remain lost media for years to come, unless the pizzeria undergoes new management or something drastic happens to where the warehouse needs to start selling off props or something. Puggos' claims and story matches a lot with what Sauce said about where the props are most likely currently at, with that being in a warehouse. So after this call, I had to ask and see if Puggos had proof of this claw machine and proof of the pizzeria being real, and crazily enough, all of it was. Even from his details to the clear plastic bags on the walls and the withered Freddy suit, it's all seen in this image, meaning his story is 100% real. Even for the wiki page for FNAF Fright Dome, the same image can be seen, where it says it was taken in 2022, the same time Puggos visited the warehouse. I mean, I know some of you guys won't believe Puggos, Sauce, or even me, but even though I can't say for privacy reasons where this pizzeria is, or who the owner is, or anything that can give away the location, I can 100% say that this is where Fright Dome is now currently located, and it still exists. As a quick disclaimer, please do not plan on looking for it, and please do not try finding the location or bothering the owner. As Puggos said, they don't want anything to do with Five Nights at Freddy's anymore, and I'm sure that he doesn't want people nagging him about the old props or Fright Dome in general. So the only hope we have to ever see these props ever again are if I can get in contact with Jason Egan, or if the owner has a change of heart and decides to post pictures online. Luckily for me though, I was able to find one never before seen image of a full body Foxy suit with a Chica hand equipped that has never been seen before. I don't really know how or why it's got Chica hand, but it's real. And where did I get this image? Well, I can't tell you, but I will tell you that it is real, so you guys better put this on the wiki because you're not going to see this image anywhere else. The picture's from Sauce, that's where I got it from, the regular trailer sauce sent it to me. These are the first real-life FNAF animatronics ever made, created by the YouTuber Dr. Creepypasta back in 2015. But as the years passed, he stopped posting on his YouTube channel and stopped giving updates regarding his animatronics until almost 10 years later, when in 2023, they miraculously appeared on Facebook Marketplace. For as quick as they reappeared, they then again disappeared, where they have never been seen ever since. So that brings me to ask the question, what happened to them? Who now owns them? Do they still work, and do they still even exist? Well, luckily I have all of those answers. So with all that being said, my name is Gavin Gone, and let's go over the story behind all of these animatronics and what happened to them. FNAF has existed for over a decade now, and within that decade, we finally got the release of the FNAF movie just last year, where we finally got to see the FNAF animatronics in real life on the big screen for the first time ever. But leading up to the release of the FNAF movie, we got to see many behind the scenes looks at the actual animatronics themselves, and got to see all the work it took to create and bring these iconic characters to life. Even now, with the second FNAF movie being in development, we are still getting tons of behind the scenes looks of how these animatronics are being made and how they are adapted to the big screen. But even though these characters are all being made by Jim Henson's Creature Shop, the same people behind the Muppets and Deadmau5's iconic helmet, they aren't the only ones creating real life versions of these animatronics, because before the movie started development in 2023, we still got fan-made versions of the characters instead, with many FNAF fans creating their own custom FNAF props, cosplays, and even fully functioning animatronics based on the characters from the games. But ever since FNAF became popular, fans have always made things relating to the games in real life, but as years have passed, many new and more popular cosplayers have started to take over the scene, with arguably one of the hottest and fastest growing people in that niche being Withered Creations. Withered is most well known for his Withered animatronics cosplays and his Withered Bonnie cosplay, which was actually featured at PAX West 2024 this year and won an award for one of the scariest cosplays at the event. But even though his real life FNAF cosplays are absolutely amazing and look like they were taken right out of the FNAF games, his talent just goes to show how far the community has gotten and how far the franchise has played a role in people's lives. But it wasn't always like this, because he wasn't the first person to create a real life FNAF animatronic, and he, along with every other person in the community, wasn't the first to start this trend, because that person was Dr. Creepypasta. Now, I'm sure many of you are asking, well, who is Dr. Creepypasta and why haven't I heard of him if he made the first real-life FNAF animatronics? Well, there's a couple reasons for that. Dr. Creepypasta is a YouTuber whose YouTube account was made in 2014 and was a creepypasta narrating channel. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of official information regarding his channel nowadays, but even after he abandoned his channel, we can still make a lot of sense regarding his content along with many other things. It's assumed that many of his early videos have been deleted, as his first ever video isn't actually about creepypasta, but instead FNAF. His channel was mainly focused on the animatronics he created, as almost every video is some sort of footage showing them off to certain capacities. So while many of his videos are about his FNAF animatronics and not much else, there are a few videos different than those, with those being some actual creepypasta narrations and a few gameplay videos of FNAF. But with these different style videos being some of the last pieces of content ever posted onto his channel, it is assumed that he either got bored of posting or just gave up, but no one really knows. Because then in 2017, he officially disappeared from YouTube and hasn't posted since or given us an update on why he left. But even though he left YouTube all of those years ago, he still kept up his channel for his audience to view, meaning that many, if not all of his videos are still up on YouTube and are available to watch to this day. So with this being said, this means that all of his videos regarding his real life FNAF animatronics are still up on his channel, even his first one ever made, with that being his Real Freddy Fazbear video posted back in 2015.
Boys and girls, I'm thrilled to welcome you to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Here you will meet Bonnie the Bunny, Chicken and Chicken, Foxy the Pirate Fox, and of course yours truly, Chief. You'll enjoy a wide selection of games and activities. But the main attraction is our tasty pizza. Oh, the little ones just love our pizza. It's is to die for. Now hold on tight, cause it's after hours, and you're in for one hell of an adventure.
Now, even though the quality of the video and its audio isn't the best, you can still see how insanely well put together this whole animatronic is, with it having fully functioning arms, eyes, eyebrows, and even glowing eyes, along with a top hat that jumps and a bow tie that spins around. For 2015, and even for now, this is extremely impressive, even if it isn't one-to-one with how Freddy actually looks in the game. Even though the animatronic is very limited in what it can do and what it can perform, it still is able to display a wide range of emotion when it's activated, which is able to be seen in way more of Dr. Creepypasta's other videos featuring the animatronic. In some of these other videos, Freddy can be seen doing tons of different things, such as singing the Living Tombstone's FNAF 1 song and recreating the FNAF 1 power outage, and tons more. But shortly after he posted his first couple of videos featuring Freddy doing all these various things, Dr. Creepypasta then made a completely different video compared to the rest, called Sneak Peek, where, well, I'll just show you. In this video, he shows off the endoskeleton frames of a prototype Springtrap, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, which all look very impressive for the time. After looking back on these animatronics, I will say that their frames needed to be extended so they had a longer torso to fit their body size more, but apart from that, they are still fairly solid looking. But in typical Dr. Creepypasta fashion, right after this video was posted, Dr. Creepypasta posted another video, with it being his most popular and viewed video to date, titled The Five Nights at Freddy's Band First Look, where he shows off all of the animatronics in their finished states. In this video, he shows off a full recreation of the FNAF 1 stage, along with a recreation of Pirate's Cove, all accompanied by the animatronics, and shows off all of the animatronics very quickly in the video. But in subsequent uploads, he shows off each of the new animatronics more in depth, where you can see them all in action and performing on camera. But even with how quickly they were shown off, you can tell that all of these animatronics appear to be made out of paper mache or some sort of fabric, and in my personal opinion, look way more rushed compared to how Freddy does, as their bodies are way more boxy, stubby, and just less polished compared to how Freddy's is. The reason for this is probably because he wanted to get them done as soon as possible for his audience, but no one knows, as it was never properly stated why they look so rushed compared to Freddy. But if you look past all of these animatronics flaws and look strictly into the engineering behind these animatronics, you'll realize that they work just as intended and can perform really well, even if they are ugly. Now, these videos were some of his last uploads made on the channel, as after these showcase videos were posted, he started posting creepypasta narrations instead of content on his animatronics. But as I mentioned earlier, after he posted his creepypasta narrations, he stopped and went back to FNAF content such as FNAF gameplay videos, videos about his animatronics again, and because of this, his channel hit 80,000 subscribers and was steadily gaining views along with subscribers. Things were starting to look up for Dr. Creepypasta, as he now gained tons of success from posting his FNAF animatronic videos and started to do good again after his brief time away from posting FNAF content. But as I mentioned earlier as well, it was around this time when he randomly stopped posting and ultimately disappeared off of the internet as a whole, and he hasn't posted on YouTube in 6 years, meaning we never saw any more content regarding these animatronics ever again. But that was until 2023, when a listing on Facebook Marketplace came up out of nowhere, where all 5 of these animatronics were available for purchase for a whopping $50,000. Now, this is where information gets a little blurry and all over the place, as not many people documented what happened to Dr. Creepypasta and his animatronics after he left YouTube, so let me try to recap a little bit. Supposedly before this listing came up on Facebook, there was another listing on Craigslist around the same time, where again, these animatronics were available for purchase, and the listing was priced for $25,000 instead of $50,000. But supposedly these never sold and were taken off of Craigslist shortly after being listed, where they were then again put on Facebook. But that's until I started to research a little bit more into each of the listings, and when I did that, I discovered the person behind the Facebook Marketplace listing, with that being of a man named Richard Maloof. Apologies if I'm pronouncing the last name wrong. Now, there are no saved screenshots of this Facebook account, but I did stumble upon multiple different comments online claiming that this was the person that made the Facebook listing. So as I continued the research, this is where the story gets crazy, because Richard Maloof is actually a super successful and semi-famous entrepreneur who created and founded the All Smiles Dental Clinics company, which has hundreds of locations around the US, and because of this company, he is now the richest dentist in Texas. But even crazier is that his kids, the one of which being his daughter, was actually a part of Team 10. Yes, like Jake Paul's Team 10 in 2016, and is also a singer, who you may know as Sonny Maloof. Then Richard also has 2 more kids, including his son Gavin Maloof and Richie Maloof, both of which are semi-successful in their own accords, with Gavin being a semi-popular basketball player and Richie being a high-standing law student and a reporter. Now you might be asking, so how did he get in contact with these animatronics and why did he sell them? Well, to be honest, no one knows, but we can assume that he probably was given them somehow or bought them from the Craigslist listing. If he was given them or bought them before the Craigslist listing, then the reason he owned them was probably because one of his kids wanted to have them, so he bought them for his kids and then attempted to sell them as they got older. I mean, his daughter was in Team 10 in like 2016, and Richard was extremely rich, so they had money to buy anything they wanted. And if you don't believe me, then here are some images and videos of the water park he built for his kids in his backyard. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of his kids just asked for the animatronics and then Richard reached out to Dr. Creepypasta to buy them. But again, who knows, this is all just me speculating. But on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised because this full-fledged water park actually has a lazy river that goes through a little haunted cave that has fully functioning animatronics that cost Richard about $10 million to get installed. And as you can see in the video, there is multiple of them. So again, I would not be surprised if one of his kids just wanted the animatronics. And after seeing this video, maybe Richard wanted the animatronics for himself and then had to sell later on. But yet again, I have no clue. But the more and more I keep researching into this, the more and more it looks like that's the case. Then why did he attempt to sell them around a year later after buying them? I mean, all of his kids would have been grown up by now, so he wouldn't really have a reason to buy these animatronics, unless he has another kid that is way younger that just no one really knows about. Well, as I continued the research, guess what? The story got even crazier, because a couple years ago in 2020, he was sued for over $16.5 million in violations regarding his company, which filed for bankruptcy in 2013 because of different issues relating to fraud. But again, earlier this year, sometime before the Facebook Marketplace listing, Richard again went to court to overturn the court's ruling for the $16.5 million penalty that was imposed upon him in 2020. The reason I bring all of this up is because first of all, it's just very crazy how everything connects, and second of all, I bet that he had to sell these animatronics to probably pay for legal fees regarding this, or just needed money for lawyers and so on. Or maybe not. Again, this is all just me speculating. You can put your thoughts down in the comments, but this is what I think happened. So with all this being said, the only way we'll ever be able to figure out if these animatronics sold or not would be if we contacted Maloof or one of his kids to see what happened. But again, that's if we'd ever get a response. So ever since that listing, these animatronics haven't been seen since. Now, no one actually knows where they are now, as no one knows if they were bought, and no collector has gotten their hands on them, so no one's posted about it ever since. So personally, I think that Maloof might still have them, since they were listed twice around the same time, and probably didn't sell either time. I feel like if they did sell originally, and was given new ownership before Maloof, we would have seen these animatronics be posted online already. But since that never happened, and since Maloof now has ownership of them, or maybe he doesn't anymore, I guess we'll never know what happened to them because no one's posted if they got in the animatronics or not. So I didn't know where I wanted to put this in the video, but I wanted to include it just because I feel like it was necessary for this whole video. So I'm just gonna put this segment right here because I don't know where else to put it. But there's actually some more information regarding these animatronics that literally no one seems to know, as it has just come out this year. Recently, it was discovered that Dr. Creepypasta probably didn't make these animatronics like how previously thought. Within the past year, a YouTube channel called Scare Factory 1 was found, where they actually posted a behind-the-scenes video in 2015 of the exact same Freddy animatronic that Dr. Creepypasta owned, where it was stripped down to its endoskeleton and performed normally on video. Now, this doesn't 100% confirm that Dr. Creepypasta didn't make the animatronic, but after looking at this video, the background looks to be in a warehouse and not a normal house like Dr. Creepypasta's videos were made in, which points to it probably not being his animatronic. Then when looking through the whole YouTube channel, all they posted when they were active was Halloween animatronics, meaning they probably made it. But if you look at the quality of this Freddy animatronic compared to everything else posted on their channel, it's very low quality and doesn't match the build quality of any of their other animatronics. I mean, look at this video of this grizzly bear animatronic they made and tell me this isn't like 100 times better than the Freddy one. Now again, I have no clue if this YouTube channel or the company behind it actually created the Freddy or what. Then there might be more of these animatronics floating around there somewhere, since these might have been made whenever an order for one was placed. But again, as I said, I have no clue if this is true or not, as I am just speculating. This is the only video footage we have of the cancelled FNAF Dark Ride that was presented to us as a concept in 2016, with it showing us a small recreation of Foxy inside of Pirates Cove. But this wasn't all that was going to be featured in this Dark Ride, because along with this Pirates Cove concept, there are also many pieces of concept art showing us what the ride was going to include, with some of that being the FNAF 1, 2, and 3 characters, along with the pizzeria and so much more. But why did this amazing concept for a FNAF ride get cancelled? Are the props for this ride still out there? Who was going to make it? And most importantly, will we ever get to see anything like this ever come out? Well, I will be answering all of these questions and more in this video, along with telling you how we can still bring this ride back to life, because even though it is cancelled for now, we might be able to change that. Anyways, my name is Gavin Gone, and let's look into the infamous FNAF Dark Ride that many people don't know about that was cancelled all those years ago. Now, theme parks, roller coasters, rides, or whatever you want to call them have existed for decades at this point, with some of the first roller coasters being made over a century ago at this point. So over the years, many new versions of these said rides started to be made, with one of the most popular ones being called a dark ride. A dark ride is a theme park ride that transports passengers through a series of scenes in an enclosed area, with various different rooms, themes, and even stories that can be seen throughout. The term dark comes from the early days of dark rides, when black lights and controlled lighting were used to create the illusion of darkness and so on. There are tons of different dark rides that exist today, enough to the point where you've probably visited some in your lifetime, whether it be one at a major theme park or one at a local pop-up carnival or fair near you. Some of the most popular and high quality dark rides ever made are featured at Disneyland, Universal Studios, or other high standing amusement parks, and the reason many of these dark rides at these specific locations are considered the best are because of the fact they are based off of pre-existing IPs, such as Harry Potter, Star Wars, Marvel, and so on. Being able to be immersed in your favorite character's universe and see all the unique scenes, props, and so on from said character's universe is one of the main reasons many people find these types of rides enjoyable, because you don't get that sort of experience on a normal roller coaster or a ride. Because unlike watching a movie or something, these dark rides completely immerse you during the experience. When I was a kid, I went to Kings Island, where they had a Scooby-Doo themed dark ride, which was one of the only Scooby-Doo themed ones in the world at that time. But it was truly an experience I will never forget. Plus, with me being an avid fan of the franchise at that time, imagine the sort of memories that would create from experiencing a ride like that. I would love to make a video about the ride itself along with the experience, as it was phenomenal and only one of these rides exists in the world now, as all the other ones closed down. So if you guys would want to see a video on this ride because it's just completely awesome, please let me know, because I think if you enjoy this video, you'll enjoy one on that ride too. Anyways, you might be asking, well, if there's so many of these rides, then, well, who creates them? And, well, that's a good question. You see, with the amount of rides that exist all across the globe, not just one company or group can create all these highly detailed rides. So many companies exist that specialize with the creation of dark rides and animatronics for them, with the people behind the Scooby-Doo ride and concept for the FNAF Dark Ride being Sally Dark Rides, also known as Sally Corporation. Sally Corporation is a well-known American company specializing in the design and manufacturing of animatronics, dark rides, and interactive attractions for theme parks, family entertainment centers, and museums. Founded in 1977 in Jacksonville, Florida by John Wood and John Fox, the company began as a producer of animatronic characters for retail and promotional use. But over the years, Sally Corp evolved into a leader in the themed entertainment industry, Sally Corp is renowned for its high-quality animatronics that range from lifelike human figures to fantasy-like creatures. These animatronics are featured in various themed attractions across the world, often providing immersive storytelling and interactive experiences that make the rides memorable. The other core focus of the company is obviously their dark rides. Sally Corp specializes in both traditional and interactive dark rides, where guests can engage with the story through laser blasters or similar mechanisms depending on the ride. But then beyond their rides and animatronics, they also design entire themed experiences, including walkthrough exhibits, museum displays, and even haunted attractions. With all this experience and the amount of craftsmanship Sally Corp has proven to have, it's no wonder that in 2016, it was announced that Sally Corp owned the rights to build a FNAF dark ride. The quality of their animatronics and rides would blend together seamlessly into a FNAF themed horror attraction, especially since they specialized in many horror themed dark rides, and even haunted houses over the years. But if you don't think they'd be cut out for the daunting task of remaking FNAF into a dark ride, then let's look at the only pieces of video footage that exist of it, along with some of their concept art and much more that was forgotten due to time. As mentioned in the intro, this video is some of the only footage we have of the FNAF dark ride, which was taken at the 2016 IAAPA, better known as the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Expo, where we can see a small booth themed as Pirates Cove, with a FNAF sign above it with the 4 main animatronics. Then looking inside of Pirates Cove, we see a FNAF 1 version of Foxy behind the curtains, where he then subsequently jump scares the person holding the camera before the curtain closes. Now this concept doesn't show us too much, but does show us one of the scenes that would have been featured in the full FNAF dark ride, with that being a Pirates Cove area. There's also another video where we can see the same concept, but with there being Funko plushies of the FNAF animatronics on the stage where Pirates Cove is being held, which was probably put there as the Foxy animatronic is based off of the Funko action figure version of the character instead of the version seen in game. But again, this is just a concept, so the final version could look way more game accurate, which would probably be the case as almost all of Sally Corp's dark rides look extremely accurate to the IP they are portraying. The reason why I believe this is because the event also showed off many pieces of concept artwork, which featured way more scenes, characters, props, and so much more that are absolutely insane to imagine seeing in real life. Now going over each of these concept images, we look at the first one, with that being a way more in-depth look at what Foxy would have done and or looked like, with him actually reaching out to the guests in the cart for the ride. We also get a more accurate rendition of the Pirates Cove area, along with a better look at Foxy, where he looks way more realistic and accurate compared to the Funko one they made for the concept. Then there's this artwork of the queue for the ride, where we can see a lot of different things, with notably the most eye-catching being the carts, the FNAF 1 office setting, and the purple guy letting the guest into the carts. The office is a one-to-one recreation with the actual FNAF 1 office, with it having the same scenery and decorations. We can even see the door and light buttons, where we can also for some reason see a mouse cursor on it. I don't know why that's there, but anyways. Then next to those, there's a clock and day counter above the right door. But going through the doors are the security carts, which are, well, carts for the guests to ride in obviously during the experience. These carts have 4 dirtied seats and even a steering wheel for the driver, while the exterior of the carts have the company logo on them along with various bloodstains, grime, and so on. These carts also have more features that make the riding experience even crazier, but we'll get to those in a little bit here. Then the last thing primarily featured in this image are the guests in line for the attraction, but other than that there's not much else to look at. The next piece of artwork is my personal favorite, as it shows the actual pizzeria, where we can see again a purple looking guy standing outside near the door waiting to let in guests to the building. If we also look closer, we can see where the queue for the line would be at, with it being along the front window of the building, as you can see guests right there. Now I'm sure the sky wouldn't be red unless, you know, they built some enclosed area for this, which I doubt. I don't think they would do that. But they could probably add some of the trees shown in the artwork next to the attraction for more ambience. Then the next piece of artwork shows us a ball pit where we can see a group of people shining flashlights at Withered Bonnie. Now from the looks of it, this attraction looks like it would include scenes and characters from FNAF 1 to 3, and you'll see what I mean by that in a little bit here. But regardless, this iteration of the FNAF pizzeria seems to be based on the FNAF 1 pizzeria, even though this version of it could be a completely different rendition of the FNAF universe's pizzeria as we know it, because in more screenshots you'll see some FNAF 1 to 3 locations and even more characters, pointing to us that everything from those games are meshed together into this one pizzeria. This would be pretty interesting to see in person, as it would make for a very unique experience unlike anything we've ever seen before. The next piece of concept art shows us Springtrap jump scaring 2 guests while pizza boxes look to be falling onto them. This image along with one more is the reason I believe this attraction to be a unique take on the pizzeria, or the reason I believe it to be based on the first 3 games. But looking deeper into this image, we see a ton of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza boxes along with the Funko Freddy plush. Then we can also see some FNAF 3 posters on the wall, which is interesting, but would make sense if they are trying to mesh together all 3 games. The next piece of concept art shows us the puppet jumping out of an arcade machine, jump scaring the passenger of the cart. This image shows off many arcade machines, along with more FNAF 3 posters on the wall. But if we look closer at the arcade machines, we can actually see Sally Corp's logo, along with more logos of other rides they have made previously, which is a cool little Easter egg. Who knows if they'd actually add it into the ride or if it was just for the concept art, but regardless, I think it's cool and I thought it would be cool to mention it. Then we have the final piece of concept art, which shows us a group of riders shining their flashlights at all 4 of the main animatronics on the main stage. Not much to say about this image. I mean, you can just look at it, it's terrifying. Even the cupcake looks creepy, mainly because it's a different design compared to how it looks in game, but you get the point, it's awesome. But if you think all of this insane concept art wasn't enough to show us what the ride had in store for its guests, then you'd be wrong, because Sally Corp gave an official statement about the ride itself and the FNAF franchise as a whole, where they said this: "New dark ride concept based on the wildly popular video game Five Nights at Freddy's. Jacksonville, Florida. Sally Corporation, the dark ride specialist, recently introduced an all-new interactive dark ride concept theme to one of the world's hottest IPs at the International Amusement Parks and Attractions Expo held in Orlando, Florida, November 15th through the 18th. Five Nights at Freddy's is a wildly popular series of intense thriller video games designed by Scott Cawthon. First released in 2014, it quickly rose to the top of iOS and Android app stores and now has over 10 million paid downloads worldwide and over 16 billion YouTube views. It is also currently one of the top selling entertainment brands in retail and toy distribution and has a novel on the New York Times bestsellers list. Like the game, this interactive dark ride centers on a fictional pizza restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where the riders must act as night security guards. Their mission is to defend themselves from the malfunctioning animatronic animal characters that roam the restaurant at night and try to stay alive until 6 AM. Their only weapons are flashlights, which scare the robots away, and the ability to shut doors, which, as I mentioned earlier, this is the extra feature the carts would have had, as they would have had buttons inside the carts to close more doors. Sometimes your team survives till morning, sometimes they don't. That's right, there are multiple endings to this frightfully fun dark ride. Five Nights at Freddy's The Ride is designed to be a real-time multiplayer version of the popular video game, Five Nights at Freddy's. This dark ride mixes gaming, animatronics, large-scale video projection, special effects, and immersive sets and scenery. Fans will feel as if they have stepped inside of a life-size version of their favorite video game, as custom ride vehicles take them through a variety of scenes, both virtual and practical. I've always felt that Five Nights at Freddy's would make an amazing dark ride, and Sally is the perfect company to make that happen, says Scott Cawthon, creator of Five Nights at Freddy's. Sally has a long history of working with well-known brands and intellectual properties. Our experience with Looney Tunes, Scooby-Doo, and LEGO have taught us how to work with major licensors, which have saved our clients many headaches. Now we're working with bigger names than ever, AMC, DC Comics, and now the incredibly popular Five Nights at Freddy's. We're able to bring these brands to life in ways that has never been done before, says Sally's marketing director, Lauren Wood Weaver. Turning brands into blockbuster attractions has been our specialty for many years, and we can't wait to do the same for Five Nights at Freddy's The Ride. Now this statement tells us a lot about the ride and how the FNAF universe would be portrayed for it. But before we look at everything said in this statement, there is still more information about this attraction that was given out to people at the IAAPA Expo event. Because if you visited the Sally Corp booth, you could pick up one of these pamphlets that gave away more information regarding the ride. These small pamphlets included the concept art with all 4 animatronics on the front of it, where it says Five Nights at Freddy's The Ride. New dark ride concept based on the popular video game. Your kids will freak. Then when turned over, it says this: use your light to survive the night. This interactive dark ride is designed to be a real-time multiplayer version of the wildly popular video game Five Nights at Freddy's. Experience what it's like to work with security at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where riders must defend themselves from the malfunctioning animatronics and stay alive for 5 nights. Our only weapons are our flashlights, which scare the robots away. Conserve that battery power. You don't want to be left in the dark. Now, this sounds awesome. It looks like you'd get to survive all 5 nights if you and your group actually fend off the animatronics. So this dark ride would actually be a real-life FNAF experience compared to just a normal ride. Like you would genuinely be playing FNAF in real life during this ride, which I feel like wasn't marketed enough for this concept, or I feel like it would be way more popular. It would make sense in why in this concept art you could see what day you're on, because if you and your group survive, you might be able to go again continuously until you die or until you survive all 5 nights. or you would be able to maybe, I don't know, get back in line with a ticket or something saying you survived your night, where you would then be put on to the next night on your next ride, or I have no clue. Or it could be something like as you go through the ride, you see more signs indicating the new night starting, which, you know, the cart would have separate paths if you died or if you made it. So, I mean, who knows? And then as you continuously go, the difficulty would get harder and harder and harder, and I mean, literally the possibilities are endless. But if they had any of these features, then what would be the point of surviving till night 5? Well, let's take a look at the pamphlet again. At the bottom, there's a small list that shows everything the experience includes, some of which was mentioned in the statement, such as real-time gaming, supersized 3D projections, custom ride vehicles, immersive sets and scenery, lifelike animatronics, and multiple endings, which, as I said, was some of the things that the official statement for the ride said as well. Then underneath it, it says a different ride every time. So that means if you get a different ride every time, and if there's multiple endings, that suggests that maybe after surviving all 5 nights, you get a 6th night, or maybe even a hidden ending compared to if you just died. Or hell, maybe you'd even get a custom night mode, who knows? If you get a different ride every time, you could probably get different scenes, animatronics, and so much more. Literally, the opportunities are endless with this concept, and it really just makes you think why this ride was cancelled. I mean, recording this just makes me super excited for it because of how amazing it sounds, but then I remember it's cancelled and it just makes me sad because I don't know why they didn't go through with it. So I'm sure many of you are asking the reason for its cancellation. I mean, this is literally FNAF in real life, the ride. This would be an instant success, so like what happened? Well, I want to go over a theory the community has had for some time that might shine some light into the real reason it was never made. Many people believe that the main reason this ride was cancelled was because FNAF was starting to lose popularity around the time this concept was unveiled, which is true to an extent. Around 2015, FNAF was arguably at its peak, and then as months followed, 2016 eventually arrived, where FNAF was still riding off of its peak popularity, but was slowly losing interest as more time passed. So by the time the IAAPA 2016 Expo arrived, FNAF's popularity was no longer at an incline, but instead a decline, which led to the ride being cancelled. Now, this theory seems very plausible, and would make sense and give a reason to why it was silently cancelled and forgotten as years passed, right? Well, unfortunately, I have a confession to make. Or, well, I guess you could say fortunately, because I've been lying to you this whole time. Well, at least about the ride being cancelled. Everything else I just was saying was true about the concept arts and everything else, just not about the ride being cancelled because it was actually never cancelled. Now, before you leave or dislike the video or do whatever you do, I know you have another question in the back of your mind now. With that being, well, if it was never cancelled, then why isn't it being made, or why doesn't it already exist? And well, let me explain. These rides, at least with Sally Corp, don't get built until a company, theme park, or something similar actually buys the rights to said attraction. Then after purchase, Sally Corp will build the ride where the buyer wants it, and will be mostly built to the specifications of the buyer, and will be tailored for the specific location. Then once the ride is built, Sally Corp and most other companies similar to Sally will charge the buyer rent for the ride, which covers repairs, fees, and so on. This rent, along with the buying price, is how Sally Corp makes its money from these attractions back. So if the buyer no longer wants the ride, or if they can't afford it anymore, then they will just stop paying rent, and Sally will come tear down the ride, or replace it, where another customer can buy it off of them. So with the amount of investment needed to be put into these dark rides, it can be a very big risk to actually rent out one of these, especially when it comes to IPs or concepts that don't seem as interesting or popular compared to others. So these reasons are why the FNAF ride hasn't gotten picked up yet by any companies, theme parks, buyers, etc. This also makes sense on why it didn't get picked up by someone around 2016, when the concept was shown off, because FNAF was technically losing interest in the eyes of investors. The concept art, along with the Pirates Cove mockup, wouldn't really give too much information to what the IP is actually about, especially if you didn't really know what Five Nights at Freddy's was, compared to say like, I don't know, the Scooby-Doo ride, where everyone knows what Scooby-Doo is, and the possibilities are endless with that IP and its characters. There's so much you can do with it, right? But around that time, FNAF just wasn't at that level. It just couldn't compete with the bigger brands. But it's not 2016 anymore, and within the past couple years, FNAF has begun to take on a life of its own, with many new AAA games coming out, along with the FNAF movie, which was the highest earning horror movie of 2023. Even now, we have new games in the works along with a second and third movie. So with FNAF's resurgence, we might have another chance to make this dark ride real. But the only way we can get investors and buyers interested in buying this dark ride is if we show support for it and spread the word of it. I mean, last year, Universal Studios showed off the real animatronics for the FNAF movie, and even started to display props from the FNAF series during the Halloween season around their park. So I wouldn't be surprised if they included a FNAF haunted house for Halloween Horror Nights sometime next year for the second FNAF movie, movie or even for the third. But if this does happen and it ends up being a total hit, then maybe Universal will buy the concept, or another theme park will, especially after seeing the success of said Halloween Horror Nights haunted house if it, ever comes to fruition. The only reason something like that could happen is if the fans, you guys watching this video, start posting about it, talking about it, sharing this video, or whatever you can do to spread the word about this FNAF Dark Ride. Even a couple months ago, SallyCorp confirmed to us that they were still looking for a buyer, even after 8 years, when an account named Lost Media Busters on Twitter posted this tweet. Exclusive, here's a look at a statue of Foxy created exclusively for the FNAF Dark Ride by Sally Dark Rides. It remains unclear if the ride has been picked up by a theme park company or still remains unreleased to the public, but this is cool nonetheless. In this tweet, we can see another brand new image of the Foxy made for the concept, along with some more props in SallyCorp's warehouse. But that's not what's important about this tweet, because SallyCorp actually commented on this post saying, "Talk to your local amusement parks," meaning we have a very high chance of this still existing, especially since this was just posted 3 months ago. Even earlier this year, there was a news blog posted online about John Wood, the co-founder of SallyCorp, where in one of his images you can see Foxy's statue in full display. And this is the only image in this article that actually includes a full statue of one of SallyCorp's animatronics, meaning they could be trying to tease it up to build hype, but who knows. I mean, if SallyCorp is watching this video, or whoever is a part of it, if this ride ever gets made, send me some VIP tickets, I'll make a ton of videos on it. Now personally, with all of these odds in our favor, I think we have a high chance of this ride coming to life, especially if you guys share this video or make a post or something online about this ride's existence. All of the videos you just watched were posted around October to December of 2024, and some of the information in said videos is now outdated. So with that being said, let's get into the next part of this supercut, with that being all of the new and updated information I have found and or discovered about these pieces of lost media. So let's start with the FNAF Dark Ride. Now, the FNAF Sally Dark Ride is the only entry in this video that has no new information unless the information is super obscure about whether it's still possible to buy or not. No significant news nor updates have been posted anywhere online about whether this is still available, and if any new modifications would be put into place if it was purchased. The ride concept is almost over 10 years old now, meaning that these concepts, along with the real-life Foxy built and used in the showcase, is honestly just pretty outdated now, especially with how the FNAF movies animatronics and even the fanbase's fan-made animatronics look. Honestly, I still doubt we'll hear anything about this ride anytime soon, but I do still have hope, as later this year for Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights, there are plans to have a FNAF themed haunted house and or attraction at the event, meaning that if the FNAF themed attractions are popular enough and do good, well, Universal could buy the rights for the Dark Ride, or another theme park could, and then they could update it to make it more modern and up to date to modern FNAF. Honestly, this is the only way I'll ever see this ride getting made, along with new news happening about it, so let's hope that this actually happened. But speaking about FNAF themed horror attractions, let's take a look at the updates we have on the infamous FNAF Fright Dome. Now unfortunately, we don't have any official updates regarding this haunted house or where it is or anything like that, but I do have a personal story regarding it that I feel finally puts the nail in the coffin about the remains of the FNAF Fright Dome after all of these years. Now this year, around 3 months ago, me and a bunch of other FNAF YouTubers went to the Level Up Expo in Las Vegas, where me, Withered Creations, Shy Crow, and Puggo's Pizzeria hung out around the expo and went to a FNAF cosplay meetup there, filmed content, and overall just had a good time and a good experience. But one of the nights after the Level Up Expo closed, I got the idea to go to the restaurant he mentioned in our interview to do a little bit of personal research and personally ask the employees about the Fright Dome and if it was still there. This was my first time in Las Vegas, and I knew I had to at least try to get some answers while I was there, as I didn't know when I'd be going back to Vegas again. Plus, I also wanted to see if Puggos was actually telling the truth in his interview. So when we got back from the convention, we set up a plan. The plan was pretty simple. Since Puggos already knew the owners a little bit, our whole plan was to have our whole group go there and get dinner. But as we would eat, Puggos would ask the owner about if he still had any of the FNAF merchandise or if he still had any of the FNAF Fright Dome stuff in the building, and we would eventually try to work our way into having the owner go show us the back room where all of this stuff was supposedly at. The plan was a little bit more complicated and in-depth than this, but this was just the basic idea, and since it was 3 months ago, I kinda can't remember all the in-depth witness of it. But the best part about this plan was that we didn't really have to do any work, as Puggos would be doing most of the talking. So then, you know, while he did that, we would try to shimmy our way in to get more information and kind of figure out the whole story. So eventually, after we figure out this plan, we all drive up there and sit down to eat dinner. And after we order, we realize that there's no customers in there, as the only customers that were in there just left, meaning that we were the only group of people in there. And we also realized that there was only one person working, which means we had the perfect opportunity to chat with this worker to get our answers about the FNAF Fright Dome. So as we waited for our food, I kind of just explored the small restaurant a little bit and took a bunch of cool pictures of the props they had and stuff, as you can see on screen right now. And within no time, our food finally came out, and we finally started to ask some questions. Now, I can't remember exactly how the whole conversation went, but I do remember all the important stuff from it, so I'll spare you all the boring stuff. As Puggos talked to the worker and the rest of our group, we come to find out a couple things. Like, the original owner of the restaurant sold it off to Jason Egan's company, the same company that made the Fright Dome, and this is shown by some of the posters on the wall, as some of them were actually Fright Dome posters. So with this information, we used this as a lead and started to ask about the Fright Dome, and we were eventually able to figure out that the new owner of the restaurant still had possession of the warehouse in the back. So Puggos then just brought up the fact that he went back there with the previous owner and asked if the props and stuff were still there. And this is where the employee that we were talking to then picked up the phone and decided to call someone else, which we suspect to, I don't know, to be like the manager or something of the building, not the owner, but like the manager. I can't remember. And as we figure out, this manager is working in the warehouse area of this whole restaurant where the Fright Dome was. So as he calls this manager or whoever it was to come to the building to talk to us, since he didn't really know what we were talking about too much, we started to get excited, as this manager was working in the warehouse area, as I mentioned, had the Fright Dome stuff. So as we waited for this person to come, she eventually did, and we asked her about the back and a bunch of other questions about Fright Dome, and this is basically how the conversation went down. Yes, the props that I showed during the Puggos interview earlier are still back there, and they still do exist. She literally said that to us, that the stuff is still back there somewhere and that she passes it by her office every time she has to go to it, which was just insane. And it seemed like she would have let us go back there, except she didn't have a key to unlock that specific area where, you know, all the props and stuff were held. Now, I don't know if she was lying right here or not, but all of us kind of assumed that maybe like it was a lie, that she didn't want to tell us no, if that makes sense. But I mean, she said that she didn't have a key to unlock the area, so we don't know if she was lying, but regardless, she did admit to us that everything that Puggos said was true, and that the props are still back there and that they're owned by Jason Egan. So after this, we realized that we weren't going to be able to see the props, unfortunately, but then this is when a silver lining did come up for us. You see, without trying to dox the location of this building and whatnot, in between this certain restaurant was a gated parking lot where there was an attraction right next to it, and after that specific attraction, people could either leave by going through this huge gated fence or by leaving, well, by going inside of a side entrance into this restaurant. So as we were eating, we saw a group of people enter that side entrance and leave through the restaurant's front door. So after we saw this, me and Puggos went back there. We snuck through this little door and we went back there to see if the garage door that Puggos was talking about in this warehouse was there. And well, this is what I got. I pulled my phone out and I was able to get this video of this. It was like hidden behind a fence, and I was able to have my phone over the fence, and I was able to get this video of this garage, and Puggos said this is where the props were. This is exactly the warehouse they were at. They were covered by this garage, and this is where they were. But as you can see, there's just a hearse in there along with some industrial supplies. But that's where the Fright Dome was, or once was. It was right there, yet it wasn't. We were so close, but it just wasn't there. I will say though that in this picture I did take, you can barely see what looks to be an eye on an Endo 01 frame, but this could just be some other prop or an actual just like industrial supply that I don't know, but it kind of looks like it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get any photos of anything good or anything like that, but it still does exist, and Puggos wasn't lying, as both employees straight up told our group that yes, it does exist and is back there, and that Jason Egan owns this building now, so he owns all of that stuff along with the restaurant. So this is the update of the FNAF Fright Dome. It still exists, but unless someone can get back there or if ownership changes, then I doubt we'll ever see more of Fright Dome. We were literally so close to going in there, but unfortunately we just weren't able to see it, and I totally respect that. The employees didn't know who we are, so I mean I respect that, so I get it. So technically it can still be considered lost media, but unlike FNAF Fright Dome, there was a piece of FNAF lost media that I did help get discovered and found, with that being, well, Dr. Creepypasta's animatronics. Now I'm not going to say my video is the sole reason he came back, but it definitely was one of them, because as many of you should know, Dr. Creepypasta has finally started uploading again, and still has the FNAF animatronics in perfect condition in his possession, and he has actually been showing them off in a few of his most recent videos. Now I'm not going to explain or go over the reason he came back, because he posted a 30-minute long video that explains everything on his channel, from the reason he started uploading again, what happened to the animatronics, and he basically answered just every question I asked in my video that went unanswered. So I'll link his video at the end of this one, because I don't really need to re-explain a full 30-minute video when you can just go watch his, if that makes sense. But the other reason I'm not going to explain it is because I was actually able to set up an interview with him and ask him a ton of questions that he didn't answer in his video. And with the help of you guys, I was actually able to ask him a bunch of your guys' questions, along with a ton of my own that I've had for, well, literally the past 10 years. So if any questions you have aren't answered in this interview, then please go make sure to check out his video after, as I'm sure they will be answered there. But if not, then maybe we can do a part 2 interview with him answering more future questions about the animatronics and stuff. But anyways, let's get into the official Dr. Creepypasta interview. Okay, so guys, I don't know how I managed to do it. I don't know. I struck of pure luck. I was able to manage to get an interview with the legendary one and only Dr. Creepypasta, the creator of the first OG original FNAF animatronics in real life, right here talking to me in this interview. And well, I got all your guys' questions, and I have a bunch of my own, and well, I'm gonna ask him all of these amazing questions that you guys have, asked, and we're gonna, well, get them answered. So
yeah, hey everyone, I'm Dr. Creepypasta, the creator of the original real-life FNAF animatronics, and I'm glad to be here.
Alright, I'm glad you're here too. So what I'll do is I'll start off with the fan questions first, because a lot of you guys, I'm surprised how many questions I got and how quick I posted the community post. So I'm going to answer your guys' questions first, and then I'm going to ask mine afterwards. So we're going to start with the first question, and that is, what revived your interest in coming back to YouTube?
It's a great question. So I've always kind of had an interest in doing something on, whether it be YouTube or just kind of in media in general. Hence why I kind of created the channel forever ago. And so I was kind of reviving that interest a bit. I'm in law school now, and I was thinking like, okay, do I really want to do law for the rest of my life? And maybe, but also another part of me is like still really wanting to do kind of the entertainment thing. And so I thought, okay, how could I do that? And I feel like probably now is the best time to start again, because if I were to, start doing a job and practicing law, then I'm not going to have any time to do this. So now is the time to do it. So I was thinking, okay, what type of content do I want to make? And I'm big fans of YouTubers like Nexpo and Wendigoon and guys that do kind of horror stuff in general. And I was like, I want to do something similar because I love all that stuff, and I just think it's super fun to talk about. And so I was like thinking about all these ideas, and I was like, okay, I've got tons of great ideas of videos I want to do. What should my name be? I was sitting there thinking like, okay, I got to come up with like a memorable name, whatever. And then I thought, for whatever reason, my old channel, Dr. Creepypasta, popped back up in my head, and I was like, you know what? Let me. I wonder if I just used that old channel and just posted new stuff. Like, I'm sure no one would like care, because my thought was, one, I don't know if people were still subscribed or even like remembered me. I didn't really think people did. So I thought I could just start posting new stuff on there and get a new audience, and then maybe also do FNAF stuff on the side to kind of, I don't know, keep the people that are still there involved. And so I thought, let me just take a look and see if, what's going on. And I searched my name, Dr. Creepypasta,
and I just saw all these videos like on YouTube, like where is he? The lost media, and I'm just like, what in the world? Like, no way. And I saw your video, and I was like, no shot, this is crazy. And so I watched your video and a couple other people's videos, and everyone was just asking, where'd he go? He posted his last video in 2017, and everyone was just like, no one knows where he went, no one knows where the animatronics are. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. I had no idea that everyone was just so interested in like where I was, or that people still cared.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw that people had found a Facebook listing, which I didn't even know existed at the time. And just basically, in a nutshell, I just saw all of the interest people had about the animatronics and the old content, and I was like, I might as well, I don't know, shoot a shot in the dark and see if people are still interested in my channel. And so I posted kind of like a short and like a teaser to see if anyone would respond to it. And like tons of people were like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And I was like, okay, people are definitely sticking around. So then I thought, well, let's give this a second shot. And here I am. So yeah.
Well, I'm glad that my video helped bring you back. It's nice to see you back. So I'm glad that everyone, the whole community's support. Sometimes the community baffles me too. Almost 10 years now, or I think over 10 years now since the videos were posted, or however long. It's truly phenomenal, but I'm glad that we're able to bring you back. So next question, how long did it take for you to get these animatronics made?
Oh boy, I will give you the best answer I can. Freddy was, I don't know, it's a little under a year, I think, for Freddy, because what happened there was I was playing like FNAF 2 at the time, because it had just come out. So whenever that was, I don't remember what year it came out, 2014, I think. And so I was playing that, and in FNAF 2, you can unlock these collectibles, like toys that you can put on your desk once you complete like certain modes. And I really liked the toy Bonnie figurine that you could unlock for whatever reason. I just thought, oh, that's kind of a cool thing. Like, I wonder if I can buy that in real life. And at the time, you couldn't. And so my young self was like, oh, I wonder how like expensive it'd be to find someone to like make something like that, And so I asked my dad, like, hey, how hard would it be to make one of these things? And he goes, oh, not very hard, but why not just make like the animatronic version? So to stop from going too far into that, to answer your question, I told him that, and then about, I want to say, whenever FNAF 3 came out, it was like right before then. So I don't know how long the gap is between when FNAF 2 and FNAF 3 came out, but about that amount of time is how long it took for Freddy. And for the others, it was like probably a year, because I had to like actually set up getting those and help design those. There were like, 4 or 5 of them. So
Gotcha. So I think that would be, because FNAF 2, it came out in November, if I'm correct, and then I think FNAF 3 was March. So that's about 5-ish, 4-6 months around that. So,
yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Okay, next question. Do you plan to make more animatronics, or have Scare Factory make more?
Oh gosh. That's also a really good question. So, what do I want to say here?
Oh, okay.
Do I currently have plans to make one? No. Do I want to in the future? Yes. I don't know if it'll be with Scare Factory again. I'd love them to be a part of that if they'd want to. I guess I just have to figure out who I'd want to do to start, and then I need to find a place to settle down, because I'm kind of in my transitionary period. I'm in law school right now at Notre Dame, and so I'm traveling between there and home on the West Coast, and so I don't really have a place right now to kind of set everything up. Like right now, the animatronics are in my living room at my house, and they're kind of just in the media room, just chilling there. So I don't even have like enough space to like set them up properly right now. But once I like graduate, which will be in about a year from now, a little less than that, I'll finally be able to like get my own place. And once I kind of get that settled, then I would definitely be a lot more interested in like actively starting to try and find a new one to make a new one. I just need to figure out one who I'd make and who I'd get help to help make one. But yeah, I definitely would like to make some new one, potentially new ones in the future.
Okay. It's a good answer. I like that. You guys hear that? There might be more Dr. Creepypasta coming in the future. So. All right, next question. Here it is. Do you plan to do any upgrades for the animatronics that you currently have? So I guess that could be new features, like, I don't know, say fog machine or new anything, I guess. I don't know anything.
Right. Yeah, I think definitely I want to upgrade them. Because right now, as everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people have pointed out in the comments, some of them haven't held up very well. It's been, like 7 years and they've been moved across the country. So they are kind of, what would you say, worn, torn, rugged, maybe some people would say withered.
Some people would say that.
So, yeah, I would definitely like to try and, if not upgrade them, at least like fix them up so that they look a bit more, presentable.
Okay.
But yeah, I definitely want to try and fix them up and make them a bit nicer and maybe add some stuff.
Okay. Would you... Okay, I guess this kind of goes back to the making more animatronics question, but another question someone commented earlier was, would you ever make FNAF 2 animatronics?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, those would be super cool. Honestly, I mean, those are the ones I would think of making next, if any of them, just because they're so different from the original animatronics because of like their, plasticky kind of toy look. I think it'd be really cool if I could actually have like a toy, Freddy or Bonnie or something that like looks like it does in the game. That's something I'd also fix in the future if I were to make another one, is really try and make it more accurate to the game and how they look and the 3D models in the game.
Okay, I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, I was literally just gonna ask because it just came into my head. I was like, would you make them look like the ones you have now or more realistic? But I guess that answers that. So, okay. Next question. Would you ever plan on making like a short film or something along the lines of that with the animatronics?
Absolutely. I actually, well, I'm not going to call myself a filmmaker, but in high school and before that, my kind of dream job was being like a director and filmmaker in general, because I just love making like short movies with my friends on Final Cut Pro and uploading them to YouTube, that kind of thing. And I really wanted to do that. To keep it short, I ended up pursuing, obviously not that, and now I'm in law school, but I definitely love to make films and just media in general, hence kind of why I'm back. But yeah, I'd absolutely love to make a short film. I think the hard but fun part would be figuring out a unique but interesting plot to involve them in, just because I don't want my short film to be just another FNAF short film. I would rather it be something, either I want it to be iconic, but also something that's not the same story we've already heard before. So I'd have to try and strike that balance of like, staying close to the game's its story, but also something new thrown in there.
Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, I think I just what is it? You made the VHS video?
Yeah,
or something?
yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of like that, I would say. So okay. Next question. Are you happy with how the animatronics turned out?
Yeah, I definitely say so. I remember when I first got Freddy, I noticed that, he definitely doesn't look like how I pictured him in my head, because he doesn't look like, how he does in the games. But, so at first I was kind of like, but then, I mean, obviously it's like this, it's animatronic Freddy, and it's like the first one I'd ever seen in person. I was like, it's cool, it's really cool nonetheless. And then I kind of started thinking more and more about it, and I was like, honestly, this is how I had imagined them to be, like, I don't know, in real life, because they have like fur and they're just more something like you would see at a Chuck E. Cheese, is how I kind of pictured it in my head after getting them. And so, yeah, I definitely like them. Looking back now, I wish I could have, had more oversight or more participation in like their design and that kind of stuff, so I can make them more accurate to the games. But no, I love them. I think that they are very uniquely designed and looking. and a Discord member of mine actually made 3D renders of them and put them in FNAF. And seeing them there, it's like, oh, they're pretty creepy, man. Like, they might even be creepier than like the original models, just because of how like off looking they are, you know?
I played the mod a little bit early. Well, I have questions about that too, so we'll get into that a little bit more
Great.
Later. But I was playing it a little bit, and for anyone who doesn't know, you guys will see what I mean when we get into the interview a little bit more. But I was playing it earlier, and I was like, dang, these are really, they're not scary, but they're uncanny. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's a great word.
So, I agree. Next question. Which one of your animatronics is your favorite? Or is all of them your
Okay.
favorite?
It's a hard question. It's between two. It's between Freddy and Springtrap. I want to say Freddy because he was the first one, and I think he has the most movements out of all of them too. I just feel like he's so iconic, like he's the real Freddy Fazbear. So I really like him. But at the same time, I think Springtrap is my favorite. I don't know if I want to say he's my favorite FNAF character, but he's like right up there. And I think that he's really creepy and well done too. So either Freddy or Springtrap. I'd probably have to say Freddy just because he was the first one, and he's part of the original gang.
I think a lot of people can agree with that. I'd say personally, my favorite is Freddy, but I kind of also at the same time like Springtrap's right there as well. So I agree with you there. Next question. Would you change anything about these animatronics, whether it be looks, some of the features they have, or anything? I think we kind of went over this in one of the last previous questions, but here it is again, I guess.
Yeah. Would I change anything about the animatronics? Well, okay, I would do this. So they're all pneumatic, so they run on air, and Freddy and Springtrap each have like their own compressor, which is how I could keep them in my room. So in my videos, you can see Freddy's in my room, and then Springtrap later replaces him. The other animatronics don't have that, so they have to be hooked up independently to a big tank, and that can be really annoying, especially when you don't have a big enough space to store them all and a tank. So I would definitely, for just convenience sake, build like a compressor. Or not build a compressor, but attach a small compressor to each individual animatronic so that they could run independently wherever they go. That's for one. Two, I probably would have designed them to look more like the game. Like if I were to do it again, that's what I would do. Which is not to say that I don't like how they look now, but if I could restart, I would try to make them more like the game, because my original idea was literally trying to bring Freddy Fazbear like into real life and like as clear as possible, or as close as possible to the original. So those would probably be the two things I'd change. Maybe other things, but I can't think of them right now.
Okay, gotcha. Next question. How were these made? Do you know what materials and the stuff that went into them was like, or not really?
Yeah, a little bit. So I didn't physically build them. Scare Factory did. They're each made with different materials. Freddy is more like an actual like brown fur material, and he has like a felt top hat, and then he's got like a styrofoam painted microphone in his hand, and then he's sat on like this wooden box. Well, all of them are sat on these wooden boxes with speakers underneath. And then Springtrap is made with, I don't really know what material it is. It's more of a plasticky material, almost a leather-ish for like his skin. And then he's got some like felt for like his chest and stuff. And then Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica are all made of like the same type of cloth material that's just like dyed. And then they have all like plastic kind of translucent eyes. And then their endoskeletons are all like, I don't know, these like metal wiring frames that are moved around by these valves that like open and close that kind of make them move up and down and stuff. Yeah, that's about what they're made of.
Okay.
As much as I know.
Okay, I was gonna say from the videos they look obviously Freddy. Yeah, it's the fur or whatever it is, but like in the videos it almost I want to say like paper mache in a way. I don't even.
Yeah,
I don't
it
even
looks
know
like
if
that.
that's kind of what it looks like. So, but I would never have guessed like a leathery material for like spring
Yeah.
flag, so
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
interesting. Okay, next question. Now, I already know the answer to this question, and I think everyone, once they hear it, they're going to be like, oh yeah, well, of course. But someone had to have asked it, and that is, would you be willing to sell them?
Oh boy, would I be willing to sell them? No, I don't think so. My dad wanted to sell them for the longest time, just because like they were kind of, sitting around while we were moving, and he just thought they were taking up space, and someone would probably buy them. And then he couldn't. Thank goodness he didn't, because I kind of wasn't involved in that because I was so busy with school and just life in general. Thankfully he didn't, because he was kind of attached to them. And yeah, especially now, like there's no way I could sell them. I don't think. If anything, I'd like donate them to like a museum or something if there were such a thing that would take so people could come and like see them. Because the thing that I want most is like people that like them to actually come see them and like interact with them and touch them and like see them in real life. But obviously that's really hard given that they're at my house right now. So if there's like some public place I could store them for display, that's what I would do.
Okay, that kind of answers another future question, but we'll get into that one too once we get to it. So, but okay. Oh, actually, never mind. It's the next question. Okay, so next question is: would you create a haunted house / attraction, which could be just a public viewing area or anything, just like what you said, to have people come and view the animatronics in real life?
Absolutely. The only thing stopping me would be like the copyright stuff. Like I would love to do it. I don't know if I would be infringing on anything, especially now that Scott doesn't like own everything, like Steelable Studios and whoever. As long as I don't get in any trouble with that, I would love to. Especially like a haunted house. I think that would be such a cool idea. Kind of theme it like a FNAF pizzeria. Like it'd be I don't know, it'd be so cool. As my dad too, he loves entertainment and he loves haunted houses. Like that's kind of his thing. So I would 100% love to do like a FNAF haunted house with animatronics. But if not that, yeah, like I said, some sort of museum or something equivalent to that to show people the animatronics.
Okay. Well, if that ever happens, shoot me a message. I'll come film content there.
100%. You got it.
Next question. Okay, this is about the game finally. So for everyone that doesn't know, I don't know, I'll just do a quick explanation. So Dr. Creepypasta, he just had a mod made for FNAF 1 that features his animatronics in it. I'll have it linked in the description. It's free as long as you own FNAF 1 on PC. You guys can literally just download it for free. It's pretty cool. I played it earlier. I'll probably show some footage earlier after this, or you guys can just go check it out on his channel, but it's all right there. So that's what this question is about for anyone who doesn't know. But anyways, the question is, how did you get your Dr. Creepypasta FNAF 1 game made, or whatever you want to call it, mod or whatever? What was the process to get that like made and have it happen?
Well, this may be not the answer people want to hear, but I don't really know because I didn't do anything. It was all my kind of everyone in my Discord. It's all thanks to them, particularly a guy named Supamon. He and some others made some 3D renders of the animatronics. I totally unprompted by me. I think they just did it, which was super cool. And I think they were working on it. Like as soon as I came back, they were just like, "Oh, this would be a cool idea." And they just were working on the 3D models, and then I don't know how they put them in the game, but replacing all the models in the game with the models that they had made. And Supamon, I think, made the recreation of the FNAF 1 trailer, but with my models too. So basically, it was him and a couple other Discord members. They all did it, so I took no part in that. But it's great. Yeah, I don't really know how they did it, but yeah, they just did it out of love, I think.
Well, if Superman, if you're watching this video, Dr. Creepypasta, bring him over here. Bring him in the comment section. Feel free to comment how you did make it, because I think, well, I would love to know, and then I think a lot of people would too. So if you're watching this video, comment it right now and let people know. So next question, and this is the final community question that wasn't already answered in your was it like return video. So
yeah.
Next community question is, what Easter eggs and secrets are in your FNAF 1 mod? Is Golden Freddy or Springtrap in the game?
Oh gosh, well, they wouldn't really be secrets or Easter eggs if I told you all of them, or if I told you any of them for that matter. I'll give you some though. So a lot of I think actually every single original Easter egg that's in the FNAF 1 game has kind of been redone so that they're of my animatronics. So like the posters will be of like, when Freddy, when he was like trying to take off his mask, whatever, it's my Freddy doing it. Or when, Bonnie's like looking into the camera with his eyes really close, like it's my Bonnie. There's also like the posters on the wall. I forget which I'm not gonna know what camera number it is, but it's like the right hallway. There's like 3 posters of the animatronics. Yep. Those one are replaced with my animatronics, and then there's like an Easter egg in the game. I forget what they changed to, but that's replicated in the mod. And so there's like these other like creatures that some people have made with the models of my animatronics, and so they replaced that Easter egg. I think I will not say whether Golden Freddy or Springtrap are in the game, just because, it wouldn't be fun if I told you. So maybe you gotta go check it out yourself.
Yeah,
but
I guess
it could be.
I guess you guys gotta download a link in the description. You guys gotta go check it out. So there you go. Okay, so that was, as I said, the final community question. So now the rest of my questions, well, they're mine. So I have a couple here. Obviously, I've been a lot of these questions I've had, well, not a lot of them, there's like maybe 1 or 2 in here I've had since like 2014, 2015.
Let's
and
go.
Finally get the chance to ask. It's crazy how the world works, but here I am. But anyways, here are these questions. I'll get into the first one, and this one is regarding the video I made about you. So if you don't like remember what I said, I can update you on what I did say.
Yeah.
But the first question is, was any of the information in my video like correct? Mainly regarding I guess the animatronics, but like also I mentioned in your video, I was like I mentioned like your family and stuff like that. I don't know if you remember. I can do a recap on it if you need me to. But was any of that stuff or most of that stuff like correct, or was I just completely in the wrong field with that stuff?
No. I don't remember exactly what you said, but I do remember that I think everything you said was like 95% correct, just about. So I remember that part, but if there's specific things you want to know, I can happily tell you whether you were right or wrong or whatever.
I got you. So the one thing I was really curious about, and when I was making the video, I was like, there's no way that this is like true. I'm sure it is true, but I was just like, when I found out about it, I was like, there's just no, like, what is the possibility of that?
Yeah.
I can't remember the name exactly, but your sister,
Sunny.
Was she actually on Team 10?
Yeah, she was.
What? That is insane.
Yeah, pretty crazy,
That is wild. Okay. I think that was all I needed to know.
Yeah, for a time she was. I remember one time I was coming home from, I don't know if it was school or whatever, and I get home, and my house, there's always like strangers there for whatever reason. Someone's having someone over, so there was a ton of cars there, but I didn't pay any mind. I had like a game room at the time. It's kind of like in the far end of the house, and so I was there and I was playing a game or something. I bet maybe even doing something with Dr. B Pasta related. I don't remember. But then I was going to bed, and I have to walk through the like living room and then to my room, and I'm walking through the living room, and there's like all these people in the living room. And there's a dude, we had a massage chair, and he was like in there, like reclining back and massaging. I don't know who these people are. I'm just gonna walk right to my room, so I don't have to talk to anyone. So I'm kind of an introvert, you know. And then I get in my room, and then I see this like hoodie. It says it's a Jake Paul hoodie. It's Christmas Day, bro. I think it's what it said because he had a song. It's every day, bro, or something like that. And I was like, oh my gosh. But funny enough, that was Jake Paul and in the living room, whatever. So yeah, he was there with his you know friends or whatever, and yeah, I don't really know all the specifics just because I wasn't super involved with any of that. But yeah, Sunny, she is like a singer. She still makes music now. She goes by Sunny Days. But yeah, at the time she worked with Jake Paul and made videos or whatever with him. But yeah, it's kind of just a weird connection like between me and that. There's no, I don't know. I don't know how that is. It just, it just happened to be that way. So
that is
yeah.
wild. That is, that I'll tell you, I would have never, ever expected just that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's pretty wild.
Okay, so, and then the other question about, I guess, your family is your dad. I think, what did I say in the video? Is your dad like a super duper rich, famous dentist, or is that wrong? Was that wrong in the video?
No, yeah. So he is a dentist. Yeah, he used to practice in Texas, and then we moved, and now he practices in California, where we are. So yeah, he's a dentist. I don't know if I'd say he's like famous or anything. Maybe he is, but yeah, he's a dentist. So
okay. So I wanted to clarify that because the next couple of questions I have are kind of about that, I guess.
Yeah.
But also in the video, I was like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because this stuff is just, I don't know a lot about it. But so, is it true? Okay, so in the video I feature like I think it was your guys' house, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Did it have a water park in the backyard? And here, okay, if this is true, okay, wait, I'm not done yet. If this is true, did the animatronics in that water park have a correlation to you liking animatronics that led to you getting real life FNAF animatronics?
Yes and yes. Yeah, a water park, if that's what you want to call it. That's what we called it. Just a big pool with a ton of slides and a lazy river. Yeah, so anyways, yeah, we did. And then I guess indirectly that could have been why I got animatronics. I think my dad just, like I said, he loves entertainment. I think in particular he loves like scary things and costumes and haunted houses, animatronics. Like he just loves all that stuff. And so I think because he established the relationship with Scare Factory by building all of that, he was able to help me work with them. Well, as much as I could work with them, get animatronics made from them for the band. So, and that way, yeah, it helped me get them.
Okay. Well, that answers my next question perfectly. So that's really okay. I would have never have guessed that, but that is actually really, really cool. So, okay. Now, no more personal questions. Now we're getting onto animatronic questions. But I just had them. It was so wild. I'm like, I just gotta double check. I gotta fact check. So, okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Next question. How does the voice box mechanism work for the animatronics, and how do the animatronics themselves work?
Yeah. I'll answer to the best of my knowledge. The voice box works. You basically load the sounds that you want the animatronics to say on an SD card, and then you put that in their their control box basically, and then with the controller you're able to play the audio, and the audio will just be playing, and then you can hit record on the controller and record the movements as the audio is playing, and then stop recording, play it again, and then record in the middle of it to add more movements, and that's basically how I make videos with them.
Okay.
How they work, I'm not really an expert on them just because I didn't really build them, but all I know is that they're pneumatic, and so they use compressed air to open up and close valves, which move various appendages on them. whether it be like their eyebrows or their eyelids or whatever. But yeah, that's basically how they work in a nutshell.
Okay, gotcha. Next question. How are the animatronics in condition? Are they still in good condition, or some kind of, as you said earlier, withering, or was like, how are they in general? Do they still like work for the most part, or?
Yeah. They definitely all still work. We had a couple issues with one. Freddy's jaw at first wasn't working. It is now, thankfully. And then I think that was like a wiring issue, just because they've been, jostled around so much. And then we had a problem with one of the animatronics' eyes. I think it was Springtrap's eyes not lighting up, which we still need to get fixed. Probably another wiring issue. In general, though, yes, they all still work. They all are pretty good. The only thing is that, aesthetically a little bit, they're a little worn and torn just from being jostled around and moved across the country. And then maybe some like wiring issues like lights and stuff. But other than that, yeah, they mostly work pretty good.
Okay. What do you do like to fix them? Do you like call up Scare Factory and they fix it, or do you just like do it yourself?
Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it? We're trying to fix them on our own, which we're having some success doing. If we can't effectively do it ourselves, which I think we'll be able to, then yeah, we'll probably reach out to someone at Scare Factory or someone else to maybe help us get some stuff fixed.
Okay, gotcha. Next question. So in some of your videos, I think in the video I made about you, in the intro, I used footage of the animatronics actually on like a stage, and then I think Foxy was in a little Pirates Cove area.
Yeah.
Do you still have those sets, or no?
I do. I have all of it, thankfully. All of it's still around.
And is the condition of that still good, or is it also kind of like a little beat up as well?
I think it's still good. I haven't actually seen the stage like fully set up yet, because it's kind of just, it comes in parts, and so it's taken apart right now and just kind of like sitting in the corner. So I haven't like examined all of the parts, but yeah, it's all together, it's all there, so it still should be fine. Maybe some scratches, but I haven't seen any. But yeah, I think it's all good and well. The Foxy Pirate Cove thing is the only thing that, that still works and everything is fine with it, but it like the stage is not set up because we just don't have room, because it's kind of like this huge circular stage for him, and we just don't have room to like put that together right now. So I'm pretty sure it works, but I just haven't gotten to test it out yet.
Okay, gotcha. Do you think you'll feature, if you have room for it, you think you'll feature those in future videos as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then let's see, we have like four or five more questions left, so we're almost there. So I guess you already answered this one, but I'll ask it anyway, so this could be a quick answer. But where exactly in your house is everything stored? The stages and the animatronics, and then where were all the videos, I guess, like your older ones, the first ones that you originally made, where were those recorded at exactly? Because they're in like such dark, dingy rooms. It almost looks like I want to say like a haunted house. I don't know what the word is for it. I'll tell you, that was one of the first questions I've ever had about your videos. It's like, as a kid, I'd be watching them, I'd be like, that doesn't look like an ordinary house, or I don't know. I just feel like it's so dark and scary. Like my house doesn't look that dark and scary or whatever. So
right.
Yeah, where exactly like did you record?
Yeah. So back in the day, I recorded Freddy's videos in my bedroom because that's where he was. He sat right by my front door, in front of my bed, and so I just put a camera up, recorded it. Then when I got the others, he moved up with the band upstairs to like our attic area, basically. And I think it's probably dark just because I wanted to make it seem like eerie and try to set the stage a bit. So that's where they were, and then Springtrap replaced Freddy in my room, and now they are in our family media room basically like surrounding. We have like a huge couch you can recline and like watch TV. And they just basically surround the couch so that whenever you're laying down, they're just like sitting there staring at you like they're shut off. So it's pretty creepy in there, but yeah, that's where they're all stored right now, along with the stage and stuff.
Gotcha. Oh, this one's a good one. This one might be fun. Have you heard the rumors about yourself, like the ones saying that you died? And how do you feel about these? I remember when I was researching the video, I saw like 5. I'm like, is he actually dead? I was like, what?
Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard the one where I'm dead, which surprise, I'm not. And then the only other one that I heard is that I sold the animatronic, which surprise, I haven't. Those are the only 2 that I've heard of. I haven't heard the other 3.
I think those are the only. What was I literally just saw it earlier. I can't remember what it was, but I can't remember what it is. But I forgot to put it in the notes, but I heard another one. I'm like, that one's just stupid. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
I was just like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
I'm dead.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. But okay. These are the final 2 questions, and these ones are a little bit more towards your fans and your audience.
Sure.
I guess you could say. So, final 2 questions. Right here, guys. Final 2 questions. And these ones are more heartfelt ones. Next question. What is something you would want to tell your fans? Whether it be about the support or just being, I don't know, awesome fans.
Yeah.
What is one thing, and even if you already said it in your 30-minute like return video, if you want to say it here again, the same thing, feel free to. But what is one thing you would want to say to your fans?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot I would want to say, but if I had to pick one thing, I would just say thank you. I was gone for forever, and I came back and everyone kind of welcomed me back with open arms, and everyone's just been so positive about everything, and just I've heard so many people, like, I can't even count how many people have told me, like, oh my gosh, I used to love your videos as a kid, like, you inspired me to do this, or like, you were my childhood, and it just like touches my heart to know that I was able to, like, touch so many people with just simply recording my animatronics. And so just sharing something that I love with other people that kind of love that same thing, it's just such a blessing. And just thank all of you for watching and supporting, and just for being such nice, friendly people. So that's what I would say.
Well spoken, very well spoken. And finally, this was also another thing that was in your 30-minute videos. Remember, guys, go watch it after this. A lot of the questions that aren't answered here are going to be answered in that video. And if they're not answered in that video for whatever reason, maybe we can do a part 2 interview in the future. Who knows? But make sure you guys watch that video after this, because, as I said, this question is in that video. But I'm going to ask it again, just in case if, things might change. So, final question.
Right.
What do you have in store for the future of your channel?
Yeah, that's a great question. So recently it's been kind of like FNAF stuff, just because I wanted to like ease back into what I used to be creating. So for the future though, I want to continue to make animatronic videos, probably forever, or as long as people watch them. I want to do that because I enjoy making those a lot. I think it's super fun. So I'll do that. And secondly though, I kind of want to branch off from FNAF stuff, just in general, and I want to try and just do more horror stuff in general. So whether that be narrating scary stories, or making more, I don't know if I want to call them video essay like type style videos, but just like videos talking about different things in the horror genre, ranging from horror games to I have like a whole list of stuff I want to do. Talk about like urban legends around the country and like explain them and stuff. And yeah, kind of just I branch out and try new things, and hopefully, introduce people to things that they haven't been introduced to yet or heard of, whether that be games, movies, just stories in general. But basically, just do more stuff involving horror-related media, whatever that is, or stories in general. So yeah, so I think that's my future plans and probably a couple other things that I'm working on right now. But yeah, in general, that's what I want to do. So.
Ever since FNAF released, there has been hundreds of fan games which have sparked many characters, ideas, and tons of hype throughout the FNAF community, with all of that stemming from these said fan-made FNAF games. But what even are they even good, and how did we get here? Well, if you're brand new to the series, or a veteran to it, I have compiled all of my previous FNAF fan games and fan-made animatronic videos into this one video for one seamless and easy to watch supercut. So if you just need something to listen to in the background while you work, or need something to go to sleep to while simultaneously educating yourself on everything there is to know about FNAF fan games and fan-made animatronics, then this is the perfect video for you. And if you've already seen all my other previous fan-made FNAF related videos, then no worries either, as at the end of this one, I have collaborated with and interviewed Lil Jet Games, the creator of one of FNAF's newest and most unique fan games coming soon, with that being Spikes Ahoy, but I am getting ahead of myself. Timestamps are available if you want to skip to certain segments or if you need to rewatch certain segments, but before we get into it, make sure to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's, and let's dive deep into FNAF fan games. Five Nights at Ronald's might be one of the most disturbing FNAF fan games ever made, but not for the gameplay, jump scares, or visuals, but instead for it being based on one of America's most deadly mass shooters ever.
He entered the facility heavily armed, immediately started shooting everybody, and the customers that were inside the restaurant had absolutely no chance to escape.
If anything seen on this screen bothers you, this is your official warning for the rest of the video. Five Nights at Ronald's is an indie point-and-click survival fan game developed by Tan4 Games, which was released in 2015 and was popularized due to many popular FNAF YouTubers playing it around that time. Due to the game's age, along with the developer's skill level, it is very similar to many early FNAF fan games, meaning it is, well, to say the least, very flawed in its graphics, story, gameplay, and so on. But this game, like many other early FNAF fan games, managed to gather a rather small audience of people playing it and posting videos about it online due to its unique premise and so on. But as the years have passed, the game eventually faded into obscurity, being forgotten by many and even the developer himself, with only a sheer amount of people remembering the game or having active interest in it still. But luckily, someone who still remembered this obscure FNAF fan game reached out to me and told me about its existence and its disturbing story behind it. So after I was told about what the game's main inspiration behind its story was, I immediately began researching it to see if any of it was true, which after looking into it deeply, I was led down a very disturbing and grotesque rabbit hole that isn't for the faint of heart. Five Nights at Ronald's has a very simple premise. The player sits in the office and monitors security cameras positioned throughout the building to observe the animatronics. The player has a limited amount of power to close the doors on either side, and the player must use the camera feed locations in the building to hold off the animatronics, which the player does by using the doors. The player also has to recharge a certain light on one of the cameras at the same time to prevent being jump scared by a character that acts very similarly to the puppet in FNAF 2. If the player fails to do any of this, they will be jump scared and will need to restart the night. Then to advance to the next night, the player must survive from 12 AM until 6 AM, just like how you do in any of the other FNAF games. Throughout the nights though, the player will be up against 6 animatronics that must be avoided, which are Ronald McDonald, the Hamburglar, Grimace, Birdie, Mayor McCheese, and Inflatable Ronald. Then on the custom nights, there is also a special animatronic that can be seen, which is known as Negative McCheese, but we won't be talking about him or the custom nights as they're not really relevant to this video. But just like any of the FNAF games, all of these animatronics slash characters act differently in an attempt to kill the player, so let's go over what all of them do real quick. Ronald McDonald becomes active on night 4, and he can be seen lying on a green surface in Cam 2. Once active, he'll move throughout Cam 4, Cam 5, and Cam 6 before standing in Cam 10. If not stopped in time, Ronald will ignore the right blind spot and directly jump scare the player, whether they are checking the cameras or not, but when fought off, he will just turn back. Ronald will also attack the player when the power goes out, at any night. While Hamburglar and Grimace are standing at the doors, Ronald will stand in front of the player. Then after a few moments, the remaining lights of the office will turn off, turning the room completely dark, in which Ronald will then eventually attack the player, resulting in a game over. The Hamburglar becomes active at night 1. He can be found lying on the ground ground in Cam 1, along with many of the other animatronics. Once active, he will move throughout Cam 4, Cam 6, and then Cam 5 before staring at the camera in Cam 9, in which he will eventually reach the left door of the office. If the player does not shut the appropriate door in time, he will disable the lights and the door, and will jump scare the player if they use the monitor or attempt to use the now disabled lights or door. Grimace also becomes active on night 1. He can also be seen on the ground in Cam 1 along with all the other animatronics. Once active, he will move throughout Cam 4, Cam 5, and Cam 6 before standing in Cam 10. Then afterwards, he'll reach the right door of the office. If the player does not shut the appropriate door in time, he will also disable the lights and the door, and will jump scare the player if the monitor is open or if they attempt to now use the disabled lights or door. Birdie becomes active on night 2, and can be seen lying on the ground in Cam 1. Once active, she will slowly leave the room as seen throughout Cam 3, barely opening the door at first, then standing in front of the door and leaving the room entirely. If Birdie does not appear on the cameras, it means she is going to run in Cam 9, but seeing her running in the hall will most likely result in certain death if the left door is not shut, as she is way too fast to react to. The only way to avoid her is by shutting the left door before checking the cameras. Then there is Mayor McGee, who becomes active on night 3, where he can also be seen lying on the ground in Cam 1. Once active, he will move throughout Cam 3, Cam 4, Cam 5, Cam 6, or even Cam 0 before trying to get into the ventilation system in Cam 7. The player must use the repel system to fend him off, otherwise he will enter the ventilation system and cannot be stopped. He will then jump scare the player if they check the cameras when he is at the vent exit. Finally, there is Inflatable Ronald, which also becomes active on night 1. He is placed in a box at the far right side of the restaurant, Cam 8, and must be stopped by a light which the player must keep charged. If the player does not charge the light, he will leave the box and enter the ventilation system to jump scare the player. Five Nights at Ronald's is very similar to many other older FNAF fan games from around that time, with it having gameplay mechanics similar to the older FNAF games, while also being extremely buggy, and while also being very simple and easy to play, and so on. I mean, after explaining what all of those animatronics do, it's clear to see that they all act the same as every single animatronic from FNAF 1, along with some from FNAF 2, which this kind of shows off, well, to an extent, the game's originality. But if that's all we took a look at, then the game would be just that. Another old, mediocre FNAF fan game forgotten due to time, but if you can look past that and look deeper below the surface of what this game has to offer to the player, then you'll realize that there's way more horrors hidden within it. Just like many other disturbing FNAF fan games, for example Dormitibus, the game seems just like any other normal FNAF fan game, but as you continue to play, you begin to notice very subtle and very off-putting things throughout your playthrough, with it becoming most disturbing once the story gets laid out in front of you. The reason I bring up Dormitibus is because of the extended use and mentions of blatant pedophilia, and nods to, well, I don't really want to say, but other sexually abusive acts towards, well, you get the point. This was one of the main plot points throughout the game, and was done in a way which rubbed people in a very wrong way, especially since, in hindsight, the pedophilic character featured in the game seemed to be some sort of self-insert for the developer, which also doesn't help the fact that there were rumors that the developer of the game was also a pedophile and so on. Now, some things I said could have been wrong there. I've never actually played the games for those reasons, but I mean, you get the point. The reason I bring this up is because Five Nights at Ronald's also has very disturbing elements for its main plot, which alone wouldn't be that bad, although a little distasteful, but is amplified to a whole nother depraved level due to its plot being based off of a real mass shooting at McDonald's, which took place in the mid-1980s. But where in the game's story is it mentioned or even referenced that it's based off of a real event like this? Well, when starting the game, you get a call from Phone Guy, which in most FNAF fan games serves as a tutorial of sorts and gives the players some exposition on what you see in the game and the story behind everything. But this game takes a very gruesome turn the second the phone gets answered on night 1.
Hey there, if you're hearing this, it may be your first night as a security guard in the restaurant McDonald's. Great, isn't it? I know. Working here may be kind of scary. You'd be surprised of how disturbed an employee can get after 6 homicides took place. Look, the last security guard was angry with the manager because he got fired and really needed the money for his family. The next day, he returned and shot everyone at the place. Yeah, it was awful. After that day, people stopped coming. So, we needed to bring our clients back. And we did it with the same technique as always. Buying animatronics. The kids love them. So we got some animatronics that move and spend time with the kids. But they move at night too. and they are looking for someone. In this case, it's going to be you. You don't want them close to you, so that's why we got some doors to stop them, lights to see them, and cameras to know where they are. You can't use them a lot because they consume energy, and if you run out of power, they will get you, and they will stuff you into an animatronic costume. And you know what happens next, right? Look, I've worked there before, and there's nothing to be afraid of. I swear. Well, that's it for today. Oh, I almost forgot. We once had an inflatable Ronald at the top of the restaurant, but it is now out of order, and we stored him in a box. The thing is that the inflatable can move in dark rooms, so you may need to recharge the light of the room constantly. Well, good luck.
Without any prior knowledge of this game being based off of a real this call might just seem like any other phone call seen in other fan games with just a way darker undertone, but as the nights progress, they get increasingly worse.
Hey there, welcome to your second day of work. I'm sure you haven't gotten into trouble in that office, right? Well, the animatronics do become more active each night that passes, so you may need to be more active too, alright? Also, you should keep an eye on the chicken animatronic. It may run to your door pretty quickly. Well, I don't have so much time left. I really need to go. My son is in the hospital, and I really need to see him. Well, that's all for today. Good luck!
Night 2's call is way more tame than the last, with Phone Guy just telling you about another animatronic and mentioning that his son is in the hospital, but it only gets worse from here.
Hey there, do you remember yesterday when my son went to the hospital? Well, he got an infection, and I don't have any money for the treatments. I don't even know where I will get the cash. I guess I need to stay here. Well, you get back to work. Oh, and if you see the burger head animatronic in the cameras, you will be in big trouble. He will get inside the ventilation system in the office, and he will get you. So before he gets there, you should repel him with the flashing light we got for you. But try not to use it too much, since it does consume a lot of power, and it does take some time to cool down. Just be careful. Well, good luck.
Again, Night 3 isn't that bad. Phone Guy just gives the player more advice on how to survive against the animatronics and so on. But again, he mentions how his son is in the hospital and that he needs money to pay for his treatment. And, well, Night 4 is where it all goes to hell.
What do you expect from society when they just take what you really love? Forgiveness? That's not enough for me. My son could have been saved, but they just had to fire me. They only cared about the money, even though they already had enough. They never cared for people like me, not even for my son. Now I want revenge. I want everyone to feel what I'm feeling right now. Society had its chance.
Society had its chance. The final words we hear from Phone Guy in this game. Night 4 begins with no help from Phone Guy, but instead a message filled with hate and anger. This call suggests many things, with one of those things being that the Phone Guy's child died in the hospital due to his infection, which Phone Guy couldn't treat because he just got fired and couldn't afford the medical bills. I mean, it's the only feasible explanation for such a radical change in tonality compared to the previous night's calls. But this different tone shown to us, along with what Phone Guy says, also seems to suggest some other very disturbing things regarding the game's story. Phone Guy's statements throughout Night 3 and 4 are strangely similar to what the former security guard did, which was murder 6 people in the McDonald's after losing his job because he too needed money for his family. These calls in a way suggest that Phone Guy might actually have been the same security guard that murdered all of those people, which is also supported by the ending cutscene, where we can see a gun next to a picture of a kid and his father. This ending could also suggest that the murders never happened, and that the Phone Guy was going to make them real, or that he was going to commit similar murders. This story, along with many other things seen and heard in game, have various similarities to one of America's most deadly mass shootings in history, with that being the San Isidro McDonald's massacre, which happened on July 18th, 1984, where the gunman, 41-year-old James Huberty, fatally shot 22 people, one of which was an unborn child, and wounded 19 others before being killed by a police sniper approximately 77 minutes after he had first opened fire. Warning, this is where the video gets extremely graphic and violent, so extreme viewer discretion is now advised. Now you might be thinking, well, how does this massacre have anything to do with Five Nights at Ronald's? The only thing consistent with that is that it took place in a McDonald's. And that's where I'd say you are wrong. Because the deeper you look into the story, the more and more similarities you'll begin to see to this game and this incident. James Oliver Huberty, born October 11th, 1942, was born in Canton, Ohio, and was the second of two children whose parents were Earl Vincent and Eichel Evelyn Huberty. At the age of 8, James' family would move to a farm outside of Canton, and because of this move, Eichel refused to live on the rural property, which led to her abandoning her family. Growing up, James didn't have many friends and found it hard to socialize due to his family's extreme religious beliefs and his limp, which he had ever since he was 3 due to polio. Because of this, he was frequently bullied in school, but was able to graduate 51st out of a class of 77 in 1960. After graduation, he attended college to obtain a funeral director's license and an embalmer's license. And it was during these years in college he met Edna Markland, with whom he would eventually end up marrying in 1965. After this, James would work his way up the corporate ladder, getting new and better paid jobs as the years passed, and was eventually making 25 to 30 grand a year, which due to inflation would be around roughly $142,000 to $170,000 a year. Then in 1972 and 1974, he and his wife had 2 daughters named Zelia and Cassandra. From the sounds of it, James had a seemingly very good life on the outside. He made a whole lot of money, had their own apartment complex, and even had 2 daughters. So what would eventually lead him to go on a killing spree almost a decade later? Well, Huberty had a history of domestic violence. Edna repeatedly attempted to persuade her husband to seek counseling to alleviate his sources of stress, although he refused to seek any form of therapy. In personal efforts to pacify her husband's temper, anxiety, and general paranoia, and to both influence and control his behavior, Edna took great efforts to minimize any possibility of agitating her husband. But this is when things began to get bad for the Huberty family. In November 1982, Huberty was laid off from his job, causing him to become despondent over his dire financial situation and general inability to provide for his family. One co-worker would later recollect that upon being notified of the impending closure of this firm, Huberty had made a comment indicating that if he was unable to provide for his family, he would intend to commit suicide and take everyone with him. According to Etna, shortly after her husband became unemployed, Huberty began hearing voices. Then, in early 1983, he placed a loaded pistol against his temple, threatening to commit suicide. Etna successfully dissuaded her husband into shooting himself. Unable to find employment in Ohio, the family decided to make the move to Mexico, believing the money obtained from their apartment would be able to financially sustain the family longer in Mexico than in America. When Huberty and his family moved from Ohio to Tijuana in October 1983, he left all but the most essential of his family's possessions in storage in Ohio, but ensured he brought his huge collection of guns, ammunition, and survival supplies with him. Unable to find employment in Tijuana, Huberty quickly regretted his decision to relocate to Mexico. Within 3 months, the family relocated to San Isidro, a largely poor district of San Diego, just north of the Mexico-United States border. After moving into San Isidro, the Hubertys rented an apartment within the Cottonwood Apartments as Huberty sought employment. Then, shortly thereafter, Huberty applied to a newspaper advertisement offering security guard training in a federally funded program. He completed this course on April 12th and soon obtained employment with a security firm in Chula Vista, assigned with guarding a condominium complex. The money earned enabled the family to have their furniture shipped from Ohio, and the family relocated to a 2-bedroom apartment on Averill Road the same month. But when all began to look up, on July 10th, Huberty was dismissed from this job. His employers informed Huberty the reasons for his dismissal were his poor work performance and a noted general physical instability. Then, on Wednesday, July 18th, Huberty and his wife and children visited the San Diego Zoo. In the course of their walk through the zoo, Huberty told his wife of his belief that his life was effectively over, referring to a phone call he made to a mental health clinic the previous day and their failure to return his phone call. He said, well, society had their chance. Afterwards, they ate lunch at a McDonald's restaurant in the Claire-Lamont neighborhood of San Diego. Then afterwards, the Huberty family returned home. But shortly afterwards, Huberty walked into his bedroom wearing a maroon t-shirt and green camouflage slacks as his wife laid relaxing upon their bed. He leaned toward Etna and said, I want to kiss you goodbye. Etna kissed her husband, then asked him where he was going. Huberty calmly replied, saying he was going hunting for humans. Holding a gun across his shoulder and carrying a box of ammunition and a bundle wrapped in a checkered blanket, Huberty glanced toward his elder daughter, Zelia, as he walked toward the front door of his family home and said goodbye, I won't be back. Then Huberty drove down San Ysidro Boulevard. According to eyewitnesses, he drove first toward a Big Bear supermarket and then toward a post office before entering the parking lot of a McDonald's restaurant approximately 200 yards from his Averill Road apartment. Then after all of this, at approximately 3:56 p.m., Huberty brought a 9mm Browning HP semi-automatic pistol, a 9mm Uzi carbine, and a Winchester 1200 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, and a box-in cloth bag filled with hundreds of rounds of ammunition for each weapon into said McDonald's, which had a total of 45 customers in it, and began his massacre. This incident, along with what led up to it, was the main inspiration for the story of Five Nights at Ronald's. While not taking the whole story and applying it to the game, there are very heavy mentions of it throughout the game's story, and even in some of its gameplay elements and so on. Enough to the point where it's definitely not a coincidence, but was 100% intentionally put there by the developer. With all this being said, personally, I think it's very distasteful to include such a horrific crime into your game, especially with the sheer amount of brutality that occurred during this massacre. Now, I know we already looked at the phone calls already, along with some other things regarding the story slightly, but I want to compare all of these similarities from this case to these phone calls while also looking at other things in the game and its story to show what exactly makes it based off of this massacre. Looking a bit deeper into the phone calls, there's mention of the fact that the old security guard was angry because he got fired, and in return, killed 6 people in the restaurant because he needed money for his family. Then as the nights progress, the calls begin to show Phone Guy's anger towards society and his boss for firing him, which was the reason for him not being able to save his son. Then at the very end of his last call, he directly quotes James Huberty by saying society had its chance.
Society had its chance.
Apart from the victim count, which was changed to 6 to fit the number of animatronics, and the Phone Guy's story about his son, these two stories show very clear indicators that the game took inspiration from James Huberty and the San Ysidro Massacre, which is basically upright proven by Phone Guy's direct quote from Huberty himself. Then during the game, there are sounds you can hear throughout the nights, some of which include a baby and woman crying. During the massacre, James murdered many women and even babies, so this could be a coincidence or a direct reference to some of the victims. Then there's another one where the audio file is literally called Massacre, which oddly sounds like a news broadcast for the actual news, but I'm not 100% sure on that because I couldn't find anything on it.
Haunt us forever. Open fire.
But if one of you guys can prove that this did come from a news report from the actual incident, then that would be really interesting to see, because then that would 100% confirm that this game was based off of that incident. But then there's the ending of the game, which I feel is the final nail in the coffin for this. In the ending image, you can see a check, gun, and picture along with some toys. The picture shows a dad who looks to be wearing a security guard outfit and his son in front of a McDonald's. The security guard element in this story can also be considered a coincidence, since both James and the gunman in game were both security guards before getting fired and then subsequently committing the crime. Then next to the picture there is a gun, which is seemingly based off of a Browning P35 high-powered 9mm pistol, which was one of the exact weapons that Huberty used during his massacre. Then next to that, there is a check that goes out to the player, who is named John Hilbert, which sounds very close to James Huberty. At least the same initials are there, but I mean, you can kind of see the correlation. It's very close. Future Gavin here. I'm just finishing editing this video and I looked at the check a little bit more closely to see if I can see any more additional information, and I noticed that the check looks to be dated for July 17th and the year isn't shown, and well, the massacre happened on July 18th, which also further proves that, well, you know, this could be related to the massacre. Now, I mean, say what you want to say about the game. Whether you find it unique or just mediocre, there's definitely a lot of thought put into its story if it did take inspiration from this massacre, as the comparisons and correlations to both stories have a lot of similarities. But I mean, what do you guys think? Am I just overthinking this, or is there definitely some correlation here from this massacre in, you know, the game? The FNAF franchise has accumulated over millions of fans over the years, with tons of people loving the series to death.
Okay, people, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Santa's coming in.
Oh my god, Five Nights at Freddy's.
And with that, some of these fans have such an immense love for the series that they make their own games, animatronics, stories, and etc. to show support and their creativity towards the games. And I'm going to be showcasing some of that in this video. Here are the top 10 scariest Five Nights at Freddy's fan-made animatronics. Now, a couple things before I start the list. When I was researching for this video, I tried to look for animatronics that weren't known and that were kind of obscure, just so you guys wouldn't be seeing the same animatronics in other people's videos. And boy, can I tell you, there was a lot of good choices out there when I was researching for this video. And that leads me to say a quick disclaimer for this video. I'm going to be rating the animatronics independent from the work they were showcased in or originally from. So if they were in a very bad fan game, we're not going to be rating the game, but instead the character design. So if they were in a very good game, we're not going to be worrying about if the game was good or not, only the character designs. That also leads me to say that when ranking these animatronics, I might do it by the group instead of a singular animatronic. What I mean by that is if there's a group, like with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, etc., I may just rank the whole group as one instead of just a singular animatronic, because, well, some of these designs are really good. Now, is that kind of cheating? Yeah, but I don't want to make the creator of the animatronic slash characters feel like I'm disregarding some of their other characters slash work by doing so. Now, before I get into this list, you have to subscribe if you like Five Nights at Freddy's or enjoy the games. Here we go. Number 10. Starting this list is the FNAF Plus stylized animatronics. Now, FNAF Plus has been sweeping the Five Nights at Freddy's community away for quite some time now. I'm pretty sure this is the release all FNAF fans are looking forward to. The animatronics are absolutely terrifying, and Scott even backed the game himself and is helping with the development currently. But since Scott has participated and worked on this project, I'm not going to include the FNAF Plus animatronics because technically Scott worked on them. But technically, yes, the FNAF Plus animatronics are still fan-made animatronics, so I picked these ones instead so they're 100% fan-made. I don't know, but something about these animatronics feel more realistic than the other FNAF Plus animatronics. They are quite terrifying. Robin Thar Games on Game Jolt was the original creator and original maker of these animatronics, and I'd say they represent what the original FNAF Plus animatronics were trying to go for, but are more realistic. Because, let's be honest, the FNAF Plus animatronics are too scary to be in an actual restaurant. Imagine you're at Chuck E. Cheese, but then Chuck E. Cheese looks like he just came straight out of a horror movie. No one would go there, so it's a more realistic version, obviously. But I would say Chica is probably the scariest in this restyling. Though in the original FNAF Plus group, I would say Bonnie is the scariest, but something about her eyes and her mouth being just completely wide open just gives me the chills. It's a terrifying detail that makes it so much more better. Number 9. Talking about terrifying details on animatronics, Rotten Freddy is one of the most disgusting fan-made animatronics I've ever seen. Rotten Freddy is from the FNAF fan game Fredbear and Friends Left to Rot. It's a fan game made by Garrett McGee. It was released on the 16th of July in 2018 and is a sequel to Fredbear's Fright. Now, as the title of the game would suggest, the animatronics were left to rot for a long time, and the animatronics in this game perfectly reflect the rot that slowly happens over time, almost to the point where if you look up rotten animatronics in real life, they look the exact same. Now, when picking the animatronic for number 9, it's a very hard choice. I love the designs of all of them, but I'm either gonna have to pick Rotten Freddy or Rotten Bonnie, mainly because I like the designs so much, with Bonnie missing half of his face, which is a pretty nice nod to FNAF 2. But regardless of me picking Freddy on this one, they are all amazing animatronics, and they do accurately represent what animatronics look like after rotting for years on end. Number 8. Going with the theme of old animatronics, only OGs are going to remember these animatronics, and those are the Draw Kill animatronics. Now imagine this. It was a couple days right before FNAF 3 released, and a YouTuber named Golden Lane Studio releases a trailer featuring these characters, and said video plagues your recommendation feed. Now, even though Golden Lane didn't make these characters, these originated from a user on DeviantArt named Draw Kill. Now to this day, they might not seem that scary, but back in 2015, when said YouTube video was all over everyone's recommendation feed, people thought that these were terrifying. And that's probably because there wasn't a lot of fan art at the time for Five Nights at Freddy's, since it was just a popular brand new horror game. If you remember, and if you were a fan around that time of the year when the series started to blow up, you should know these animatronics. I would say these are considered forgotten, as I completely forgot about these until I did the research for this video, but personally, maybe I'm just dumb and forgot. I would say my favorite, and what I think is the scariest one, is Chica. There's just something about her long, skinny arms with the spikes coming out of them, and then you being able to see her ribcage that is exposed. I don't know about you, but I think these are all very creepy, but Chica is the most interesting and disturbing design-wise. I don't know, it's just something about those arms, it's just very disturbing. Number 7. Before I start, it was very hard to track down the creator of these animatronics, and I still do not know if this is the actual creator of the animatronics, so please correct me if I am wrong in the comments. With that being said, number 7 is Demented Freddy, or the Demented animatronics. These animatronics are supposedly made by Real Fillets. I'm not too sure where the creator originally posted these animatronics from, but I will say that this is a terrifying animatronic that represents the nightmare animatronics from FNAF 4. But after looking at all of them, this is where things got tricky for me, as all of the animatronics are extremely well made, but my first choice for number 7 was originally Bonnie. Bonnie is absolutely terrifying, but I don't know if the actual creator is still Real Feliz, or if that would be me stealing artwork, so that's why I didn't pick Bonnie. But with that being said, these are all still terrifying animatronics, and I wouldn't want to see them in real life at all. But I still stand by my choice, with Demented Freddy being the scariest. Number 6. The Twisted Carnival is a FNAF fan game made by Galva _. It is yet to be released, but a demo for one of the various minigames inside of that game was released and posted on February 1st, 2018. And more recently, a demo was released on January 17th, 2021. Now, I don't know if we are ever going to see this game hit the light of day, but it does seem like it's getting made slowly but surely. Now, ignoring how long the game is taking to be developed and released, the animatronics that were already showcased might be some of the most unique animatronics I've ever seen in a FNAF fan game. Now, for this FNAF fan game, all of the animatronics are uniquely created to represent the original ones from the FNAF series. The names are even different too. Instead of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, they were renamed to Bear Hug, Bonzo, Foxtrot, and Chixie. But I'm gonna say Chixie takes the cake for being the scariest in this game. Even though all the other animatronic designs are absolutely incredible in this game, Chixie has a very unique outfit. She is wearing a cheerleading costume. She doesn't have a cupcake in this version, and well, she has a bomb in her hand. Now, this is all fairly unique and never before seen in a FNAF fan game, and I like to see people try new things with the character being terrifying and with the character trying something new. I have to keep that as number 6 on this list. Number 5. Final Nights 3 Nightmares Awakened, or just simply known as Final Nights 3, is the third game in the Final Nights series. It is a survival horror game made in Unreal Engine 4 by Liam Jolly, and it was originally intended to be the final game in the series until they decided to make a fourth one. In this game, the animatronics stay true to how they were in the previous games, except one, and that is the puppet, which is now renamed as the Reaper puppet. If you thought the original puppet from FNAF 2 was terrifying, you clearly haven't seen this. Now, with this character originally showing up in Final Nights 3, it also makes a debut in Final Nights 4, with an even more terrifying design. The arms are stretched out, and instead of legs, it has tentacles, and the whole face is mangled and almost looks like it's melting. Now, I personally never played this game before, so I don't know how the mechanics work, but imagine that flying towards you. Personally, after seeing this is one of my favorite puppet designs of all time. It's unique, and it's something a little different. The tentacles are just really disturbing, so I really like this design. Number 4. Tychon's Son's Lumber Co. With a total of 8 animatronics in this game, I'd have to say Summer Crab is an animatronic I wouldn't expect coming from a FNAF game. Now, the name already tells you what it is. It's a crab, but the design takes a lot of inspiration from Springtrap heavily. But instead of it being entirely like Springtrap, it looks just like a crab. It has eyeballs outside of its head, the whole mouth is filled with sharp teeth, and instead of having hands, it has claws that are also filled with teeth. Now, imagine if this thing caused a bite of 83 or 87. That would kill you immediately. Now, regardless of how creepy and scary this design would be to see in person, it's extremely well made and has a lot of detail, and I haven't seen a crab animatronic ever before, so I'm gonna keep this at number 4. I really like this design. Number 3. Unfortunately, we will never see these animatronics come to life, ever. That is because the animatronics were from a cancelled game called Sinister Turmoil. Sinister Turmoil is a cancelled free-roaming survival FNAF fan game developed by Angel Games, and after a couple years of development, the new development team cancelled it. But there was a lot of prototypes and behind-the-scenes footage of this game, in which some of that included the animatronics that were going to be featured in this cancelled game, such as Sinister Freddy. Now, Freddy and the rest of the animatronics are clearly based off of withered animatronics, but instead of them being withered, they have no eyes and extremely sharp and deadly teeth. The reason why I like these animatronics so much is because they stay true to the original designs that they're going after, but the new design gave them an almost nightmare animatronics like feel to them. It's unfortunate that we'll never see these animatronics come to life in the game, but I will say they left us with some very cool designs. Number 2. Now, I'm going to be including a whole group of animatronics just because of how amazing they all are and how amazingly designed and how much detail have been put into these compared to the rest on this list. These are the corrupted animatronics that are made by Ruthium? I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not too sure how you pronounce her name, but they designed and made all of these animatronics, which include Corrupted Freddy, Corrupted Bonnie, Corrupted Chica, Corrupted Golden Freddy, Corrupted Springtrap, Corrupted Balloon Boy, and the Corrupted Puppet. That was a lot of corrupted. Statistically speaking, these have got to be the most freaky and unsettling animatronics I have ever seen, with Chica having teeth as eyeballs, Bonnie having, well, multiple eyeballs, and then 2 very large front teeth, Balloon Boy also having teeth for eyeballs, and Springtrap having teeth split down his forehead. There's a lot of teeth in these. The only reason it's not number 1 is because I feel like it's too much overkill for me. Don't get me wrong, the designs are amazing, but it just seems too unrealistic to the point where it's overwhelming. You can't have a top 10 video without an honorable mention. I feel like I needed one because of these animatronics I'm about to show. This is probably the ones you guys have been waiting to see, but I'm not gonna put them as number 1 because I feel like it'd be too predictable. So instead, I put these as the honorable mention, and that's the Night Toy animatronics, which includes Night Toy Freddy, Night Toy Bonnie, Night Toy Chica, and Night Toy Mangle. All of these animatronics are complete nightmare versions of what the actual animatronics are. These animatronics don't even look like robots. They look like living organisms, with Chica having a mouth on her pelvis, Bonnie having insanely long arms and legs, legs. Just imagine that crawling after you. With Mangle just having pieces everywhere on her. They don't look like they were designed to be robots, but instead real-life creatures. Unfortunately, I can't give credit for these pure nightmare-filled animatronics because the user that posted them on Reddit have been deleted. So I don't know who the actual user that made these are, but if you do, please comment down below. Anyways, let's get the number 1. Number 1. This game has taken the FNAF community by storm within the past year, and it's probably one of the most realistic FNAF fan games ever made. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it is Juniors. Juniors is a point-and-click survival game, just like all the other FNAFs, that take place during a paranormal investigation at Juniors, with the game originally being made by Romanov, I think that's how you say it, Romanov, there you go. Then released by Derek and a larger team of people, Juniors released in August 2022, and the game was an instant hit, with it becoming one of the most popular fan-made FNAF games ever. All of the character designs are very realistic and have a very uncanny valley feel to them in this game, but with how well designed all the characters are, they all could be put as number 1. But if you played the game or know about it, we all know which one is the scariest in this game. So drum roll please. It's the Mangle. Now let me tell you, how the Mangle appears in Juniors has got to be one of the most terrifying sequences in a horror game ever. As you sit there and watch your office screen, you watch all of the pieces go down the conveyor and get put into the Mangle, all while terrifyingly suspenseful music plays in the background. You sit there helpless, watching the Mangle be built right before your eyes. But that's not even the worst part. The Mangle is nothing like the FNAF 2 one. It's basically like a huge spider-like robot that is torn into pieces and looks like it was made by a mad scientist. Imagine like a robotic Frankenstein, just pieces put together everywhere. That's the best way I can describe it. The only thing that represents the FNAF 2 Mangle is the face. Now since the Mangle basically is a spider in this game, the Mangle has a huge long tail connected to a little owl animatronic, just for extra detail. With all this combined, this animatronic is beyond terrifying, and I would have to say is probably the scariest fan-made FNAF animatronic ever. FNAF has a lot of fan-made animatronics, the main reason why being the fact that there is hundreds upon hundreds of fan-made FNAF games, and in said fan games, there is also hundreds of fan-made animatronics. So with there being a ton of fan-made FNAF animatronics, there is bound to be some absolutely terrifying ones found in said games, and that's exactly what we're going to be looking at in this video. So before we take a dive into some of the scariest fan-made FNAF animatronics, make sure to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's. Now before we take a look at these animatronics, I would like to mention that I will be showing these animatronics from least scary to most, so the first ones we will be looking at won't be as scary as some of the later ones seen in this video. Anyways, with that being said, the first ones that we are going to be looking at are the brand new Baddington FNAF 1 animatronics from the fan game FNAF Baddington Edition. These animatronics are a one-to-one recreation of the main ones from FNAF 1, and as you can see, they all have a very unique style, very reminiscent of the animatronics seen in Chuck E. Cheese. Literally side by side, they look almost the exact same. Taking a deeper look at them, we can clearly tell that they are made out of some softer substance such as cloth, unlike how many of the animatronics we see in FNAF are made out of a hard metal and plastic material, and due to these softer materials that these animatronics are made out of, they almost look like teddy bears in a way. The only animatronic that kind of strays away from the soft cuddly look is Foxy, and that's because his design still stays very true to the original, with him being all beaten up and withered. He is still made out of the same material, but is just more beaten up. Oh yeah, we can also see Golden Freddy throughout the game, and he looks very good, and he also has a more rubber face and looks to be made out of different materials compared to the others. He has a way creepier look because he is sitting up more compared to how Golden Freddy does in FNAF 1, giving him the appearance that he almost looks alive in a sense. Plus he also, to what I think, uses the same model seen in Baddington's FNAF VHS videos, which is a cool nod to that too. Now I will have to say, my favorite things about these animatronics are how real they look, but if you think these ones look realistic, wait till you see the Unbearable 101's iterations of the FNAF animatronics. Now the Unbearable 101 has some of the most underrated fan-made FNAF animatronics I have ever seen, with him having almost 100 different versions of them on his DeviantArt page. But we are only going to be taking a look at a couple of them, with those being the rotten versions of his fan-made versions of the FNAF 1 animatronics. He has made clean and old versions of them, which are also really good in high quality, but just aren't as scary as the rotten ones are. As you can see, these animatronics have taken very heavy inspiration from the withered animatronics from FNAF 2, along with also taking inspiration from animatronics seen in real-life establishments, like Chuck E. Cheese. All of these animatronics are made out of the same furry material seen on the majority of real-life animatronics, and show off a very realistic rotting to the suits. These animatronics look like they have been sitting in a very damp backroom and were forgotten about for years, which is shown through the dirtiness seen on their fur. Like, I can just smell how these animatronics look, and I know that sounds weird, but I do think that they would probably smell like wet dog and mildew along with a hint of black mold. I don't know, it's just hard to explain, but I don't think I've ever seen someone so accurately portray rot this well on animatronics animatronics. I also can't forget to mention all the stylized changes made to these characters, with Freddy wearing a red and black vest along with his bow tie and top hat matching his accent colors. He also has very realistic paws and feet that match with his design very well. Bonnie also takes some inspiration from Freddy, wearing pants that act as overalls while also having his bow match the colors of him. He also has hands and feet that are very similar to Freddy's as well, and he also looks very good as it matches his style as well. Chica is a bit different from the rest, with her sporting a full apron instead of just a bib, which we can see is extremely dirtied and rotten. Even her cupcake is completely destroyed as well, which is a very nice detail to see that we usually don't see on a majority of fan-made animatronics. And Foxy, well, he is definitely the scariest out of the bunch, with him having bright orange eyes that look like they are staring directly into my soul. He is also the most withered of the bunch, like usual, with him missing the fur around his legs while also missing the fur on his hands and feet. Now, even though these animatronics are some of the most realistic ones I have ever seen, I will have to say that there are more unique iterations of these characters that are, in my opinion, more scary. And that brings me to show you guys Hush Puppy Art's terrifying versions of the FNAF animatronics. Now, even though Hush Puppy Art doesn't have very realistic fan-made animatronics, I will say they have some very disturbing versions of some of the characters, with the ones most disturbing being their iterations of the FNAF 4 Nightmare animatronics. Now, unfortunately, they do not have fan art of every animatronic from FNAF 4, but the ones that they do have, I think is more than enough because they are pure nightmare fuel. They have made Nightmare Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Nightmare Fredbear, which I will save for last. Taking a look at these animatronics, we can immediately tell that there is a very specific type of art style shared between all images, and it is very unique and is unlike any other fan art I have ever seen for FNAF characters. Looking at Bonnie, we are immediately greeted with possibly one of the most terrifying smiles ever, with him having multiple rows of teeth and blood all around his mouth, and all over his body. He also seems to have hyper-realistic eyes, which is a trend for Hush Puppy's artworks. Bonnie is pretty tame compared to the rest we will be looking at, but the small details like his long claws, exposed endoskeleton, and so on are very nice details to see that are just very underappreciated with these animatronics. Anyways, looking at Chica now, I think we can immediately tell that this one is 10 times more disturbing than Bonnie, with her having a gigantic beak that, as we can see, is filled with a gummy-like tissue like how humans have in their mouth. We can also see saliva connected from the bottom to the top of her beak, which makes her look almost like a real-life organism and not an animatronic. She is also covered in blood and has very sharp endoskeleton claws and even has a very disturbing version of the cupcake. Yeah, not much else to say about that. Anyways, moving over to Foxy, we are immediately greeted with his huge jaw and sharp rows of teeth and very snake-like tongue. He is pretty simple in design, with his mouth taking the majority of the detail in this image. He is also covered in blood and has his iconic hook, and there's not really much else to say about him. But anyways, we're gonna now move on to Nightmare Fredbear, but before we do take a look at him, make sure to pulverize that subscribe button if you love FNAF. Anyways, Nightmare Fredbear is by far the most disturbing of the bunch, with him having dozens of rows of teeth both in his mouth and on his stomach, which are both very bloody. We can also see that he has fluff inside of him, which is actually coming out, just like if he was a teddy bear. There isn't much to say about him, as I don't think I need to explain why he is absolutely terrifying. But if you think those fan-made versions of the FNAF 4 animatronics are bloody and gory, wait till you see these animatronics from the new FNAF 4 fan game titled When the Lights Go Dim. When the Lights Go Dim is a brand new FNAF fan game that has been very popular as of recent, and for good reason. The game was made by Fredinator and was just released less than a month ago, and due to the gameplay and the animatronics, it has blown up. Now, due to the game being brand new, there isn't really any in-depth looks at the characters, which kinda sucks because these have some of the most detail I have ever seen on fan-made animatronics. Looking at Nightmare Freddy, he looks very similar to his normal FNAF 4 counterpart, but as you will see with all these animatronics, they all have dead bodies in them, just like how Springtrap does. Freddy's mask also moves very similar to how the Fun Times mask open up, which is a very interesting detail. Nightmare Bonnie has way more detail than Freddy does, with him actually holding his mask in his hand, and he is also missing his left arm, so he looks very much like withered Bonnie. We can also see that he has an exposed ribcage, and most importantly, we can take a detailed look at the corpse inside of him. Moving over to Chica, she too, just like Freddy, is very much so the same, but looking inside of her mouth, we can see the stretched out jaw of the body inside of her, which is very disturbing. She also seems to have different feet, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Anyways, moving over to Foxy, we can see he also looks the same for the most part, until you look closely at his mouth, where we can see another stretched out jaw, but with a sharp tongue sticking out of it instead. Now, this game does have more animatronics, but in my opinion, these ones look the best and the most scary. But moving away from FNAF 4 animatronics, we're going to be taking a step back to a fan-made version of an animatronic seen in FNAF 3, that being Chroma Knight's Springtrap. This version of Springtrap is personally one of my favorites just because of the sheer amount of detail blood, gore, and uniqueness it has, plus it was also on the thumbnail for this video. Looking at the full body render, we can clearly see, well, a lot. Looking at his design, we can see that the Spring Bonnie suit was originally yellow, along with it having overalls on and a bow tie, and maybe even possibly having stars hanging off of its ears. Then looking more in depth, we can see the blood and organs from William Afton inside, even seeing his bones within the suit. There is even a render of the corpse without the suit, and we can see even more in depth the guts and bones that are actually inside of the suit. Just looking at William Afton's decayed face is completely disturbing, with his teeth all broken and his eyes being impaled from the suit's eyes. But looking even more in depth, there is a close-up render of Springtrap's face, which is even more disturbing, where we can see even more details that we weren't originally able to. We can even see that there's spider webs on the suit and that there's tons of wires coming out of the suit. Just looking at the design, it's personally one of my favorites of Springtrap ever. It is so bloody, it's so gory, and it's so disturbing. But surprisingly, there is still more bloody and gory animatronics than the last couple of ones we have seen, with arguably the most gory one on this list being the corpse. Now, this animatronic is actually of Michael Afton after he got scooped, and when he had all the animatronic pieces inside of him. So yes, technically he is still considered a animatronic. Now, there is a lot of renders of what Michael Afton looked like after he getting scooped, but I feel like this one is the scariest out of all of them. Taking a look at him, we can see he has an exposed stomach with a lot of his intestines sticking out, and he also has his very iconic purple skin. We also see wires sticking out of his chest, along with a lot of bruising and blemishes all over his body. But then finally looking at his face, he has no eyes or even anything inside of his mouth. He is just empty. Like, there's no better way to explain it. He literally is just a puppet, or like a skin suit, or whatever you would want to call it. And this render really shows how much of a puppet he is and how much of a, I don't know, skin suit he looks like. Just the thought of having all of your insides scooped out and replaced with animatronic parts is absolutely disgusting, and seeing a realistic version of what that would look like is gut-wrenching, and I cannot get this out of my head. Now, before I start this video, I'm going to point out the obvious. I know you clicked on this video because of the thumbnail, whether it be this one or, well, this one. I don't know which one to pick yet for the video, but regardless of if you clicked on this video because of the thumbnail or because of a general interest in bad FNAF fan games, then well, you've come to the right place. FNAF has thousands of fan games. Literally, new ones are being made every day, so it's almost impossible to keep track of what slop is being produced. But for this video, I will be looking at 4 of the worst FNAF fan games ever made, with some being just straight up bad, complete scams, blatant robbery of other games' assets, and the use of overly sexualized characters. So instead of me wasting your time on this intro, I have one last thing to ask. Due to all of your guys' support on my recent long form videos, I have to ask that if you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe. And if you don't enjoy this video, then well, subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's, because I know that if you're watching this video, you obviously have some sort of interest or love FNAF. But anyways, let's get into the worst FNAF fan games ever made. Now, I don't even know where to start for this video. Each game we will be looking at has its own set of problems, but I guess we will look at one of the most popular worst FNAF fan games that you probably know about, but don't realize is a complete scam, with that being Candyland. Now, don't get me started on all the videos talking about this game, because trust me, I know there is a lot. But I want to say that before I talk about this game, my good friend Johnny the Night Guard made a full-length video discussing the game. Sorry, I meant NFT project, that will probably never be turned into a game, and he made it almost over a year ago, and he goes in more depth than I'll have time for in this video, so if you want more context to the game, I'll link it at the end of this video. Now yes, you heard me right, Candyland is an NFT project, but before I get into all of that, we need to take a step back and discuss the project's history before we get into the whole NFT scam part of it. Candyland is a game/animation series on YouTube created by Golden Lane Studios way back in 2022. The animations are insanely high quality and include characters that highly resemble the Funtime animatronics, with the showrunner of it all being Susie Snacktime. Wow, that's just so original. I you know, snack time, playtime, poppy playtime, yeah, whatever. Anyways, you might be asking, well, what's the issue? How is this a scam? Well, that's when we move over to the official Candyland Twitter, where we really see, oh my god, it's an NFT project. Yeah, I already know that I said it was an NFT project, but this just really shows how big of a project it is. Looking at the Twitter, we can see all kinds of different variants of the Candyland animatronics, with, don't get me wrong, very cool and unique different costumes. So remember when I said that they were supposedly making this into a game? Well, they are quote-unquote supposedly using the profits from the NFTs to fund the game's development, which seems just a little fishy to me. If the game was announced at the same time the first video came out, which I am not 100% sure if it was, then that was almost 2 years ago, and we haven't heard anything from the development since. And at the time of recording, there hasn't been any new videos in the past 5 months on the Golden Lane channel, and the Twitter has stopped shilling out the NFTs and is now reposting various videos from their various other Candyland related YouTube channels. Because trust me, Candyland has like 5 different associated YouTube channels that just rake in the revenue. But hopefully the game does actually come out and is actually playable and decent, but we haven't gotten a major update in 6 months almost, and it just looks like to me they've taken the money and left. Obviously games take time for development, and that's just my own theories and speculation. I'm obviously not saying this is fact, but I don't know, using NFT money to fund your game is just sketchy. Plus we also can't forget all the brain rot thirst trap content regarding Susie's Snack Time. Like, what is this? Like, why are you guys making this? Like, I get it, the 5-year-olds are probably giving you hundreds of thousands of dollars by just rewatching this, but like still it just kind of harness your game's reputation. But anyways, that's the overall synopsis of where the Candyland project is at now. But if you think that sexualization of Susie is bad, look no further to Five Nights in Anime. Now there is a couple of Five Nights in Anime games, and we won't be talking about a specific one, just all of them combined. And before I do start talking about it, I would like to preface that the games aren't bad at all. Obviously, just like most other FNAF fan games, they are just recreations of FNAF with various changes, with the main and most notable two most notable features being the characters and stylistic changes. What, did you think I was gonna say something else? Yeah, of course you were, you dirty-minded freak. Anyways, yeah, why would anyone make this? Now, as I said, the games are inherently bad, but just the concept is a little weird, at least for me. Looking at the FNAF lore, with the animatronics being stuffed with dead children, then making a game about sexualizing said characters to such an extreme is just a little sus. I don't know, I find it weird. Maybe I'm looking into it too much, which I probably am, but yeah. But don't worry, it gets worse though. Looking at the game's jump scares, they involve a lot of moving around and showing of certain body parts that if shown in this video, I would instantly get demonetized and also probably traumatize a couple poor children that might have accidentally have stumbled upon this video, so I won't show it just for those reasons. But it is on the wiki page that they have if you are curious. Don't tell anyone I said that. Now the games have obviously had a bunch of effort and work put into them, and the designs are actually pretty decent. But yeah, the game isn't actually that bad, it's just a little weird, but I felt the need to include it anyways because first of all, I needed a good thumbnail, and plus I'd also know I'd get a ton of comments telling me I should have included it. So anyways, on to the next FNAF fan game. Now the next game we'll be looking at is the Return to Freddy's Classic, or for my OG FNAF fans, better known as FNAF 3 Fan Made. FNAF 3 Fan Made came out just 1 month after FNAF 2 released, and shortly after its release, a lot of YouTubers played this game, and because of that, it garnered a lot of attention. But due to the game being named FNAF 3, it got the developer, Ponyatter Films, in trouble. He also got in trouble with the creator of Candy the Cat because Ponyatter stole the character without the creator's permission. And as you can see by the gameplay, it's literally just an amalgamation of the first 2 FNAF games poorly put together, and the game barely even works correctly. Everything has terrible shading and quality, and there is literally nothing original about this game because everything is stolen. There's 3 versions of this game with various small changes, those being FNAF 3, which is the one I was just talking about, that got banned by Scott Cawthon and is, illegal basically. FNAF 3 Fan Made, which is, still pretty illegal, but, at least it's not a one-on-one rip-off of, FNAF 3. And then the Return to Freddy's. Yet again, another YouTuber named Toadbump made an amazing full-length in-depth video about these games, so I'll link it at the end of this video as well if you're interested, because trust me, there's a lot more information and, more in-depth stuff that I couldn't fit in this video that, well, they put in their video, so you can go check it out at the end of this one. Now, even though I gave FNAF 3 Fan Made a very quick rundown, that's because first of all, there isn't much to talk about when it comes to it, and second of all, I really want to get to the last FNAF fan game, with that being Five Nights at Buddy. Now, this game is quite literally so unknown that when I went to do research on it, I couldn't find any sort of information for it. The only reason I know about this game is because I played it as a kid, because my mom wouldn't buy the FNAF games for me. But luckily for me, there is a gameplay video of it on YouTube, so we will be looking at this video as this is the only proof of its existence. The game's description says this: can you survive nights at Buddy? Wow, it's not even 5 nights anymore, it's just nights. Buddy will get you as he is back. You are a guard at a future science station. You're protecting the facility at night, blah 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 blah, a bunch of more bad grammar and so on. The game released in January 2015, and it really shows, as most early FNAF fan games looked awful, with FNAF 3 Fan Made as a good example. This game had various different versions of it released, so it's hard to keep track of what was what and, so on. But the gameplay footage that you are seeing is the version I remember playing. As you can see, the game is, well, bad. The gameplay is the same as FNAF 1, check the cameras, and so on. The main character, Buddy, seems to be sort of, well, I don't know what he is, to be honest. Maybe an animal or something, I don't really know. But anyways, Buddy has some of the weirdest programming I have ever seen for a FNAF fan game. It seems that he doesn't have certain places where he he can be seen, but instead he can freely move around wherever, because bro can just be seen moving down the hallway and so on sometimes. I really don't know why that happens. Sometimes he can peek through the doors as well and can also be seen on the cameras, but other than that, bro just does what he wants. For some reason as well, the science station that you play in is definitely not themed like a science station, because we see a Celebrate poster in the office and we also see on the cameras a possible party room. I wish this game had a wiki so I can give you guys more clear and concise information about this game, but I do know that there is an APK download I saw for this game when I searched it up and did research on it. Just make sure you don't get a virus or anything, because who knows. This fan-made Five Nights at Freddy's game got cancelled and taken down for the craziest reason that I bet you wouldn't even guess. And we're gonna be talking about that in this video. And that game is LEGO Five Nights at Freddy's. Yes, there was a LEGO fan-made Five Nights at Freddy's game that did release but isn't available anymore. And the backstory behind this takedown is insane, and there's literally no other fan game that went through this kind of commotion ever before. Now geez, I don't even know where to start. LEGO Five Nights at Freddy's was a game developed by Sunken Studios. But before I get into the background information about this game and the whole takedown situation, I'm gonna tell you guys the basic synopsis of this game. It's literally just Five Nights at Freddy's 1, except it's all LEGO.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
And if you guys have ever played the original older LEGO games, like the original LEGO Batman game, there's even little things you can buy with coins in these games. Or well, studs as they're called. Each night you complete, you can get studs and you can unlock stuff and get upgradable things. So it's not an exact replica of Five Nights at Freddy's 1, but it's basically the same thing, just with extra stuff, and it's all LEGO. And it's an amazing game. And it's a really big shame that we can't play this anymore. Or well, maybe we can. If you guys stick to the end of the video, I might be able to get you guys in on a little secret that no one knows about. So make sure to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's and if you like Five Nights at Freddy's content. Now we're gonna backtrack a second. You guys know how I said that the game had its own little currency system, but was other than that the exact same game and basically an exact replica? Well, this is where the game ran into its first set of problems. Now Scott has taken down games before in the past that have been just repos, games that have been remakes of the Five Nights at Freddy's games if they were too similar to the original, and things basically just like that. Scott will remove your game from Game Jolt if it's very close to one of the original FNAF games. And he's been doing this for years, so this isn't anything new. In the announcement post on Game Jolt that Sunken Studios did for the DMC takedown of LEGO FNAF, they even mentioned that they thought the DMCA was gonna come from Scott himself. Which, why would you be making a game if you already think Scott is gonna take it down and waste all that hard work and time into something that you do know will be or might be taken down?
Why did you continue development if you knew the game would get taken down?
Money!
But skipping past that, it didn't get taken down by Scott, so that wasn't the issue here. The issue was that LEGO actually did the DMCA takedown and took down the game themselves. Even though the developers weren't profiting from the game at all, the developers made you download and buy Five Nights at Freddy's 1 from Steam in order for you to even play the game, so Scott was still getting paid. So as I said, Scott didn't have the issue here, it was LEGO. And the crazy thing was too, is that they had the whole original Five Nights at Freddy's trilogy lined up. There's trailers on YouTube for the first, second, and third FNAF LEGO game that were in development. And there's even a Game Jolt page still up for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the LEGO version, with a bunch of teasers, pictures, and just stuff like that on it. And as I was researching for this video, I looked on the LEGO Five Nights at Freddy's YouTube page and clicked on their community tab, and just a couple months ago, the creator of that page, or whoever runs it, I'm not really too sure, they made a community post saying that they might use the characters for YouTube videos and make shorts and little skits using them. Now, I don't know if that's also going to cause legal issues and do another DMCA takedown, or they just didn't learn their lesson. I really don't know how the fair use works on that, but they might still be making content with the LEGO FNAF property, even though they don't own the FNAF property or the LEGO properties at all. So we'll see how that goes in the future, but I just thought of something to bring up since I haven't heard anyone else bring up anything about it since it's so recent. But for the people that don't know much about this situation, I'm gonna go in depth real quick about what a DMCA takedown is and what this means for the franchise and why the game was canceled and isn't able to be legally distributed anymore. So I'm not gonna read the whole DMCA takedown, but just the most important part of it and, well, basically why the game got taken down in the first place. So I'm gonna read it for you. Accordingly, we hereby demand that you immediately remove or disable access to the infringing material available at the URL for the game for trademark infringement, brand a LEGO landing, and then the URL again, which the game is located at Game Jolt. We have a good faith believe that use of the trademarks and copyrighted images described above in connection with the domain and URLs described above is not authorized by the trademark owner, and such use is not otherwise permissible under applicable law, which is basically just saying that they don't have the right to use their material or characters or their logos or anything LEGO related. This letter is provided without prejudice to any claims or remedies that the LEGO Group may have in connection with this matter whatsoever, all of which are expressly reserved. The LEGO Group reserves the right to take further action without notice, which also means that if they don't take out the game, they can do it themselves. Sincerely, the LEGO Group Brand Protection. Now, you guys should already know what that means, but if you have the brain size of Patrick, well, I just explained it. This is just saying that the developers of the game don't have any right to use the LEGO trademark in any sort of way. Even though I'm pretty sure LEGO doesn't have FNAF minifigures, it's just that they replicated them so much that, well, you can't use them. But they did use the LEGO trademark, which is why it got taken down. And then this goes back to what I said earlier, how you had to buy the game off of Steam to even download or play this version of it. People might have been buying the game just to play this LEGO version, which inherently means that they were buying the game, which is giving Scott money to play the LEGO version, which means Scott would technically be getting LEGO's profit, if that makes sense. Now, I bought FNAF 1 years ago, but if I were to download the LEGO version, that technically means that the money I paid to buy the game is LEGO's money. Now, this is a very unfortunate situation for the whole Five Nights at Freddy's community, and a bunch of people were outraged once this news came out. A lot of people were looking forward to this trilogy of games that were, well, taken away from us. Maybe we could have had them if the development team reached out to LEGO beforehand, but honestly, if LEGO is so butthurt about this, I don't think they would have even allowed access in the first place. And that really sucks because I was looking forward to these. I just found out about these games like a couple months ago. I didn't even know about these, and by the time I found out about these games, they were already taken down. And this would have been one of the best fan-made FNAF trilogies, or just fan games in general, ever if they weren't taken down over some stupid copyright. Now, a bunch of people were saying that you could just use the off-brand version or just some off-brand Legos or just kind of, you know, use an off-brand style to it or replace the minifigures, but I don't think that would work either. The main reason the game got taken down was because of the minifigure style. But this is a very unfortunate situation. There's not much more to really talk about it. The only new news we got about it is that they might be using the characters and the assets for the game for YouTube Shorts and just overall general purpose content on their YouTube. Now, I don't think that means any games are coming in the future for obvious reasons, but who knows, they might be trying to make the best out of this terrible situation. But hey, who knows? Maybe someone at LEGO could greenlight a Five Nights at Freddy's project or a video game, and then these guys could develop it for them, or you know, something like that. I'm very shocked that they have Minecraft sets, but they don't have Five Nights at Freddy's sets, which is also, you know, it's not a kids game, but a bunch of kids do play it, kind of the same as Minecraft, and they could totally make a bunch of money off of it. So I don't know why they haven't even thought of it or even gone for it. But knowing the internet, someone might make a petition online to try and get it saved. You never know. But honestly, I don't think that's gonna happen, but it would be pretty cool to see the support for the game come back because it's honestly died down. And since there's no news about this game and the only news is the YouTube stuff, I really don't think we're gonna recover from this, which is really unfortunate. FNAF is by far one of the only horror games to have masked the amount of success that it's had over the years, and with that success, it was bound to have multiple copycats, ripoffs, and etc.
Okay!
But it also had many fan games, and I mean literally thousands of fan games. Many are still being made today, 10 years after the first FNAF release. And due to there being so many fan games, we're going to take a look at some of the best, scary, underrated, and so on animatronics in those games. And we'll even look at some that were never featured in fan games as well. So welcome to the ultimate fan-made FNAF animatronic Iceberg. Before we get into this video, make sure to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's. Now I'm sure many of you know how an Iceberg video works, so I'm not gonna bother explaining how it works. But a quick disclaimer, all credit to the creators of the animatronics are in the description, so please feel free to check out their other games, projects, or animatronics after this video. Anyways, let's get into layer 1. Baddington is a FNAF YouTuber known for his FNAF VHS videos that have high quality production. Many of his videos are recreations of other FNAF VHS videos, but instead are remade with his own custom animatronics. The animatronics are based off of the FNAF Plus animatronics, but are fused with the Rockafire explosion character element instead of the normal FNAF animatronics. Freddy has a more rubbery face, along with a bigger snout and sharper teeth. Freddy also has less visible joints and is also sporting a vest along with pants. Bonnie also has a vest and and pants similar to Freddy, but this time Bonnie has a bigger face along with rosy red cheeks and big beady eyes. Chica on the other hand has one eye broken along with a more droopy beak. Everything is the same about her except for the pink bow tie and pants, with even the cupcake having a complete redesign. Foxy is probably the creepiest and the most human-like out of the bunch. Foxy has very realistic eyes that almost make him look human, and I think the rest can speak for itself in terms of how good these designs are. Now, everyone knows what FNAF Plus is, the very popular cancelled FNAF fan game that was a complete reimagining of FNAF 1. This game is arguably one of the most popular FNAF fan games ever, and so are the animatronics. All of the animatronics combine elements from the FNAF 1 animatronics, and also slightly combine elements from the Withered in FNAF 2. Freddy is the most normal out of all of them, having black pants and a vest on, along with maintaining his iconic look. Bonnie on the other hand looks terrifying, with the big bug eyes and his face almost looking like a skull. He is also wearing pants that has straps on them, and he also holds a banjo instead of a guitar. Chica is the main animatronic that takes heavy inspiration from FNAF 2 Withered Chica, as seen by her mouth. Foxy was also heavily given the FNAF 2 treatment, but at the same time almost has the face of the Nightmare Foxy. These animatronics are some of the scariest, but Foxy and the rest of the animatronics I feel like break the immersion because they try way too hard to be scary, and they just wouldn't fit in a children's pizzeria. But regardless, they are still definitely some of the most popular fan-made FNAF animatronics ever. Juniors is a FNAF fan game based off of the building we see in the Midnight Motorist minigame in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. The game takes a more retro and stylized look to all the animatronics seen throughout the nights, with the game having a decent sized roster of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Balloon Baby, Marionette, while also having withered versions of all these characters as well. We also can't forget probably the most known out of the whole game, the Mangle. All of these characters are given a furry body, along with having more details that make them appeal to kids more, while also maintaining an uncanny valley feel from them. This goes the same for the Withered variants. They for the most part share the same features, but are just modeled to look more like the FNAF 2 versions instead. The only characters that stray away from these design choices are Mangle, Marionette, and Balloon Baby. Marionette and Balloon Baby share many features, the main one being that they look like porcelain dolls more than anything. And Mangle, well, he looks like a scorpion. It's massive in size and has a little pet owl attached to its sea of parts, and it's probably one of my favorite animatronics ever. Pop Goes is a FNAF fan game series that takes place in an alternative universe, where only the first 3 FNAF games are canon, while also sharing a continuity with Five Nights at Candy's. Now Pop Goes has a lot of animatronics throughout its many games, and cancelled games to look at. So we're going to take a look at some of the most popular from the series, with obviously the most popular one being Pop Goes the Weasel. The most well-known version of this character is the Pop Goes Evergreen version, most well known for his green attire. But then there is also the original versions from the earlier versions of the games, with Pop Goes having a way longer torso and also having no clothes on. The joy of creation is only really known for one thing, and that is the animatronics. The Ignited animatronics have been a fan favorite ever since the FNAF franchise started, with them blowing up in popularity after the game came out. The Ignited animatronics consist of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, Springtrap, and Creation. All of the animatronics are extremely broken down and, at times, burnt versions of the FNAF counterparts, with the only exception being Creation. It's no surprise these animatronics became infamous in the FNAF community, with them being unique recreations of the original FNAF designs, and with them also being terrifying in gameplay. Creation, on the other hand, is a combination of all of those animatronics, having 3 legs, 4 arms, with the head of Freddy. Plus, it also looks like a spider, so yeah. One Night at Flumpty's is one of the first original FNAF fan games, releasing way back in 2015. This game was one of the first fan games that included original characters not originated from FNAF, with it including Flumpty, Birthday Boy Slam, the Beaver, Redman, Grunkfuss, and Golden Flumpty. As you can tell, every character is very unique from one another and are all inspired from Humpty Dumpty, and other media in the fantasy genre. There is also many other characters from the 3 other sequels, but since One Night at Flumpty's has some of the more well-known ones, I won't bother looking at those ones, especially since many characters return in those games. Five Nights at Candy's is also one of the first FNAF fan games to have original characters, like how One Night at Flumpty's had, with it also releasing the same year as Flumpty's in 2015. Candy's includes, well, Candy, Cindy, Blank, Chester, Penguin, Old Candies, the Rat, and Vinny. Each animatronic has very similar vibes to the animatronics seen in FNAF 2, like the toys, Mangle, and the puppet. Candy and Cindy are both cats that are very reminiscent of the toy animatronics. Blank reminds me of Mangle, being all torn up and also having children's drawings all over him. Chester follows the toy animatronic design, same as Candy and Cindy, with just being a monkey instead. Penguin, yet again, follows the same formula as the rest, but is just the penguin. Old Candy is just a withered OG version of the normal Candy, but instead is deep blue instead of the light blue normal Candy has. The Rat follows the same design as Old Candy, looking all beat up while missing some parts of his body, but Vinny is literally just a reskin of the puppet, so yeah. Only OG FNAF fans will know about the draw kills, because in the early days of the FNAF franchise, these were quite literally everywhere. You couldn't go on the internet without seeing one of these somewhere. The draw kills were made by an artist called, well, Drawkill. These animatronics became an instant classic because of their very steampunky and post-apocalyptic aesthetic, which till this day hasn't been replicated. Freddy sports a canister of some sort on his back, while also having a giant row of stitches on his chest. Bonnie has giant hands, and also has some strange design on his chest. Chica has a visible ribcage, and also has gill-like appendages on her arm. Foxy is missing a lot of his torso, showing his ribs as well, and is missing all of his left leg. Oh yeah, you also can't forget his giant hook either. Yeah, I mean, not much else to say about these. These are just a classic, and like, everyone should know these. Tyke & Sons is one of the most underrated FNAF fan games on this list. Based on Scott Cawthon's Chipper & Sons Lumber Co., it combines both elements from that game and FNAF all into one. I would definitely check this game out, as it's probably one of the most well-made FNAF fan games ever. Anyways, taking a look at the animatronics, we can notice a very similar theme on most of them, with the most popular and arguably best looking animatronics being Kill Timber, Sea Billy, Summer Crab, and Happy Shroom. These are all the main animatronics seen throughout the game. Kill Timber looks very similar to the Beaver character seen in the game, while also maintaining the same vibes as the Nightmares and Withered animatronics. Sea Billy is basically just a recreation of Ennard, just an amalgamation of wires and parts with sharp teeth like the Nightmares have and broken like the Withereds are as well. Summer Crab is one of my favorite fan-made animatronics ever as well, just because of how unique it is. Taking a look at it, you can immediately tell that it is a recreation of Springtrap in a way, with the color scheme, the red part sticking out looking like flesh, and the fact that it is also withered. Also, just take a look at that mouth. Bro gives Withered Chica a run for her money. But looking at Happy Shroom now, this animatronic also is one of the most unique I've ever seen too, taking many characteristics from Nightmare Freddy with the sharp teeth, hands, little mushrooms instead of freckles. Yeah, I think you get the point. These are just some of the most unique in my opinion, and it takes a lot of characteristics from other FNAF games. Over the years, Treasure Island has gotten many of games and re-releases, but we're going to take a look at the original animatronics in this game, which are some of the most well known. Treasure Island includes many characters, but we're only going to take a look at some of them, with those being Photo Negative Minnie, Oswald, The Face, Suicide Mouse, and Disembodied. Many of these characters are very self-explanatory. I mean, they are just Disney characters. Photo Negative Minnie is exactly that, based off of the Treasure Island creepypasta story where the narrator encounters a character that looks the same as this. Oswald is an all-black character with dark blue accents. With the body of a rabbit, he doesn't have much to say about him, but he sure as hell is difficult to see. The Face is a reskin of Mickey Mouse, instead without legs and with having human eyes and very weird ears. Suicide Mouse is also based off of the creepypasta of the same name, and is just a black and white version of Mickey. Disembodied is the head of Donald Duck with black eyes, not much else. These might not be the most special animatronics, but people who were part of the FNAF community in the early days should have a special place in their hearts for these. Oblitas Casa is the newest version of Five Nights in Treasure Island, including a majority of the same characters, but with them looking heavily improved and way better. Now this game has literally dozens of animatronics, like over 20 plus when you count all the unique variants and so on. So we're just going to take a look at the main ones, which are Willy, Belial, Daisy, The Face, Photo Negative Minnie, Pete, and Dippy. Willy is based off of the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey, which is black and white with a white hat. Belial is based off of Disney's, hold on, let's try not to butcher this, or Tunisia? I don't know, I think that's it, maybe not. Anyways, with major differences. The character is halfway melted, with no lower body, and also has black with slight colors that are faded. Daisy is the head of Daisy Duck, with tentacle-like appendages coming from the base of the head. The Face has 3 unique versions, but we will look at the main one. He is the same as the Treasure Island version, but with better textures basically. He also has realistic eyes and also appears to be melting. Photo Negative Minnie is the same as Photo Negative Mickey, but just Minnie Mouse. She has realistic eyes as well and also has a very shiny texture to her. Pete is based based off of the original version of him from Steamboat Willie. He is the same color scheme as Willie and is basically just a one-of-one creation of Pete. Dippy is a black and white character which resembles Goofy. The name is a reference to Goofy's original name, and not much else can be said about him since he's kind of just basic. These ones were a little hard to describe, mainly because they're just recreations of Disney characters, so I mean, as long as you knew who the characters were, then you should know who they were based off of and all that. Five Nights at Chuck E. Cheese also has two versions, the 2015 version and the rebooted version. The 2015 version of the animatronics are not very good, so we'll take a look at the rebooted versions instead. Now, if you know anything about Chuck E. Cheese, you should know the animatronics, but if not, then there's Chuck E. Cheese, Jasper, Mr. Munch, Helen, Pasquale, Krusty the Cat, and exclusive to the game's Costume. All these animatronics are based off of the late 70s and early 80s versions of these animatronics, which means they are all portrait versions of them. So that means they don't have a lower body. So if you know what these look like in real life, well, not much changed for them in the game versions. Anyways, Chuck E. Cheese looks like, well, Chuck E. Cheese, duh. Jasper wears a western hat and a red flannel and a pair of overalls. He is also missing his hand and has a banjo. Mr. Munch is a purple monster with yellow hair and eyebrows. He has sharp teeth and is also very similar to the modern Mr. Munch. Helen is a white chicken with brownish hair and also has blood on her beak. She has lifelike hands and also uses a guitar. Pasquale wears a chef's outfit and also holds pizza in his hand. Krusty the Cat wasn't in the original Five Nights at Chuck E. Cheese. He's the most withered out of the animatronics with white eyes and a baseball shirt that is all stained. Costume also didn't appear in the OG Five Nights at Chuck E. Cheese and is just a costume version of Chuck E. Cheese. Fredbear and Friends is a game that takes place in Fredbear's Family Diner, so we get to see fan-made iterations of some characters from the FNAF franchise, with some of those iterations being Fredbear, Spring Bonnie, Prototype, Rotten Freddy, Rotten Bonnie, Rotten Chica, Rotten Foxy, and so on. This game does have more animatronics, but these ones are the best in my opinion, so we'll look at these ones. Fredbear looks exactly like he would in the games, and I'd say it matches a lot to what an unnightmared version of him would look like from FNAF 4. Spring Bonnie looks a lot like Bonnie, and not so much like what a Spring Bonnie suit would look like in the actual FNAF games, but I think it looks really good. Prototype as well, a prototype of the endoskeleton. He has a very wide frame and a very weird thing around his head. Like, are those ears? I can't really tell. The Rotten animatronics all look the same in a sense. They are all basically just withered animatronics, but more realistic in the way they age. They are melting and are rotten from age, which makes the suits look as if they're falling off from the endoskeletons. These are some of my favorite iterations of the withered animatronics as they look the most realistic. Five Nights at Wario's is one of the fan games of all time. Probably one of the most random fan games on this list, but it is a classic, so I couldn't skip it. This game includes Wario, Waluigi, Luigi, Mario, and Peach. Wario and Waluigi are completely normal looking apart from the fact their eyes are white. Luigi is the same, apart from him just having black eyes. Same goes with Peach, she just has black eyes and a blacked out mouth too. Mario is the only one who is semi-unique looking. He has no head, only a floating hat, mustache, and glowing white eyes. Yeah, these ones were quick to explain, but not all of them need super complex explanations on this list. These ones are just a classic and you can't forget these. Sinister Turmoil is a cancelled fan game that is very popular for how much of a letdown it was for being cancelled, but is also well known for its animatronics. The Sinister animatronics are recreations of the main 5 animatronics from FNAF, those being Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy. They all have the same bodies as they do in FNAF 2, with some notable differences. Those being the sharp teeth they have, along with them also having no eyes. Bonnie also has his face still in this rendition of the animatronic. These animatronics are what I imagine a fuse of the Withered and the Nightmares would look like, and they look really high quality, so it's a shame that the game got cancelled. Lego FNAF is exactly what it sounds like. It's FNAF but Lego. So these animatronics are also very self-explanatory. The game was unfortunately pulled due to copyright reasons, but the first game can still be found online and played. We were originally going to get the first 3 games, but that'll never happen since the game got cancelled. Anyways, here's a look at the animatronics. As I said, it's literally just FNAF but Legos, but yeah. I'd say they look pretty much like Legos. Like if these were real Legos, I think this is very, very good and they probably would look like this in real life. Not much to explain, they're just Legos and I think they are really cool looking. Five Nights at Krusty Krab is exactly what it sounds like. You spend 5 nights at the Krusty Krab while you try not to die. It's another one of the classic FNAF fan games and is very well known amongst the OG FNAF community. The game includes SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs. All the characters are designed as robots instead of them being based off of the actual characters. Do I really need to explain these ones? I mean, like, I will, but like, who doesn't know SpongeBob? Like, SpongeBob is a yellow sponge. Boom, he's explained. And Patrick is obviously a pink starfish, but in this iteration he has buck teeth for some reason. Like, I don't think he ever had buck teeth in the show. Sandy is a squirrel, and she's missing her glass helmet for some reason, but I guess she's a robot in this game, so it doesn't matter. Squidward is Squidward, obviously he's turquoise and whatnot, but for some reason in this game he is super thin and doesn't look the same as he does in the show. Like, his head is just a cylinder. I don't know why, but yeah. And then Mr. Krabs looks like, well, Mr. Krabs. Okay, next game, that's it. Don't need to explain these anymore. Twisted Carnival is a newer fan game that is still being developed. It takes place in a carnival and has very creepy animatronics all based off of the main 4 in FNAF, with those being Bear Hug, Bonzo, Trixie, and Foxtrot. All these animatronics are very unique, and if you've been listening to this video instead of watching, I'd recommend looking now, because I can't really explain these ones. Bear Hug is obviously Freddy, with a very creepy face with a yellow bow tie and hat. Bonzo is Bonnie, he also has the same creepy face as Freddy and has a very distinct red bow tie. Trixie is the most unique out of the bunch, with a very different design compared to the others. Trixie is Chica, but is a cheerleader version instead. She has pom-poms and wears very different clothes. Foxtrot is Foxy, but has a very different face compared to how Foxy does in the FNAF games. He looks the same as the rest and isn't as withered as he is in FNAF 1. These animatronics are very creepy and are very well made, and honestly, they are just very, very oversized for like how they would be in real life or whatever you're trying to replicate, and I think it makes them look way more ominous and terrifying. Shadow Over Freddy's is a very interesting FNAF game, not because of the animatronics, but because of the gameplay. It's a point-and-click free roam game, unlike many other free roam FNAF games. This game has a very simple roster of characters: Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and the puppet. They are all one-to-one recreations with small minor different details compared to the originals. The main difference is that they are all black and white and have white eyes instead. The reason I included them is just because of the simplicity behind them. They aren't overdone or excessively creepy, they are just simple. And as you can see right now, they're just recreations. There's nothing really special about them, they're just kind of spooky looking. The Final Nights franchise has a lot of animatronics, many of them kinda bad, but there is a few good ones that we will be looking at, those being Reaper Puppet and Reaper Balloon Boy. Even though this game doesn't have a lot of good animatronics, I think these make up for it. Reaper Puppet is a demonic version of the puppet, with tentacle-like appendages as legs and arms. Its body and face almost looks organic and not like an animatronic would, and the same goes for Reaper Balloon Boy. He has very contorted arms that almost double the size of his body. He looks almost like a cracked porcelain doll or like a melted animatronic, no in between. These two just look like demons. I would say that's the best way to describe them, because like, what the hell are these? I don't know a better way to describe them other than that. Before we start the final layer, I'd like to mention to you guys that subscribing really helps the channel. If you are already subscribed, joining my membership also really helps and allows me to make daily shorts and weekly long form content. Anyways, enough with the plugging, let's get into this layer. These animatronics don't come from the game, but rather a fan-made rendition of the FNAF Plus animatronics. Made by Ratas, these versions are a more realistic take on the animatronics from FNAF Plus, making them appear a little bit more kid-friendly than the FNAF Plus ones are. Freddy looks really good, still maintaining the same jacket and clothing while also having a toned down face that isn't exaggerated. Bonnie isn't as terrifying. He still has a skull-shaped head and similar clothing, but at least his eyes aren't staring into my soul as much anymore. Chica is still broken looking, but looks less broken than the original FNAF Plus version does. She still has a messed up jaw and eye, but the difference is noticeable. Foxy looks something straight out of a nightmare, but due to the excessive withering, I think this is to be expected. Even his endoskeleton parts have more detail than they would normally. Personally, I like these versions more than the normal FNAF Plus versions, but that's just my own personal opinion. I think these are a better and more realistic take than the FNAF Plus versions are. A Bite at Freddy's is one of the newer FNAF fan games on this list. A Bite at Freddy's includes the same portrait animatronic style seen in Five Nights at Chuck E. Cheese. This game incorporates the original FNAF animatronics and the original 80s style all into one, which gives them a very stylish design. The game includes Talk Show Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Threadbare. Freddy is very bare bones, not having his mic or anything. He wears a nice red suit and a top hat. Bonnie wears a pink suit and also holds a glass of wine and a cigar. Chica is a cowgirl, brandishing a gun and wearing cowboy attire. Foxy is now a scientist, wearing thick glasses and also holding a pencil tool. Threadbare is a recreation of Fredbear, wearing a Scion suit and a purple top hat, and holding a wand. To be honest, I don't really know what that is, but yeah. He is withered and also has a chunk of his head bandaged. These animatronics are some of my favorite in recent time due to the style they have, and because I mean they just look so damn good. I mean, these are some of the highest quality animatronics we've seen in a very long time. These actually look like something that would be in a kid's pizzeria, not like the FNAF Plus animatronics are. Like, these are really, really good. So this game doesn't have a wiki page, meaning I don't know the info behind this game or how many animatronics are in it and so on, but I wanted to include it because of the couple animatronics I've seen from this game. I think the game has 4 animatronics, those being the Trickster, the Corpse, the Demon, and the Machine. The Trickster is a clown character with a huge mouth, white eyes, and I think we've also seen this in the FNAF franchise as well. The Corpse is what I think to be Michael Afton, but I might be wrong. He wears no shirt, has no eyes, and looks to be stuffed with animatronic parts. The Demon is a creature similar to Ennard, and it's just a creepy looking endoskeleton. The Machine is just Scrap Baby, nothing else. I wish I had more information on this game because it looks very interesting and it has some good character designs in my opinion. The Night Toys are one of my favorite fan-made animatronics ever, just because of how underrated they are. I don't even think I need to explain these. Just look at them and you'll understand why these are on the list, because like, what are these, bro? These are terrifying. These animatronics literally look like nightmares. Actually, never mind, scratch that. They look like they came out of a nightmare and came into the real world. They look like real-life organisms, not even animatronics. Yeah, end the video now. These beat all the other animatronics. This is it. End the video now. Just kidding. And just kidding. The video's not over yet. We got one more to go. Okay, time to the final one. Let's go. Let's go to the final one. Tealerland is crazy in the amount of detail these animatronics have, along with how unique they are as well. I know I said that like 100 times in this video, but like, just look at these ones and you'll see what I mean. This game has a lot of animatronics as well, but we are only going to take a look at 3 of them. Those being Tealer, Frill, and Deter. Tealer is a dragon animatronic. I mean, just look at him. Like, bro is so cool. Like, we've never seen a dragon animatronic before until this, I think. He wears a jester hat and wears medieval clothing, which has the same color scheme as photo negative Mickey. He also carries an axe, which might explain why he has blood on it. Frill is a lizard that dresses up like a knight. He carries a sword and has a very menacing look on his face. I mean, I don't know what else to say about him. He's a knight and he looks sweet. Deterrent is an amalgamation of almost every animatronic in this game, having characteristics seen on other characters. They are dragon creatures, one holding an axe while the other holds a sharp blade attached to their arm. As you can see, they do share many details seen in the animatronics we just looked at, and it blends them together very well. This game is super underrated and so are the animatronics from it, so hopefully this video will show some appreciation towards it and its characters. Five Nights at Freddy, also known as Five FNAF Games at CW or Five Nights at Fred Eddie's, is one of the best FNAF games ever made. I mean, just look at this Game Jolt page for it. I mean, many people seem to agree with me, with some people saying this about the game: pretty funny, I just fazbeared in my pants, and my personal favorite comment about the game being, well, a bit too woke for my taste, and I can't blame them. I mean, just look at this invigorating gameplay. So I just lied to you guys. This game, Five Nights at Freddy, isn't just any ordinary FNAF fan game, and for a matter of fact, it's one of the most disturbing ones to ever exist, even though the developer and the game itself technically don't exist. From when you start the game, to the main menu, to the gameplay, this game is one of the most disturbing FNAF games I've ever come across, and it doesn't help the fact that if you search this game up online, along with its developer, you'll find no trace of either ever existing. If you search up the game on Google, it won't come up. If you search up the developer online, they won't come up. If you try reverse searching the images in-game, nothing comes up. The only way to find this game is by searching for it using its link or by searching a very specific name, and even then, you can't find those two things anywhere online. So how did I stumble upon it if neither the game nor developer technically exist? Sure, the game does exist and is real, but with how abnormally rare it is to find online, I mean, how could someone like me stumble upon something like this? Yeah, it's not possible. At least that's what I thought at first. But as I continued to dive deeper into this game, along with its developer, I realized, like as I said, this isn't just your ordinary FNAF fan game, and let me show you why it's one of the most disturbing to ever exist. Upon starting the game, you will be greeted with 1 out of 5 completely random warning messages for the player. The one that seems to pop up the most though is this one. Warning, Games at CW encourages to only play this game if you are the bravest. If you are not the bravest, cover your eyes for the duration of your playthrough. Thanks. The next warning I got the most was this one. Warning, a guy named Scott had nightmares about the bunny. Don't be like Scott. Play safe. Games at CW. For anyone unfamiliar with FNAF, or anyone who doesn't know too much about its creator, Scott Cawthon, Scott has stated on record multiple times that during the creation of FNAF 1, he had nightmares about one of the characters, with that being Bonnie, who is a bunny. He stated that this character is one of the scariest to him, which is why he had nightmares about Bonnie. This warning states to us not to be like Scott, and to play safe, almost subtly warning us about the bunny, even if it's not as direct as the last warning was. Then the next warning I got wasn't a warning at all as well, but instead was this. Please leave 5 stars. This obviously isn't a warning, but is instead an incentive for the game to be rated 5 stars, which doesn't make sense. This game was posted on the GameJolt, and GameJolt doesn't have a star rating system like what this warning suggests. GameJolt only has a like or dislike system, and a comment section for players to leave thoughts and criticisms, so what does this mean? Is this just another translation error or something deeper? Well, I have a theory about this that I'll get back to later in this video, so keep this in mind as we continue, as it's very important for the context of this game and its developer. The next warning I got was way more disturbing and unsettling compared to the last 3, because this one felt extremely out of place, even compared to the last couple. Don't you have unfinished business? This one truly disturbed me, and made me realize that this wasn't just some low quality fan game, but instead that there was something deeper behind this game, and that something wasn't right. But this still didn't deter me, as what can a GameJolt game do? It's gotta be safe, right? Well, that's what I kept telling myself. So I decided to see if there were any more warning screens, and that's when I stumbled upon the last one, where all it says is scary game. This one immediately stood out to me, and should for you as well, as this one doesn't have a completely background, but instead has what looks to be Withered Freddy's jaw in the background. Why is this one different? Well, I couldn't give you an answer, but after I saw this, I went to increase the exposure and brightness to see if anything else was visible in this picture, and unfortunately, there wasn't anything hidden in the darkness. So afterwards, I also decided to do the same with the rest of these screens, and nothing was hidden in the backgrounds. But this one was just odd and eerie, as this was definitely intentionally put there, as there aren't any renders like this seen in game anywhere, at least to my knowledge. But after you are shown one of these various warning screens when booting up the game, you will now be sent to the main menu screen, where you are greeted with this. Five Nights at Freddy's is what the main menu says, but this is not Five Nights at Freddy's. As you sit here deciding whether or not you want to actually click that play button, you can hear a low droning ambience in the background as Freddy glitches out on the right side of the screen. Freddy, if you even want to call him that, looks completely distorted and almost appears to be melting and or melted. He almost looks like he's made out of clay, like a stop motion character, and was left in a hot room where his features began to warp and contrast, at least for his face. Looking closer into the design, this model of Freddy is either based off of or is just a rip of Withered Freddy from FNAF 2, like the one seen in the warning screen mentioned prior. But as I sat there, I noticed more things that seemed off about this menu, with the main thing being that this game didn't have a copyright trademark with the developer's name at the bottom right, like how the main menu in other FNAF games have. So when you load up the game, you don't know who made it along with what version you're playing, which is strange because in some of the warning screens, it tells you who the developer is. So was this an oversight or was this intentionally done? I thought about this for quite some time, as the game clearly had effort put into it, seen by the Freddy model, so I personally believe that this was an accident on the developer's part, but who knows. This game seems rushed enough to the point where they didn't bother fixing the small things, like their spelling errors in the warning screens, along with adding the version number and developer copyright on the main menu, which is why I believe they just didn't bother with this small detail. But regardless, I thought it was interesting nonetheless. So after sitting on this screen for a solid 3 minutes, this is where I originally stopped playing the game, because this terrified me and I didn't know what I was getting myself into. You see, I accidentally found this while researching for my last video, so I didn't really want to spend my time with this game, as I had research to do. So I just closed out of the game and continued working on my last video as normal, and just assumed that this game was some FNAF fan game or just FNAF ripoff that was trying way too hard to be scary, and I just moved on with my day. But as I went to bed that night, the game popped into my head again, and I couldn't stop thinking about that main menu screen and that distorted Freddy. It was almost like it was engraved into my mind. All I could see as I tried to sleep was Freddy staring right back at me, and that's when I knew I had to go back to the game to see what else it had to offer. So a couple days later, after I finished my video, I looked for the game again and eventually found the Game Jolt page for it by using my history. But before I jumped back into playing, this is when I searched up the game on YouTube and on Google to try and find any mentions of it online, to see if it was safe to play, as this was my biggest concern when originally loading into the game for the first time. This game, along with its developer, was so sketchy looking to the point I thought I was going to get a virus on my computer just by playing it, even though you don't need to download this game to even play it, as it just opens up in your browser. I didn't know if upon opening the game it would redirect me to a page filled with malware, or if when I clicked play it would just download something onto my computer. Even though it was on Game Jolt, that thought still stuck in the back of my head, and it didn't help that there was nothing else online talking about this game, since as I mentioned earlier, this game doesn't really even exist since it's nearly impossible to find online. But after sitting on this Game Jolt page for a couple of minutes, I decided to finally click play again. And this is what I saw. I was yet again extremely unsettled as I came face to face with the Freddy that kept me up nights prior again. But I knew that this game might have been more than it was letting on, so I proceeded to move my mouse onto the play button and then clicked. In typical FNAF fashion, you are met with the night you are on, along with what time it is, which in this game says midnight instead of 12 AM. The text then fades away, leading you into the gameplay, which loads you into a pixelated and artifacted version of the FNAF 1 office, with a few subtle changes, such as the fan missing its blades and the cupcake being completely missing from the top right part of your desk. As you look around, you realize you have no doors or lights to defend yourself from whatever is lurking inside the pizzeria, but you're not completely defenseless, as the blue bar on top of the screen is actually a Freddy mask you can wear that functions similarly to the one from FNAF 2, except for the fact that when you wear it, it drains power for some reason. The next thing you notice, if not the first, is the bottom button, which are the cameras, but we'll get to those in a second here. The main thing I wanted to mention is the background noise that you'll immediately notice upon loading in. Listen closely. If you're not paying attention, you'll miss it, but if you listen closely throughout the night, you can hear a very subtle singing in the background, almost as if the developers who made the game ripped a song in its entirety and then distorted it to make it sound like scary background music. This was one of the first things I noticed when I first played, and it made me turn my volume down almost instinctively. I usually don't get creeped out by things like that, but the low hums and almost inaudible voices muffled by the sound of the ambient subconsciously activated something in me that just immediately gave me chills. Almost like my brain correlated it to someone or something calling out for help. I know I'm definitely overlooking this, but it's just something I thought I'd mention since it genuinely creeped me out. But if you continue to listen though, you'll eventually hear what sounds to be an extremely distorted version of Toy Freddy's voice lines from Ultimate Custom Night, along with something that sounds like chirping coming from somewhere inside the building. So when you finally manage to gather the courage to open up the cameras to investigate said sounds, you'll be greeted with this. This is this game's version of Bonnie and Chica, both eerily similar to their FNAF 2 counterparts, with those being Withered Bonnie and Withered Chica, just like the Withered Freddy lookalike in the main menu. As I mentioned earlier, I don't know if these models are taken from somewhere or are custom made, or were just reworked from previous models, but whatever the case may be, they are extremely unsettling and give off an extreme uncanny valley vibe, especially with the noises they make throughout the night. The way their faces look, along with how contorted all of their features are, almost give you a fight or flight response when you first see them, or at least it did for me. Opening the camera to see something that resembles the FNAF animatronics but at the same time don't is, well, exactly what the uncanny valley is. I'm sure I don't need to explain what it is, but in layman's terms, it's basically when you see something that appears to be humanoid, but just looks off. A great example would be some of the new modern robots that are being made to look like humans nowadays, but when they move or when they talk, the features don't exactly line up or make sense to a normal humans. The same concept applies to these characters. Not so much so with Freddy, since he is still very similar to his FNAF 2 counterpart, but for Bonnie and Chica, and the other animatronics which I'll get to soon, it all applies. The main theory behind the uncanny valley phenomenon is mainly in part due to the fact humans use pattern recognition to identify threats, along with other things. These features that are almost human but are not trigger a fight or flight response due to our brains not being able to comprehend if we are in danger or not. So because of that, it can create this sense of dread and unease when we see something that we are familiar with but that is slightly off. This whole aspect is also what created the liminal space trend that was very popular last year. Again, this might just be me overthinking these character designs, but I believe this applies heavily to these animatronics, and the game as a whole, whether it be done intentionally or not. Looking at these characters give me the same sense of dread and uneasiness that is described with the uncanny valley phenomenon. They look so similar to their normal versions, but with their distorted features, it makes me wonder if they still pose a threat like how they do in FNAF 2, or if they are even more dangerous. There's also a sense of paranoia when playing this game as well, or even when just booting it up. This is a feeling I've never really gotten when playing a FNAF game, or a fan game for that matter, and the reason why is because of how obscure this game is. When clicking that play button, you don't know what to expect. There is no security or confidence that the game is safe or what it says it is, and you are immediately given that feeling of being insecure about the game itself just by looking at the Game Jolt page. The game has 3 separate names before you even click into it. Then on the main menu, it yet again has another completely different name. Subconsciously, you don't know what to trust. You don't know what is safe and what is not. Even when looking into the developer, this is the only game they have posted on Game Jolt, meaning this could be something dangerous, and when looking at the game page, along with the developer page, you don't know what to expect, and because of that uncertainty, it makes the game even more terrifying. When looking into the developer for potentially more information on this game, and whether it's safe or not, this is what you are greeted with. An empty homepage with nothing posted on it, apart from a short description, a poorly cropped FNAF 1 banner, and of course, Five Nights at Freddy. The description reads, "We have many free games, such as Five Nights at Freddy's and other scary horror games." This page almost feels like stumbling into a liminal space in a way. This should be a thriving Game Jolt account. I mean, they even say it themselves. We have many free games, implying that there should be some posts along with some other games here, but when you actually look, there's nothing. The only thing this page has that helps me feel a little bit less uneasy is the fact that Free Games CW has 57 followers and 8 likes, which is not a lot, but it's better than nothing. Other than that though, there isn't much to help me feel good, or at the very least secure, about this company and its game. For the most part, the accounts following this developer, or team of developers, mainly seem to be either inactive or bots, except for the few exceptions, and because of this, I decided to dig deeper into the developers. Now all this research was done after I played a tiny bit of the game, because I was genuinely too scared to play it any longer, mainly because I didn't want to get a virus on my brand new PC, but also because I was just genuinely curious if Free Games CW made more games, especially FNAF ones. So before I continued any further into the game, I quit and then went to Google the developers to see if they had a website or anything of the sorts to help me find and see where this game was originally posted. Remember earlier when I was talking about the warning screens and I mentioned the please leave 5-star screen and how it doesn't fit with Game Jolt's like and dislike system? Well, this is where my theory about that screen comes into the picture, because well, Game Jolt doesn't have anything like that, which made me suspect that this game was originally posted somewhere else online, like another website or game hosting page, just like Game Jolt. Searching for free games at CW, at Free Games CW, or even games at CW online, you'll be greeted with various different results depending on what version of the developer name you searched for. But for both Free Games at CW and at Free Games CW, they both yielded results that were very similar to each other, and that were very promising. When searching these up, you'll be led to multiple different websites with similar names, that include a bunch of various free games, along with rip-offs of free games. The main website that came up first in both search results was a website simply called called freegames.com, which wasn't the exact name of the developer, but was close enough. So as I searched through it to see if I could find Five Nights at Freddy, I realized that this website would definitely not have a game like this on it. This website is just way too kid-friendly looking for something that dark to be on it. So before I left the site after looking for a bit, I searched the game's name on the site's search feature and nothing came up. I did this for all the other sites that came up after this one on Google and got 0 results for every single one. There were 0 sites that had a CW at the end of it, except for the Game Jolt page, which came up when searching these names up. So I decided to do the next best thing, which was searching up the various names that this game had, and again, nothing of substance came up. All that does come up when searching these games' names is just normal FNAF videos, and FNAF related things, like merch, the games, the movies, and just stuff like that. Not even the game nor the developer's Game Jolt page even come up. So at this point, I realized that it was probably hopeless in trying to look any harder into it. As I said earlier, this game literally doesn't even exist in the eyes of Google. All that does exist is the developer, since at least their Game Jolt page comes up, but apart from that, nothing else does. My main theory about this game and its developer is that this name or variation of names sound extremely similar to websites that were hosting all of these free knockoff games. So I believe that this developer isn't an actual developer, but it was instead a website, or at least a defunct one. When searching up any of these names on the Wayback Machine, nothing comes up, which means that Free Games CW either wasn't very popular, wasn't good enough to get archived, or my theory never existed in the first place. Sure, Free Games CW could totally be a development team, or at least the CW part, which could be the initials for the company or team, but the Free Games part of the name? Well, I mean anything is possible, but I highly doubt that that would be the company name. The one website I found was literally called freegames.com, so it could be possible that the development team worked for this website, or at least made games for it. It is also possible that when Free Games CW published this game on Game Jolt, they decided to name their account all of these variations of names for anyone who may be looking for this game, since it seems highly likely that this game was posted on one of these free websites. So naming the Game Jolt page all of these names could help people who are looking for these games to find them, since it seems like Free Games CW and its games are now all gone, or at least taken off the internet, apart from this Game Jolt page. But that still brings up the question about the developers. What does the CW mean? What happened to the original team? Why does the Game Jolt page have just this game on it and not others? Are there more FNAF games like this out there? There's literally hundreds of questions we could ask, but none of them matter because there are no answers for them, as this developer doesn't actually exist and never did. But I'm getting ahead of myself, because there's still way more to talk about in this game, along with the game's Game Jolt page, that lead us to more clues about who truly created this nightmare. At this point in my story, I didn't know any of this, and just got done looking through these sketchy websites to find an answer, which at that time, I obviously didn't find. So when I went back to the game's Game Jolt page, I was still extremely disturbed, paranoid, and overall just unsettled about the uncertainty of what this game truly was, and what was in store for me if I continued to play throughout the night. So I loaded back in and started the night again, and this time I completed it. Now I know we already went over some things, like Bonnie, Chica, the office, and basic gameplay features, but there is still a lot more that we need to go over, and we'll pick up where we left off, which was at the cameras. This game only features 3 cameras, with that being the dining room, left hall, and right hall, where we can see Bonnie and Chica slowly approach the office, all while getting louder as they do. This game's camera system functions very weirdly, and isn't like any camera system I've seen in any FNAF fan game. Every time you open the cameras, the button to actually switch the cameras move, and isn't placed in a static position on the bottom right of the camera screen. The 3 main positions I've seen it move are on the bottom left, middle right, and top right sides of the camera screen. This isn't too challenging to deal with during gameplay, since you only have 3 cameras to look at, so it's not necessarily too important on how fast you have to switch between cameras, since you are only dealing with 2 animatronics. I will say though, this is definitely an interesting feature to add in, since this is definitely intentional and was purposely put into the game. I don't know why, but if I were to guess, this feature was probably added to make the game more challenging, even though it really doesn't. The only other main thing of interest regarding the camera system in this game, apart from the buttons to switch them moving, is the fact that the UI design is completely different compared to the normal FNAF games. This layout for the buttons is really weird, and I don't think I need to point out why. For some reason, these buttons aren't transparent like the normal FNAF games, but instead they have a black background that seems to be a low quality screenshot of a map of Utah, which many FNAF fans would know is where the series takes place in. Apart from these things though, the cameras don't have any more interesting features, but what we see on the cameras themselves are a completely different thing itself. Starting off in the dining room, we can see the normal FNAF 1 dining room, like seen in the actual game, but that's without the animatronics. When the animatronics appear in the dining room, you can see both Chica and Bonnie, or just one of them in the dining room. There are a couple notable things about this camera though when either Bonnie or Chica are seen on screen, that I feel should be mentioned. The main thing is that Bonnie actually has his face in this camera screen. It's very hard to see, but the top half of his face is still intact. The lower half is invisible and doesn't look to be there, but it could just be blocked by the top half of his face or from bad lighting. The other main thing to mention about this camera is that Chica actually has a reflection on the floor. The reason this is important is because that means these were rendered into the dining room, meaning these are actual models that were somehow rendered into the game. If this was the case, then this means that this game actually had a lot of effort put into it, meaning that the spelling errors, bad grammar, and artifacting that makes the game look bad were well done intentionally to make the game look like how it does. You wouldn't put in all of this effort to then just make your game look bad. No, this was all definitely done intentionally to fit the FNAF ransomware and FNAF virus aesthetic that is plaguing the internet right now. I made a whole video almost a year ago now about this entire topic, so if you don't know what that is or what I'm referencing, you can either watch that video at the end of this one, or you can click on the top right of the screen right now to watch the video, and then you can just come back afterwards. But regardless if you do that or not, the point still stands. This was definitely intentional, and if you don't think so, then let me keep explaining this game, and by the time I finish doing that, your mind will be changed. Anyways, going back to the dining room camera, there's only one more tiny thing I wanted to mention, which is when Chica is on camera and not Bonnie, you can actually see a part of Bonnie's ear, which might be entirely accidental or just a glitch. Moving on from this screen though, we'll move on to the left hall camera, where we'll see the same thing as the dining room, with it just being the same as it is in FNAF 1, until again, Bonnie shows up. When Bonnie first appears in this hallway, we see him all the way at the end of it, where he looks considerably different than how he did in the dining room. In this camera screen, he looks to be red and almost resembles Foxy a little bit. This could just be me being stupid, but the design, or at least the positioning, along with the lighting, make this render look very much so like a withered Foxy design, at least for the head. The next screen we see is of Bonnie getting closer to the camera, where we see him hiding in the shadows of the hallway, where he's very hard to spot, if not for his red eye. Anyways, the next screen we see him on is when he's right by your office, where we come face to face with him. This is arguably my favorite render in the entire game, as this camera screen shows off this design the best and is flawless compared to the rest. This version of Bonnie has everything we love about FNAF 2's withered Bonnie, with him missing his face and him having his iconic red eyes. But personally, this model does it better, and improves upon the dread and horror the character presents, with the main thing many of you probably have noticed being the fact that the outline of his face is covered in teeth. Other than that though, we can't see much else on this camera, so with that being said, let's move on to the final set of cameras, with that being the right hall. Just like the rest of the cameras, we can see the normal FNAF 1 version of this hallway, except that this one is actually slightly different compared to the in-game counterpart. In FNAF 1, there are a set of posters here on the wall, but in this render, there is nothing, meaning again that this was intentionally done for some reason. This also applies to the rest of the cameras for the right hall, so again, we'll start off by looking at the screen with Chica at the end of the hallway. This screen is again, just like Bonnie's, very different from its actual design, with Chica actually having eyes in this render, along with having her whole head be upside down for some reason. I don't think I really need to explain much about this render, along with how disturbing it is, since everything apart from those things are different compared to the normal model, which was seen in the dining room hall. The next screen we see is when Chica approaches closer to the office, where she can be seen staring directly into the camera. In this render, along with the next one, she is back to normal, with her missing her eyes and with her having her endoskeleton mouth back, along with her head being on normally. Then the next screen before she enters your office is, well, yeah, I mean, I don't really think I need to explain much since this image speaks for itself. There is one thing I do want to mention about both Bonnie and Chica that I just now noticed while writing the script, and that's that they kind of switch positions unlike how they are in FNAF 1. In FNAF 1, Bonnie is typically the most aggressive, since he is most likely to try and attack you during the early nights, and throughout the duration of your gameplay. The same could be said for Chica, since she does the same thing as Bonnie for the most part, but she isn't as aggressive aggressive as Bonnie is. I would say she falls right behind Bonnie actually, and this is very apparent for the early nights of FNAF 1, but on the later nights, not as much, since you now need to worry about Foxy and Freddy. But since this game only has one night, it wouldn't really make sense for either of them to appear. The reason I bring all of this up is because of how these camera screens portray these characters. Bonnie can be seen sneaking up on the player, hiding in the shadows while he attempts to make it into your office, but then Chica does the opposite, purposely ignoring the hide in the shadows to instead stare directly into the camera to let the player know she knows you're looking right back at her. I know in FNAF 1 both characters look at the camera and stuff and also tend to let the player know that their presence is there, but this game just seems to be, well, just different. Now I'm sure you're asking, well then where's Freddy? Sure, he doesn't appear on night 1 in FNAF 1, but he is on the main menu, and he has had some time put into his character model. So if there's only one night in this game, where is he? Well, we'll get back to that near the end of this video, as if I tried to explain his character right now, it wouldn't make sense without context. Then I'm sure many of you are also asking about Foxy, since he can sometimes be seen on night 1 in FNAF 1. So if Pirates Cove isn't able to be seen in this game, then is Foxy even in it? Well, I think it's just better if I show you. What you just saw was the animatronic I mentioned way earlier, which happens to be this game's version of Foxy. His mechanic is the most unique in the entire game, or at least compared to both Bonnie and Chica. Foxy only becomes activated when you open the camera, and will begin to slowly rise up from behind the camera the longer you are looking at it, and then upon closing it, it will immediately fold into itself so it can hide outside of your line of sight. So if you aren't on the cameras for long, or if you don't even bother to open them, you wouldn't even know that this character existed. But if you did the opposite and looked at the cameras for a while, and then closed it, you'd be greeted with this monstrosity staring directly at you inside of your office. This character design, along with its unique gameplay mechanic that it provides, really separates itself from the rest of the game in a way, and makes it feel more unique and out of place for what we are playing. During my first playthrough, I didn't even see this animatronic until the night was almost over, and that's because I thought I was going crazy, because I kept seeing something behind my camera screen when I closed it, just to realize nothing was actually there, until I decided to sit on the camera for a while, when upon closing it, I then saw Bro fold his entire body like a snake back down onto the office floor. This character design reminds me of a snake, with it just being an animatronic held together by one single endoskeleton torso piece, along with its pelvis piece and one leg and foot, which you can't see in game, but is there, which I'll show you at the end of this video. But then of course, there is the head, which too is based off of the FNAF 2 version of this character, with that being Withered Foxy. This thing almost resembles Mangle, with it being just completely destroyed and almost unrecognizable when first seeing it, and when I first encountered it, I thought it was Mangle at first until I looked closer. I mean, I keep referring to him as both him and it, because I genuinely don't know what to call it. Other than these things though, there isn't much more to go over except for the fact that it changes the gameplay significantly, or at least more significantly compared to the other animatronics. So since I've kind of failed to mention what the overall gameplay looks like, along with how you survive against Foxy and the other animatronics, I'll do that now. But first you have to subscribe if you love Five Nights at Freddy's. Sorry, I just need to get that shameless plug out of the way, but now let's go over into the gameplay. Compared to many FNAF fan games, or even FNAF games in general, it's actually extremely easy to play, and in my opinion is almost impossible to die during the game because of how simple it is. When you spawn in, you obviously have your cameras and mask, which help you keep an eye on the animatronics along with hide from them if any of them manage to make their way into your office, since you don't have any doors or lights. I mean, with that being said, it seems like the game has to be a little challenging, right? I mean, you look at the cameras to make sure none of the animatronics get into your office, while also managing to not stay on them for too long, while also making sure you don't run out of power from your mask, which for some reason has power. Again, I don't know why the mask has power, but the feature definitely seems intentional. But then again, Foxy also works as the power meter in this game as well, just for the cameras instead. But it would make more sense for the power to be on the cameras so you're not on them for as long, and then have Foxy appear when you wear the mask so you're not wearing it for the whole night. But again, nothing makes sense in this game, so I just give up on trying to analyze everything about it because just nothing makes sense. But with these mechanics being laid out for you, it's actually extremely easy to play. Your instinct might tell you to play it like FNAF 2, where you put your mask down every time you close the camera to avoid Foxy and or Bonnie and Chica. But nope, you don't need to do that because Foxy goes away on his own, and because I don't think Bonnie and Chica can even enter your office when you're on the cameras. At least it's never happened to me, so maybe I'm wrong. But the only time you need to put your mask on is when your screen flashes for a second, which signifies that either Bonnie or Chica has gotten into your office. If it weren't for this flash on screen, the game would become way more difficult and would actually make the cameras more useful. During the game, you can literally just sit there and not look at cams for a solid minute, and all you would need to do to know that they got in is either listen for their audio cue or just wait for your screen to flash. If the game just had it to where you had to constantly listen for their audio cues to get louder, like how you do when you see them on cams to know when they are getting closer to you, that would make it much more anxiety inducing than what the game has now. Like if you were on cams and you were looking for Chica, but you didn't see her anywhere, but still heard her, it would give you an oh shit moment when your brain finally connects the dots that she made it into your office, and by that point it would be too late. This is the only main criticism I have for the game, and it's why I kinda held off on talking about the gameplay, because it could have been better, but just kinda fell flat. Sure, the mechanics are cool, but I feel like it could have been better. And it probably was gonna be better if not for a cut character being outright removed from the game, which I will go into more depth with at the end of this video. The only other main gameplay mechanic that you will most likely not encounter is the battery the mask has. This battery functions the exact same as the normal battery power does in FNAF 1, so when you open the mask to hide from the animatronics, you'll lose power, and if power somehow happens to be fully drained, this will happen. If you somehow don't manage to maintain your battery level because you camped in your mask to try and win the night, this is what will happen. This is the only time Freddy can be seen in the game, and that's from his jump scare. Once you run out of power, your screen will go black, and you won't be able to exit your mask. So while you're stuck there in this distorted Freddy mask while almost elevator-like music plays in the background, while you await your fate, the lights will eventually come back on for a split second while Freddy rips your mask off and jump scares you. This is probably the part of the video you guys have been waiting for this whole time, and I can't blame you, as now we finally look into this game's jump scares. I will recommend though for this part, I will not be over-analyzing these jump scares, so I would recommend you to rewatch these jump scares on 0.25 or 0.5 speed, so you can see every frame of it, because frankly, I've just had it done just enough over-analyzing for this video, and well, when you slow down the jump scares, it's pretty self-explanatory that you'll just see the same things that we've already talked about. Plus, these jump scares go really fast, so you just might need to slow them down anyways. Now, Freddy's jump scare comes as a surprise since he isn't in the game, and since who knows what you would expect from draining your mask's power. At first, I didn't think it would do anything since it doesn't make sense for the mask to actually drain power. The same can be said for Foxy and his jump scare, because in my opinion, his jump scare is probably the scariest out of all of them, due to you not knowing when you're actually going to get attacked. When I was getting footage for this video, along with researching this game, I had to purposely get jump scared by every animatronic for this segment, and Foxy was the only one that genuinely scared me since I was expecting it to happen once I pulled the camera down, but nope, bro just closes the camera for you and jump scares you. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting since Freddy did the same thing, but I guess I was just trying to hope for the best. Now, I doubt anyone will actually get jump scared by Foxy during their playthrough though, since you literally have to sit on the camera for a solid minute, but I mean, I'm sure if the time was lower, it would make the jump scare even more effective, especially compared to the rest, like Bonnie and Chica. As mentioned earlier, the mask is just used to ward off these animatronics once they get into your office, just like in FNAF 2. So that means you won't get surprised when they come to visit you. So when your screen flashes for a second to signify that they've entered your office, they will also get louder to let you know that you're running out of time to put on your mask. And then, well, if you fail to, you can assume what happens. All of this game's jump scares are very sweet and simple, and are pretty good for how small this game is. I still am impressed at how I managed to make this video this long for literally just 6 minutes of gameplay, but I mean, I guess since no one's ever made a video on this, I might as well just go in full detail about everything. Now, anyways, this is about all the game has to offer, which honestly isn't much, especially for, as I said, how long this video makes it out to be. Now, I tried searching for Easter eggs along with various other things in this game, like if there were more nights, different jump scares, and tons more, but this is all the game has, at least at the surface, and you'll see what I mean here in a bit, as after doing some more research, I managed to get in contact with the creator of this game to talk about some of its cut content, along with various other behind the scenes things that you don't want to miss. But Gavin, didn't you say way earlier the developer for this game didn't exist? Well, yes I did, and let's finally get back into that, because I'm sure you guys still have a lot of questions about this game and the developer behind it, that I said doesn't exist. Now going back to my story, let's pick up right where I left off. I finished the game and completed the night, and realized my computer was safe and wasn't hacked or filled with malware. So I knew that this game was safe, and that it was probably just inspired by the FNAF ransomware trend that I brought up near the beginning of this video. So with that thought in mind, I still wasn't satisfied with what I was given. Sure, the game was good and honestly freaked me out quite a bit, but since there wasn't much gameplay or replayability, I decided to once again look for the source of this game and its developer, and at this time, I realized I completely forgot to look in one place that I've been staring at almost this whole time, with that being the game's Game Jolt page. Sure, I did look at it, but I completely forgot to look at the comments along with the game's description entirely for some reason. I think it might have been because I just don't use Game Jolt a lot and don't really play a lot of FNAF fan games, but regardless, I felt stupid for not looking here in the first place. But I'm glad I did anyways, because the game's description was very interesting, with it saying this: "Welcome to your new summer job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where kids and parents alike come for entertainment and food as far as the eye can see. The main attraction is Freddy Fazbear, of course, and his two friends. They are animatronic robots, programmed to please the crowds. The robot's behavior has become somewhat unpredictable at, well, I would assume that says night, but that's the end of the description. This description also has some hashtags at the bottom of it, with one of them being #GiftToYou, which is really out of place and doesn't make sense for the context of the game. Maybe you guys could think of an explanation for it, because I genuinely don't know where to begin on what this means, so I guess you can just put it down in the comments if you do know or have any ideas. Then moving on to the comment section for the game, this is where it gets interesting. This game had in total 12 comments at the time of making this video, and I even read off some of the most popular ones at the beginning of the video, but when you click the view all button, there is a comment that piqued my curiosity, with it being this comment that said this: @SqueaksTheCorgay, found you. I didn't know what this meant, but seeing that this comment had the user mentioned, I decided to click on the user to see their page. As I clicked on this page, I was greeted by a very active account with a lot of games, along with posts, none of which were actually related to Five Nights at Freddy. So my first thought was, why was this account linked? And as I continued to scroll through it and look through this person's games, it all clicked and made sense. SqueaksTheCorgay is an independent game developer who has made many horror games and has worked on many horror-related projects throughout his career. Squeaks is best known for his extremely popular indie analog horror-esque video game titled Shipwreck 64, a game that emulates the style of the late 1990s Nintendo 64 titles while also being inspired by early 2010s creepypastas like Ben Drowned, along with many other things. If you haven't played the game or at least watched a video about it on YouTube, I'd highly recommend it. Bro is 19 and has literally made one of the most popular indie horror games ever made. I mean, Game Theory, Pyrocynical, and Moist Critical even made videos on this game, which is insanely impressive. Apart from this game though, he has also worked and made a bunch of other projects primarily centered around old style VHS found footage analog horror, or just in short, just analog horror stuff, which is basically what he specializes in. This skill, along with his ability to make in-depth ARGs based around his games and content, is what makes him stand out as a game developer, and is what makes me suspicious that he actually made this game and fabricated everything about it. Now with all this being said, I searched up and down his Game Jolt account to see if he mentioned or referenced this game anywhere on it, and as I searched, I found no mention of it anywhere. Maybe the comment was a lie, or maybe the commenter meant to tag someone else, but as I continued to look into Squeaks and his projects and how in-depth his ARGs are, I had a gut feeling that told me he was our guy, and I knew he was the only way to find out the truth about this game. So I searched through all of his social media for hours hoping to find something, and eventually, after hours of searching, I did. June 3rd, 2024, Squeaks posted this on his Twitter: "Found a weird version of FNAF 1 on the App App Store earlier. Listing's gone now, so it's like my own personal Flappy Bird. This is the game. This is literally it, meaning I was extremely close to finding out the truth about this game. Before I move forward in my story though, I'd like to mention that this video also shows us some more things that weren't seen in the Game Jolt version of this game, which I feel should be mentioned. At the beginning of Squeak's video, a new screen could be seen saying, "Many free games and activities available at ClickWarp," along with what looks to be Freddy's head in the background, like how there is in that one warning screen. This is extremely important, as this explains to us what the CW in free game CW means, with that being ClickWarp. I searched up ClickWarp on Google to see if anything came up, but it's all just a bunch of random things that aren't related to this game. But regardless, this was more important information that helps with the investigation, except that it wasn't, and you'll see soon why. But the other important thing about this post is that there is a mobile version of this floating around online somewhere. Maybe not publicly online, but Squeaks has it, and if his claims are true, the game was available on the App Store for a little bit before being deleted. Then he posted another tweet shortly after showing off more gameplay, where he says this, "More gameplay of it. Definitely built for older phones since the exit bar is right where the camera toggle is." Now imagine this, you're a kid and FNAF just started becoming popular online, and you're seeing all your favorite YouTubers post videos about it online, but you also want to play it too. But you can't because you don't have the money for it. So you instead find some free versions like the demo along with various ripoffs and fan games to satiate your hunger for FNAF. But while you're doing that, you accidentally stumble upon this game. Now I'm sure I'm speaking for a lot of people here, but this was a reality for me, and I'm sure for many of you as well. Not being able to afford the actual game because of our age, so in desperation, we resort to downloading these other versions to play instead. If what Squeaks is saying is true, then that means that because of this game being formatted for old phones, it could have existed anywhere from 2014 to 2019. Just imagine yourself in this situation, stumbling upon this game on accident. I would be traumatized and quite literally would never watch another FNAF video ever again. And who knows, if this is true, this could have been the reality for some people. Another thing to mention though is like what I said earlier, this game looks very similar to the FNAF ransomware and FNAF virus content trend that is going on, meaning that if this game was made for old phones, this could be the first ever instance of this type of content ever made, with it coming out way before the trend got popular. Is this game the real deal? Is this what made the trend become popular? Why did it get deleted off the App Store? Well, I had all of these questions and I needed answers, so I continued searching until I finally found all of them. Later that day, Squeaks made a post that confirmed the truth about free game CW along with the game itself, where he said this. "On a real note, I made this in about a day. It's a mixture of the FNAF ransomware things and a lot of FNAF related nightmares I had in 2014. No AI used here either. I did actually export and install this to my phone for a bit though. And just like that, the case was closed and the mystery was solved, but there was still more information he posted to go over. Each of them have names. Freddy is the same, but Chica is the first, Bonnie is the cursed, and Foxy is the worst. But apart from that, this is really everything he decided to share about this game on his Twitter. In the comments, many people were asking if the game had a download, meaning at this point in time, he either continued to keep it a secret or decided to post a link to it at a later date. But since the Game Jolt page only has 2,000 views, I don't really know if he did post it or not, since I feel like it would have way more views and more likes by this point. Now I'm sure you're thinking that the video must be over now. The mystery is solved and the truth is now revealed, but I still wasn't satisfied. I wanted more answers and I still had questions about everything related to this game. So even though this was everything he decided to share on Twitter, this wasn't the last he'd ever share about the game, because I decided to get in contact with him about potentially setting up an interview regarding this game and all the questions I had about it, like the developer and everything else. So every question and everything I haven't yet answered in this video will now finally be getting its conclusion. And if you decide to stick around for the full interview, I somehow managed to convince Squeaks beforehand to show me cut content, along with high quality images and renders of the game, along with so much more that you can't see anywhere else on the internet. But me and him both like the same types of horror content, like FNAF ransomware and so on, so he agreed to do the interview. Anyways, enough stalling, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and let's get into the Squeaks the Jorge interview.
So, I don't know how I managed to do it, but after this entire debacle of me going over this game and researching who the developer was, here I am, face to face, or you could say face to screen, with Squeaks, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy. Or, well, supposedly. That's what the free game CW says otherwise, but apparently this is him, so feel free to introduce yourself, Squeaks.
Yeah, so what is it? Hi, I go by Squeaks the Jorge online usually. I'm the developer of Shipwreck 64, is what I'm most known for. But I did also make this game, which is like a small side project. Just gonna, do something different for a change.
It's definitely different. It's It's definitely something.
It's something, man. Yeah.
It is something. So obviously, I know we were just chatting back and forth and stuff about, just doing this whole interview, and I thank you. I know we just spent 30 minutes getting everything set up. I'm not even gonna lie. It was all my fault. I apologize.
No, it's
but
fine.
we're here now finally, and that's all that matters. And I know a lot of the people that are watching this video, and me included, because this is just like all up my alley. I love FNAF ransomware. I love FNAF virus stuff. I have a lot of questions, and I know the audience does too. And obviously, I know you don't know the script of the video and what I recorded and all that stuff. But there's a couple questions I have to ask regarding the game, the developer, and just basic stuff. So we're gonna start with the first question. We're gonna hop right into it. And the main question is, I have them all on my phone right here. So if you guys see me just looking down or whatever, that's what I'm doing. So the first question I have to ask is, why did you make this game? What was the inspiration for it?
Okay, honestly, it's kind of weird, but like back in the day, when I was first looking into FNAF stuff, I had no idea what the game was about because I was going off very vague descriptions from my brother, and my first time actually playing a game was the FNAF 2 demo on my like shitty little like Android tablet. So I had no idea what it was about at the time, and for a long time I was kind of confused about what the characters were meant to be in the first place. So I kind of designed them in this game just as like a little experiment. So I wanted to see if I could recreate what made them so scary to me as a kid back then. Was I didn't know that the withered versions and regular versions were the same character. Like different characters. I always had assumed it was they start out like that and shapeshift into the withered ones in later nights. So I was stupid. I had no idea that any of this stuff worked. So I wanted to kind of design them to reflect that, and also keep in mind a lot of like little changes that I didn't quite understand as a kid. My whole goal with this game just in general is I want to make like a weird little art project that kind of resembles what I thought the game looked like all these years ago. So I just couldn't tell at the time. It was so new to me, I guess.
Okay, I got you. So I guess if that was kind of, you could say, like your introduction into the series, kind of like, I guess, how you figured it out, what eventually drew you to get to this point? I obviously, in the video, I kind of explained, I go over your Twitter post about the game and stuff, and it said that you were inspired from like some FNAF-related nightmares you had in 2014.
Well, yeah,
I don't know if you remember those, but could you possibly maybe...
I never understood like the exact details, but it was always just like I had no idea what was going on with those characters, so I had always assumed there's some sort of like almost like weird shapeshifter tendencies to them. And since I saw so little of the designs, because we were working off of Scott's limited renders at another limit, because he was rendering off a phone at the time, we knew barely anything about them. So I wanted to kind of resemble what I could perceive at least back then. So that was the main thing. I just wanted to capture it kind of like almost like it was hard to describe because it was nothing like I'd never seen anything like it before. But I can't really recall the exact details of the nightmares. It was more just like the way the place looked was the main thing I wanted to capture, and like the way the enemies looked and everything.
Okay, I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely, I can't really put in the words, but like I do understand what you're saying by that, kind of just like filling in the blanks almost, and kind of, I get it. So I guess that kind of makes me go to, I guess, the same part of the question. What inspired, okay, so we know what inspired the characters in the overall game, but like the gameplay itself, like obviously there's no doors, there's no lights, you have the mask and that drains power, you have the 3 cameras, and then in the camera system, the camera buttons that you actually click on to switch said cameras, they move. So was there like also an inspiration for the gameplay itself, or was it kind of just like, all right, we're just gonna do some random shit, and we're just gonna, call it that?
Weird. There was some kind of inspiration mainly for the fact you're in the FNAF 1 office, but there's no like actual way of using the doors like that, which is back in the day it was a really big trend to like make FNAF fan games where it's like it's the FNAF 1 establishment but it's broken this time. So is it the Return to Freddy's did that, where they just like drew these really bad holes in the doors? And then there's another game as well, I genuinely don't remember the name of it, but it was before FNAF 3 came out, and I'm dead serious, the main enemy of that game was just the Springtrap teaser from FNAF 3 but like flipped sideways. You could saw the full face. They made that an enemy in the game. And the entire thing they were running with is that you couldn't use the doors. You had to like figure out other ways to defend yourself. And I vividly remember that game so much. So I wanted to kind of channel that energy. You're in the FNAF 1 office but can't use the doors or any like useful mechanics you usually have. That was like the main thing with that. As for the rest, I just wanted to be like incoherent. So stuff like, the buttons moving around, or the mask using power even though it really shouldn't. Like, it makes no sense. And that was kind of the point. I just wanted to capture that weird kind of feel to it where nothing feels like it's working as it should.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it definitely captures, like, obviously the FNAF ransomware and FNAF virus stuff, that's still extremely popular. But also, it's like, I guess if you never knew that existed, and you kind of were just playing it yourself, you could just be like, this is like what someone would dream. It's like bringing a camera inside of a dream almost, and just everything's incoherent. So I get it. That definitely makes sense. That does explain it a lot. So, makes sense.
Yeah.
Next question. obviously had it on my phone again. But did you really make this? I know that there's gonna be some people in the comments. Every single video of mine, there's always people in the comments that are like saying I'm wrong, and that's normal on YouTube, right? That obviously happens.
Yeah.
But I know there's gonna be some people obviously asking the question. They'll want to hear it from you. But did you really make this game?
I did, yeah. And if I can pull this up real quick, trying to show that I did in fact make it. We have the Freddy model used in the game. Like I said, it is incomprehensible. I think I just took a Freddy model and went ham on it with the sculpt tool. And, like it does exist like this. I did make it. Also, some of the others still here. Here's Bonnie.
Oh jeez.
Looking stunning as ever.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's what the funny thing about him actually is his face. If I were to, it's one of these. There's an actual like endo face in there, but it looks like human. Like little details like that.
Oh yeah, that's creepy. I didn't even notice
Yeah,
that.
it's weird looking.
Yeah, that's creepy. That is definitely something for sure. What about Chica and Foxy? I definitely want to see Foxy. I think Foxy is.
He's probably got the
one of my
funniest
favorite.
design. He's just a worm. There's like nothing there. Just a leg.
Ah,
So I leave the full rig in because I'm literally just taking like the existing models and destroying them. And it's like there's like K built into each like.
Oh, that's awesome.
It takes me a bit of time. And then
That's awesome.
there's his face. You see the hooks coming out of the mouth. So that's normal.
I did not even know that there was hooks coming out the mouth. I completely missed that in my character analysis.
I mean, to be
I did
fair,
not
there
even
is
see
like you're seeing renders in like 2 pixels. Like I don't blame you. So it's really fucked up hair as well. I wish I had that kind of haircut. And you have Chica. Oh, Chica. Yeah, here she is. So, quite the beautiful display we got going on here. I don't know why I did that, but I colored the bottom beak just the same color as like the rest of her head. It just doesn't look right, but like I guess it's a good thing. And you scroll down, and it's like the rest of the thing's just unfinished. It made a really nice bib texture.
I love the Getty images there. That's,
Okay,
that's
that wasn't even there. I added that shit on top of it to make it look worse. And just let.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Like that you can't even see that in game, but it's just staring at you the whole time. I love that.
Yeah, this is the full texture.
Oh my god,
It
that's
looks so
awesome.
bad. Yeah, it's Chica. Wrong. There you go. Yeah. Might be. This sometimes what creeped me the most because I used to be the most scared of Withered Chica back in the day, just because her jump scare always caught me off guard for some reason compared to the others. Cause like it's just so sudden with the way it moves. I don't think like as a kid there's ever a time where I wasn't scared of it. So when I kind of channel that with this design, I think it did alright. It's not like the greatest thing, but it looks fine.
I think a lot of people are gonna say Chica is their favorite design just because of how like unnatural it looks. I think Chica's creepy, bro. Like,
Yeah.
it's great.
There's that one camera render where I think it literally just like took her head, where whatever bone that's, and I think it's bone. I don't name any of these, but I literally just took her head and like put it upside down like that in camera. That's in the first Holly render of her, I think.
Yep.
None of these you can just pose them as well. These must be like for the wires that dangle from her hands, but they're not in the model.
Yeah. That definitely proved to me that you made it.
There's also just over here I have the Unreal project of the game, where it's just like it's just like a flat thing where I just like overlay everything on top of each other and then use an ortho camera to kind of like display it as its actual gameplay.
Oh, that's awesome. That is
Yeah,
so
like,
cool.
It's really jarring. You can literally just go into like toggle debug camera, and then you literally set the different layers.
Ah, that's so weird, but so cool at the same time.
Yeah, it's cool, but it is very weird to get a hang of. You can see Foxy slowly getting up, I think. Yeah.
That's awesome. That is so cool.
Yeah. It's a weird way of doing it, but I mean, like, it works, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. That is awesome. That is, I wasn't even expecting to see all this, but like I am just, I don't know. I guess after going over the game for the past week and just making the longest script I've ever made on anything and just seeing it actually be like how it got made is, I don't know. It's just fascinating to me. So, anyways, comments. I hope this. Let me pull my camera up. I hope this proves you wrong. He made it. It wasn't free games. He made it, even though you know, free games is on the website. But we'll get to that in a second here. I'll ask that in a second here. So that's definitely more than enough proof for me, and I think everyone else. I'm sure people are gonna be like dying to see more behind the scenes stuff. So I guess we can let's see. Anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that if I have more questions about it. But anyways, the next question is, why did you keep this a secret? Obviously, I know you posted about it on your Twitter page like almost a year ago now. I don't know. It's been a while, very long time. But like the Game Jolt page only has like almost 3,000 like views on it. So did you like keep this a secret? Did you just not really mention it or like bother to bring it up or?
I don't know. I think on my end, the main thing was just like, I didn't want to draw too much attention to it. Because like, whenever I release stuff, people usually think it's for like one of my bigger releases, like stuff like Shipwrecked. Those games are massive. Like I think Shipwrecked is about 10 hours long. It is a huge game. When you compare that to something as small as this, and like, hey guys, I made a new game, people are gonna be like, oh my god, it's another 10-hour behemoth, and they're gonna be disappointed by the fact it's like a barely comprehensible FNAF remake. So I want to kind of just put it somewhere else, or I want to deal with like the expectations of that. That makes sense?
No, that makes sense. I get it.
Yeah. I feel like it was easier that way.
I get it. I didn't expect that to be the reason, but I mean that makes sense. So I get it. Totally makes sense. Next question that I have for you is why? Obviously, if you don't want to keep the people's expectations too high, or lower their expectations for this, or just disappoint them, right? I guess I get why you made the whole like other Game Jolt page, but I guess the question I have is why did you go like through the effort to make Free Game CW to just host this game on?
It's kind of weird, but that was like a much older Game Jolt account that I already owned. Like if you check it, it says that it was registered like several years ago. That's because it was for like a joint project I was doing with some friends at the time. It got canceled inevitably, like a lot of fan games do. So I just kind of had an account lying around, and after a while I was like, no, I'm just gonna use it. I don't care. So it wasn't that much work at all. It was like remove the avatar, slap a new name on it, build the page, and it was done basically.
Gotcha. Why'd you pick Free Game CW?
Like, I wanted to sound sketchy, like as sketchy as humanly possible. To be like having free games in the title is like the equivalent of having like free candy on the side of a van. Like
Okay, that makes sense. And then the CW part, I looked through on one of your Twitter posts at the beginning. I think it was the viewers obviously are gonna know what it is because I just like it's literally I talked about it right before this part of the video, but I can't even remember it. I think in one of your Twitter posts where you're showing off the mobile version of it, which we'll get to that in a second here too. At the very beginning of it, it says Click Warp. Is that what the CW means? And if it does, why pick Click Warp? Is it just kind of like the same thing? Seems sketchy, or was there like?
It was just like with a name like Click Warp, I wanted it to sound like one of those like. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. You know how you find like those old like banner ads where it's just like, look at all these games that we totally have the license to on our page, and then you'd click in, it's nothing like that. It's like the sketchy side ever. But they all have like these very like weird names. Like I remember one that I used to watch a lot was like Mini Clips. That's like a big one I remember. But there's also just like cool math games. So like they put very little effort in making it sound legitimate, if that makes sense. Oh, without Click Warp would be something similar. It's like like a 2009-ish sounding Flash game site. So main goal.
Definitely. Yeah. Okay. I get it. I see it. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Definitely makes sense. I get that. All right.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay. So then, the next question is, and this is going to the mobile game that was posted on your Twitter that I just mentioned. Is does the mobile version of this game still exist? And would you ever make it public? Or like, what even was it? I guess.
Okay, so for the record, that was not just like a sleight of hand. I actually ran that on my phone like ages ago. The main thing is, about a year ago, just out of curiosity, because I've always wanted to try out like mobile development, but I have an iPhone, and I'm gonna be frank with you, I hate this thing because it is like the worst tool for developers ever. Because Apple likes to close off their systems. With Android, it's fine. You can just work off Android for free. It's great. I love it. And then with iOS, you have to pay $99 a year to get their quote-unquote developer services in order to run the game on the phone to begin with. So painful, but I bought it like ages ago, and then I just remembered out of nowhere after making this. You know what? I already have it. Just sure, why not? So I just put it on my phone and then recorded it, and that's the footage you see. In order to fake the icon, I just kind of downloaded the original FNAF 1 app and changed it a little bit, but it was just like I already have this thing lying around. I might as well, because it's just money being spent otherwise.
I get it. That makes sense. And then I guess the other part of the question is, so okay, does it still exist? I don't know how you would go about that, but like
it's weird. I have the file to it. Like I still do have the file, but I don't know if it would be worth like releasing it because iOS is so closed off anyways. I don't know if you'd be able to even install it without the developer tools.
Okay.
It's like unless you're willing to shell out $99 a year for the weird looking Freddy game, I don't think it's a good idea.
All right, everyone in the comments, if you want to shell out $99 to play a mobile version of this game that you'll probably touch once or twice, comment down below right now, and I'll make squeaks of I'll make sure he makes it available for you guys. But you gotta like the video too. Gotta like the video and comment down below. Okay, all right. I didn't know if it was like if you put it on the App Store. Obviously I'm not a game developer. You're the professional here. I don't know how any of that works, but I didn't know if you like put it on like the App Store and then just downloaded it and then just like
no, it was just like downloading it directly to my phone from my PC.
Okay,
So,
I got you.
Yeah.
So it's almost like kind of like obviously Android's APK download. I don't know what iPhone is, but it's kind of like you just had the APK file and then
It's
just
like imagine installing an APK to your phone, but you're getting like your tooth pulled while you're doing it, and that's what iOS is like.
noted. With anesthesia or no anesthesia?
No, you don't deserve
okay.
anesthesia. That's extra. That's extra money.
Okay. All right. Makes sense. Makes sense. Anyways, the next question I have is, how did people? And I guess I already answered this in the video because of the whole Twitter page thing, or maybe I didn't. I don't know. I guess that's why it sits on this list. How did people find the Game Jolt page for Five Nights at Freddy? And then like, did you post a link for it online, or did they just kind of like find it randomly?
Well, I do know I shared it a lot in like fan game spaces, like private Discord servers and stuff. And as for how it got like public, I'm not 100% sure of how it found. I might have posted a link at some point. It was so long ago, I genuinely like I'm having a hard time remembering it, but I could be wrong.
I guess I didn't do enough research then, because I didn't find anything.
Well, no, you
I
could do like a million of like the worst tweets ever known to man. Like I can't say I blame you.
You guys, anyone in the comments, I guess you can go do that. Go follow Squeaks on Twitter. Go give him a couple likes while you go search for this. But I'm not doing it.
You gotta put an asterisk next to follow Squeaks on Twitter. My Twitter is a disaster. Like, oh my god.
Okay, everyone block Squeaks right now. Don't even go on the Twitter page. Don't bother.
No, sure, we can roll with that.
Okay. Next question. How long did it take to make this game? Characters, models, scripting, and etc. And then okay, yeah, we'll start there. No, we'll start there.
In regards to that, I'm pretty sure I made all the characters back in like it was early April. Just as like I did it as like a joke in a call with friends to see what I could do with it. So they were done in like maybe like 4 hours tops. They were like rush jobs because they were already using pre-existing models anyways. And then I coded the entire game in about 24 hours in May. I don't know what I was on to even let that be possible, but it happened. So yeah.
So in total, a day to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't believe I made an hour-long plus video on a game that took a day.
Yeah.
It's kind of disappointing for me. Well, not really, but very interesting.
Do you see how the game looks? I can't say I blame you. Like I put this thing together like like it's so. I have a PNG of a Duracell battery to count the power. I don't think I put that much effort into this.
Hey, I don't know. It scared the shit out of me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like I don't know. But it scared the shit out of me. So oh my god, I can't even begin, bro. I couldn't even play the game. It's terrible, man. Every time I open that mask, I had to immediately put it down. Whenever Chica or Bonnie walked into the office, man, I just died. That's how bad it was. So, okay, the part of the question that I was gonna get to is, well, I guess you already explained it. Never mind. You already explained it. Okay, next question. This one might be a super long one, or it might be a very quick question. That is, are there any hidden things in this game, Easter eggs, cut content, or more that you could show us? So I don't know if there is any, but
something. There's only like one ever like notable thing that I cut out, which was Freddy had a lot more renders than were actually used, I believe. Just open one of those real quick. They were mostly in the dining room. We'd have like different spots in the dining room we would go to at times. I just didn't bother implementing them. But here's one of them. And I think with every render, I would like change parts of his model to look different with each one, just keep the features consistent.
I think that's what you did with Bonnie. When he's in the dining room, he has his face, and then when he's out of it,
I'm pretty sure I saw that, right? Yeah. It's just the transparency, right? You can see it like right there.
Yeah.
Weird looking. Yeah, Freddy also does that. Usually, like every shot looks just a little bit different.
Ooh. So what was Freddy gonna do then? Like, did you just think that far ahead, or?
Well, he actually does show up in the game only if you run out of power. Just so you know, it's not like that big of a deal. So my goal with this was just like he would just kind of sit in the dining room and wait for a while, and then like eventually when the power goes out, he would just kill you. But he never served much of a purpose aside from just being like being a visual. Does that make sense?
Okay. Actually, yeah, brighten it up a little bit. Let's see how it looks. Let's see how these look brighten up.
He's so dapper. Look at him.
I know.
His head shape here is just completely different. And then there's this one. Yeah, this one has like no bottom jaw.
He's missing his top hat, man. This is what happens when you lose your top hat, bro.
What I'm lacking, dude. This one is you can barely make out any of the details, anyways.
Ooh, interesting.
And this one is just same thing. You can like barely see him.
That's kind of creepy. With it brightened up like that, it's kind of I don't know. That one's so creepy. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so this is the cut content. Is there any like little Easter eggs or like secrets in the game at all?
Really, at least not what I can think of. The game was like I just made it to serve its purpose. That's probably about it. I don't think there's anything else like in here really aside from that.
Okay.
It just the bare minimum.
Gotcha. All right. I guess we'll continue on with this question. Not exactly for secrets in Easter eggs, but I don't have any more questions like this, so I'm just gonna ask it now because it just popped into my head. Is there anything else, like I guess like for the character models or the cameras or the office or anything that you could also show us more in depth? Like, I guess.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't think I have any of the room models anymore because I literally just used remakes of them and just changed the lighting a little bit, and then I just closed it when I was done because I only had to do so many renders. Yeah.
Okay. How did you I don't know anything about game development. So like, how did you render them in? Because in the video I talk about the character models, obviously, and I go over the fact that they were rendered in because like in the dining room you can see Chica's shadow, or reflection on the floor, not shadow. And then I think in one of the Bonnie cameras in the left hall, it's the same way. So how did you go about like doing that? Did you put them in the blender? Did you have like a pizzeria model? Like, how, I have no clue how it works.
It's kind of weird, but what was it? They have they basically have like a really accurate recreation of FNAF 1's map. It was from some sort of mod pack. I forgot the name of it, but they'll just open up a scene so you can kind of see what it looks like. This is the East Hall, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so this is the another game. I think usually what I do in these shots, just to kind of start out, is I go and just like remove any like existing posters that like a few of them you can actually like make out. It's a weird decision. I just kind of don't want the original characters' faces to be showing up that much, if that makes sense. I think the only exception to that is like The Office, but I basically just take a character. For instance, I'll go with you. Go with Chica this time. And I just go ahead and I believe it's import collection. I don't know, they make it confusing, man. I don't really do this stuff that often just because they keep changing the formatting of things. I usually do all my work in Unreal, including the 3D stuff. This is just kind of... I haven't done this kind of thing in like ages with the pre-rendering.
Gotcha.
In Blender. So it's kind of new to me still. But I can just control that and just grab Chica. So we're gonna shrink it down a little bit. Plop her in. So from there I can just kind of like use the rig and pose it however you would usually want it to be here. Alright, whoever made this map just didn't light it. That's yeah, awesome. It's just kind of like you do that, and then since there's no lighting in it, I'm just gonna throw like a basic point light in. And kind of see what I do here. This, make it accurate to the scene, and then just there.
Oh.
You know, it's not usually lit like this. It's just kind of a harsh way of getting around.
Regardless, it works. It works regardless.
I forgot to post the feed. I just realized.
You know, I thought that this would be harder. Actually, it's actually
it is shocking easy. It looks daunting from like the outside, but it is like shockingly easy once you get a hang of it. You then just hit render, and it just takes it to like process the image, and you get something like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then do you do? Continue. I'll wait a second. Continue.
Yeah, I'll show you how to edit it as well. That's what you're wondering. But I don't do like a whole lot of editing. I don't think with these renders. The main thing I do is if you try to export it and see that I say it as a JPEG, which you can do that because if you drag the quality, you can get that dithering effect.
Ah.
Yeah. Usually games that I make that are in like this style are rendered at like 7, but you can also like maybe like a bit more detail, a bit less. It's your call. As long as it kind of like makes it look, it looks older, you know.
No, I get it. Yeah. So you do like the same thing for Shipwrecked and stuff too.
Kinda. Shipwrecked is a bit weirder because it uses like FMV video compression instead. So like that usually it's a little more blurry and a lot less like pixelated most of the time.
Okay.
But it still kind of has like a similar style to it.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Next question is, and I guess it was kind of answered from the previous ones, but I don't care. I'm gonna ask it anyways. Was this game originally, or ever, was gonna be like intended to be an ARG? Obviously, for the people that don't know, I think I explained in the video too. Squeaks is a master at ARGs. I know I mentioned Shipwrecked a little bit, but that whole game, not to spoil it, is basically just crazy ARG. It's super good too. One of the best ones I've ever played, ever experienced, ever been a part of. Well, not part of, but ever like interacted with. So I had to ask this, and even if the question's just a straight up nope and that's it, that's good enough for me. But was this project ever intended to be an ARG of sorts? Did you ever?
Not really. I think as far as it went was just like the new account because I wanted to feel like something that could exist. But aside from that, it was just I've always wanted to kind of like make this and then kind of just call it there for the most part. I didn't really have future plans when I was finished with it.
Okay, gotcha. I was kind of expecting that, or assuming that, but okay, makes sense. Especially with your other projects, I would get it, so makes sense. Okay. Next question, and this is almost the final one. I'm kind of surprised at how fast this is going. I thought this would be longer, but maybe I'll pull a couple more questions out of nowhere to ask. But before we get to that part, if this video does good, and who knows if it will, I think it will. We'll see. Everyone can ratio me in the comments or yell at me in the comments if this video does terrible. But if this video does happen to do good, and people want more high quality content like this game, or even if you consider it low quality, I consider it high quality. I'm sure everyone else does. But regardless, would you make more FNAF fan games like this if people would want to see it, if there is a demand for it?
I don't know. Like the main thing is, I don't want to just do this forever, honestly. Because like I feel like after a while you're gonna start playing into your own tropes. I see this happen so frequently, and it just gets like annoying to a certain extent, where like a series or a game or something like that will just repeat its own formula into the ground. And I'm also not made of ideas. I can't just keep coming up with these forever. And I feel like the one that I already put out kind of did its job already. So I don't know. In regards to that, at least, I think it's fine. It's a standalone thing.
Valid question. Very valid question. Or valid answer. So,
yeah.
Okay. And then this is the quote-unquote final question that I had for this interview. We'll see if I have any more. We'll see if, as I said, another one just kind of comes out of nowhere. But the final question, quote-unquote, is there more content like this that you've made that no one knows about?
Yes. They're like, not no one, but like very few people, at least, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. And then I guess the next part of the question is, do you have plans to make something else like this in the future? Doesn't have to be a fan game. Obviously, I know you already answered that, but like just more standalone. Doesn't have to be FNAF related, but maybe just more like, hey, this is a good idea. Let's do it. Let's crank it out, and kind of.
That's something I do want to do, like smaller projects.
Okay, gotcha. Now, I guess as a follow-up to that question, would you want to also keep those other kind of secretive projects that are like this a secret, or would you want to show us them? And either answer is perfectly fine. We can have people watching this video going a wild goose chase for these. That's perfectly fine with me. But I want to know if that's what you want to do.
At least as of now, like my main thing is, if I feel like it's worth showing in retrospect when I'm done with it, I might share it. But with a lot of these, just like small things that I put out there, so in that case, I just want people to find it. I just feel like it's more fun that way.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I've always seen it. Like, even with Shipwrecked, a lot of the way I'm marketing right now is I literally have like YouTube channels that don't look like they're mine, posting supposed in real life footage of stuff that happened there. Just like stuff like that, because it adds authenticity to the world, as if it's not just me uploading it, you know?
Well, you heard it first. You heard it here first, guys. There's more stuff like this. I don't know if it's FNAF related or just more standalone projects, but if it is or if it isn't, definitely go start searching for it. Who knows? Maybe I'll make another video on something. Who knows? We'll see. But we're not there yet. We aren't there yet, or maybe we are. Who knows, guys? Who knows? But that was the final question. I don't think I have any more questions personally. I think I kind of went through everything I needed to go through. Now, I don't know if you'd want to share more details regarding the game, the renders, or just anything regarding that. I don't know if you want to show more stuff off, or if you don't, it's all up to you. But for the most part, those are all my questions. So totally up to you on what you want to do. So
yeah, I don't think I have too much else to show in that regard. I feel like in terms of this game, you've probably already searched it about as dry as possible.
Probably, yeah.
The fact you got an hour out of this is still kind of mind-blowing. I don't know how you did that. But I'll say it's a good thing on the part of the game. I guess it's probably a good thing. It's just very surprising. But I don't think I have much else to show in regards to this game.
All right. Well, then I'll say thank you for letting me, interview you about this. If I decide to make any more videos about any of your other projects like Shipwrecked or anything like that, I would definitely love to, do this again. You've been very accommodating, and I again apologize for how long it took to get this all set up.
No, seriously, it's fine. Don't worry.
But again, thank you. I know everyone that's watching this video, it probably, no one's ever seen this before, right? This is gonna be like the first video that's gonna, get this maybe going. We'll see. Maybe this becomes popular now. Who knows? Maybe more YouTubers make videos on it. We will see. But I'm definitely, I'm very, very excited to see how this goes, and I'm very thankful that we were able to, talk about this and have you show everything off. So, I'll let you go. I'll leave you to it, and I just want to say I hope you guys enjoyed this little, interview part of the video. I don't usually do this a lot, but I think it was good. I think it's very informative. So, well, anyways, go check out Squeaks on YouTube, Twitter. I don't know what other social medias you got. Feel free to plug them right now, but definitely go check him out. They'll all be in the description. I
think my only real notable ones are YouTube, Twitter maybe, and then was it the Shipwreck Steam page, perhaps? I don't really know what else to plug here, but
don't worry, I'll put them all in the. Go follow him. Go check out all those things. They're all in the description. Go buy Shipwreck. Go check them out. Just show support. Go show support for this game too. It's great. It's very, very creepy, and that's all I gotta say. So, anyways, thank you for the interview, man.
Yeah, no problem, man.
And for anyone who had doubts about this game, its creator, and if it even existed, well, then I hope that this interview finally answered all of the questions you had, and proved to you that everything I was leading up to was, well, true. ClickWarp was a fake company that Squeaks made to make the game more authentic feeling, and to make it seem more sketchy to fit the vibe of the game. Freddy was the other animatronic I mentioned throughout this whole video, which ended up being cut content from the game, and not really serving too much of a purpose. The game is 100% safe, and doesn't contain any viruses, and was just made to replicate sketchy flashlight games along with some of Squeak's nightmares, and well, the list goes on. Seeing all the behind the scenes content for a game as disturbing as this makes me not as scared of it anymore, but instead makes me appreciate the work that was put into it. The fact that this game only took 24 hours to make for the most part, and ended up just being an amazing side project is insanely impressive, and I just have to commend Squeaks for being able to do that, while also creating an absolutely terrific fan game that has flown under everyone's radar. Five Nights at Freddy's has created a lasting impact on the horror community, and all of these fan-made FNAF games, creations, animatronics, and ideas are proof that this game series is way more than just that, a game series. It's proof that anyone can be inspired from a simple idea, and that's why I believe that after looking at, discussing, and going over many pieces of fan-made FNAF content, we should take a look at what the future of these projects hold, and also talk to someone who is involved in continuing to create and build upon the legacy of Five Nights at Freddy's. So with this being the final segment in this supercut, I think it's only right if we now discuss the future of these fan games, and what else the community has in store for us fans, as believe it or not, there are still hundreds of FNAF fan games being made today, with the one that I believe has the most potential being Spikes Ahoy. From unique character designs, interesting gameplay mechanics, and a completely solid premise, this game captures everything good that has been seen in this supercut, and combines it to create an original experience inspired from Five Nights at Freddy's. There's a lot of fan-made related FNAF content on the internet nowadays, but this specific piece of content seemingly stands out from the rest, and seems to be the next big step in the way of fan-made FNAF games, and may entirely stand out compared to the rest in the genre. But after all of these years, making videos regarding fan-made FNAF animatronics, games, and etc., I knew the only way I could wrap together this supercut would be to interview a FNAF fan game creator, which would allow me to understand their thoughts, ideas, and inspirations behind creating these unique ideas, as this has been a question I have had since I became a FNAF fan back in 2014. So with that being said, instead of again looking back at old models, games, and characters, let's instead look forward and look at what the future holds regarding FNAF fan games. So let's get into the interview with Lil Jet Games, the creator of Spikes Ahoy, to pick his brains about everything that goes into creating these fan-made ideas. So guys, this right here is Lil Jet Games, the creator and developer of Spikes Ahoy, one of FNAF's brand new FNAF fan games coming out very soon. I don't know when it's coming out, but that's what we're here. We're here to talk about this fan game and basically just kind of see what it looks like and basically pick Lil Jet Games' mind and brains to kind of, I don't know, see what he, use for inspiration to think of these fan-made games and all the characters and story and all that stuff. So, Lil Jet Games, I know I kind of just introduced you, but please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Lil Jet Games. I go either by like Lil Jet or just Jet. I'm the creator and director of Spikes Ahoy. That's really about it.
Hey, that's all it needs to be. That's all it needs to be. No worries, no worries. So, basically, in this whole video, I've talked about and gone over everything FNAF fan games, from characters, the games itself, to literally everything. Basically just everything I could have, because I find it very fascinating and it's one of the foundations of my channel. I used to talk about FNAF fan games and all of this stuff, and I've had the pleasure of interviewing other people who have made FNAF fan games in the past, but there's something different about yours, and I can't necessarily put my finger on what it is, but I think what it is that I'm so interested about it for is the idea and concept and how it's going to continue to, I guess, bring together the FNAF game legacy and all the other games combined in the past, whatever. I've already talked to people about their games and stuff, but the difference with this one is, well, it's not made yet. There's not even a demo for it yet, and it's in development. And I think that's completely different compared to what I've done before. So I want to, well, as I said earlier, thank you for giving me the pleasure of, having your time to talk about this. But what I want to do is pick your brains about all of this. So let's get into it. Now, I have a couple questions I have to ask you, or want to ask you, and I want you to, I guess, share everything you can. I know the game isn't out yet, and I know there's some spoilers you don't want to, I guess, say, or, whatever. Avoid spoilers and whatnot. But, well, let's get into the first question I have. So are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, let's do this. So the first and main, and I guess longest question I have is, what is this game about, and what can you share with us about the game itself, whether it be the characters, gameplays, or story, or whatever it is? What can you share to us about this game?
I don't mind talking about gameplay. I really don't
Let's
mind
hear it.
talking about gameplay. So really, Spikes Ahoy, when it comes to its gameplay, very much taking inspiration from Jollibees and the Joy of Creation. So the game is limited free roam. When I went by when I said Jollibees, you have your your regular main night segments, and you have your post night sections. But when I said the Joy of Creation, because it's limited free roam, when you're in your main office segments, you are not just looking from left to right. You are just not point and click. It is the only time it would be point and click is when you're accessing your cameras. If you want to shut doors, you get up and close the doors. I really like fan games like that. The point and click type of gameplay like FNAF is just it's overdone. I just like stuff like the Joy of Creation, and that's what I'm heavily trying to take inspiration from. When it comes to its post night segments, that's when the spikes get a lot more unique a little bit. Like I said, even though we take inspiration from Jollibees, you have when you're doing your post-night sections, you have to go to a different area of the location and do some sort of task. Like with the demo that we're creating, it's a night one post-night demo. And in it, it's set in the arcade. You have a certain amount of arcade machines you have to fix. And there's 3 phases to it. I'm not going to say the phases because that's a spoiler. We plan on doing a trial and error type stuff. So, you have arcades you have to fix. There's no time limit. You get it done when you get the game done. When you get the level done. There's no time limit to it. And as you're doing that, it's very much stealth based. So you have to be quiet during the gameplay. You have to be quiet because it will attract whatever enemy that's coming towards you. I like those type of games. That will give you a little bit what we're doing for the demo, and it will give you a little bit more what we're doing for other post-night segments. I said, main night sections, office segments, very much FNAF style. The only difference is that it's free roam. You gotta get up and walk around if you want to close the doors and stuff. I feel like it gets you more on the edge of your seat. I feel like.
Okay, interesting. That is very interesting.
I don't want to give too much away, but
let's do this. I think that we'll ask this question. We'll make it a little bit more vague.
Yeah.
Is a majority of the gameplay going to be like that, or is it going to be more inspired from the Joy of Creation free roam, or is it going to be more of any
story
other
mode?
Story mode? Okay.
Story mode.
Okay, interesting.
Story mode.
So we talked about the gameplay, and don't want to share too much for everyone since this game has, not even come out yet. But I do want to talk about another thing that was also part of this question is the characters. Now, this is the part, or the main part of the game that has intrigued me and has me the most excited, interested, and all that stuff is the characters. And I kind of want to know, and I think, let me see, there's a couple questions more down the line that we'll be able to go more in depth about the characters in, but I want you to share with us all you can about the characters, and I guess we'll get into the inspirations in a little bit here, but whatever you can share about the characters, let's hear it, because that's what I'm most interested to hear about.
We'll start with Spike. We'll just start with Spike. He's the main top dog. He's the main dude. So Spike, send him in here. Spike, he is, he was not supposed to be a pirate. This whole game was not pirate themed at all. I came up with Spike, had the name, what animal I want him to be, but he was never a pirate. The reason how Spike came to be on how he was a pirate is because of my friend Crash L Dev. He is the logo designer for the Joy of Creation, the new fan, the TikTok reboot. Yeah, so he's the one who told me to make Spike a pirate. A little bit more info like how I came up with this character. I've always had a alligator like character in mind ever since I was a kid. So during over the years that when I got to make this game, I wanted to go with an alligator character. He's very inspired. He's very inspired off of, Monty and Foxy, but he's very heavily inspired off of Captain K. Rool. You ever played, King K. Rool? King K. Rool from Donkey Kong Country? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, King K. Rool. So from, I never played the one with Captain K. Rool. My original concept artist for this character for Spike, he based him very heavily off of King K. Rool, which was I'm trying to find which it was Donkey Kong Country 2. That's what it was from. Okay, it was Donkey Kong Country 2. That's when they introduced Captain K. Rool, and if you look at his design, very very heavily, very like with the red coat and same hat, very heavily inspired off of that character. For Spike, it was just a mixture of Monty and Foxy. Even when it comes to Spike's voice, it's just a mixture of the both. That's really, I can really give about Spike.
Well, if that's all you can give about Spike, then, well, let's hear the next couple characters.
Jules Ziegel. She was very much inspired off of Glamrock Chica in a lot of ways. Mostly when it comes to her design, but it also comes to her, like, mannerisms in the game. Like in Security Breach, like Jules like Glamrock Chica walks very like zombie-like a little bit. Yeah. Like how she walks. So that's where taking inspiration a lot from Glamrock Chica for Jules the Seagull, and it would just come to her design. There's really not much I can really give much on her design. Is that Glamrock Chica was just very much an inspiration, a heavy inspiration for Jules the Seagull. Also, I do want to say about these characters, like I said earlier about how like other fan games we incorporate into this game. There's other fan games that inspired this game. Like if you look at these designs, they're very much like dirty and more creepy. Like FNAF Plus was also a heavy inspiration. Very very much FNAF Plus type, like was an inspiration for these designs of these characters. Not much I can else really give on Jules.
Well, then let's hear it. What's the next character? I can't remember their name.
Luna.
Yes, let's move on. Let's move on to Luna, because now I'm like, oh, I wanna hear about the rest. I wanna hear.
When I came up with Luna, when I was going through these characters, I kind of just like was thinking of different animals in my head. Like we had a lot of other scrapped characters. Like we were gonna have like a shark and like a lobster at one point. This was very early development. We're gonna have those characters. I'm actually gonna reuse some of those characters in other Spike stuff in the future. I plan on reusing old scrapped characters. But yeah, Luna the Otter, just came up with an otter character in my mind. I very much liked the when I named her Luna. And when I named her Luna, I wanted her to be very much, space themed, star themed, and stuff like that, Luna themed. So we made her a stargazing pirate, and the game that I was working on with Squeaks at one point, which was Captain Spike's Pirate Adventure. In that game, she was going to be, the guide character in that game. She would use star constellations to guide you where you needed to go. So yeah. With Luna, not really much I can give on Luna and her design. Like, it's just very simple. I just came up with her. When I came up with the name, I just basically, I wanted a star theme, and we made her a stargazing pirate. That's really all I can really give about Luna. Our fourth character, though. Our fourth character is very special. Cannot show his design. I am telling you, he is... Oh, he's a crazy, crazy design. I can give a lot more on this guy. I will tell you his name. His name is Augustus the Sea Lion.
Augustus the Sea Lion.
The Sea Lion. We have a teaser. We have a teaser for him on the game page. He went through 3 different concepts for his design. Well, actually, no, not 3. 2. It was 2. Originally, he was going to be a sailor. And not a pirate. We changed him over to being a pirate. Let me find that teaser image for him. But yeah, he was originally supposed to be a sailor. When we made him a sailor, I just didn't think with the type of thing we were going for Spikes, like it was just too, it was too, we're going for more like fictional type of pirates, not like, so I feel like in that type of theme, like sailors, like just like regular sailors just wasn't fitting. So I was like, to my concept artist, I'm like, hey, I don't want him to be a sailor. We need to make him a pirate. Augustus is very much, when it comes to his character, he is very much inspired off of Pete the Cat from Mickey Mouse.
Okay.
Pete, yeah. Very inspired off of Pete the Cat. Also with his voice, very also similar.
Okay.
I wish I could show you his original concept, but not much has changed with that concept over to the newer design. Is that we just changed him over to pirate, but Augustus is also very much our Foxy of the group. So he's our out of order animatronic.
Okay.
And he is stuffed back in storage, and he will have his own post-night section. He will have his own dedicated post-night section. You have to go up against him, and the idea I have for his post-night section, I wish I could say it. I will say this. Think of the Funtime Freddy's section in Sister Location. The breaker room.
Oh no.
Think of something like that. Is what I have an idea for his post-night section.
That's gonna be that's exciting. Ooh. That's terrible. That's terrible, but that's exciting. That's exciting.
Here, I have his image, his teaser image right here, and you can get like a little bit of a idea of him.
Oh,
he's very out of order, very put back in storage, and
Say I can barely even understand what's going on in this picture, but I love it. Well, I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see where this goes. I really am, because that teaser, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting Withered, but not whatever the hell that was. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. So now all these questions, I'm like so intrigued now. But the next question I have is, and I guess you kind of already answered some of these, at least for the characters, but now you can kind of answer this for whatever you want to share about the story, the gameplay, the idea as a whole. But what inspired you to create the game itself? Like, so obviously the game itself, but like the specific designs, like why did you go for pirates, and then like the themes of the game, and like the story and the gameplay. And obviously I know you can't really share the story and that stuff, but what was the main inspiration to kind of put everything together to create this vision?
Well, like I said earlier, my friend Crash L Dev, when I was making Spike, he told me to make him a pirate. This game was never going to be pirate themed in the beginning. I've always wanted to make a FNAF fan game. I went to one of my friends online. I started this project back in November of 2022. That's when I started, when I was like 18.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. That's when I came up with the project. When I came up with the game. Like I said, never was a pirate themed FNAF game. A friend, Crash, told me to make Spike a pirate, and then just once he told me to make him Spike a pirate, I just, made everything else pirate themed.
Okay.
And I just kind of went along with it. That's really just kind of how I did. I just winged it. I just went along with it. Spike was a pirate. Everything else, I was like, you know what? And there was just no other really like pirate themed FNAF fan games out there. They're really like, okay, I guess you could say like Five Nights at Treasure Island, but like I'm talking about like an actual FNAF fan game, like with set within its own. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
No, I get that.
Like, act of the FNAF universe, having dedicated pirate-themed FNAF fan game. Something like that.
I get that. And then...
And, yeah.
When it comes to, I guess, obviously that's the theme and whatnot, did this, I guess, pirate vibe, or not vibe, but theme, did this also kind of correlate to the story you're developing and the characters that are a part of the story, or was it just mainly the theme only and then the story is it's kind of completely separate thing?
It with the story, it does, with this pirate theme, it does kind of correlate like with the story. I would love to talk about it because it's a spoiler. It's another spoiler, but it
no
does,
spoilers
like,
here.
with the pirate theme, it does correlate. Like it does. We have a reason of why there is a pirate theme with this restaurant. There's a reason, and I think once people find out in the future, I think people will really like that. how we correlate with the story. I think people will like that.
Even though I don't know what the story is yet, I do like that extra thought put into it to actually make it correlate deeper than just the theme. I really, even though I don't know what it is, I really like that. It's that extra little bit, and who knows what it could be, so it makes it even more intriguing. So that is definitely interesting. But I think that's got everything for this question. So the next question. Now, this one, I guess you kind of already talked about a tiny bit, but now we can go a little bit more in depth with it. So the next question is, what was the development process for these character designs? And I mean like from concept phase to beginning to render to finalizing to whatever was done. I'm not a game developer, so I don't know how these things work. So I'm very curious to.
All right, so the original concepts for Spike and Jules. The concept, these are the original concepts. Okay, but yeah, these are the original concepts for Spike and Jules. We actually, with Luna, we never redesigned her with her concept. We never got her redesigned. The concept right here for her never changed. And when it came to Spike and Jules, we had them originally modeled by Chris Powell. The reason why we redesigned them is because we found out like Chris Powell couldn't optimize the models that he made for us. They were very much made for like click team style of games. They were not optimized at all for the engine that we were going with which is Unity. So after I had all these 3 models made of the original models, it was just bad. It was just bad, and we had to redesign them. And that's when I bringed on Soul 3D. He worked on FNAF in Real Time. He made the brother model. He made the brother animatronic model. Yeah, so he is the one who made all the current models for Spikes. The current enemy models, at least, not the human models that we have. Those are done by completely different people. But the animatronics, yeah. We took Chris Powell's original model that he made, like the first model he made for Spike, and we kind of just based it off of that. That's like, this is the current Spike concept art that we have. And that's what we based for Soul 3D's model. That's what so we just went off of Chris Powell's original like model, and then we just redesigned it, and we just touched it up a bit and made it how it is right now. With Jules, like I said, with Jules, she was totally redesigned. If I can remember, I'm just trying to remember like how, like when it came to Jules, like why we redesigned her so much. I guess it's because we just didn't like how she looked. I can't really remember. It was a long time ago when we redid these concepts. So like, I think we just didn't like how Jules was, and so we went again like, oh yeah. So one of the reasons, if you look at Jules, she has chicken feet. So
Yep.
she's a seagull. So we redesigned her. We gave her more seagull-like qualities, basically. We gave her like the webbed feet and stuff more like that. Like I said, when it came to Luna, didn't change her at all.
So then, okay. So you had all your team basically do the concept. So you basically just gave them the idea. They did the concepts.
Yeah.
Someone else developed or designed the models, and then that's
the
how it
original
goes.
models. Yeah, basically,
Okay.
we made up the original concepts. We made the original models.
Okay.
Those models were highly unoptimized. We couldn't use them for the engine, so we had to redesign the models. We had to get them made by a different person. And so I went to my concept artist, and he said, hey, I actually want to go back to these concepts and redo some of them. We're going to keep Luna the same, but Jules and Spike I want to redesign. So we redesigned Spike. We based him off more of the original model that was made by Chris Powell. And Jules, like I said, with Jules, she was just, we didn't really base her off anything. We just totally redesigned Jules.
So then, that leads me into the next question perfectly. So, if that was the development process of the characters, then what does the development process of, I guess, the game as a whole, like, how did that come? Like, did you also get concept artists? Did you need to get the team to do things for you? So, like, how was that the same, like how it was with the characters, or was it different?
It was not like the characters at all.
Okay.
It was when it became building my whole team up and like the game itself. It took a pretty long while, because, like I said, when I came up with Spikes Ahoy, which was back in November of 2022, I had no experience when it came to game development. I was a content creator. I made FNAF videos. Like I played FNAF. I did reaction videos before I did all this. So like I had no idea how to make a FNAF fan game. I just kind of winged it. I went to some of my friends on here on Discord and said, hey, I want to make a FNAF fan game. At first it was just, just for fun. We were just talking about it, but then I got really motivated. So after that, I started when I got my IRL job, the money I started getting, I got really motivated. I started getting people on the team. It took a very long while to actually get something made for this project, which was the original models that were made by Chris Powell. We didn't get those original models until like late 2023, mid or late 2023. So it
so that's like a year almost.
It really, at first it was just me and my friends just coming up with stuff, and I didn't really get serious until later on, and I actually started putting more into this game. And it should, we didn't really start when the game really, the project actually got really more out there. It was, and I got more people on the team, how it is today. I got into a fan game, it was a fan game event. It was a small fan game event called Fan Game Horizons. And that's where my project actually kind of more took off. And so after that point, that's when I started getting actually more animators and getting bigger people, more people who are more specialized in actually doing actual game development stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, like I said, it just really it took a long while to really put this whole thing together, and I just kind of been winging it as I went, because like I said, never was a game developer. I was a content creator before this, and I'm still to this day winging it as I go. and more people like my team are the ones who the people on my team are the ones who really kind of teaching me how to actually do this type of stuff. So if that's a good answer, I guess.
I've delved my toes in the game development back in 2017, 2018. So I don't exactly know the whole process of having a team and everything, but I get the having an idea and then just learning as you go.
Yeah.
So I get that.
That's how it is on my end. I'm just learning as I go, and I'm just kind of putting it all together. And it seems like I'm pretty gonna do pretty well job at it.
Well, I mean, from the teasers and stuff, it looks pretty well put together. So I mean, it's not just any ordinary FNAF fan game where you're sitting at a camera and clicking a button and surviving. It seems way more in depth than that. So I mean, and I'm sure as time goes on, we get to see more trailers or a demo or whatever. I could probably ask more questions, but for right now, I think this is more like this is a perfect answer, especially for where it's at in development. I think that's great. So, next question: what would you say to people who want to create a FNAF fan game or something similar to this? And this is actually kind of going right back to the last answer, because you said you didn't really know much and you're still learning on the way and you're still figuring things out. You're not like a professional game developer. You're just going, you did it all by yourself. You figured it out. You learned to do it yourself. So what could you say, and this doesn't even have to just be FNAF fan game developers, but let's just say it is. What would you say to those people who are also watching this video right now who would want to create something like Spikes Ahoy or something similar?
Just want to create their own FNAF fan game. I would say go for it. I mean, I think it's a really great way to get into game development, like starting with fan games. Like a lot of game developers started with making fan games. I think I think Toby Fox started making hack ROMs for a game. I would just say go for it. If you want to make your own FNAF fan game, or wants to make your own fan game, I would just say go for it. It's a great way to get into game development and to get to practice and do more with creating, getting into more of the word. I'm trying to think of the word.
The space, the game development space.
Yeah, the space. Yeah, just get into the space. Yeah.
No, I think I agree with you there. I don't think there is really much else to say for this answer.
There's really much. No, it really is. If you want to make it go for it, it's a great way to get into game development. It is a really great way to get into the game development.
And I mean,
that's all I can say.
As I've presented in this whole supercut video, literally I've gone over everything from animatronics to characters to games to just even concepts. And I mean, I don't think these people were like, "Oh, I need help." I think they just did it. So for anyone watching, for you guys, just do it. If you guys want to create more stuff like this, just literally as he said, just do it.
Just do it. It's fun. Like I've been doing this I'm still on this fan game. I've been doing this for literally 2.5 years. I'm still doing it and I'm still having fun with it. It's like I've not got bored with it, and it's I'm very motivated to get this project done. And I feel like if you have a project, a game, like even in a fan game, whatever you want to work on, if it motivates you a lot, like just keep on freaking doing it. It's just,
I mean, that's how it should be. That's how it should be. It should be a passion project, and I mean, that's how it should be. So actually, again, leading right to the next question, which it segues perfectly. I totally didn't plan to do this at all or anything, but how do you think the community will react to this game, and what are your expectations? And since this is a passion project, and since you've been working at it for, what'd you say, 2.5 years? I mean,
2.5 years.
Your expectations, not the community's, have to be high. Yours have to be high. I know you're probably putting in a lot of time and work into this. And what do you say, or sorry, how do you think the community will react to this game when it finally releases, whenever it comes out, whenever that is? How do you think they will react to that, and how do you want them? Like, what are your expectations?
I'm not looking for anyone for this to be to praise this game. I just hope people will be happy with it, enjoy it, and I just want them to enjoy it. That's all I really want. I mean, there's always going to be those type of people who will, this game will have a bunch of flaws. Every freaking game does. I'm not looking for. I just hope they enjoy it. That's really is. And if some of them don't, and they don't. It's just,
I mean, that's normal. That's just how it is.
It will prove, and like when I go to make my other projects, it will be like I need the feedback. It will give me good feedback to make better games in the future. But yeah, that's all I'm really looking. I just hope people enjoy the fan game, and that's all I really am looking for. As long as they, yeah, that's really all I can. I just hope they enjoy it.
I mean, I get that. I mean, as long as you're happy with it, if it's a passion project, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Me and my team, we're happy with it. We think what we're kept coming up with, we think it's really good. We're not trying to make the biggest freaking thing out there. Like, there's so many other fan games I can think that are way better than this one. But I just hope people enjoy it. That's really all I really hope. That's all I really hope for.
Well, that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Is as long as you enjoy it, people will follow suit. So, okay, so what else? With all that being said, and this is the final question. With everything you just said, everything you've talked about, everything you've shared to us, what is one thing that you're most, I guess, excited for or most eager to show off and share to fans? And obviously don't include spoiler content, but like what would that be? Would that be characters, like more in-depth on the characters, gameplay? Like what else do you want to share about the game to the audience?
I really want to talk more about the gameplay because there's stuff that I did leave out in that original question. With, like I said, we were going with the limited free roam type aspect. We plan on adding, when it comes to this game and it comes to a story, when it comes to it, we plan on adding so the way how we're going to tell our story in the game is through collectibles.
Ooh,
so
okay.
It's through collectibles. So we have a whole outside portion of the map that you can, outside of the restaurant that you can explore. And that is how we're going to tell a little bit of our backstory with the game, is through these collectibles. And I find that the most intriguing, and not just with the post-night sections, because I feel like that's going to be the most fun, but just the free roaming aspect, being to look around for secrets and for stuff like that, I feel like people are going to like. We're going to add collectibles. So there's a whole outside section of the map that you can explore, and you won't actually start your main night segments until you go to the office. So you have to go through the whole outside map, enter the location, and go all the way to the office. That's when you'll start your night shift.
Okay.
So you'll have free roam. I love free roam fan games. So I feel like people are going to like that with what we're going to do with collectibles in the game. And that's how we're going to tell our story. We're going to leave a lot of our story out because, it's FNAF. Mystery.
Yep.
People put stuff together.
Yep.
I think people are gonna enjoy that. I really think. And there's a lot of like collectibles I already kind of came up with, and I think people are gonna like it. I think.
Well, I mean, I'm excited. I really am. This is like, I was excited before talking to you, but like after hearing all this, hearing about the development process and the characters and the gameplay and the tiny tidbits of the story, which I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there. But
yes,
it's very exciting. Very exciting to hear all about.
If we ever do another interview in the future after the game releases, we can do another one. I can tell you more about the story.
And that's what I'm excited for. That's what I'm waiting for. Anyways, again, thank you, Lil Jet Games, for this interview. It's been amazing. I literally can't thank you enough. And I know that we haven't been able to talk about necessarily a lot, and this interview could have been way more in depth, as I said. And as everyone else knows, this game isn't even out yet. There's not a demo out, and we had to avoid spoilers. So I apologize if these answers weren't as in depth, guys. But whenever the game does come out, or demo comes out, or whatever it is, we might do another one of these, and we'll be able to get everything else figured out. But again, thank you, Lil Jet Games. And is there anything else you want to say before we go?
I plan at least having the demo out by at least next year. Hopefully sometime next year. I really want to have it out by sometime next year.
Ooh, all right.
And
next year, guys.
Sometime hopefully next year, I'll be able to have this demo out for everybody.
Well,
Sometime.
I'll make sure that I'll keep in contact because I'm looking forward to this. But video's over now, guys. So wake up! And also, subscribe.